Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4NT Chapter 125. Living Corpse Reincarnation, New Cooperation. Somewhere in a dark cave, Orochimaru looked at the woman in front of him unwillingly. He could not believe that his living corpse reincarnation would be wasted like this. At this time, Orochimaru's hands still did not get any better, as if his arms were broken, which made Orochimaru very painful. Ever since they were stopped by Namikaze Tianming from asking Tsunade to heal their arms, Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto have tried many methods but still could not heal their arms. In desperation, Orochimaru can only use living corpse reincarnation, and the beautiful woman in front of him with tears in her eyes and a look of panic is the new container that Orochimaru has chosen. Who are you? Can you please let me go? I can give you whatever you want. This unknown beautiful woman was begging desperately. Tisk, 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 such a beauty, crying so heartbrokenly, I can't bear to see her like that.
Yakushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses, looked at Orochimaru with a false smile on his face and said. Orochimaru just glanced at Yakushi Kabuto and said in an extremely cold tone.
Do, you caught this woman with your own hands. You said you couldn't bear it? Do you think I would believe you? Put away your hypocritical pity. I don't like seeing this expression. Lord Orochimaru, you are right, this woman does not need any sympathy. She should be happy. After all, she is lucky to be Orochimaru-sama's vessel. Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses again, and the sympathetic expression on his face suddenly disappeared, replaced by indifference. At this moment, Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto both looked at the beautiful woman mercilessly. The beautiful woman felt as if she was being stared at by two-headed snakes, and a bone-chilling chill spread throughout her body. At this moment, the beautiful woman's eyes were full of despair and dull, and she could no longer see a glimmer of hope. She had given up resisting. And this is exactly what Orochimaru wants to see, a person who completely gives up resistance, so that his living corpse reincarnation can proceed more smoothly. The ceremony begins. Orochimaru stretched his neck suddenly and bit a curse mark directly on the neck of this beautiful woman. Then Orochimaru retracted his neck again, muttering something, and finally Orochimaru suddenly opened his mouth. After a while, Orochimaru's eyes lost their luster. At the same time, a mini white snake emerged from Orochimaru's mouth. If you look closely, you can still see that this mini snake actually has a human head and a snake body. The appearance of this human head is exactly that of Orochimaru. And this mini snake shot out directly from the mouth of Orochimaru, and flew into the mouth of this beautiful woman. Advertisement and Orochimaru's original body, as the mini snake left, collapsed directly to the ground like a pile of mud. Ah! The beautiful woman suddenly opened her eyes wide and screamed in pain. The struggle on his face flashed by, and finally his eyes lost their luster. After a long time, the woman's eyes suddenly moved again, and her face regained expression.
However, her expression now was completely different from before, and there was a hint of evil everywhere. The woman looked at Yakushi Kabuto coldly, and then Yakushi Kabuto walked over to the woman with great joy and said respectfully.
Congratulations to Master Orochimaru for his successful reincarnation. The woman glanced at Yakushi Kabuto coldly and nodded. It turns out that the woman now is the successfully reincarnated Orochimaru.
If Namikaze Tianming saw this scene, he would definitely exclaim, possession. Living corpse reincarnation is actually a method of taking over another's body. Although this method of taking over another's body is relatively crude, it is still remarkable that it can appear in this world. However, right after Orochimaru completed the living corpse reincarnation, there were a few rounds of applause in the secret room. Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto both frowned and looked towards a certain wall, where the applause came from. The space near the wall suddenly twisted, and two figures floated out from the twisted space. Tisk, 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 this is really wonderful, wonderful, I didn't expect that you, Orochimaru, actually have such means.
As soon as the two men came out, one of them clapped his hands and exclaimed in praise. And these two people were none other than Uchiha Obito and Zetsu, who defected not long ago. Obviously, even Uchiha Obito and Zetsu couldn't help but feel amazed to be able to witness a forbidden technique like living corpse reincarnation. Orochimaru took a closer look and frowned. He knew this person. They are the members of Akatsuki, Afei, and Ju. The one who just spoke is the backup member of Akatsuki, Afei. At this time, Orochimaru didn't know that Afei was Uchiha Obito. Humph, stop talking nonsense. I didn't expect you to find this place. You really have some skills. You guys, are you here to take me back? Advertisement? But, are you my opponent? You should call Uchiha Itachi over? Orochimaru's hoarse voice sounded. Now that her hands have returned to normal, she would naturally not be afraid of an informal member of the Akatsuki organization and a person with almost no combat ability. Now, what he wants most is to seek revenge on Uchiha Itachi. Haha, Orochimaru, we have a big thing today. We need to cooperate with you. Uchiha Obito said calmly with his hands behind his back, ignoring Orochimaru's dismissive tone. Huh? Why, aren't you afraid that pain will blame you? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow and looked at the two men in surprise. Orochimaru, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth, we have betrayed Akatsuki. Uchiha Obito said slowly. Oh, why is that? Orochimaru was even more surprised now, because he knew how proactive a Fei was in order to become a formal member. The Akatsuki organization has changed now, and it will be disadvantageous for us to stay here any longer. Moreover, we feel that you, Orochimaru, are more worthy of cooperation. Ju added on the side. Cooperation on what? Orochimaru asked with interest. Uchiha Obito. This place is not very convenient, shall we go somewhere else? Well, follow me, Orochimaru nodded. Then, Orochimaru looked at his corpse, and said calmly. Bury it. After saying that, Orochimaru left the small room with Uchiha Obito and Zetsu without looking back. How heartless. After all, this is the body I've used for so many years, and yet you didn't even bother to look at it. Yakushi Kabuto looked at Orochimaru's departing back and shook his head with a smile, muttering to himself. Then, Yakushi Kabuto turned back to deal with Orochimaru's body. Chapter 126. I brought you a little gift in the meeting hall. Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito were sitting opposite each other, and standing next to Orochimaru was Yakushi Kabuto, who had just come up after dealing with Orochimaru's body. Tell me, what is the purpose of your trip? At this time, Orochimaru has used the facial erasure technique to restore his original appearance. Although some parts of his body and certain features cannot be restored for the time being, this has little impact. We are here this time to seek your cooperation to destroy the current ninja world and build a new ninja world. Uchiha Obito didn't waste any time and spoke directly. Peeved. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Uchiha Obito say this, Orochimaru chuckled. Orochimaru, what do you mean? Don't you think this world is wrong? Or do you think we can't do it? Uchiha Obito asked coldly, his eyes narrowed. Ha ha ha. I don't mean anything. Destroying the world is an interesting idea and one that interests me. But why should I cooperate with you? Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Obito and Zetsu with disdain. In his opinion, their strength was too weak. It turns out that our strength has been underestimated. Uchiha Obito lowered his head and shrugged his shoulders, then, he was seen laughing towards the sky. Uchiha Obito slapped the table with his hand, and his tone became extremely cold. Orochimaru, it seems that I need to let you see what strength is. Go up and kill him. Orochimaru sat on the chair and gave the order calmly. In his opinion, the strength of this Fei might not even be comparable to Yakushi Kabuto. Good. Yakushi Kabuto calmly put on his glasses that he had just wiped, a scalpel suddenly appeared in his hand, and he rushed straight towards Uchiha Obito. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Obito did not move, but just yelled at Yakushi Kabuto. Just you? You're not worthy. Get out of here. As soon as Uchiha Obito finished speaking, Yakushi Kabuto's body paused and then he flew backwards. Orochimaru, who saw this, stood up suddenly and looked at Uchiha Obito in shock. Advertisement. Who are you anyway? Are you from the Uchiha clan? Although it was only a flash, Orochimaru, who had studied Sharingan for so many years, still caught the characteristics of Uchiha Obito's Sharingan at a glance. I'm no longer a member of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Obito replied calmly that he had long since abandoned the concept of family. Tisk tisk tisk, now your identity has begun to make me curious. For me though, I still want Uchiha Itachi's body. I am not interested in other people's bodies, even those of the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru shook his hand, deeply regretful. If you can agree to cooperate, I can also agree to give you the body of Uchiha Itachi. What do you think? Uchiha Obito was keenly aware of the factors that could lure Orochimaru. Haha, if that's the case, I can really think about it carefully. Orochimaru nodded slowly, but he was secretly calculating in his heart. Yakushi Kabuto is at the elite Jonin level, and this Fei was able to kill Yakushi Kabuto in an instant, so his strength must be at least Kage level. Moreover, he is a member of the Uchiha clan. If he can help me deal with Uchiha Itachi, my chances of winning seem to be greater. Uchiha Obito and Zetsu smiled at each other. The first step had been successful. Uchiha Obito looked at Orochimaru again and continued to ask. Orochimaru, I heard that you have mastered the forbidden technique created by the second Hokage, and pure world reincarnation? Oh, you know all this? Your intelligence ability is pretty good? Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Obito in surprise. The news leaked so quickly? This was something he had not expected. Ha ha ha, without this intelligence capability, how dare you make such a boast? Besides, I have specially prepared a little gift for you. Uchiha Obito said, then looked at Black Zetsu and said. Black Zetsu nodded, then put his hands together and made a seal, then shouted. Come out. The ground beneath my feet suddenly began to shake, and then I saw 3 objects slowly rising from the ground. Soon, Orochimaru saw clearly that there were actually 3 coffins, and on each of the 3 coffins were engraved the words, first, and second, respectively. The coffin in the middle has a big word, Madara, written on it. The clever Orochimaru had already guessed what was in the coffin. No matter how calm Orochimaru was, he couldn't help but get excited at this moment. Advertisement. What's inside here is most likely the bodies of first Hokage Senju Hashirama and second Hokage Senju Tobirama, and the one in the middle is most likely Uchiha Madara's. Orochimaru, what do you think of the little gift inside? Uchiha Obito felt more confident as he watched Orochimaru's expression change. Ha ha ha, interesting, I'll accept this gift. I'm curious how you got these 2 bodies. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu with curiosity, but his heart had actually been itching for a long time, and he was extremely looking forward to it. Of course, this depends on him. He can enter and exit the land as he pleases. Uchiha Obito set his sights on Zetsu. I have to say that this guy is indeed a talented tomb robber. No matter where he is, even if there is a barrier, he can do it. After our cooperation, he can find more bodies of his predecessors. Then, you can study reanimation jutsu to your heart's content. Uchiha Obito smiled slightly and said seductively. Ha ha ha, this is indeed a good idea. When the time comes, the first thing I will do is to destroy the Akatsuki organization and capture Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru seemed to be in a good mood at the thought of Uchiha Itachi's body being within his reach. Orochimaru, there is something I feel I should tell you. After hesitating for a moment, Uchiha Obito looked at Orochimaru and spoke tentatively. Orochimaru was confused. The Uchiha Itachi we met at the beginning, the Uchiha Itachi I brought, was not actually Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Obito was slightly embarrassed, since he was the one who found the person, but it turned out not to be the genuine Uchiha Itachi. Moreover, this person was Namikaze Tianming, the one he had always been thinking about, but he didn't even know about her. Actually, that Uchiha Itachi was transformed by a man called Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming? Orochimaru wondered. Yes, this Namikaze Tianming is actually the younger brother of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Uchiha Obito continued to explain. What? Minato has a brother? How come I didn't know that? Orochimaru was shocked. Chapter 127, Orochimaru's Plan. Haha, this Namikaze Tianming is extremely well hidden, it's normal that you don't know about it. When Namikaze Tianming was mentioned, Uchiha Obito felt his teeth itching with hatred. You mean to say that the person who repeatedly ruined my good deeds and forced me into desperate situations was not Uchiha Itachi, but Minato's younger brother, Namikaze Tianming? Now it was Orochimaru's turn to be confused. After all this time, he finally hated the wrong person? That's right. This B*****************. D. If he hadn't ruined my plans time and time again, I wouldn't have known him. I wish I could kill him right now. To this day, Uchiha Obito still believes that everything he did was right and has never shown any remorse. I see. From what you said, this Namikaze Tianming is indeed interesting. This way, we have one more choice for the next container. Orochimaru suddenly realized, but soon, he showed an evil smile. Obviously he was thinking about Namikaze Tianming's body again. Although his goal has always been Uchiha Itachi, choosing a spare seems to be a good idea. Although, Orochimaru does not have enough strength to realize this fantasy, but he has always had ambition. Haha, Orochimaru, now we are allies. As long as we achieve our goal in the future, I can give you the body of Uchiha Itachi or Namikaze Tianming. Uchiha Obito was patiently guiding them. No, I can't wait that long. I have to have one of the bodies of Namikaze Tianming and Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru's eyes were fanatical. He had just used living corpse reincarnation, but this, came to him. Wouldn't it have been better if it had been earlier? Orochimaru, I believe you have fought against Namikaze Tianming before, and you must be aware of his strength. Uchiha Itachi's current whereabouts are unknown, but it is highly likely that he is being hidden by Namikaze Tianming, so this matter may require further consideration. Uchiha Obito quickly spoke out to dissuade him, fearing that Orochimaru would overestimate his own abilities and go challenge Namikaze Tianming to a duel, thus losing his life in vain. Orochimaru's death is not a big deal. The key is in pure world reincarnation. This cannot be lost. Isn't this goal already very clear? As long as we find Namikaze Tianming, won't everything be solved? Orochimaru couldn't help but lick his dry lips with his tongue. He was already a little impatient. Advertisement. But this Namikaze Tianming is not that easy to deal with. To put it bluntly, even if we attack him together, we may not be his opponent. After several encounters, Uchiha Obito has developed psychological trauma. Especially that Namikaze Tianming also has a strange ninjutsu called space blockade, which can restrain his Kamui space. Haha, if I were to say that before, I really didn't have the confidence that I could beat him, but now, that's not necessarily the case. As Orochimaru spoke, he looked at the coffins that Uchiha Obito and Zetsu brought over, and couldn't help but let out a strange laugh. Uchiha Obito looked at Orochimaru, then at the 3 coffins, and suddenly realized what was going on. He couldn't help but smile. Oh, Orochimaru, you have completely mastered impure world reincarnation? Of course. Orochimaru couldn't help but let a smug smile appear on his face. Ha 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 ha, good, with those 3 here, no matter how strong Namikaze Tianming is, he won't be able to make any waves. We are going to Akatsuki now. I believe Namikaze Tianming is still there. Uchiha Obito couldn't help but smile for the first time in a long time. Although he and Black Zetsu had already defected, he still used Black Zetsu's characteristics to find out that Namikaze Tianming has become the new leader of the Akatsuki organization. Attacking the Akatsuki organization and capturing Namikaze Tianming is only the first step. If we want to truly change the ninja world, we still need a lot of manpower. But I can't do it alone. Orochimaru said this while his brain was working at high speed. Finally, Orochimaru looked at Yakushi Kabuto, his eyes burning. Kabuto, in the next period of time, I will transform your body first, and then send you to a mysterious place. If you can get out of that place, maybe you can surpass me. Master Orochimaru, I. Yakushi Kabuto looked at Orochimaru, and was so excited that he couldn't speak for a moment. As Orochimaru's confidant, Yakushi Kabuto naturally knew where the place Orochimaru was talking about was. Advertisement, you know, even Orochimaru was unable to obtain the inheritance due to physical reasons. Now, Orochimaru actually gave him the opportunity. How could Yakushi Kabuto not be excited? The god of ninja, his cells must be put to good use. Orochimaru looked at the 3 coffins and became happier and more satisfied. He was not only laughing because the things in it were of great help to him, but also because he was laughing at Muyi, as their ancestral graves had been dug up and they were still unaware of it. Senior Kakuzu, how about you give me some more money? I've already found a place to recruit people. Outside a cave at one of Akatsuki's bases, Deidara was circling around Kakuzu, who looked annoyed, with a flattering smile on his face. Deidara, no matter how sweet you are, I won't be fooled by you this time. Last time you said you wanted to recruit soldiers, I had already allocated a sum of money to you, but you ended up using most of the money to upgrade your own equipment. Look at this miniature telescope of yours, and you. Oh, forget it, I won't say anything. If it weren't for Mr. Tianming's generosity, you would have been sent out to do tasks and earn commissions by now. Now that Mr. Tianming has entrusted me with such an important financial power, I must do my best to use every penny of the organization wisely and live up to Mr. Tianming's trust. Kakuzu first pointed at Deidara and scolded him, then he started lecturing him, making Deidara roll his eyes. Senior Kakuzu, if I'm not mistaken, you were the one in the organization who disliked Mr. Tianming the most, right? Why do I feel like you are the one who supports Mr. Tianming the most now? Hearing Deidara say this, Kakuzu's face turned red, but he quickly returned to normal. After all, he was a man in his 90s, so he was still quite thick-skinned. I was blind to the fact that I opposed Mr. Tianming in the beginning, but since Mr. Tianming accepted me and arranged such an important job for me, I naturally cannot let Mr. Tianming down. Deidara nodded in agreement. That's true. If it weren't for Mr. Tianming's guidance, my art wouldn't have been sublimated so quickly. Just when Kakuzu was about to answer, a voice suddenly came. Tisk, 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 tisk. I didn't expect that the guy who was fighting to the death with Namikaze Tianming not long ago would surrender to the enemy so quickly. How interesting. Chapter 128. Orochimaru and Obito team up to challenge. Who? Kakuzu and Deidara both looked forward with a serious expression. I saw the space somewhere in front suddenly began to distort, and 3 figures actually emerged from this space. Uchiha Obito, Zetsu. And you, Orochimaru, you actually have the nerve to show up here? Kakuzu immediately recognized who the person was in question with a cold expression. Oh my, Kakuzu-senpai, we used to work together, why are you so heartless? Uchiha Obito was not angry, and still spoke in a fey tone with a relaxed look on his face. However, Orochimaru, upon hearing Kakuzu actually call a fey Uchiha Obito, looked at Uchiha Obito in surprise. Isn't this guy dead? But soon, Orochimaru stopped looking at Uchiha Obito. As long as his goal was achieved, it didn't matter who he cooperated with. HMPH, stop talking nonsense. I have never had anything to do with you. What on earth do you want to do by coming here today? Kakuzu remained cold. He knew that Orochimaru, Uchiha and Black Zetsu, the 3 people who betrayed Akatsuki, appeared here at the same time today, which obviously meant bad intentions. Otherwise, would these people come here to reminisce with you? Ha ha ha, since Senior Kakuzu has been so straightforward, I'll also get straight to the point. We're here today to take Namikaze Tianming's head. Uchiha Obito also became serious at this time. Even through the screen, one could feel Uchiha Obito's desire to kill someone. Ha ha ha, with just you guys, are you still a match for Mr. Tianming? Before Kakuzu could say anything, Deidara at the side started to mock him. After all, I saw it all clearly when I watched the battle. Namikaze Tianming crushed all the members of the Akatsuki organization by himself. Haha, things are different now. Now Namikaze Tianming may not be our opponent. Orochimaru took a step forward and said, not wanting to be outdone. Now he is full of confidence. Haha, if you want to meet Mr. Tianming, I'm afraid you have to get past me first. Deidara smiled and pulled up his sleeves, revealing the mouths on his left and right palms, which were chewing something. Advertisement, Senior Kakuzu, you are now the Minister of Finance appointed by Mr. Tianming. Please leave this kind of battle to me. Seeing that Kakuzu seemed to be about to take action, Deidara quickly spoke up to stop him. Kakuzu frowned. 1 against 3. When did Deidara become so brave? However, before Kakuzu could even finish his question, Uchiha Obito on the other side was the first to become unhappy, pointing at Deidara and shouting angrily. Deidara, you are a newcomer, it's too presumptuous of you. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish first. After being defeated by Namikaze Tianming many times, Uchiha Obito's psychological defenses have obviously become much weaker, otherwise he would not be so easily provoked by Deidara. Haha, really? Deidara smiled slightly, then suddenly reached out and grabbed Kakuzu and made him jump back violently. Ha! 4th tone. Deidara shouted. Orochimaru, Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu's expressions suddenly changed because they could feel a strong vibration coming from underground. This vibration is an explosion. Boom! Countless explosions sounded, directly turning the place where Uchiha Obito, Orochimaru and others had just stood into ruins. Kakuzu looked at the rubble in front of him with lingering fear, and felt his throat getting dry. If he had been at the center of the explosion, he would have been dead. Deidara, when did you set up the detonating clay? How come I didn't know about it? It was not long after Mr. Tianming became our new leader that Mr. Tianming told me that art is not just about explosions, but also about preparing for a rainy day. Deidara grinned and replied very proudly. After listening to Mr. Tianming's words, I suddenly became clear-headed, and a lot of new ideas came into my mind. And pre-burying the detonating clay here is one of those ideas. For this, I even went to Mr. Tianming to learn the Earth Dragon hidden technique. I see, as expected of Mr. Tianming, every word he says is to the point. I really envy you for being able to receive guidance from Mr. Tianming. With this, your abilities will definitely be able to reach a higher level. Kakuzu said with great envy, but who knew that Kakuzu's words would make Deidara look down on him. Advertisement, Senior Kakuzu, even though you are a senior, it is not right to talk like this. I remember that Mr. Tianming used some secret method to help you rebuild the 5 hearts of the Earth Wrath you. If you say that Mr. Tianming did not guide you, I don't believe it. Ha 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 ha, ahem. Well, Mr. Tianming did teach me some techniques, and my strength improved a little bit. Kakuzu couldn't help but blush when being exposed by Deidara, but he quickly returned to his normal expression. After all, who here can say that they have not received guidance from Mr. Tianming? I just don't know how Mr. Tianming knows so much. Every time someone comes to him for help, Mr. Tianming says he only knows a little, but he can always help them solve their problems. Wait, Deidara, Mr. Tianming has been our new leader for so long, your detonating clay should have been buried in more than just that place, right? Kakuzu was still smiling, but suddenly he thought of something, his expression suddenly changed, and he pointed at Deidara and asked. Hey, well, I have pre-buried explosive clay in the open space outside the base. Deidara nodded. Doesn't that mean we have pre-buried detonating clay here as well?
Kakuzu's eyes suddenly widened, and he pointed at the ground beneath his feet and shouted. Well, Kakuzu-senpai, please don't tell anyone. If the news gets leaked, all my work will be in vain. Besides, these detonating clays are buried here in advance. If I don't activate them, there will be no danger. You don't have to worry. Deidara said, patting Kakuzu's shoulder to comfort him. Unexpectedly, Kakuzu's complexion not only did not improve, but became darker. Deidara, tell me the truth. Given your personality, did you plant something in the base as well? Ahem, well, I only saved a few 100 million yuan. Deidara smiled innocently and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Then my room, are you there too? Kakuzu continued to ask. Yes, they are all pre-buried. Not only your room, but also Paine's room, Conan's room. I have pre-buried detonating clay in all of them, and they are all C4 level powerful. Deidara had a look of wanting to take credit for it. Apparently, in his opinion, he had made great contributions this time. Uptack, I don't care about anything else, you have to remove the detonating clay in my room. Looking at the smug Deidara, Kakuzu almost collapsed. This guy is too dangerous. Chapter 129. Who gave you the courage? Kakuzu-senpai, that was the clay I buried every night with great effort. Hollow up pointing triangle. When Deidara heard Kakuzu say that he wanted to remove the explosive clay from his room, he immediately looked sad and seemed extremely reluctant. No matter if there is danger or not, I will nip it in the bud. Who knows if one day you will explode without anyone noticing because you are resentful that I didn't allocate funds to you. Kakuzu crossed his arms, still frightened. Epsilon Kakuzu-senpai, how could you think of me like that? I'm not that kind of person. Besides, Mr. Tianming doesn't allow us to fight among ourselves. Deidara was still reluctant, trying to clear his name. Huh, who knows you? Kakuzu turned his head away proudly, but there was a slight change in his heart. I don't know if it's because Deidara's personality is like a child, but Kakuzu feels like his whole mentality has become younger after being in a group with him. Fire style. Fire dragon bomb technique. Just as Kakuzu and Deidara were bickering, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Then, 2 fierce fire dragons rushed straight towards Deidara and Kakuzu. Quick, because Kakuzu and Deidara let their guard down, and the fire dragon was too fast. Although Kakuzu and Deidara reacted extremely quickly, they both avoided the fire dragon's attack to varying degrees. However, the fire dragon crashed the stone wall behind Kakuzu and Deidara, causing it to collapse, and the rubble directly buried Kakuzu and Deidara inside. On the rubble stood 3 people, none other than Uchiha Obito, Orochimaru, and Black Zetsu. The explosion just now was indeed sudden, and the power of the explosion was indeed not small, but fortunately Uchiha Obito reacted extremely quickly and entered the Kamui space at the first time to avoid the damage of the explosion. Orochimaru also has a way to save his life, and the snake-style body replacement technique still helps him block fatal attacks. Although his body also suffered a certain degree of damage, it was just a small matter for a person like Orochimaru. With the regeneration technique, he recovered in a short time. Of course, except for the clothes, there was no way to restore them. As for Black Zetsu, that is naturally not difficult. After all, in the Hokage world, he is the one who likes to escape the most. His life-saving ability can be said to be the ceiling of the Hokage world. Humph, you underestimated your opponent. No wonder you were crushed by Namikaze Tianming. Uchiha Obito shook his head. Suddenly there was another loud shout, and the rubble exploded once again. Advertisement. Rubble flew everywhere, and Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito dodged it. Detonating clay giant bird. Then, Uchiha Obito and Orochimaru saw a big white clay bird flew out from the rubble. On the back of this giant white clay bird are two people, Deidara and Kakuzu. On the back of the giant white clay bird, Deidara stared at Uchiha Obito and Orochimaru below, and was about to continue his attack. From below the base came the voice of Namikaze Tianming. Kakuzu, Deidara, both of you come down first. Deidara and Kakuzu looked closely and saw that Namikaze Tianming had come out of the base at some point and was standing beside the cave entrance with his hands behind his back. Mr. Tianming, I'm sorry, I embarrassed you just now. As soon as they landed next to Namikaze Tianming, Deidara had a sullen look on his face, and Kakuzu also looked not very good. After all, their current appearance was a bit bad. Their fire cloud robes were already tattered and covered in stone chips. Now you know the consequences of being careless and underestimating the enemy, right? Namikaze Tianming glanced at Kakuzu and Deidara and said calmly. Got it, Mr. Tianming. No matter what enemy we encounter in the future, Deidara will never underestimate them again. Deidara lowered his head, obviously realizing his mistake deeply. Same here Kakuzu. Kakuzu also felt very embarrassed. After all, Deidara was still young and had little combat experience, so he easily underestimated the enemy. But as a senior, he actually made such a mistake, which was very wrong. Kakuzu, since you have realized your mistake, I will not punish you. I will double the amount of combat training from now on. Namikaze Tianming glanced at Kakuzu but didn't say anything blaming him. Thank you Mr. Tianming for your kindness. Kakuzu felt even more guilty and secretly decided that he must work harder and more seriously in the future battle training. Hey, Namikaze Tianming, are you ignoring us? You don't take us seriously at all. Advertisement. Orochimaru looked at Namikaze Tianming, extremely angry. Namikaze Tianming actually acted as if they didn't exist. Oh, Orochimaru, Sashi is ignoring me. Namikaze Tianming glanced at Orochimaru, immediately put on a smile, and habitually stretched out his hand to say hello. Namikaze Tianming was not surprised that Orochimaru knew him. After all, Uchiha Obito was next to Orochimaru, and he must have told him some of his information. However, Namikaze Tianming was still a little surprised that Uchiha Obito actually cooperated with Orochimaru. After all, this was not the direction in the original work. But it's not a big deal, it won't change anything anyway. Then Namikaze Tianming continued to look at Kakuzu and Deidara. Mr. Tianming, how long have you been watching the game here? Deidara asked cautiously. I was here when you were clamoring for Kakuzu to allocate funds to you just now, but you were probably too focused to see me. Namikaze Tianming spread his hands, he was also helpless. His presence shouldn't be that low, right? Kakuzu. Deidara. Oh my god, it turns out Mr. Tianming was here from the beginning to the end, so embarrassing. Namikaze Tianming, you are really too arrogant. This is a different time. You will definitely fall into my hands today. Seeing Namikaze Tianming greet him with a smile again, Orochimaru became furious. This guy is always like this, showing up with a smile, and then ruining all his good deeds so easily. Now he is like this again, and he is even ignoring me as always. How can I tolerate this? It seems that you are all defeated by me, right? Do you think I should pay attention to you? I didn't deal with you before, but you came here to get killed. Really, I don't know who gave you the courage, Fish Liang. Namikaze Tianming looked at Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito with a half smile. Namikaze Tianming was quite surprised that Uchiha Obito and Orochimaru actually came to him to get killed. Could it be that they had some new killer moves? Ha ha ha, Namikaze Tianming, this time, you will definitely be surprised. Orochimaru was seen with his hands already formed into hand seals, ready to attack at any moment. Chapter 130. The Three Legendary Ninjas. Reanimation Jutsu. Orochimaru's eyes were gleaming with excitement. This impure world reincarnation would be one of the important milestones in his life. Next to Orochimaru, two coffins were slowly rising. Oh, it's the reanimation jutsu. I want to see who was summoned this time that gave you so much confidence. In fact, Namikaze Tianming already knew who Orochimaru was going to summon for impure world reincarnation. Most likely the first generation and second Hokage. After all, in the original work, Orochimaru summoned Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama to deal with third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The only difference is that this time the target is myself. As Namikaze Tianming expected, the two coffins summoned by Orochimaru had the words, Chu, and, written on them respectively, making it obvious who was inside the coffins. No, there is a third coffin. Could it be him? When the two coffins were halfway up, a third coffin slowly rose in the middle, and on this coffin was the word, Madara, written. Hey, what is this Orochimaru going to do? He actually summoned three coffins. Is he expecting the dead to resurrect and fight for him? Deidara couldn't help but complain when he saw this scene. After all, Deidara was still too young and had never heard of the forbidden technique called impure world reincarnation. What? Impure world reincarnation? This Orochimaru actually mastered such a forbidden technique. I'm afraid we're going to be in trouble this time. Kakuzu, on the other hand, widened his eyes in shock and muttered to himself when he heard that Orochimaru actually used impure world reincarnation. Kakuzu-senpai, what is this impure world reincarnation? Is it powerful? Deidara was surprised to see Kakuzu showing such an expression. The only time that could make Kakuzu show such an expression was probably when he was fighting Mr. Tianming. I happen to have heard of this forbidden technique. This impure world reincarnation Konoha village second Hokage Senju Tobarama invented the S-rank different world summoning forbidden technique, which can summon the souls of long-dead ninjas back to the world and revive them in physical form. And the summoned ninja will also be controlled by the summoner and fight for him. Kakuzu explained slowly. What? There is such a heaven-defying forbidden technique in this world. This second Hokage Senju Tobarama is indeed a genius. He can actually invent such a forbidden technique. After listening to Kakuzu's explanation, Deidara finally understood why Kakuzu had such an expression. Advertisement. What's even more terrifying is that this summoned ninja still maintains his original strength and can use the original ninjutsu. Speaking of this, Kakuzu couldn't help but swallow his saliva. What? Deidara looked at Kakuzu, then at the coffin that had risen, and said with a slight stutter. Look at this coffin, whose does it look like? If I'm not mistaken, these three coffins should be the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, and the Uchiha Madara, who is arguably the strongest of the Uchiha clan. Kakuzu became more and more frightened as he spoke, and his throat felt dry. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Senju Hashirama, the god of ninja. Could I see him with my own eyes? This is too exciting. Hearing Kakuzu say this, Deidara's eyes suddenly sparkled with stars. Kakuzu looked at Deidara in disbelief. This guy, hasn't he realized the seriousness of the problem? Kakuzu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Deidara, it will be more exciting when they chase us and kill us later. Deidara's laughter suddenly stopped and she fell into silence. Kakuzu-senpai, do you think Mr. Tianming has a chance of winning? With Mr. Tianming's strength, he should be able to fight the first Hokage to a draw, but the second Hokage and Uchiha Madara on the side will definitely not stand idly by. This time, I'm afraid it's really hard to say. Kakuzu's expression had become extremely heavy. Kakuzu-senpai, didn't you say that you once assassinated first Hokage Senju Hashirama and got away with it? Then can you handle one too? Suddenly, Deidara remembered Kakuzu's name and asked in surprise. Quote. Kakuzu looked at Deidara like he was an idiot. My goodness, there are actually people who believe that they can compete with Senju Hashirama. As if realizing that this was impossible, Deidara fell silent the next second. This time, Orochimaru's purpose is very clear, which is to kill Mr. Tianming. Advertisement. Senior Kakuzu, if Mr. Tianming can't win, today is the day for us to repay you. Deidara said very seriously, and it was obvious that he was mentally prepared. Well, no matter what, we have to protect Mr. Tianming. Only in this way can Mr. Tianming avenge us in the future. The same goes for Kakuzu. The two smiled at each other, and were both happy that the other had such a high level of awareness. This would have been absolutely impossible in the past. Who knew that just as Deidara and Kakuzu finished their conversation, they heard the voice of Namikaze Tianming. Kakuzu, Deidara, stop being so self-indulgent. You better watch carefully to see how I fight three people at once. There aren't many teaching opportunities like this, understand? Namikaze Tianming didn't even turn his head, but just looked coldly at the three corpses walking out of the three coffins. Yes, Mr. Tianming is awesome. Kakuzu and Deidara immediately became excited. Mr. Tianming never fights a battle without confidence. Could it be that Mr. Tianming's strength is really so terrifying that he can rival those three legendary ninjas? Ha ha ha, Namikaze Tianming, I admire you for being so confident. I really hope that your performance will be as wonderful as what you say. After Orochimaru taunted Namikaze Tianming, he placed the kunai with talismans on it into the three corpses. Then we saw the three bodies were suddenly wrapped in countless fragments. After a burst of white smoke, they finally turned into Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Madara. It was seen that the three resurrected people were different from ordinary people, their eyes had turned completely black. Everyone was watching this scene nervously. The three legendary ninjas actually appeared here together. Has this day finally come? Uchiha Madara slowly opened his eyes, but when he saw the surrounding scene clearly, his brows immediately frowned. What's going on? Uchiha Madara turned his gaze towards Uchiha Obito. Mr. Uchiha, there is a reason for this, so we need you to help us clear the obstacles first. Uchiha Obito took a step forward and spoke slowly. Chapter 131. Reunion of the Three Ninja Giants. You mean him when you say trouble? Uchiha Madara pointed at Namikaze Tianming and said proudly. Exactly. Uchiha Obito nodded quickly. Obito, you've regressed. You can't even handle a young man, and you still need me to do it. Uchiha Madara said with great disdain. At this moment, first Hokage Senju Hashirama and second Hokage Senju Tobarama opened their eyes at the same time. What's going on? Am I not dead? Senju Hashirama looked at his hands with a curious look on his face. Brother, it seems that we have been resurrected, and using the ninjutsu I created. Second Hokage Senju Tobarama said this with his arms folded across his chest and a nonchalant expression. Huh, Sigma, Su degree D degree, Su we were resurrected. Brother, I told you a long time ago not to create this kind of ninjutsu. You just won't listen. Wait, how come your brother died too? As he was speaking, Senju Hashirama looked at his younger brother, Senju Tobarama, in surprise. Senju Tobarama replied impatiently. Dead is dead, there's no point asking. Senju Tobarama, why are they here? When Uchiha Madara heard Senju Hashirama's voice, he realized that there were Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama behind him, and he immediately became unhappy. Hey, Madara, Sashi is ignoring me. Senju Hashirama saw Uchiha Madara and immediately greeted him happily. However, Uchiha Madara turned her head away proudly and ignored Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama, brother, I told you, Uchiha Madara is evil. Even if he's dead, he's still the source of evil. You just wouldn't listen to me. Senju Tobarama looked at Senju Hashirama's embarrassed look and said impatiently. Hey, 3 legendary ninjas, shouldn't you look at me before you speak? Orochimaru asked impatiently, looking at the 3 legendary ninjas who were oblivious to the people around them. You know, this time he summoned these 3 legendary ninjas in order to deal with Namikaze Tianming. Who are you? Advertisement. Senju Hashirama stared at Orochimaru for a long moment before asking with a question mark on his face. I am Orochimaru, the one who summoned you. Orochimaru said with the same pride. Quote. No, brother, do you know him? Senju Hashirama is busy looking at Senju Tobarama. No. Senju Tobarama shook his head. There was nothing he could do. It was their fault that they both died early. Hey, brother, it seems we have been dead for so long that there is no one we know anymore. Right, Madara. Quote. Senju Hashirama suddenly turned the topic to Uchiha Madara. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Madara just glanced at Senju Hashirama, then found a stone and sat down coldly. Hey, Orochimaru, what do you want to do by summoning us out? Don't you know that I created this jutsu? It's easy to break it, Quote. As he was speaking, Senju Tobarama suddenly felt a strong binding force, and he couldn't break free. Brother, can't you feel my power in him? Moreover, our current strength is less than half of what it was when we were alive. I am afraid it is impossible to break free from the restraints. Senju Hashirama explained helplessly. Uchiha Madara on the side also snorted coldly, because he also realized that he could not break free from the restraints because his strength was only half of what it used to be. Amazing young people. Senju Tobarama looked at Orochimaru. It was great that he was able to learn the forbidden technique in pure world reincarnation that he created, and he also restricted the strength of the 3 of them in order to control them. Hey, thanks Nadaime for the compliment, kill him for me. Orochimaru chuckled and pointed at Namikaze Tianming and gave an order. Oh, it's our Konoha's young man. Looks like we have no choice but to fight you. Senju Hashirama looked at Namikaze Tianming with a hint of apology. But Namikaze Tianming's reaction was also very quick, he twisted his body to avoid the sudden kick. Uchiha Madara glanced at Orochimaru coldly, and then his body attacked Namikaze Tianming uncontrollably. Haha, you came just in time. Kakuzu. Senju Tobarama's first move was the water style, which he was best at during his lifetime. Advertisement. A wall of earth rose up instantly to block the water dragon. Oh my god, is this the power of second Hokage Senju Tobarama? In this environment without any water, he can actually summon such a large-scale water dragon. During the battle, Senju Hashirama smiled and praised Namikaze Tianming. Thank you so much. Deidara muttered in shock. Unable to answer, Kakuzu simply pretended not to hear and instead focused his attention on Namikaze Tianming on the battlefield, wanting to see how he would resist the attack of the 3 great ninjas. Although it is not their heyday, it is still very good for warming up. Kakuzu standing by was also amazed. Oh, young man, you have courage and are worthy of being a ninja of our Konoha. HMPH, let's stop here for the old man, come on everyone, kill this Namikaze Tianming. Senju Hashirama looked at the confident Namikaze Tianming and gave him a thumbs up. But at this time, first Hokage Senju Hashirama had already rushed behind Namikaze Tianming. Young man, well done. From the rocky ground, a huge water dragon rose into the sky and headed straight for Namikaze Tianming. Haha, feel free to do as you please. I also want to get a feel for the so-called legendary ninja's strength. Namikaze Tianming also smiled and cupped his hands. Namikaze Tianming smiled slightly. Instead of feeling scared, he felt even more excited. After a while, Namikaze Tianming and Senju Hashirama fought for several rounds. Kakuzu-senpai, why is this second Hokage the best at water style? Shouldn't the one who is best at water style be the Mizukage of Kurigakure? You actually let me and Hashirama team up to deal with a young man. You really underestimated me, humph. Suddenly, Deidara looked at Kakuzu with a puzzled look and asked. Namikaze Tianming's eyes also lit up. This time, he had a good chance to feel the strength of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and Senju Tobarama. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama suddenly rushed towards Namikaze Tianming uncontrollably. Earth style. Earth flow wall. Ha 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 ha. After all, Senju Hashirama has more combat experience, and even if he only relies on physical skills, he can fight back and forth with Namikaze Tianming. Water style. Water dragon bomb technique. Orochimaru formed seals with his hands, shouted, and gave the order. What's even more terrifying is that this is not even his full strength. Damn it, how am I supposed to know this? Why does Deidara have so many questions every day? Chapter 132. Could it be that you also know Susanoo? Ha ha ha, Senior Hashirama, you're too kind. Your taijutsu is indeed superb. Namikaze Tianming responded very modestly. Well, young man, look at this move of mine again. Senju Hashirama leapt back and concentrated chakra throughout his body, covering his entire body with blue-purple chakra. A powerful airflow suddenly burst out from Senju Hashirama, directly causing the rocky ground to collapse. Senju Hashirama attacked Namikaze Tianming again. Senju Hashirama's attack in this state became even more fierce. Whether punching or kicking, Senju Hashirama has a strange power. Even though Namikaze Tianming's defense was already very perverted, Senju Hashirama's attack still made Namikaze Tianming feel a little pain. Fire style. Great fire extinguishment. Uchiha Madara stood on the earth wall at some point and spit out a sea of fire, enveloping Namikaze Tianming and Senju Hashirama who were fighting. Senju Hashirama was directly burned to ashes by the sea of fire. And Namikaze Tianming had no doubt that an aura shield blocked the fierce flames. Hey, Madara, could you please pay attention? Senju Tobirama was also standing on the earth wall, and was very dissatisfied with Uchiha Madara's behavior. If it weren't for the impure world reincarnation restriction, Senju Tobirama would definitely fight to the death with Uchiha Madara. Humph, they're already dead, why do you still care so much? Uchiha Madara just snorted coldly, his eyes already fixed in the direction of Namikaze Tianming. Uchiha Madara was a little surprised to see that Namikaze Tianming was still intact, because he didn't see what ninjutsu Namikaze Tianming used to block his Hauhuo annihilation. Fire style. Dust hiding technique. Uchiha Madara didn't waste any words and immediately spit out a ball of hot dust forward, which spread around after falling to the ground. Soon, the dust covered the place so thick that the road could not be seen clearly. Boom. Immediately afterwards, the high-temperature dust exploded. The aftermath of the explosion even shattered the bodies of Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama. Soon, Senju Tobirama, who had regained his physical body, roared angrily at Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, UB ********D. Advertisement. Forget it, brother, this guy is just like that anyway. At this time, Senju Hashirama, who had regained his physical body at some point, also climbed onto the earth wall. Senju Hashirama could do nothing about Uchiha Madara's behavior. After all, they were just puppets now. And it's a puppet with incomplete strength. Fire style. Dragon flame singing technique. Uchiha Madara used fire style again, spitting out 4 fire dragons towards the center of the ground, attacking the position where Namikaze Tianming was just now from 4 directions at the same time. Top, bottom, left and right. Water style. Water barrier. A stream of water rose wildly from the ground like a tornado, and soon swallowed up all the flames around it. Even the 4 mini fire dragons that Uchiha Madara had just spit out were extinguished by this wall of water. Ha 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 ha, this young man's water style is pretty good too. Your fire style doesn't seem to be working. Seeing this scene, even Senju Tobirama couldn't help but burst out laughing. Humph, if it was my heyday, how could this be possible? Uchiha Madara's expression also darkened. You're already dead, why are you still talking about the heyday? Are you here to make fun of me? Senju Tobirama sneered disdainfully. Uchiha Madara just looked at second Hokage Senju Tobirama with a cold face and said nothing. He would never tell anyone about his arrangements. Even though it was only briefly resurrected through impure world reincarnation, who knows what will happen in the future. Fire style. Great fireball technique. At this moment, a huge fireball shot out from the direction of Namikaze Tianming in a cloud of steam and headed straight for Uchiha Madara. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Uchiha Madara frowned and spit out a fireball of similar size to meet the attack. The 2 great fireballs collided and exploded directly, and countless fireballs scattered in all directions. Oh my, I didn't expect this young man's fire style to be so powerful. Hey, Uchiha Madara, isn't fire style your Uchiha family's specialty? Advertisement. How come you are suppressed by a young man? Even though they were evenly matched, Senju Tobirama insisted on being suppressed, and Uchiha Madara's expression suddenly became even gloomier. Shut up, shut up. Orochimaru and Uchiha Madara actually shouted at the same time, and then Orochimaru twisted 2 fingers together, and Senju Tobirama was speechless. Senju Tobirama was helpless. After all, it was impure world reincarnation, and there were still many restrictions. Haha, Senior Kakuzu, did you see that? Mr. Tianming was able to beat them back and forth. On the back of the huge white bird, Deidara screamed with excitement. Since the ground could easily be affected by the aftermath of their battle, Deidara simply created a giant explosive clay bird again, carrying Deidara and Kakuzu to watch the battle in the sky. Deidara, why are you so excited? This is just a small fight. Kakuzu, on the other hand, was still worried. After all, he had fought with Senju Hashirama before and knew Senju Hashirama's strength, which had not yet been fully utilized. Similarly, the strengths of Uchiha Madara and second Hokage Senju Tobirama have also yet to be fully utilized. Even though their current strength is only half of their peak, they should not be underestimated. Water style. Water severing wave. Senju Tobirama was controlled by Orochimaru, and he rapidly spit out a super high-pressure straight water column from his mouth. This water column was like a sharp blade with extremely high destructive power. It directly cut through the earth wall and cut towards Namikaze Tianming. However, when the originally devastating water column reached the vicinity of Namikaze Tianming, it was blocked by an invisible wall. Namikaze Tianming inside the aura shield chuckled and grabbed Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and Senju Tobirama on the earth wall tightly. Grip of Hades. Suddenly, a huge purple hand appeared from the ground, directly covered the three people, and then held them tightly. As the palm disappeared, the place just now turned into ruins. After a while, on the ruins, countless fragments reunited to form the three Senju Hashirama. The ninjas of Impure World reincarnation are unkillable. Senju Hashirama stared at Namikaze Tianming like a curious baby. Namikaze Tianming, right. What ninjutsu did you just use? Why does it look a bit like their Susanoo? Could it be that you can also make Susanoo? No, it seems that only the Uchiha clan can use it, right? Chapter 133. Do you think you are the only one who can drive a Gundam? Hehe, Hashirama-senpai, Susanoo. I can't, but I don't like it either. Namikaze Tianming smiled and cupped his hands, then said the most arrogant words in a gentle tone. Oh yo, young man, I like what you said, ha ha ha. First Hokage Senju Hashirama looked at Namikaze Tianming with great admiration. It seemed that Konoha had such a junior, and that he must have done well in recent years. HMPH, you dare to look down on my Uchiha clan. Then let me show you what Susanoo is. Uchiha Madara smiled coldly and maintained his original movements, but his aura suddenly rose. In the first stage of Susanoo, a god of war, formed by the condensation of blue skull-shaped chakra appears above Uchiha Madara. And this first stage Susanoo actually has 4 arms. Ouch. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo actually let out a howl, and then Susanoo was seen waving her fist and smashing directly towards Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming was not panicked at all, and he easily dodged every attack from Susanoo. Susanoo's movements were slow, and Namikaze Tianming's dodging was not fast either. If Susanoo's movements became faster, Namikaze Tianming's dodging would also change, as if it was deliberate. Ha ha ha, Madara, I never thought that there would come a day when you would be teased by the younger generation. Senju Hashirama laughed at the side. As for Orochimaru, his eyes kept twitching. It was too difficult for him to control 3 legendary ninjas at once. Whenever he concentrated on controlling 1 or 2 ninjas, there would always be one ninja who would inadvertently start slacking off. First Hokage, it's your turn to join the fight. Orochimaru clasped his hands together and focused his mind on controlling first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Although he was reluctant, Senju Hashirama's body moved anyway. Senju Hashirama clapped his hands and shouted. Wood style, the tree world is coming. I saw trees suddenly emerging from the cracks in the rocks, and then growing rapidly. Soon this place turned into a forest of towering trees. Oh my god, is this the strength of first Hokage Senju Hashirama? Advertisement. Deidara, who was originally watching the battle in midair, hurriedly drove the big white bird upwards madly. Because when those towering trees grew upwards, they almost swallowed them up. Hey, I told you, this is just Senju Hashirama's common ninjutsu. Kakuzu couldn't help but fall into memories. When he was in Takigakure village, he had to assassinate the first Hokage Senju Hashirama of Konoha village because of the orders from the top. And Senju Hashirama didn't even have to use this trick. He had already beaten him so hard that he had to flee desperately, and only then managed to escape with his life from Senju Hashirama's hands. But now it seems that Senju Hashirama didn't even use his full strength at that time, otherwise he would not have been able to escape. What a pity. I originally thought I could watch the battle and learn some fighting techniques, but now I can't even watch it. Deidara felt very sorry. Tisk tisk tisk. With this ability, it would be great to green the desert in my previous life. Looking at the towering trees that continued to rise and the vines that continued to grow, Namikaze Tianming pinched his chin and sighed. At this moment, several huge vines suddenly sprang out from the ground and caught Namikaze Tianming off guard. This is quite interesting. It is called a blue chakra long sword, but compared to humans, it is really a big sword that is more than 10 meters long. The golden human-shaped shadow continued to grow larger, and soon it grew into a small hill. The Heavenly Emperor's secret, true God, is coming. Namikaze Tianming's whole body suddenly emitted golden light, and a golden human-shaped shadow suddenly appeared above Namikaze Tianming. Uchiha Madara calmly looked at the newly appeared forest. Among all the people present, he was probably the only one who knew Senju Hashirama's abilities best. The golden human-shaped shadow on Namikaze Tianming suddenly turned into a creature with 3 heads and 6 arms. The shapes of Uchiha Madara's Susanoo's 4 arms began to change again, and 4 blue chakra swords appeared in Susanoo's hands. After all, the Heavenly Emperor technique is a supreme technique for cultivating both the Dharma and the body. Even though it is different from the real ultimate body refining, it is still extremely powerful. However, Namikaze Tianming acted as if nothing had happened and let first Hokage Senju Hashirama do whatever he wanted. 4 blue chakra giant swords, 4 different directions, but equally sharp. That seems to be it. Let me put an end to this farce. Advertisement. Just as the blue chakra sword was about to cut Namikaze Tianming and the vines into 2 pieces. Wherever the blue chakra sword passed, tall trees were cut in half and fell down one after another. Seeing such a huge change happen in a split second, Uchiha Madara was obviously stunned for a moment, but the chakra sword in his hand did not stop moving. Do you think you're the only one who can fly a Gundam? I can do it, too. Uchiha Madara frowned because he found that his Susanoo actually lost in terms of strength. The moment this human-shaped shadow appeared, the vines that tied up Namikaze Tianming instantly broke into pieces. Boom. Moreover, this golden humanoid shadow has 2 arms free. The vines that originally tied Namikaze Tianming became even tighter in an instant. Kill him for me. Still he chopped down towards Namikaze Tianming, unstoppably. The golden humanoid shadow summoned by Namikaze Tianming punched Susanoo in the face twice. This vine is filled with Senju Hashirama's chakra, and it cannot be cut by an ordinary blade. Boom. Catch the blade with bare hands. Sorry, it's the same move again. However, Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito didn't know all this. In their opinion, Namikaze Tianming had already fallen into a passive position. Bloody. I saw that the 4 arms of the golden human-shaped shadow actually grabbed the blue chakra sword swung by Uchiha Madara. With just these 2 punches, Uchiha Madara and Susanoo were knocked flying backwards by Namikaze Tianming. Ha ha ha, as expected of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, he caught him in one move. Orochimaru excitedly gave the order directly, and first Hokage Senju Hashirama's hands began to move again. Namikaze Tianming pulled the corner of his mouth, looked up to the sky and howled. Bite. Namikaze Tianming looked at the vines that tied him up and nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 134. Uchiha Madara Complete Form Susanoo. Wherever Susanoo went, all the trees broke. Boy, you have some skills. Struggling to stand up from the ground, Uchiha Madara stared at Namikaze Tianming fiercely. For so long, the only person who could force his Susanoo to this point, besides Senju Hashirama, was this young man from Namikaze Tianming. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but look at the top of his head, where repairs were constantly taking place. The punch from Namikaze Tianming just now directly cracked Susanoo's skull. In that case, let's fight to our heart's content. Uchiha Madara roared, and the form of Susanoo on his body changed again. Susanoo was seen wearing a Karasu Tengu armor, with wings transformed on the armor on her back and equipped with 2 swords. And this is the final form of Susanoo, which can only be performed by those who have trained the Sharingan's power to the ultimate level. Moreover, this person must have a very large amount of chakra to be able to use the final form of Susanoo. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The complete form of Susanoo is like a mountain, with a majestic posture. Moreover, the wings that grow out of the armor of the perfect form Susanoo are equipped with dual swords, which not only allow it to soar into the sky, but also have powerful destructive power. Moreover, the perfect form of Susanoo can also perform the user's ninjutsu, which is even more powerful. Especially Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, all 4 hands can seal at the same time, and can summon huge meteorites to fall from the sky. Uchiha Madara has fought Senju Hashirama in this form many times. In addition to the sharp long swords equipped on the wings behind him, Uchiha Madara's complete form Susanoo is equipped with 2 giant swords. He can easily split a mountain with just a swing of a giant sword. Uchiha Madara looked at the Susanoo used by Namikaze Tianming and curled his lips in disdain. Although I don't know why you can use Susanoo, I can tell you that only my Susanoo is the strongest. Advertisement. The perfect Susanoo is no match for you, the 3rd form Susanoo. That's right, even Uchiha Madara thought Namikaze Tianming was using Susanoo. Pa, Lousies is a Gundam, not a Susanoo. Don't think that only your Uchiha clan has such cool moves. Namikaze Tianming is actually a little bit envious of Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo form, because she looks so handsome. Humph, what's the point of being handsome? Mine glows golden, it's even more handsome. Namikaze Tianming snorted unconvincedly. Stop talking nonsense and watch this. Uchiha Madara directly. The controller's complete form Susanoo rushed towards Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming was not to be outdone and confronted Uchiha Madara head-on. However, in just a few minutes, Namikaze Tianming and Uchiha Madara fought for hundreds of rounds. I have to say that Uchiha Madara is indeed very experienced in combat, and even controlling such a huge perfect form of Susanoo is very smooth. Of course, Namikaze Tianming is not bad either, although at the beginning Namikaze Tianming may be defeated by Uchiha Madara due to his lack of combat experience. But Namikaze Tianming's strength is there. Even if Uchiha Madara has the upper hand, he still can't do anything to Namikaze Tianming. Coupled with Namikaze Tianming's terrifying learning ability, it didn't take long for Namikaze Tianming to adapt to Uchiha Madara's attack rhythm. And Uchiha Madara could also clearly feel that Namikaze Tianming's combat experience was increasing, and his strength was also increasing. A genius who improves through battle. Uchiha Madara looked at the young man in front of him with great surprise. It was a pity that such a genius would inevitably become a major stumbling block in his plan. If possible, he must be killed here. As a result, Uchiha's offensive rhythm accelerated again, but unfortunately, Namikaze Tianming did not feel much pressure. Tisk tisk tisk, I never thought that after my death, there would be a day to see such a passionate battle. No, it makes me itchy, I want to fight too. The first Hokage looked at the two people fighting fiercely on the field, his eyes shining, and his heart was eager to fight. Advertisement. However, first Hokage Senju Hashirama was truly relieved this time. The performance of this young man was really beyond his expectations. At least, this young man would not die here. In Senju Hashirama's heart, he was really happy that Konoha had such an excellent ninja like Namikaze Tianming. Sage. What's going on? Just as first Hokage Senju Hashirama was about to activate Sage Mode, he found that Sage Mode could not be used, and then he heard a hoarse voice coming from behind him. Wait, don't. First Hokage Senju Hashirama turned his head in surprise, just in time to see Orochimaru breathing heavily, looking overwhelmed. Hey, young man, why can't I use that move? I don't want to be the only Uchiha Madara showing off here. Senju Hashirama walked up to Orochimaru and turned his head away in displeasure, just like a child. As for second Hokage Senju Tobirama, after taking a look here, he shifted his attention to the battle between Namikaze Tianming and Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru didn't even control him to fight, so he was just relaxing. First Hokage, you should take a rest first. If I put you in Sage Mode again, I really can't stand it. Orochimaru was helpless. Although he used Senju Hashirama's cells to transform his body, it was still a little bit lacking. Orochimaru is already exhausted from controlling Uchiha Madara in his full Susanoo form, so if he adds Senju Hashirama in Sage Mode, wouldn't that be a life-threatening situation? Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu looked at each other in confusion, not just because the first Hokage Senju Hashirama seemed a little different from the legendary image. Another point of helplessness is that they had not expected that the strength of the ninjas that came out of Impure World reincarnation was also related to the strength of the caster. If the summoned ninja is of average strength, it won't be noticeable, but if the summoned ninja is too strong, it will also be a burden to the caster. Orochimaru, it seems that this Impure World reincarnation needs further study. Uchiha Obito looked at the fighting Namikaze Tianming and Uchiha Madara and spoke slowly. Humph, that's natural, you don't even need to tell me. Orochimaru was also in a very bad mood. Strictly speaking, this Impure World reincarnation experiment had failed. Chapter 135. My wood style is not just ordinary fire. Heavenly Emperor Art. Heavenly Emperor's Majesty, suppressing the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, 6 directions palm. Namikaze Tianming's momentum suddenly increased, he turned from defense to offense, and actually forced Uchiha Madara to retreat again and again. How come your strength has increased so quickly? Uchiha Madara became more and more frightened as the fight went on, because his complete form, Susanoo, had already started to show many cracks under the punches and kicks of Namikaze Tianming. Although Susanoo has the ability to recover herself, Namikaze Tianming's moves are too fast, leaving no room for improvement. Haha, do you feel that my strength has increased several times in an instant? Namikaze Tianming smiled crookedly, waved his fist and said with a relaxed look. That's because I didn't use my full strength. If you really want to count, it's probably only 1/10 of my real strength. In fact, Namikaze Tianming really did this. He just did this because he wanted to experience the feeling of fighting with Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara and others. You're talking bullshit. Die. Uchiha Madara frowned, obviously unwilling to believe that Namikaze Tianming actually had such terrifying strength. However, the sword wielded by Uchiha Madara was unable to withstand the attack of Namikaze Tianming, and he was defeated step by step. Damn it, if it was me in my prime, how could I possibly lose to you? Uchiha Madara is very unwilling. Hehe, your heyday. Namikaze Tianming just shook his head, then used space compression again and came directly in front of Uchiha Madara, incredibly fast. Uchiha Madara, just pray that your plan works. I look forward to your true resurrection one day in the future. That way, I will be able to defeat you completely at your peak. But you are not qualified yet. You, who are you? How could you possibly know? Uchiha Madara suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at Namikaze Tianming in disbelief. How could this person even know this? But there was no way Namikaze Tianming would give Uchiha Madara a chance to react, so he just punched him directly. Uchiha Madara also swung the long sword in his hand towards Namikaze Tianming. Unexpectedly, even the complete form of Susanoo's sword was shattered by Namikaze Tianming with one punch. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara quickly distanced himself. Mountain and River Seal. Namikaze Tianming did not chase after him, but stayed where he was. A huge golden palm print slowly took shape in front of Namikaze Tianming. It is said to be a palm print, but this palm print is as tall as a mountain. The spiritual energy around was madly gathering towards the golden palm print in front of Namikaze Tianming. Go! Namikaze Tianming roared, and the golden palm print flew directly towards Uchiha Madara with endless power. Wherever the golden palm print went, everything around it turned to ashes and the space became distorted. Boom! With a loud bang, Uchiha Madara and the complete form of Susanoo exploded directly. The blue chakra scattered everywhere, and then slowly dissipated between heaven and earth. Although the ninjas of Impure World reincarnation can be said to be immortal, this time, Uchiha Madara was directly reduced to ashes. It will probably take some time for him to recover. Namikaze Tianming shouted, which frightened Orochimaru so much that he trembled. Uchiha Obito, I've given you chances time and time again, but you still haven't woken up, so don't blame me. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama both waved their hands, looking indifferent Kaido. Seeing how Namikaze Tianming was so powerful that he turned Uchiha Madara and the complete form of Susanoo into ashes, everyone present was stunned for a long time. Space compression. Then he repeated the same trick and used space compression again to get in front of Senju Hashirama. Although Senju Hashirama reacted quickly, he was still beaten into ashes by Namikaze Tianming. First Hokage Senju Hashirama transferred chakra to the surrounding trees, and suddenly several wooden dragons roared and swept towards Namikaze Tianming. Orochimaru panicked and quickly gave orders to First Hokage Senju Hashirama. Namikaze Tianming glanced at the part of Uchiha Madara's body that was recovering on the ground, and ignored it. No problem. Looking at Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama and Namikaze Tianming who were still recovering, he didn't say anything more and looked directly at Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito who had been scared and ran away. Advertisement. Mu. First Hokage-sama, stop him. Senju Hashirama, who originally wanted to warn, scratched his head in embarrassment when he saw that Namikaze Tianming's fire dragon entangled the wooden dragon the moment it touched it and soon burned it to ashes. Especially Orochimaru, when he saw Namikaze Tianming actually set his sights on him, his heart trembled violently and cold sweat broke out immediately. Haha, First Hokage-sama and Second Generation Sama, I'm sorry, I'm going to take action seriously this time. Then he waved his hand, and several fire dragons condensed in front of him. Since Namikaze Tianming had maintained his previous form, the size of these fire dragons was also very large. Orochimaru's chakra was sealed, and impure world reincarnation was automatically released because of the lack of chakra supply. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. If you want to lift impure world reincarnation, you must control the caster. Oh, I'm going to cause you trouble again. Hehe, thank you for the reminder, First Hokage. Namikaze Tianming grabbed Orochimaru directly, and Orochimaru was tied up by Namikaze Tianming without even any resistance. Namikaze Tianming nodded, then compressed space and came directly behind Second Hokage Senju Tobarama, and knocked him into ashes with one punch. After throwing Orochimaru aside, Namikaze Tianming chased in the direction of Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito, who was running away, suddenly looked up and saw Namikaze Tianming appearing in front of him with a smile on his face, blocking his way. Orochimaru, cancel impure world reincarnation for me. Wood-style wood dragon tree. Namikaze Tianming smiled and cupped his hands towards First Hokage Senju Hashirama. Otherwise, we can only seal it. With the sound of dragon roars, the fire dragon in front of Namikaze Tianming also rushed towards the wooden dragon without giving in. 3 flavors of true fire. Young man, my wood style is not ordinary fire energy. Well, it seems that this is not ordinary fire for you. First Hokage Senju Hashirama spoke as he made his move and reminded Namikaze Tianming. Young man, this is one of my best ninjutsu. If you get caught in this move, your chakra might be sucked away. Namikaze Tianming said with a slight regret. Chapter 136, Kakashi and Obito. Oops, I was so flustered that I forgot to use Kamui. Looking at Namikaze Tianming in front of him, Uchiha Obito wanted to slap himself. When he escaped just now, he didn't use Kamui, and now he can't use it even if he wants to. Bang! Namikaze Tianming threw a punch into the air, and a huge fist mark flew straight towards Uchiha Obito. At such a close distance, Uchiha Obito has nowhere to escape. Puff! With a loud bang, the fist hit Uchiha Obito's body, knocking Uchiha Obito flying backwards. When Uchiha Obito struggled to stand up from the ground, his clothes were already tattered, and even the mask on his face began to fall off, revealing his original appearance. There is a trace of bloodline on the corner of his mouth. Namikaze Tianming's punch caused considerable damage to Uchiha Obito. Namikaze Tianming, if you want to kill me, then kill me. I, Uchiha Obito, will never frown. Uchiha Obito spat a mouthful of blood on the ground, frowned, and shouted passionately to Namikaze Tianming. Unexpectedly, Namikaze Tianming pointed at Uchiha Obito's forehead with a strange expression and said. Sorry to interrupt, you seem to be frowning. Uchiha Obito, hey, you be asterisk 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 d, what I meant was that I'm not afraid of death. Namikaze Tianming spread his hands helplessly, then just say it directly, why beat around the bush? Backquote. Go to hell, you be asterisk 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 d. Fire style. Great fireball. Seeing Namikaze Tianming's nonchalant attitude, Uchiha Obito suddenly became angry and was about to fight Namikaze Tianming to the death. However, before Uchiha Obito could even complete his hand seal, Namikaze Tianming had already compressed space and came directly in front of Uchiha Obito, punching him in the abdomen. Uchiha Obito vomited blood and fell to the ground again. He was hunched on the ground like a shrimp, in great pain. Isn't it easy to die? But there is someone you must meet. It won't be too late to die then. Namikaze Tianming glanced at Uchiha Obito indifferently and spoke slowly. Then he waved his hand towards the void, and the sky above Uchiha Obito began to twist, directly sucking Uchiha Obito in. Advertisement. Uchiha Obito only felt dizzy, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a strange place. This feeling is very familiar. It is the same feeling every time I enter Kamui space. How is this possible? Does he also have Kamui space? No wonder he has the ability to restrain my Kamui space. But isn't this an ability that only our Uchiha clan's Sharingan has? Uchiha Obito slowly stood up because he had the cells of first Hokage Senju Hashirama transplanted into his body. Uchiha Obito's body has also gained a certain degree of recovery ability, and now he doesn't have many injuries on his body. Hehe, sorry, this is not your so-called Kamui space. How can your Kamui space be compared to my world? A figure suddenly appeared in front of Uchiha Obito, scaring Uchiha Obito and making him step back repeatedly. However, when Uchiha Obito saw clearly that the person coming was Namikaze Tianming, and heard what Namikaze Tianming said, Uchiha Obito fell silent. Even Uchiha Obito didn't dare to say anything in rebuttal, because he knew that if he did so, he would be humiliated even more. Namikaze Tianming looked at Uchiha Obito's expression and naturally guessed what he was thinking, but Namikaze Tianming did not stop and continued to taunt. Do you think that only your Uchiha family has these special abilities? How stupid and self-contained. Quote. Originally, Namikaze Tianming wanted to say something else, but suddenly there was a wave not far away. Namikaze Tianming's eyes moved and he stopped talking. Okay. Then kill him for me. I'm sorry. Do you think that saying sorry can cover up your sins? Hatake Kakashi's expression lit up with joy, and he used a teleportation technique to appear in front of Namikaze Tianming. Teacher, it's you. Hatake Kakashi got up from the ground, muttering in despair. You want me to forgive you? Who are you? Hearing Uchiha Obito's roar, Hatake Kakashi paused noticeably. Obito. Uchiha's eyes were bloodshot, but he continued to question Hatake Kakashi. Advertisement. Hatake Kakashi looked Uchiha Obito up and down, his heart full of doubts. Why did this person in front of him feel so familiar? Hatake Kakashi took a step out from the distorted space and asked in a slightly excited tone. The appearance of Uchiha Obito and his questioning once again evoked the pain deep in Hatake Kakashi's heart. Obito, you're still alive. But why does it feel so strange? Rin, you are, Obito. Why, you have nothing to say. Uchiha Obito snorted and Hatake Kakashi nodded. How dare you live in this world? I'm sorry, it's my fault. I didn't protect Lin well. Uchiha Obito rushed up angrily and started punching and kicking Hatake Kakashi. Teacher, are you back? But when Hatake Kakashi saw Uchiha Obito opposite Namikaze Tianming, he was stunned. Kakashi, do you remember that you once promised me that you would protect Lin no matter what? But, did you do it? Moreover, why was this person looking at him with gnashing teeth? Could it be that he had killed his family members during a mission in Anbu? Uchiha Obito sneered and pointed at Namikaze Tianming next to him. Kakashi, don't call me by my name or mention Lin, you don't deserve it. Hatake Kakashi opened his mouth but didn't know what to say, there was only guilt in his eyes. In a trance, Hatake Kakashi looked at the person in front of him. His figure and appearance gradually overlapped with the figure deep in Hatake Kakashi's heart. Unlike Hatake Kakashi, when Uchiha Obito saw Hatake Kakashi, he was stunned for a moment, and then he was filled with endless anger. However, he was eventually kicked away by Uchiha Obito and fell heavily to the ground. Hehe, you don't need to know why I'm still alive. Uchiha Obito's anger completely erupted, and he roared and questioned. Uchiha Obito's eyes are red. No, it seems his eyes have always been red. However, Hatake Kakashi was in a state of disarray, relying solely on his body's instinctive reactions to dodge Uchiha Obito's attacks. Chapter 137. Hatake Kakashi's Enlightenment. What, you? Hatake Kakashi looked at Uchiha Obito in disbelief. He could never have imagined that Uchiha Obito would actually want to kill Teacher Tianming. Can't you hear clearly? Then I'll say it again, kill him. Uchiha Obito pointed at Namikaze Tianming with an extremely cold tone. As for Namikaze Tianming, he was not too surprised by Uchiha Obito's words and actions. Because Uchiha Obito has clearly gone crazy. Of course, Namikaze Tianming didn't say anything. He wanted to see if Hatake Kakashi could resolve his problem. Why? No, this is impossible. Looking at the hideous face of Uchiha Obito, Hatake Kakashi was unwilling to believe that Uchiha Obito had become like this. Where is the boy who was once sunny and optimistic? What? Don't you want to atone for your sins? You can't even do this, how dare you talk about atonement? Uchiha Obito had a cold face and walked towards Hatake Kakashi step by step, pressing closer and closer. Impossible. I will never do anything to Teacher Tianming. Although Hatake Kakashi was retreating, his refusal was firm. Since you don't want to do it, then go and die. Uchiha Obito was seen holding a kunai in his hand and stabbing Hatake Kakashi directly. Hatake Kakashi opened his eyes wide in shock, and quickly kicked away Uchiha Obito's kunai, then immediately distanced himself. Obito, are you trying to kill me? Hatake Kakashi looked at Uchiha Obito in disbelief. He could feel that Uchiha Obito really wanted to kill him just now. That's right, only your death can atone for your sins. But don't worry, I will create a world with you, me, and Lin in the future. Uchiha Obito opened his arms, and in his mind he saw himself, Kakashi and Lin playing happily. Obito, don't be naive. Rin is already dead, how can she be alive? Hatake Kakashi looked at Uchiha Obito. He felt that Uchiha Obito had gone completely crazy and felt extremely guilty. In his opinion, he is largely responsible for Uchiha Obito becoming what he is today. Advertisement. Shut up. I don't allow you to say that. I can definitely do it. That person can't lie to me. That world must exist. Uchiha Obito opened his arms and slowly closed his eyes. Obito, wake up. Hatake Kakashi wanted to pull Uchiha Obito out of his own world. Kakashi, you don't understand. A world without Lin has no meaning to me. No one can stop me from doing what I want to do, so please die first. Uchiha Obito suddenly opened his eyes and rushed towards Hatake Kakashi again, and the two of them started fighting each other in an instant. Whether it was physical skills, hidden weapons, kunai, or shuriken, the two of them used every possible move. However, just like when they were kids, Kakashi is still better. Even though Uchiha Obito's ability has increased several times compared to before, he is still no match for Hatake Kakashi. Because Hatake Kakashi's strength has improved even more under the guidance of Namikaze Tianming. Uchiha Obito was seen doing several backflips and putting some distance between himself and Hatake Kakashi. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Uchiha Obito quickly completed the hand seals, and a huge fireball rushed towards Hatake Kakashi. Earth style. Earth wall. Hatake Kakashi also reacted quickly. An earth wall with exquisitely carved dog heads suddenly emerged from the ground, blocking the aggressive great fireball technique. However, the power of this great fireball technique was indeed very strong, and it destroyed the edge of the earth wall where chakra was not concentrated in one fell swoop. This scene was just like their previous competition, with the same moves and the same people. It's just that today's moves are far more powerful than they were back then, and people today are no longer naive. Wood style. Wood style cutting technique. A very sharp branch emerged from the palm of Uchiha Obito's hand, like a samurai sword, emitting a cold light. Using the great fireball technique and the cover of the thick smoke generated by the collision with the earth flow wall, Uchiha Obito came directly behind Hatake Kakashi and stabbed directly into Hatake Kakashi's body. The moment the branch pierced Hatake Kakashi's body, countless branches suddenly emerged from all over Hatake Kakashi's body and pierced through Hatake Kakashi's body. Uchiha Obito frowned and felt something was wrong, then he saw Hatake Kakashi in front of him turned into a flash of lightning. Advertisement. This was just a lightning clone of Hatake Kakashi. With a flash of lightning, the branch in Uchiha Obito's hand had turned into a piece of charcoal. Fortunately, the branch in Uchiha Obito's hand was dry, otherwise, Uchiha Obito would definitely be numbed by the lightning. So, where will Kakashi be? Suddenly, Uchiha Obito seemed to have thought of something and looked down at the ground. Just in time to meet the punch of Hatake Kakashi who came out from the ground. Uchiha Obito was knocked back by Hatake Kakashi's punch and fell heavily to the ground again. Obito, stop it now. Before you make a big mistake. Hatake Kakashi still wants to bring some of his former friends along. You want me to give up? That's impossible. Why? Don't you feel guilty? Then why don't you let me kill you? Quote. Uchiha Obito, who stood up again, screamed hysterically. Obito, if it were before, I might really be willing to be killed by you. Every day and night before, I blamed myself for not protecting Lin well, and woke up from nightmares again and again. Quote. Hatake Kakashi looked at Uchiha Obito's appearance and sighed deeply. Then why don't you want to die now? Uchiha Obito pursued route. That's because I want to protect my fellow Konoha members. Teacher Minato, Teacher Tianming, Might Guy, and everyone in Konoha village, I will protect them all. Hatake Kakashi's eyes were determined. Haha, it turns out that you forgot about Lin because you had a new companion. If you don't dare to die, just say so, you coward. Quote. Uchiha Obito's eyes did not show any emotion, but became even angrier. No, it's because I have never forgotten Lin, and it's because I am not a coward, that I want to live well. I can't let Lin down. Lin would rather die than go berserk and hurt her companions in Konoha. Therefore, I have to save my life and continue to protect everyone in Konoha. Hatake Kakashi looked at Uchiha Obito calmly. It turned out that he had long since gotten over the sadness of the past. Chapter 138. The Hidden Truth, Uchiha Obito's Choice. Ha 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 ha. Excuses, these are all your excuses. Uchiha Obito suddenly burst into laughter and shook his head, unwilling to believe what Hatake Kakashi said. Obito, Hatake Kakashi stretched out a hand, wanting to grab his former friend whom he had finally met again, but he inexplicably felt that he was very far away. Okay, Kakashi, let me explain everything from now on. Namikaze Tianming, who had been silent all the time, suddenly appeared next to Hatake Kakashi, patted Hatake Kakashi on the shoulder and said. Teacher Tianming. Seeing Namikaze Tianming suddenly appear, Hatake Kakashi felt inexplicably relieved. Uchiha Obito, do you know the truth about Nohara Rin's death? Namikaze Tianming looked at Uchiha Obito coldly and asked. The truth. Of course I know, the truth is that Kakashi watched Lin die without rescuing her, and killed her with his own hands. I saw it with my own eyes. The truth is that Konoha's fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato is so incompetent that he can't even protect his own students. Uchiha Obito still sticks to his opinion. Haha, is that really the case? Namikaze Tianming just looked at Uchiha Obito coldly and continued. In fact, Lin's death was planned by Uchiha Madara, the man you always believed in. Impossible. You are talking nonsense. Do you think you can shake my faith like this? This is impossible. Uchiha Obito's eyes widened suddenly, unwilling to believe it. Uchiha Obito, who do you think you are that I need to prepare a lie specifically for you? Namikaze Tianming looked at Uchiha Obito with great disdain, and the meaning was obvious. You are not worthy. Uchiha Obito was silent. Uchiha Obito, did you know that Nohara Rin's death was actually carefully planned by Uchiha Madara in order to get you to agree to his project Tsuki no Mi? Namikaze Tianming continued to smile and spoke slowly. How could you possibly know about Project Tsuki no Mi? Uchiha Obito was stunned when he heard Namikaze Tianming actually say, Project Tsuki no Mi. Advertisement. How I know about Project Tsuki no Mi is none of your business. All you need to know is that Nohara Rin was captured, forced to become the Three Tails Jinchuriki, and hunted by Mist Shinobi Anbu, all of which were carefully planned by Uchiha Madara. At that time, Uchiha Madara had a spell on Nohara Rin's heart, and because of the spell, Nohara Rin couldn't hurt herself. Originally, Uchiha Madara wanted Nohara Rin to die in the pursuit of Kurigakure Anbu, and then let you witness Nohara Rin's death with your own eyes to lead you into darkness and agree to Uchiha Madara's plan. But what was unexpected was that in order to avoid going berserk and destroying Konoha, Nohara Rin volunteered to die under Kakashi's Reikiri. But this actually worked out better, and you then agreed to assist Uchiha Madara. Namikaze Tianming spoke calmly as he recounted the conspiracy of Uchiha Madara. How is this possible? How is this possible? Uchiha Obito muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. Uchiha Obito was unwilling to believe what Namikaze Tianming said, but everything Namikaze Tianming said was consistent with the facts. Uchiha Obito, you should think about it carefully. Why did Uchiha Madara save you, and why did he tell you the news about Lin at that critical juncture? All he wants is for you to become his pawn. No, it should be said that he is a chess piece of a chessman. After all, Uchiha Madara himself is just a chess piece of black Zetsu. This is definitely a plot-killing move. Namikaze Tianming was deeply moved when he thought about the original story where the arrogant Uchiha Madara was actually ripped out of his heart from behind by Black Zetsu. Obito, I understand the pain in your heart, but I cannot understand your actions. Yeah, but he's still just a pawn. Namikaze Tianming waved his hand and stopped talking. Obviously, he had given up. Uchiha Obito, think about it, what have you done for this? Your master's wife Uzumaki Kushina and their son Uzumaki Naruto are your favorites. Teacher, the one who controlled Nine Tails to attack Konoha back then, was actually Obito. In that case, I can only send you to death. But Uchiha Obito's heart has changed, and there's no going back. No, it's impossible. Sure enough, not long after Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, Uchiha Obito stopped shaking and slowly stood up with an expressionless face. Advertisement. It all depends on what he chooses. Then I can only send you off in person. So Uchiha Obito habitually chose to escape. He agreed to assist Uchiha Madara, not because he wanted to change the ninja world into a world without war. What he has always wanted is just a world with Lin. He hopes that Hitaki Kakashi can move on from the past, but it seems that Hitaki Kakashi has already moved on. If what you did, even if Nohara Lin really came back to life, do you think she would forgive you? Uchiha Obito suddenly burst into laughter, and then he looked at Kakashi expressionlessly and said. Hitaki Kakashi looked directly at Uchiha Obito and stopped trying to persuade him. Actually, Uchiha Obito did have some doubts about coincidences. It was just that because Nohara Rin died, Uchiha Obito put all the blame on others. Hitaki Kakashi glanced at Uchiha Obito in disbelief. The fact is that Lin is dead, and what I want is a world with Lin, so my goal will not change. Ha. In the original work, for the sake of a dead person, Uchiha Obito directly ignored the kindness shown to him by Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, and even indirectly killed them. Such an ungrateful, selfish person is not worthy of forgiveness. Controlling Nine Tails to attack Konoha, you almost killed your teacher, Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Tianming, Kakashi, even if what you said is true, it doesn't matter whether we are chess pieces or not. Namikaze Tianming sighed and shook his head. He felt that it was unlikely that Uchiha Obito would wake up. After all, he didn't have a Betsutenzui. Even after Namikaze Tianming said so much, Uchiha Obito still made this choice. Hitaki Kakashi is very disappointed. Uchiha Obito was seen holding his head in pain, squatting down, and curled up. The reason why Namikaze Tianming didn't kill Uchiha Obito directly was because of Hitaki Kakashi. Hitaki Kakashi also looked at Uchiha Obito calmly, holding a kunai in his hand. On the kunai was a blade made of Reikiri. Although in this life, all of these were prevented by Namikaze Tianming, and Uchiha Obito was unable to commit these mistakes. Hey, Kakashi, I'll leave it to you. Uchiha Obito just felt a splitting headache. He knew too much information all at once, which overturned all his previous beliefs. Uchiha Obito couldn't accept it. Uchiha Obito squeezed his wrist, and a samurai sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Everything Namikaze Tianming said is also the reason why Namikaze Tianming cannot forgive Uchiha Obito. Chapter 139. The End of Uchiha Obito. Kakashi. Uchiha Obito roared with a hoarse voice and rushed towards Hitaki Kakashi. Obito. Hitaki Kakashi also roared and rushed towards Uchiha Obito. Puff. Just when the samurai sword in Uchiha Obito's hand was about to collide with Hitaki Kakashi's lightning sword, Uchiha Obito suddenly opened his arms and collided straight with the lightning blade in Hitaki Kakashi's hand. The lightning blade pierced Uchiha Obito's heart without any hindrance. Hitaki Kakashi stared at the scene blankly. The situation was just like when Nohara Rin died in his hands. Uchiha Obito's hands dropped limply, and his samurai sword fell to the ground with a clang. It seemed that because Reikiri's voice was too harsh, Hitaki Kakashi felt that he could no longer hear any sounds around him. In his mind, the scenes of Uchiha Obito dying in his hands, and the scenes of Nohara Rin dying in his hands, switched back and forth, repeating over and over again. 2 lines of hot tears flowed unconsciously from Kakashi's eyes. Finally, Uchiha Obito couldn't hold on any longer, and he fell backwards weakly. Obito, why are you doing this? It is a great virtue to admit one's mistakes and correct them. This is what Teacher Tianming taught me. Since you already know that you are wrong, just change it. Teacher Minato and I will forgive you. Hitaki Kakashi finally came to his senses and caught Uchiha Obito, looking anxious. Kakashi, it's too late. There's no going back. Uchiha Obito smiled for the first time in a long time. No, you will be fine. Tianming Sensei's medical ninjutsu is very powerful, even Master Tsunade is no match for him. He will definitely be able to save you. Hitaki Kakashi hugged Uchiha Obito tightly, and his heart sank. Kakashi, no need, in fact, I should have died a long time ago, and I should not exist in this world. Please tell Minato Sensei and his wife that I am sorry to them. Now, I have done too many wrong things. Only death in your hands is my destiny. Advertisement. You don't have to be sad, I just went to see Lin, I hope Lin can forgive me. Uchiha Obito spoke calmly in a weak voice, which became smaller and smaller. Uchiha Obito eventually died in Hitaki Kakashi's arms. Hitaki Kakashi lowered his head and said nothing. He just stared at Uchiha Obito's body quietly, unwilling to let go for a long time. Namikaze Tianming also sighed at the side. For Uchiha Obito, living in a world without Lin would be a pain. This Uchiha Obito truly loved Rin, but he was too obsessed with her and fell into darkness. Namikaze Tianming stepped forward and patted Hitaki Kakashi on the shoulder. Kakashi, this is his own choice, we should all respect him. I'll give you a break so you can have some peace and quiet. Hitaki Kakashi raised his head. Teacher, don't worry, I'm fine. I was mentally prepared for this scene the moment I saw Obito. There is no need to take a holiday. Now I am the leader of the route, and I have to be responsible for my subordinates. Namikaze Tianming stared at Hitaki Kakashi for a long time before nodding. It seemed that Hitaki Kakashi had already let go of the past, which was why he felt relieved today. Sensei, I still want to bury Obito next to Lin, so I'll be leaving now. Namikaze Tianming nodded. After obtaining Namikaze Tianming's consent, Hitaki Kakashi took Uchiha Obito's body and left the system space directly. After Hitaki Kakashi left, Namikaze Tianming smiled helplessly and shook his head, wiping away the sadness in his heart. Alas, love has always been sad about separation, I'd better go do something happy. Namikaze Tianming was seen muttering something, waving his hand, and leaving the system space. Inside the Akatsuki base, Orochimaru looked fierce, and his cold snake eyes stared at Namikaze Tianming who was sitting on the main seat. Sitting in the second seat were Nagato, still dressed as Tendo Pain, and Konan. On both sides of Orochimaru, other members of Akatsuki were sitting neatly. Among them are Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, Kakuzu, Scorpion, Deidara, and the newly joined Hoshigaki Kisame. And Orochimaru is like a prisoner being tried by 3 judges. No, Orochimaru is a prisoner now. Advertisement. Oh, if there was a desk and a gavel in front of me, it would be perfect. Looking at the scene in front of him, Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Tianming, how should we deal with Orochimaru's betrayal of the organization? Please give me your instructions. The Minister of Finance, Kakuzu stood up, bowed to Namikaze Tianming, and asked loudly. This demeanor is exactly like that of a high-ranking official in a secular country. It is obvious that Kakuzu has put a lot of effort into studying this. Seeing Kakuzu like this, the other members of Akatsuki were holding back their laughter. They never thought that Kakuzu would become like this. But Kakuzu looked indifferent. In his opinion, Namikaze Tianming wanted to unify the ninja world and establish a peaceful country. I am now in charge of the finances of Akatsuki, and maybe in the future I will be able to. So, it's not wrong to make preparations in advance. Mr. Tianming, Orochimaru betrayed the organization and should be executed. I can just be his puppet. Scorpion suddenly stood up and imitated Kakuzu and spoke in a muffled voice. It's just that Scorpion now still looks like a child, which makes him look extremely funny. Plus, everyone else knows that Scorpion did it on purpose, and they finally couldn't help laughing out loud, and everyone burst into laughter. Even Namikaze Tianming couldn't help laughing at this moment. According to the original work in the previous life, the members of Akatsuki organization became like this. Does it mean that their personalities have collapsed? But it is also obvious that the collapse of the character is closely related to Namikaze Tianming. Ahem, be serious, we are dealing with serious business. Conan pursed his lips, trying not to laugh, and warned. It would have been fine if Conan didn't say anything, but once he opened his mouth, everyone laughed even louder. However, the joys and sorrows of people are not shared. Of all the people present, only Orochimaru was watching the scene in anger, he just thought that the others were being noisy. In Orochimaru's opinion, being ignored like this is a naked humiliation. Shut up, have you laughed enough? Orochimaru roared in anger and unwillingness. Do you really think you can kill me? There was a hint of sneer on Orochimaru's lips. Before coming here, Orochimaru had already made a backup plan. Even if I die here, I can be resurrected through other means, although I will be weak for a period of time. That's why Orochimaru is so confident. Chapter 140. Orochimaru is flexible. Orochimaru, I can see that you are very confident. Namikaze Tianming said with a smile. Of course, if I don't even have this much confidence, how could I be here? Orochimaru puffed out his chest and stood proudly. Okay, since you are so confident, I will go along with you. Even if we can't kill you, can't we seal you? Namikaze Tianming had a smile on his face. You. Orochimaru suddenly felt like he was choked and didn't know how to refute Namikaze Tianming for a moment. Seal you in a place for a long time without seeing the sun. I'm afraid this is more painful than killing you, right? As for Orochimaru, Namikaze Tianming is still confident that he can control him. Hearing what Namikaze Tianming said, Orochimaru fell silent for a rare moment. The confidence he had just had suddenly disappeared. Obviously, Namikaze Tianming was right. People like Orochimaru like to live a free life and do what they want. If you are trapped in one place and can't do anything, it would be better to die. And, Namikaze Tianming suddenly stretched out his voice, causing everyone to look at Namikaze Tianming with curiosity. Even Orochimaru is no exception. Do you think I really can't kill you? Namikaze Tianming's aura suddenly changed. He was originally as gentle as jade, but suddenly became like an ancient demon god, extremely terrifying. Namikaze Tianming's eyes changed, and a soul power instantly broke into Orochimaru's mind and surrounded Orochimaru's soul. Orochimaru only felt a chill running straight through the top of his head. Facing the soul power of Namikaze Tianming, Orochimaru felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. This soul power of Namikaze Tianming has surrounded Orochimaru's entire soul. As long as Namikaze Tianming is determined to kill Orochimaru's soul completely here, no matter how many tricks Orochimaru has left, it will be useless. Orochimaru was stiff all over, his body was shaking constantly, beads of sweat kept appearing on his forehead. Obviously, Orochimaru also realized the seriousness of the problem. Advertisement. I give up. What do you want to do to me? Finally, Orochimaru sighed deeply and asked helplessly. Everyone was watching this scene curiously, because in their eyes, Namikaze Tianming's aura just changed, and Orochimaru in the audience was completely out of sorts. Namikaze Tianming quietly launched a soul attack that no one could see. Seeing how quickly Orochimaru's attitude changed, everyone looked at Namikaze Tianming with a little more admiration. Even the newly joined Hoshigaki Kisame was extremely surprised. He was able to make Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, surrender without doing anything. This Namikaze Tianming is indeed extraordinary. And because of Terumi Mei, Hoshigaki Kisame learned that the current Namikaze Tianming is actually the Uchiha Itachi, who broke out of prison. As for why Terumi Mei and Namikaze Tianming became friends, Hoshigaki Kisame was not sure. He only knew that Terumi Mei disappeared for a while because he was hunting down Namikaze Tianming. But when Terumi Mei came back again, her attitude changed 180 degrees and she became an ally of Namikaze Tianming. Moreover, the fourth Mizukage Yagura claimed to be unwell and abdicated, passing the position of Mizukage to Terumi Mei, and received the support of the Elder Master. So, Terumi Mei officially took over and became the fifth Mizukage of Kurigakure. Moreover, the first task that Terumi Mei gave to Hoshigaki Kisame after taking over was to let him announce to the public that he had identified Kurigakure and then joined the Akatsuki organization. This Namikaze Tianming, when did he become so easy to talk to? Therefore, Hoshigaki Kisame is also very curious about Namikaze Tianming, even though he was defeated by Uchiha Itachi, transformed by Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming said with a smile, but his tone made everyone shudder. Seeing Orochimaru surrender, Namikaze Tianming, who was originally filled with murderous intent, suddenly changed his aura and immediately became like a gentle and kind young man. However, after actually joining Akatsuki, he discovered that the members of Akatsuki were completely different from what he had imagined, and their personalities were totally inconsistent with the information he had obtained. Orochimaru was ecstatic. Until today, Namikaze Tianming could shock everyone here with just a look and aura, which shows how terrifying Namikaze Tianming's strength is. Orochimaru, since you have joined the Akatsuki organization, I can also tell you clearly that you can still continue your experiments. Namikaze Tianming said, and then threw Orochimaru's original ring to him. Thank you for giving me a chance to work under you, Orochimaru is grateful. Hoshigaki Kisame knew a thing or two about the members of Akatsuki. Advertisement. Very good. A wise man is a wise man, Orochimaru. I admire you very much. Hehe, Orochimaru, I actually want you to join Akatsuki again. Namikaze Tianming was also a little surprised. Orochimaru surrendered so quickly. It was really pretty good. Everyone was looking at Orochimaru's performance in amazement. This guy, this character change is too fast, isn't it? Where is the arrogance just now? Where is the confidence just now? Where did it go? Orochimaru quickly agreed, fearing that Namikaze Tianming would go back on his word. Terumi Mei even told him that from now on, the orders of the Akatsuki leader would be her orders, Terumi Mei, and he must not disobey them in the slightest. Moreover, everyone in the Akatsuki organization, whenever talking about their leader Namikaze Tianming, would constantly praise Namikaze Tianming and have great respect for Namikaze Tianming. Orochimaru, you're pretty good. Orochimaru looked at Namikaze Tianming in disbelief. He even wondered if there was something wrong with his ears and he had heard it wrong. Hey, thank you for the compliment, Chief. Hoshigaki Kisame swallowed nervously. What? Although he was doubtful, Hoshigaki Kisame still obeyed Terumi Mei's orders and joined the Akatsuki organization. Namikaze Tianming glanced at Orochimaru in admiration. What, Chief, are you telling the truth? Gulp. Namikaze Tianming said with a smile. But after several contacts, Hoshigaki Kisame did not find anything special about Namikaze Tianming. Not only did Orochimaru not believe it, but even the other people in the Akatsuki organization looked at Namikaze Tianming with questioning expressions. It was obvious that they all didn't understand. Okay, I'm willing to rejoin the Akatsuki. Orochimaru chuckled, took the ring, and quickly put it on his hand. You heard me right, I mean for you to join Akatsuki again, otherwise, die. For someone like Orochimaru who pursues immortality, he is naturally very afraid of death. Orochimaru quickly bowed and said that he had finally saved his life and he cherished it very much. Chapter 141. Who is the evil guy? Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask everyone here, when have I ever broken my word? Namikaze Tianming pointed at the people present and smiled. No need to ask, I trust the leader. Orochimaru was excited. Orochimaru, I won't ask too much about your experiment, I just have one request. They are your experimental subjects. You are not allowed to use innocent people anymore. If you want to do experiments and need to use living people, you can find some extremely evil people yourself, understand? Namikaze Tianming's expression suddenly became serious. Orochimaru knows. Orochimaru quickly lowered his head and didn't dare to look into Namikaze Tianming's eyes. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Well, Chief, what does it take to be considered a heinous criminal? Orochimaru half bent over and asked very respectfully. After Orochimaru said this, everyone fell silent. For people like them, there was no distinction between good and evil in their hearts, and they always did things as they pleased. They are the ones who kill people without mercy and treat human life as worthless. Namikaze Tianming thought for a moment and spoke slowly. Forehead. At this point, Orochimaru and everyone else fell silent again. Killing people without hesitation. It seems that each of them has killed many people, right? Doesn't that mean that each of them is guilty of a heinous crime? Looking at the silent crowd, Namikaze Tianming realized that he seemed to be still using the standards of his previous life to measure the people in this world. Master Chief, how about you give me a standard? Orochimaru asked tentatively. Orochimaru's question put Namikaze Tianming in a difficult position. According to the standards of this world, what constitutes a bad person? Just when Namikaze Tianming was in trouble, Deidara, who was sitting at the end of the table, raised her hand excitedly. Oh, Deidara, do you have any good suggestions? Namikaze Tianming raised his eyebrows and asked with interest. Mr. Tianming, I think the standard of this villain can be based on Senior Kakuzu. He has the worst reputation and has killed the most people. Advertisement. Deidara said with excitement on her face. Fart. As soon as Deidara finished speaking, Kakuzu slammed the table in dissatisfaction and stood up. Deidara, who told you that I have the worst reputation and have killed the most people? No one told me this, but I heard about this before I even joined Akatsuki. Deidara pinched his chin and said seriously. Nonsense, I didn't kill as many people as Scorpion did. He personally wiped out people from several small countries. I think Scorpio has the worst reputation, so he should be used as the standard. Kakuzu argued unwillingly, then pointed at Scorpion who was sitting opposite him and said righteously. Kakuzu, what are you talking about? Scorpion also stood up suddenly. He was originally happily enjoying himself in front of the crowd, but he didn't expect that Kakuzu would actually bring the fire upon him. I'm not talking nonsense, what I said is all true. Kakuzu crossed his arms and chuckled. You, don't slander me. Since I followed Mr. Tianming, I have never done anything bad. Scorpion was also anxious at this time. He had to maintain the image he had worked so hard to establish in front of Mr. Tianming. Otherwise, if Mr. Tianming goes back on his word and doesn't teach me his latest puppetry technique, I'll be at a huge loss. This is simply going to kill him. Humph, you know that was in the past. I'm busy organizing financial affairs now, and I've never done anything bad. Kakuzu also quickly defended himself. The two argued endlessly, but eventually they both turned their gazes to Namikaze Tianming who was sitting on the main seat. Although Kakuzu was unwilling, since Namikaze Tianming had spoken, he did not dare to refute and had to sit back in his seat with grievance. Orochimaru understands. Namikaze Tianming suddenly thought of something and said to Orochimaru. Thank you for your guidance, Chief. Orochimaru will definitely work hard to figure it out. After subduing Orochimaru, Namikaze Tianming prepared to leave. Everyone responded quickly. Namikaze Tianming looked at Orochimaru and gave him an encouraging look that said, I believe in you. Advertisement. Please let me know, Chief. Of course, if you want to humiliate yourself, you can try. Orochimaru, have you ever thought about using a human body of your own creation to experiment? After all, this impure world reincarnation is an external force and is of little use. Although Itachi's strength is not as good as mine, he should have no problem dealing with you. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. Could it be that this leader was so knowledgeable that he even dabbled in the experiments he had done? As for the impure world reincarnation, you don't need to continue researching it. Don't worry, Chief. Orochimaru has higher aspirations now. Namikaze Tianming nodded calmly, and then continued. Orochimaru agreed without hesitation. He had finally saved his life and could continue to do his favorite experiment. This was enough. Namikaze Tianming rubbed his aching forehead and sighed helplessly. Orochimaru quickly bowed his head. However, Scorpion and Deidara didn't know what Kakuzu was thinking, and they still smiled happily. Orochimaru quickly bowed again in gratitude. Well, I have finished what I wanted to say. If you need anything from me later, you can find Shisui or Itachi. They can contact me. I secretly swore in my heart that if Scorpion came to me to beg for funding again, I would make things difficult for him. The same goes for Deidara. This little guy always likes to cause trouble. All you need to do is to do your own experiments well and improve your own strength, that is the way to go. Quote. But Scorpion on the opposite side laughed happily, then made a victory gesture to Kakuzu, which made Kakuzu very angry. Yes, alright, from now on the standard for being a villain will be 1/10 of the evil Kakuzu has done before. That's it, no more objections. It means using a human cell to cultivate a complete, fully functional human body. In this way, you won't have a shortage of experimental subjects for your experiments. But when Orochimaru looked up again, Namikaze Tianming was gone. I don't know how to do it, but I believe that with your genius, this shouldn't be a problem for you. Orochimaru, stop trying to take Uchiha Itachi's body. Suddenly, Namikaze Tianming seemed to have thought of something, looked at Uchiha Itachi, then looked at Orochimaru, and warned. What Namikaze Tianming said was true. Now that Uchiha Itachi has practiced the pure Yongkung, his strength has greatly improved, and he should have no problem defeating Orochimaru. Moreover, since you are using experimental subjects created by yourself, I will not stop you no matter what experiments you do. Chapter 142. Deidara, what are you doing here? Old man, do you think we can really find Deidara after coming all the way here? In midair, a woman was pouting and looking to her right. The woman had a pretty face, short black hair and pupils, and was wearing a red tights with the left sleeve and black fishnet pants. Her long white legs shone brightly in the air. And this woman is the granddaughter of Onoki, the third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure of the Land of Earth, and the junior sister of Hokage and Deidara. On the left side of Haitu, there was also a huge man with a round nose and a yellow scarf around his neck floating in the air. And this plain-looking man is none other than Kuretsuchi's senior brother, third Tsuchikage Onoki's confidant and bodyguard, Hokage, who is known as the Tsuchikage's shield with unparalleled power. On Kitu's shoulder stood a little old man, who seemed to be only slightly taller than Kitu's head. If you underestimate this little old man because of his short stature, you will be in trouble. Because this little old man is Unoki, the third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, the direct disciple of the first Tsuchikage and the second Tsuchikage. He is very powerful and enjoys the title of Unoki of the Two Scales. Not only does Onoki master Grandmaster Earth-style ninjutsu, he can also use the bloodline elimination, dust release, that surpasses the bloodline limit. He is also one of the few ninjas in the 5 great nations who can fly. At this time, Onoki was standing on Akaji's shoulder with his eyes closed. After hearing Kuretsuchi's voice, he slowly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in Unoki's eyes. An old voice came out from Onoki's mouth, but it was full of the majesty of a superior. Whether or not we can find Deidara, now that we have received the news, we must come and look for her. I want to see who kidnapped Deidara. Ah, my waist. Suddenly, Onoki's body stiffened as if he had been hit hard, and a crisp sound came from his waist. Onoki's momentum instantly dropped, and he pounded his old waist helplessly. Faced with this scene, Haitu and Kitu had no expression on their faces. It was obvious that they were used to it. Old man, do you think the person who delivered the message to us is an enemy or a friend? Kuretsuchi continued to talk about the doubts in his mind. Whether you are an enemy or a friend, it has nothing to do with us. All we have to do is find your senior brother Deidara. Alas, I am already old, and you still want me to take on the responsibility. You don't understand my feelings at all. Especially Deidara, I must teach him a lesson for running around everywhere. When it comes to Deidara, Onoki feels heartbroken and helpless. Advertisement. This disciple of his obviously has great talent, but he is very troublesome. He doesn't want to learn the secret technique, but insists on doing blasting. You keep clamoring to pursue art, but it's a waste of your hard work. Oh, old man, given your current physical condition, I'm afraid you'll lose yourself before you can bring Deidara back. Haito seemed to not take his grandfather seriously at all and made a mocking sound. So you guys, you don't understand my feelings at all, you just make things more troublesome for me, young people nowadays, ah. Onoki sighed softly and continued to pound his old waist. Oh, old man, isn't it time for you to retire? Leave the glorious throne to us young people. This way you can relax a lot. Suddenly, Kuretsuchi's eyes smiled into crescent shapes, and he looked sideways at Onoki. It seemed that he had been coveting the throne of Tsuchikage for a long time. Girl, what nonsense are you talking about all day long? Can you be a little more respectful to me? Alas, young people nowadays don't know how to respect the elderly at all. Quote. Onoki glared at Kuretsuchi, wishing he could give his granddaughter Kuretsuchi a big slap on the back of her head. Hey, old man, just pass on the position of Tsuchikage to me, and I will definitely honor you well. Maybe after you pass the Tsuchikage to me, our Iwagakure will become the strongest village. Of course, I will definitely clear out the explosive clay in your room. Although I only detonated a part of it last time, you are familiar with the subsequent battle between Mr. Tianming and the 3 legendary ninjas. Yes, Kakuzu-senpai, don't worry about me while I do the work. Deidara nodded heavily. Want to become Tsuchikage? Wait until you surpass your father Huang-tu one day. Kakuzu-senpai, do you really need to supervise me like this? Deidara assured, patting his chest. Kakuzu's expression softened. At this moment, an extremely angry old voice came from the sky. Advertisement. Just tell me, how long will it take to set up the detonating clay here? Kakuzu was also helpless. Every time he asked Deidara to clean the detonating clay buried in his room, Deidara was reluctant and made all kinds of excuses. Unoki gave Kuretsuchi a small blow, then spoke to Akaji. Kakuzu-senpai, I swear, I didn't lie to you. Kuretsuchi smiled and didn't seem to care about what Unoki said. Deidara rolled her eyes and said with her hands spread out helplessly. Kakuzu folded his arms, looking like an overseer as he looked at Deidara, who was only half exposed on the ground. Epsilon. Looking at the backs of Akaji and Onoki in front of him, Kuretsuchi could only wrinkle his nose, bite his lips, stomp his feet hard, and had no choice but to follow them. The explosive clay was destroyed wherever they fought. Tell me, can I not bury the explosive clay again? Deidara, don't fool me. You've been repairing this place for several days. This area is so small, how is it possible that you haven't finished it yet? At the entrance of the Akatsuki organization's permanent base. The honest Akaji nodded in response, then he rode on Onoki and accelerated forward. Okay, I'll trust you this time. You should bury the detonating clay in advance, but you can't delay Mr. Tianming's work. Kakuzu looked skeptical. Akaji, speed up. According to the intelligence, the Akatsuki base should be ahead. Are you serious? When will you clean up the explosive clay in my room? Deidara chuckled. Deidara, what the hell are you doing here? Yes, Onogi the Elder. Oh, Kakuzu-senpai, I have to replenish the explosive clay I used up before. This is the most important thing. If someone invades again, I will definitely blow him away. Kakuzu thought about it. The battles between Namikaze Tianming and Senju Hashirama and between Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobarama were so terrifying. It was possible that the detonating clay could be destroyed. Deidara explained with a straight face. Chapter 143, Unoki arrives. Of course, we are burying explosive clay. What can we do? Deidara replied with her eyes closed in her usual arrogant manner. But soon, Deidara opened his eyes, realized something was wrong, and an ominous premonition came over him. Deidara looked up and saw a pair of long white legs. No. Suddenly, Deidara saw Onoki, Kuretsuchi, and Akatsuki floating in the air. She was stunned and murmured. Old man. At this time, Onoki was so angry that his face turned red, and his already red rosacea became even more conspicuous. Old man, why are you here? Deidara quickly crawled out from the ground and spread his hands, looking helpless. Kakuzu remained silent on the side. He could feel that this short and inconspicuous old man was emitting a dangerous aura. This old man was not simple. Besides that little old man, the 2 young men around him also had an extraordinary aura. Why am I here? How dare you ask? If it weren't for you, would I have come all the way here? Seeing that Deidara was still confused, Onoki felt very angry. This time, his waist hurt even more, and Unoki quickly pounded it again. Old man, you are such a fool. You know your back is not in good condition, but why are you running around like that? Haito, take me back quickly. Deidara frowned and complained while speaking to Kuretsuchi and Akatsuki. Humph, Deidara brother, I won't listen to you, just listen to what the old man says. Haito twisted his neck and turned his head away proudly. Hitu was equally silent. Old man, what do you want to do? Deidara frowned and said with dissatisfaction. What do you want to do? Of course, take you back. Onoki pointed at Deidara, expressing his disappointment. No. If you want to go back by yourselves. I won't go back. Deidara refused directly without any hesitation. Deidara, just come back with us, master won't blame you. Even Kitu, who was usually taciturn, couldn't help but speak up. Advertisement. That's right, Deidara brother, at most, the old man will just put you in solitary confinement for a few days. Haitu also spoke. You don't need to say anything more. I have made up my mind. I will pursue the highest realm of art here. Otherwise, I will not go back. When talking about art, Deidara looked intoxicated. What a crap art, all you do every day is play with your broken clay and make it explode, you traitor. Onoki was so angry at Deidara's behavior that he blew his beard and glared. Old man, I've already told you that explosions are art. I won't allow you to insult my art, otherwise, don't blame me for falling out with you. Deidara stubbornly stuck out his neck and refused to give in. Okay. In that case, there's nothing more to say. If soft tactics don't work, then I'll have to resort to hard tactics. Unoki took a deep breath and looked at Deidara, his tone becoming colder. At this moment, a figure stood between Deidara and Onoki. Old man, since Deidara doesn't want to go back, I think you shouldn't force her. Deidara looked at Kakuzu who was standing in front of him in surprise. He never thought that Kakuzu-senpai would be so righteous. It seems that you were the one who used sweet words to confuse Deidara and took him away. Very good, then I will deal with you too. Unoki glanced at Kakuzu indifferently, with murderous intent in his eyes. Haha, old man, Deidara joined Akatsuki voluntarily. If you insist on your own opinion, then I'm afraid I'll have to fight you. Kakuzu protected Deidara behind him. Well, Kakuzu-senpai, thank you for your care, but, the old man is a little strong. Deidara was about to say something, but was pushed aside by Kakuzu. Don't worry Deidara, leave this to me. Then Kakuzu-senpai, you have to be careful. Deidara said, and quickly jumped back, returned to the cave entrance, hid behind it, exposed his eyes, and observed quietly. Very good, it seems that I have been silent for too long and people look down on me. Unoki laughed in anger, and looked at Kakuzu in front of him without any fear. Dust release. Original world separation technique. A translucent barrier suddenly formed in Onoki's hands. In the blink of an eye, the translucent barrier turned into a circular beam of light and shot towards Kakuzu. Advertisement. The speed is unexpectedly fast. Kakuzu-senpai, don't fight this head-on, it could kill you. Deidara quickly reminded loudly. However, before Kakuzu could even react, the circular beam of light had already pierced through Kakuzu's heart. The circular beam of light disappeared, and a hole appeared in Kakuzu's heart. What's going on? Onoki was a little surprised to see that Kakuzu didn't die immediately. After all, this person's heart was destroyed by his origin stripping technique. Ah! Kakuzu screamed, and a monster with a earth resentment mask suddenly jumped out from behind Kakuzu and finally disappeared between heaven and earth. Kakuzu gasped in pain and angrily looked at Onoki in midair. How can I repair it? This is the earthly wrath you that Mr. Tianming modified for me, and you actually destroyed it. Do you want to die? You can still jump around. If that's the case, let's do it again. Dust release. Original world separation technique. Onoki frowned slightly, without the slightest hesitation, and a translucent barrier appeared in Onoki's hand again. Then a cube barrier was suddenly shot out. This barrier was much larger than the cylindrical barrier just now, enough to cover Kakuzu. It seemed that this was really going to put Kakuzu to death. However, Kakuzu had never heard of dust release before, so he stood there at a loss as to what to do, not knowing how to dodge. But at this moment, a wall of light suddenly appeared in front of Kakuzu, blocking the cube barrier. Boom! The cube barrier exploded violently, but the wall of light in front of Kakuzu just shook without any signs of damage. Seeing this scene, Unoki and the other two couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts and their faces became serious. Tisk tisk tisk, old man, since Deidara doesn't want to go back, why do you force him? Besides, our members haven't offended you, right? Why do you want to kill my members? Everyone looked in the direction of life and saw Namikaze Tianming, smiling, carrying Deidara and slowly walking out of the cave. Deidara, who was being carried, looked embarrassed. Mr. Tianming. Kakuzu was overjoyed, but the grievance in his heart suddenly burst out. Sir, the earth grudge heart you made for me was destroyed by him. Chapter 144. Deidara's choice. Kakuzu, it's okay. I'll make another one for you later. You performed very well just now. Just watch from the side for now. Namikaze Tianming walked over to Kakuzu, put Deidara down, and said a few words of comfort. Thank you sir. Kakuzu is ashamed. Kakuzu looked happy, but soon showed a look of shame. If he had been more careful just now, he would not have been killed in 1 second by Unoki. Haha, it's okay. Every failure makes you wiser. You don't understand dust release, so it's normal that you lost. Be more careful next time. After comforting Kakuzu, Namikaze Tianming looked at Onoki in midair and raised his eyebrows. Looking up at people makes me a little uncomfortable. As soon as Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, his whole body began to float up, and finally rose to the same height as Unoki and the others. After looking around, Namikaze Tianming nodded in satisfaction and gave Onoki and the others a bright smile. Well, this is more like it. Onoki and the others were looking at Namikaze Tianming flying up into the air in shock, because they did not see Namikaze Tianming making any hand seals or performing any ninjutsu, but he actually flew up into the air like that. You You actually know the light and heavy rock technique. No, this is not the light and heavy rock technique. Why can you fly in the air? Onoki frowned and asked in disbelief. Haha, it's just flying in the air, a trivial skill, not worth mentioning. Namikaze Tianming smiled and cupped his hands. Of course, he would not say that he could fly because of cultivating immortals. Humph, if you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I'm not interested. Onoki turned his head away proudly, but he would steal a glance from time to time, and it was obvious that he didn't care as much as he said. Who are you? What do you want to do? Onoki didn't say anything, while Kuretsuchi looked at Namikaze Tianming vigilantly. If Namikaze Tianming acted rashly, she would be ready to fight back at any time. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Namikaze Tianming. Nice to meet you. Namikaze Tianming laughed, but secretly looked at Kuretsuchi, and nodded affirmatively in his heart. These long legs are worthy of being the strongest, leg shadow, in the future. Namikaze Tianming. What is your relationship with Namikaze Minato, the fourth Hokage of Konoha village in the Land of Fire? Hearing Namikaze Tianming's self-introduction, Onoki's heart moved. He turned his head again to look at Namikaze Tianming and asked. Advertisement. Namikaze Minato is my brother. Namikaze Tianming smiled gently. Huh, you're the younger brother of fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. How come I've never heard of him? Kuretsuchi pouted and looked at Namikaze Tianming. Ahem, well, my qualifications are too mediocre compared to my big brother, so it's normal that you haven't heard of it. Namikaze Tianming smiled awkwardly, every time he had to find a reason to explain himself. Huh, mediocre talent. That's not necessarily true, right? Is this something that mediocre talent can do? Kuretsuchi rolled his eyes, pointed at Namikaze Tianming himself, and then pointed at Kakuzu and others below. After taking a closer look at Namikaze Tianming, Onoki nodded and said. I have seen 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato before, and it's obvious that you look exactly like him. But what I didn't expect was that this newly rising power, Akatsuki, actually belongs to Konoha. I am really surprised. Thank you for the compliment, old man. But you are wrong about one thing. This Akatsuki organization belongs only to me, Namikaze Tianming. It does not belong to Konoha or any other faction. Namikaze Tianming always had a faint smile on his face. Oh, you don't belong to any faction. I never thought you had such ambitions. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Young people nowadays are not simple. I admire you. Onoki looked at Namikaze Tianming in surprise and was filled with emotion. Haha, old man, you are too kind. Namikaze Tianming politely bowed, and seeing that Onoki's expression gradually became serious, Namikaze Tianming muttered to himself that serious business was about to begin. Sure enough, after a while, Onoki looked at Namikaze Tianming with a serious expression. Namikaze boy, I don't care what your Akatsuki organization does, or what faction your organization belongs to. I only have one goal now, which is to bring Deidara back. I hope you won't stop me. Haha, what you said is serious. You are highly respected in the ninja world, so how could I stop you? Namikaze Tianming said with a smile. Mr. Tianming. Deidara below became anxious when he heard this, and was about to say something when he was stopped by Kakuzu. Hey, Deidara, don't be so anxious, Mr. Tianming must have his reasons for saying this. Advertisement. But I believe that the gentleman will definitely not give up on you. Yeah, I believe it too. Deidara said as he nervously looked at Namikaze Tianming and Onoki and the others in midair. Oh, are you serious? Onoki was very surprised. Could it be that things would go so smoothly today? Of course, we in Akatsuki attach the most importance to human rights and the opinions of our members. As long as Deidara is willing to go back with you, I will never stop her. Namikaze Tianming's tone was calm, but powerful, giving people an unquestionable feeling. Hearing what Namikaze Tianming said, Onoki's expression began to change, because he had realized that things seemed not that simple. Namikaze Tianming looked at Deidara and asked seriously. Deidara, are you willing to leave the organization and follow Master Onoki back? Seeing Namikaze Tianming so serious, Deidara also straightened up and replied very seriously. Mr. Tianming, Deidara only wants to stay in Akatsuki and doesn't want to go anywhere else. As soon as Deidara said this, Onoki, Kuretsuchi and Akaji's faces turned ugly. They couldn't understand why Deidara was so determined. Didn't he care about their old friendship at all? Old man, you've seen it too. Deidara said he doesn't want to go back to Iwagakure. You should just go back home. This time, you've made a wasted trip. Namikaze Tianming had a very polite smile on his face. What if I insist on taking him away? Onoki narrowed his eyes slightly, and the murderous aura on his body was faintly visible. Want to take Deidara away by force? Sorry, you have to step over my dead body first. Of course, I haven't met anyone who can make me lie down yet. Quote. Namikaze Tianming said calmly, but with great confidence. Gentlemen, Deidara and Kakuzu below smiled at each other, looking at Namikaze Tianming's back with excitement. At that moment, Namikaze Tianming's back looked so tall. In that case, kid, don't blame me for bullying the weak. Onoki also refused to give in and faced Namikaze Tianming from a distance. A war was about to break out. Chapter 145. I am just an ordinary person without any talent. Ha 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 ha. Old man, don't blame me for bullying you. Namikaze Tianming still has some respect for elders like Onoki, but he is not afraid of him. You are too arrogant, brat. Before Onoki could make a move, Kuretsuchi beside him shouted and rushed towards Namikaze Tianming. Lava style. Lime setting technique. Water style. Big speaker technique. I saw the black soil first spit out a large wave of lime towards Namikaze Tianming, and then spit out a large water ball. The lime and water style combined to form a large area of cement. The cement soon arrived in front of Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming did not dodge or evade and was directly wrapped by the cement. The cement solidified at this moment and trapped Namikaze Tianming. And of Namikaze Tianming, only his head was left outside. Lava-style greystone ceiling technique. Seeing that Namikaze Tianming was trapped, just in case, Kuretsuchi once again used another ninjutsu of his bloodline limit, the greystone ceiling technique. I saw a large piece of concrete spit out of Haidu's mouth again, which directly covered the already solidified cement to reinforce it again. Master Onoki, junior sister succeeded. It seems that junior sister has mastered the use of the bloodline limit lava style. The honest Kitu couldn't help but laugh happily. This kid is a bit strange, I'm afraid he's not that simple, we still have to be careful. However, Unoki couldn't laugh and reminded him in a deep voice. Unoki glanced at Kakuzu and Deidara below him, and noticed that there was no worried look on their faces, and a feeling of uneasiness came over him. How could someone who could resist his own original world stripping technique be trapped by the black soil so easily? Haitu, be careful, don't be careless. Thinking of this, Onoki was still worried and reminded Kuretsuchi loudly. Old man, you are too cautious. Look, I'm going to knock this guy out with one punch. Kuretsuchi didn't take Unoki's reminder seriously at all. Alas, young people nowadays, why don't they listen to advice at all? Onoki sighed helplessly and could only watch over it himself. Technique. I saw Haidu's long legs running in the air, and several rocks appeared out of thin air, wrapping Haidu's fists and wrists like boxing gloves. Advertisement. Super weighted rock technique. Boy, take my punch. The power of the rock fist increased, and Kuretsuchi's confidence doubled. He flew above Namikaze Tianming and smashed down with his rock fist raised. However, Namikaze Tianming was not at all panicked when facing this punch, and just glared at Haidu. When Haidu was glared at by Namikaze Tianming, he felt as if his whole body was imprisoned and he could not move. Kuretsuchi looked at Namikaze Tianming in horror in midair. She didn't even see what ninjutsu Namikaze Tianming used. Retreat. Namikaze Tianming, who was trapped in the cement, just said calmly. Haidu felt as if he had been hit hard. He flew backwards with a pale face and couldn't even utter a scream. Looking at the black soil drawing a perfect parabola in the air, Kaitu's face changed drastically. He quickly dodged and came behind Heitu, wanting to catch Heitu. However, the moment Kaitu reached out to catch Heitu, his expression suddenly changed, because a huge force emanated from Heitu's body. Light and heavy rock technique. Akatsuki quickly used ninjutsu to try to unload the huge force coming from Kuretsuchi, but it didn't have much effect. Super light heavy rock technique. Stop it. I saw Kitu gritting his teeth, his huge body shaking constantly, and beads of sweat the size of beans dripping from his forehead. Even though Kaitu had the reputation of being a man of unparalleled strength, he still used up all his strength to hold off Heitu, and rode in the air for a long distance before he could stabilize his body. After stabilizing his body, Heitu was still gasping for breath with lingering fear, unable to speak, and looked quite frightened. Boy, how could you treat your junior sister like this? The same as you. Unoki looked serious and looked at Akatsuki with sharp eyes. Namikaze Tianming, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face. With a little effort, the cement and concrete that trapped him all shattered and fell to the ground piece by piece. I saw Onoki standing straight with his hands behind his back. His small body was emitting a dazzling light. Haha, ordinary people, you are not honest. Ouch, my old waist. I told you to step aside, don't you understand? Namikaze Tianming's words also made Onoki choke. He looked at Namikaze Tianming speechlessly. This guy really looks too much like that kid Namikaze Minato. Advertisement. Although he was unwilling, Hokage still did not dare to disobey Unoki's order, and quickly retreated to Kuretsuchi's side. He was relieved when he saw that she was not seriously injured. Broken. Namikaze Tianming had a faint smile on his face, but what he said made everyone present very angry. This was too Versailles. Kitu, step back. The rocks shattered, and Kaitu's huge body flew backwards dozens of meters. Haha, old man, are you still planning to take Deidara back by force? After Akatsuki made sure that Kuretsuchi could take care of himself, he rushed towards Namikaze Tianming, waving his fist in anger. Namikaze Tianming did not deny it, but continued to ask with a smile. Even if Deidara is not here today, I will still have a good fight with you. Boy, although you are very powerful, as the third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, how can I be afraid of your strength and flee without a fight? Namikaze Tianming threw a punch and collided directly with Kitu's rock-wrapped fist. Namikaze Tianming, you really surprised me. Third generation, I am an adult. Bang. Will we let ordinary people without talent survive? Is this guy just an ordinary person without any talent? Just when Hokage was about to charge forward and fight, Onoki at the side spoke up. Hokage looked at Onoki unwillingly. Kurotoshi was like his own sister to him. When he saw Kurotoshi injured, Hokage instinctively rushed forward to seek justice for Kurotoshi. Haha, old man, you're too kind. I'm just an ordinary person with no talent. Crack. Onoki looked at Namikaze Tianming with great fear. He was sure that the strength of this Namikaze Tianming was very likely stronger than that of the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. Onoki's expression changed drastically. The sudden pain in his old waist made him lose all his momentum. At least at your age, I am probably not even 1/10 as strong as you. Haitu, who had recovered behind him, could not help but hold his forehead with his hand when he saw this scene. He couldn't bear to watch it. Unoki looked at Namikaze Tianming and was amazed. Yes, I originally thought that Namikaze Minato was already a genius, but I didn't expect his brother to be even more talented. Quote. Chapter 146. Just a little understanding. Well, old man, why don't we just forget it? Deidara-san doesn't want to go back, and it's useless for us to force him. After experiencing the terrifying strength of Namikaze Tianming and seeing Onoki's old illness come back, Kuretsuchi couldn't help but mutter to himself. No, how can I just let it go? If I go back like this, how can I put my face aside? You should also remember this, you always say you want to be the Tsuchikage, right? If you want to be the Tsuchikage, you must not flee without a fight. Quote. Onoki glanced at Kuretsuchi and said with a look of disappointment. Oh, Kuretsuchi lowered her head in grievance. Although she had been clamoring for Onoki to abdicate all day long, she was actually more worried about Onoki's health. Well, old man, I won't take advantage of you. I know a little bit about medicine, so how about I help you take a look? Namikaze Tianming actually has a good impression of Onoki. After all, in the original work, if he was not there, it would probably not be so easy for the Ninja Alliance to form an alliance. Besides, Onoki is Deidara's master, and it can be seen that Deidara was still a little worried about Onoki just now. What, you're also grandmastering medical ninjutsu? Onoki looked at Namikaze Tianming in shock, automatically ignoring the word, a little bit understood. I understand a little bit, just a little bit. Namikaze Tianming said with a smile, looking harmless and approachable. Then, thank you for your help. After only a brief hesitation, Unoki agreed without much hesitation. Haitu and Kitu looked at each other and saw the helplessness and worry in each other's eyes. They knew the old man's temper very well. Once he made a decision, even 100,000 horses couldn't pull it back. Looking at Onoki with his back to him, Namikaze Tianming was slightly stunned, but soon left. Namikaze Tianming flew behind Unoki and slowly reached his hand towards Unoki's waist. Kuretsuchi and Hokage were watching nervously from the side. You know, with Namikaze Tianming's strength, if he suddenly attacked at this moment, Onoki would definitely be seriously injured, or even die on the spot. Therefore, the fact that Onoki can entrust his back to Namikaze Tianming can be regarded as another kind of trust and recognition. The spiritual power in Namikaze Tianming's hand went directly along Namikaze Tianming's fingers into Onoki's waist, made a circle, and then returned to Namikaze Tianming's hand. But in just a short while, Namikaze Tianming had already understood the condition of Unoki's waist. The reason why Onoki often sprained his waist was obviously due to years of fighting and overwork. Advertisement. Boy, can my waist be saved? Onoki asked calmly. As for his old illness, Onoki actually had no hope. After all, in Iwagakure, so many ninjas with great medical skills had not been able to cure it. Simple. Namikaze Tianming smiled and already had a treatment plan in mind. I knew it. Wait, what did you just say? Simple. Can you really cure this old illness of mine? Ouch. Ah. Onoki suddenly realized it and quickly turned his head to ask Namikaze Tianming, but he sprained his waist again and was in great pain. Don't get excited, old man. I will treat you now. Namikaze Tianming smiled helplessly and shook his head. I saw a green aura gathering in Namikaze Tianming's palm, and then Namikaze Tianming gently slapped Onoki's waist. The green spiritual energy rushed into Onoki's body frantically, spread out around his waist, repairing and nourishing his damaged meridians. This green spiritual energy of heaven and earth is exactly the wood-attributed spiritual energy, which can have a healing effect. This is so comfortable. Onoki only felt his waist tingling and an unprecedented sense of relaxation spreading throughout his body. If there had not been the younger generation present, Onoki would probably have moaned in comfort. Kuretsuchi, Akatsuki and Deidara below all looked delighted. Looking at the old man's expression, it was obvious that Namikaze Tianming's treatment was effective. Onoki, who had been enjoying it with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes because of the pain, but in order to save his face, he did not scream. Haitu on the side became anxious. Hiss. Just like that, Kakuzu silently forgave Onoki in his heart. But after being happy, Onoki seemed to have thought of something, looked at Namikaze Tianming, and said proudly. Unoki explained calmly. After about 30 minutes, Namikaze Tianming smiled and took back the silver needle. It's really healed. My waist is really healed. Although it was particularly painful this time, when he thought about being able to cure his old illness, Onoki was in a state of pain and happiness, unable to extricate himself. As if to verify, Unoki twisted his waist again, and it was okay. Advertisement. After a few minutes, Namikaze Tianming withdrew the wood attribute spiritual energy. And that old man destroyed one of his hearts with one move, but since he is Deidara's master, let's just forget about it, and Mr. Heart will make me another one. Even Deidara below couldn't help wiping away tears, because he knew that this problem had troubled the old man for many years. Kakuzu, on the other hand, looked at this, peaceful and loving, seen with a strange expression on his face, muttering to himself, oh my goodness, aren't these people here to cause trouble? How did they become a cure? Several silver needles appeared out of thin air in Namikaze Tianming's hand and quickly pierced into Unoki's old waist. Kurotoshi and Akatoshi smiled at each other again, then looked at Namikaze Tianming with a face full of gratitude. Haha, please don't hold back, old man. Let's have a good fight. Old man, the treatment is complete, your waist is healed, you can stand up straight. Only after hearing Namikaze Tianming's voice did Unoki come back to his senses. This posture was a bit awkward. So, Unoki straightened up quickly. Don't worry, I will naturally repay this guy for helping me heal my waist, but one thing is another. And Unoki still had his body bent, looking as if he was still not satisfied. He silently endured the constant washing of Namikaze Tianming's spiritual power on his old waist, because Unoki could clearly feel that this treatment was completely different from the previous ones. Until Namikaze Tianming smiled and patted Unoki on the back, reminding him. Namikaze Tianming stood with his hands behind his back, smiling, always maintaining the demeanor of a master. Haha, you're welcome. Ah, oh, good, good. Haidu flew forward and looked at Namikaze Tianming, his face blushing because he had just had a life and death fight with him, but he still thanked him shyly. Tianming boy, although you helped me heal my back and I am very grateful to you, I still have to fight. Namikaze Tianming smiled and stretched out a hand in a fighting gesture. Mr. Tianming, thank you so much this time. Old man. Unoki was so excited that he broke down like a little kid. It seems like it's really healed. It's actually healed. Chapter 147, Unoki vs. Namikaze Tianming. Boy, you better be careful. Seeing Namikaze Tianming responding in a fighting posture, Unoki's eyes suddenly lit up, and he used a flickering technique to appear in front of Namikaze Tianming. Technique. At the moment when Unoki's fist attacked, the rock wrapped Unoki's fist and hit Namikaze Tianming. Good job. Namikaze Tianming was also not afraid at all and threw out a punch as well, colliding with Unoki's fist. Boom. There was a loud bang and both of them stepped back. Ha ha, it's okay like this, it seems my waist is really fine. Because of his back problems, Unoki was always afraid of spraining his back in every battle, so he was always a little timid. Now that he has hit with all his strength, his old waist is still strong. How can Unoki not be happy? Boy, to thank you, I will try my best this time. Unoki laughed heartily. Old man, just come on. Namikaze Tianming also laughed. Although he couldn't use his full strength, he couldn't let Unoki notice that he was holding back. Technique. Super weighted rock technique. Unoki instantly appeared above Namikaze Tianming, using the force of falling to accelerate, and swung his rock arms and fists at Namikaze Tianming again. Namikaze Tianming also rushed forward, and in an instant, the two of them fought dozens of rounds. Bang! Namikaze Tianming's fist collided with Unoki's fist again, and Namikaze Tianming fell directly to the ground. Unoki in midair knew that the reason why Namikaze Tianming fell down was not because he was knocked down by him, but because Namikaze Tianming did it on purpose. Could it be that he wants to lead me down? Ha ha ha, kid, I don't care what tricks you try, I'll take them. Unoki followed without hesitation. Wind style. Tornado hurricane. Namikaze Tianming's voice was heard, and a tornado suddenly appeared, howling towards Unoki. Advertisement. And Unoki's small body suddenly became swaying in the tornado, and was about to be blown back into the air. Good boy, this won't stop me. Super heavy rock technique. I saw Unoki constantly using the super weighted rock technique on himself. Although his own size did not change much, his weight increased dramatically. I saw that the Unoki, which was about to be blown into the sky, slowly fell down. The tornado dissipated and Unoki landed safely. Ha ha ha, the old man is still going strong. Namikaze Tianming complimented with a smile. Humph, kid, although your strength is indeed unique, but this time, you made a wrong judgment. On the ground, my strength will actually increase greatly. There was a hint of smug smile on Unoki's face. In terms of combat experience, he was obviously more battle-hardened and experienced. Ah, this. Namikaze Tianming opened his mouth, but was speechless for a moment. Of course, Namikaze Tianming was just pretending, he actually knew it in his mind. Earth-style gangly technique. Unoki quickly formed seals with his hands and slapped the ground, and the entire rocky ground began to shake. Boom. Suddenly, a giant rock hand grabbed the ground from under Namikaze Tianming's feet. Fortunately, Namikaze Tianming reacted very quickly and avoided the attack range of the rock arm by doing several backflips. Ah, Namikaze Tianming jumped high and stepped directly on the top of the rock with his right foot. The fire dragon roared past, and its powerful force directly destroyed the rock arm, leaving only a small earth wall. Unoki hid behind the small earth wall, gasping for breath with lingering fear. Crack. Although the rock monster has great destructive power, its movement ability is too slow, and it can only raise its arms to resist. Suddenly, a rock monster also emerged from the ground, and without saying a word, it entangled the rock monster summoned by Onoki. Onoki looked at Namikaze Tianming in shock, because just a moment ago, Namikaze Tianming had already used the three attributes of wind, fire, and earth. Namikaze Tianming stepped on the rock monster's arm with his right foot, and the rock arm cracked directly and turned into pieces of broken rock. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, the rocky ground began to vibrate rapidly again, and a rock monster several meters tall emerged from the ground. Namikaze Tianming on the ground didn't even raise his eyelids, he just stretched out his right hand and blocked the attack of the rock monster. Bang! Fire Dragon Technique. Namikaze Tianming took advantage of the victory and attacked with his right foot. The rock monster was as fragile as a piece of paper under Namikaze Tianming's right foot and was directly crushed into a pile of rock by Namikaze Tianming. Good boy. Such great power. Earth style. Rock arms. At this moment, the rock monster that was originally smashed into rock fragments by Namikaze Tianming restored its original appearance. It stood behind Namikaze Tianming, raised its arms high, and smashed down at Namikaze Tianming. Everyone was staring at this scene in amazement. After all, a rock monster that weighed at least several tons was actually kicked away like this. Wherever the fire dragon passed, the ground was burned and cracked. The rock arm failed to strike and let out a roar from the ground. However, the agile Namikaze Tianming jumped directly onto the rock monster's arm to avoid the attack. And this rock monster is the owner of the rock arm just now. It seems like I know a little bit of all types of ninjutsu. Namikaze Tianming still smiles. Onoki roared, and a rock arm that was even larger than the rock monster just now suddenly sprang out from the rocky ground and protected Onoki inside. Finally, Namikaze Tianming kicked the rock monster in the abdomen again, directly kicking it back. The rock monster's arm hit the rock under Namikaze Tianming's feet, and the several meter long rock was directly shattered into pieces. The moment the rock monster rushed out of the ground, it locked its attack target on Namikaze Tianming, and its rock arm smashed towards Namikaze Tianming without hesitation. But unexpectedly, after being kicked to the ground, the rock monster actually stood up again, ready to continue to cause trouble for Namikaze Tianming. Then, Namikaze Tianming pushed the rock monster's arm upwards, and the rock monster's body staggered uncontrollably and fell backwards. Good fellow, come again. Get away from me. Earth style. Gangly technique. Heavenly pain kick. You kid, how many attribute ninjutsu can you use? But this time, the one who spoke was Namikaze Tianming, and he stomped his feet on the ground. Namikaze Tianming was also not vague. After breaking the rock monster, he sent a fire dragon directly at Onoki. Chapter 148. Unexpected, Onoki's trump card. I know a little bit, that's all. As this called a little, Onoki only felt the corners of his eyes twitching wildly. Why did this guy deserve a beating more and more? Earth style. Earth core. Onoki made hand seals again and shouted loudly, and the whole ground began to shake. And where Namikaze Tianming was standing, a circular collapse with a diameter of several meters appeared. Call out. Namikaze Tianming fell straight down. Earth-style multiple seismic cores. Onoki's old voice sounded again, and the ground around them shook even more violently. But at this moment, Namikaze Tianming slowly rose from the circular collapse caused by the earthquake core. Namikaze Tianming. Attack. Onoki. Oh my god, I forgot this guy can fly. I wasted so much of my chakra. Old man, are you serious? It's already this time, there's no need to test each other, right? For Namikaze Tianming, a battle of ninjutsu at this level is just a waste of time. What he wants is a more powerful killing move. Onoki looked at Namikaze Tianming expressionlessly, but he had already cursed in his heart. He had never tried to test her. Very good, now I am using a killing move, you better be careful. Dust release. Original world separation technique. Onoki put his hands together and opened a cube-shaped transparent barrier between his palms, and this transparent barrier was slowly changing its shape. In the end, it turned into a transparent barrier in the shape of a cone. The transparent cone shot directly towards Namikaze Tianming, but Namikaze Tianming did not move at all. He just stretched out his hand, and a transparent aura shield appeared in Namikaze Tianming's hand. Boom. The moment the cone barrier touched the spiritual shield, it exploded violently. The shock was so great that even the void began to distort. However, Namikaze Tianming remained as steady as a rock, seemingly unaffected at all. Advertisement. Your defensive barrier really can't be underestimated. Onoki narrowed his eyes and looked at the defensive barrier in Namikaze Tianming's hand thoughtfully. Haha, old man, you are overpraising me. Your dust escape is truly powerful. Namikaze Tianming just smiled and stood with his hands behind his back, and the aura shield just floated in the air without dissipating. Haha, you flatter me. My dust escape can't even break your defensive barrier, so how can it be called powerful? Onoki closed his eyes and shook his head, feeling a little emotional. Then, Onoki opened his eyes again, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Namikaze boy, I still have 2 moves. If I still can't break your defensive barrier, I will admit defeat. Please teach me, old man. Namikaze Tianming's eyes lit up, it seemed that Onoki was serious about it. Earth-style rock clone technique. Onoki put his hands together again, and created 7 rock clones from behind him. The 7 rock clones quickly took positions and surrounded Namikaze Tianming. Super light heavy rock technique. Several old voices sounded at the same time, including Onoki's real body, a total of 8. Onoki slowly rose into the air. Dust release. Limit stripping technique. One of the Onoki shouted loudly, and a cube barrier instantly wrapped Namikaze Tianming in it. This dust release, limit separation technique is exactly the upgraded version of dust release, origin separation technique, and it is superior in both size and power. While Onoki was using the limit stripping technique, Namikaze Tianming waved his hand and directly created an enclosed aura shield to protect himself. Boom. At the moment when this huge cube barrier was officially formed, all the objects inside the cube barrier, except Namikaze Tianming, were decomposed into ions. In other words, it turned into powder. The smoke cleared, revealing an empty ground, with only Namikaze Tianming still standing firmly in the center. As I expected, this level of skill still cannot do anything to you. Onoki said with a serious look. Advertisement. Then please increase your efforts, old man. In the center, Namikaze Tianming folded his arms across his chest with a calm expression. The power of this ninjutsu was indeed enhanced, but Namikaze Tianming estimated that even if he did not use the spiritual energy shield, he seemed to be able to withstand it with his physical body alone. Then I won't be polite. Dust release. Limit peeling superposition technique. The 7 Onoki roared at the same time, and a cube-shaped transparent barrier appeared in their hands at the same time. The next moment, the 7 cube-shaped transparent barriers wrapped up Namikaze Tianming, layer upon layer. The space around the cube-shaped transparent barrier also showed varying degrees of distortion. Namikaze Tianming frowned inside the barrier and quickly set up another layer of spiritual energy shield. Namikaze Tianming could clearly feel that the power of this move was definitely several times more powerful than the previous one. At the same time, Namikaze Tianming was also very surprised. You know, in the original work, Onoki's ultimate move is the dust release, limit separation technique, and Onoki used this move to eliminate more than 20 Susanoo clones of Uchiha Madara. Now, Namikaze Tianming has never heard of this limit stripping and superposition technique. Moreover, Onoki's strength is obviously stronger than what is shown in the original work. Could it be that this is also the butterfly effect caused by myself? Boy, I have never used this move before. Once I use it, all the chakra in your body will be drained. If I still can't break your defense, I will admit defeat. Onoki looked solemn, his hands forming hand seals like an illusion, and he put his hands together again. When he opened his palms again, a barrier as solid as a substance appeared. Dust release, super limit peeling and superposition technique. The substantial barrier instantly enveloped the superimposed transparent barriers. The layers of barriers began to compress continuously, and the parts that collided with the barriers set up by Namikaze Tianming continued to explode. The size of the barrier was getting smaller and smaller, and the explosions were becoming more frequent. Namikaze Tianming, who was inside the aura shield, also clearly felt that the aura shield had become loose. This is the first time this has happened. No, I need to set up a few more shields. Namikaze Tianming acted decisively, and in an instant, several spiritual energy shields appeared around Namikaze Tianming. Coincidentally at this moment, the outermost spiritual energy shield also shattered. When the cube barrier was compressed to the size of 2 adults, Onoki finally couldn't hold on and fell from the air because he no longer had any chakra. Chapter 149. It's not like you weren't hurt at all, so why are you unhappy? Just as Onoki exhausted his chakra and fell down, the 7 rock clones also dissipated at the same time. 3rd generation eyes are adults. The moment Onoki fell, Hokage and Kuretsuchi flew forward and caught the falling Onoki. Just as Akatsuki and Kuretsuchi caught Onoki, Onoki gasped and shouted in a weak voice. Run! This place is going to explode. As soon as Onoki finished his words, the continuously shrinking barrier burst into dazzling white light, which was a sign of an explosion. Run! Hokage and Kuretsuchi only had time to shout before flying out with Onoki. Kakuzu and Deidara's faces also changed at the same time. Fortunately, Deidara reacted very quickly. He summoned a giant white clay bird in an instant, pulled Kakuzu up, and evacuated frantically to a safe point. Of course, they didn't know where to fly to be safe, they just tried their best to get away from it. Boom! There was a dazzling white light and a mushroom cloud slowly rose. With the barrier as the center, all things turned to ashes, whether it was stone mountains, trees, or animals, all the stones were reduced to ashes. While Kitu and Haitu, who were desperately trying to escape, felt a powerful wave coming straight towards them from behind.
Puff. The powerful impact force caused Kaitu and Heitu to spit out blood, but because of this powerful impact force, Heitu and Kaitu's escape speed suddenly increased. The situation of Deidara and Kakuzu was not much better, but Kakuzu was experienced after all, and he directly summoned a masked monster of the Earth Grudge to block behind them. Although they were not injured, Kakuzu's Earth Grudge had silently destroyed another one. After leaving the danger zone, Kakuzu and Deidara looked at the ruined scene with lingering fear, and couldn't help but feel a little relieved. The conversation between the two was full of sighs, but they did not worry about Namikaze Tianming. For some reason, they felt that even an explosion of such great power would not have any impact on Namikaze Tianming. Kakuzu-senpai, I'm so sorry that I caused you to lose your life again. Deidara is filled with guilt, it's okay, advertisement. Kakuzu was silent for a long time, and finally these two words came out of his mouth. My goodness. This heart of mine that had been transformed by Mr. Tianming hasn't even been able to truly display its power, and it's gone just like that. And it happened in just one day, and it was caused by the same person, 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. If I say I'm not heartbroken, that would be a lie. However, the same question still arises. After all, Onoki is Deidara's master. Kakuzu can only silently forgive Onoki for the harm he has caused to him. The instigator of this incident, Onoki, was standing on Akaji's shoulder at this time, staring nervously at the center of the explosion, where thick smoke was still rising. Old man, you won't be too harsh this time and blow up that Namikaze destiny, right? Haitu covered his mouth and looked at the ruins in front of him with some worry. At this time, Onoki fell into silence, because this was the first time he used this move, and it could even be said that he did not fully grasp it. Just like this time, he didn't expect that chakra would be consumed so quickly. Without the control of the rock clone, the barrier actually lost its balance and such a violent explosion occurred. Moreover, the power of the explosion was far beyond Onoki's imagination. Kakuzu, Deidara, these two just flew over. After a long pause, Onoki said in a deep voice, however, Onoki calmly lowered his head and admitted defeat. If it was really a life and death battle, he would definitely not survive. Onogi. Kuretsuchi. Sure enough, just as the words fell, a figure was seen jumping up and then slowly appearing in front of Namikaze Tianming. Akatsuchi. But being able to destroy it is a remarkable thing in the Hokage world. Why does Onoki look so unhappy? Looking at Onoki's resentful eyes, Namikaze Tianming was a little puzzled. Onoki. Namikaze Tianming smiled and bowed in front of Onoki. The aura shield he had set up could only withstand attacks equivalent to those of the late Jinden stage. As Onoki spoke, he stared at the ruins, hoping to see Namikaze Tianming among them. Advertisement. In fact, Onoki also has a good impression of Namikaze Tianming. Such an outstanding young man is not from their Iwagakure, which makes Onoki jealous and envious. However, Namikaze Tianming at this moment was a little different from before, because he had changed his clothes. Kuretsuchi is really smart. You figured this out. The ninjutsu that the old man just used not only destroyed my defensive barrier, but also ruined my clothes. But Haitu, after all, was a girl, so she was more careful. She looked at it for a long time before she said hesitantly. Namikaze Tianming was no fool, so he could naturally see the sad look on Onoki's face. Haha, don't be sad, old man. In fact, you still hurt me. Didn't you see any changes in me? Did you change your clothes? No, I believe it, please don't take it out. Haha, even if I broke your defensive barrier, so what? I still can't hurt you at all, I still lose. However, Onoki and Akaji stared at Namikaze Tianming for a long time but did not notice anything different. Namikaze Tianming smiled and opened his arms, even turning around so that Onoki and Kuretsuchi could see what was different about him. Unexpectedly, Namikaze Tianming smiled and nodded. Akatsuchi. But he was also very confused, because his clothes were a spiritual weapon, although they were only of low quality. Ha ha ha, the old man's strength really makes this junior admire him. As expected, my defensive barrier, or a shield, can't withstand the power of the old man's ninjutsu. Onoki quickly spoke out to stop him. What the hell, it would be better if he didn't say it. It would only hurt the person's clothes. If he told it to others, would it sound better than if he didn't get hurt at all? But if it was Namikaze Tianming, I believe you would definitely survive. Ha 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 ha, old man, your dust escape move is indeed extremely powerful. It would be great if such an outstanding young man did not get into trouble, even though he was the one who caused this situation. And the fact that Onoki was able to display strength comparable to that of a peak Jinden stage was enough to surprise and impress Namikaze Tianming. If it was someone else, there might not be a chance of survival. At this moment, a voice came from the ruins that shocked everyone. Old man, don't you believe it? How about I take out the clothes and show them to you? Chapter 150. Onoki's repayment? Tianming boy, since I have already lost to you, I will no longer force Deidara. If he wants to stay here, then let him stay here. Onoki is willing to accept defeat and is an upright person. Old man, Deidara couldn't help feeling distressed when he saw Onoki's dejected look. Although Onoki couldn't understand his art, his kindness to him was all sincere. Old man, actually, Deidara's leaving Iwagakure wasn't all for himself. Namikaze Tianming looked at Onoki and said with a smile. Oh, what do you mean, kid? Onoki raised his eyebrows. After all, he had lived for so many years, and he immediately heard the hidden meaning in Namikaze Tianming's words. Because of his pursuit of art, Deidara would occasionally conduct explosion experiments in the village, which made many people feel anxious. I'm sure you know this. After thinking for a while and sorting out his thoughts in his mind, Namikaze Tianming spoke. Indeed, otherwise he wouldn't have been kicked out of the village. Onoki sighed. Deidara was extremely talented and he thought highly of him and wanted to focus on training him. But Deidara disappointed him time and time again, and even completely failed to understand his good intentions. She continued to conduct explosion experiments and pursue art in the village. This caused widespread resentment in the village, and Onoki had no choice but to expel Deidara from the village and make them live on the edge of the village. In fact, how could Deidara not see how good you are to him? It's just that he has his own pursuits. Staying in Iwagakure all the time will not only cause dissatisfaction among the villagers and ninjas of Iwagakure, but it may even implicate those closest to him. Even if you are the third Tsuchikage, you will be implicated. There is also black soil, red soil, but researching explosive clay is Deidara's dream. Old man, I believe you also know how precious dreams are to a ninja with aspirations. So, for his own dream and for you, Deidara chose to leave the village. But even if Deidara left the village, he didn't do anything bad to Iwagakure, right? Namikaze Tianming patiently explained that although Deidara usually looked like a very cheerful person, he was also very gentle at heart. Deidara ni, advertisement Onoki, Hokage, and Kuretsuchi looked at Deidara at the same time, only to see Deidara lowering his head with tears in the corners of his eyes. It was obvious that Namikaze Tianming's words had touched the depths of Deidara's heart. Seeing Deidara's performance, Onoki's heart knot was suddenly untied. Perhaps, he should not restrain Deidara. Deidara, I will no longer stop you from pursuing art. Just follow Namikaze Tianming. I have nothing more to teach you.
If you ever want to return to Iwagakure again, I will definitely do it for you. Thank you, Master. This time, Deidara did not call him, Old Man Onoki, but called him, Master, seriously. Deidara, are you willing to abandon me? I am your loyal fan. Kuretsuchi pouted, blinked his eyes at Deidara, and acted coquettishly. Deidara. Deidara. Junior sister, you should go back and practice hard. Otherwise, if I get the urge to return to the village to fight for the position of Tsuchikage one day, you will not be my opponent. Brother Deidara, the position of Tsuchikage is mine, no one can take it away from me. Haito was so angry that his face turned red. He stomped his feet and said viciously.
This appearance made everyone laugh. Of all the people present, Kakuzu was probably the only one who felt bitter. You guys are reunited as a family and are back to normal, but for me, I lost 2 lives at once. You know, at present, Onoki is the only one in the world who knows Dust Release, and Dust Release is a bloodline elimination that transcends the bloodline limit. Why, even you think that I shouldn't repay you? Especially the scene where Deidara and Kuretsuchi were bickering at this time, it seemed to really match up. Even Namikaze Tianming was amused and laughed. What? Dust Release? Namikaze Tianming put his hands together, and when he opened them again, a cube-shaped transparent barrier appeared in his palms, emitting dazzling light. Namikaze Tianming waved his hand modestly. Although Namikaze Tianming did owe Onoki a favor, repaying him with a bloodline elimination seems a bit too much, right? Well, old man, I think we should just forget it. Deidara sad face degree D degree is defined as degree D degree, Onogi. Advertisement, Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique. Well, actually that's not the case. What I mean is that I already know how to use Dust Release. After the laughter, Onoki turned to Namikaze Tianming and said seriously. Boy, I've already said it before, you cured my back pain, I must repay you. Well, old man, forget about repaying me. It's just a piece of cake. I can't refuse your kindness, so I'll trouble you, old man. Gah. What? Everyone's expressions were surprisingly consistent.
No, I must repay you for this. This is no small matter for me. I have never owed anyone anything in my life, and today is no exception.
Onoki actually had his own considerations in mind. He eliminated Bloodline and taught Dust Release to Namikaze Tianming, and Deidara listened to Namikaze Tianming. Old man, you have to think about this carefully. Kuretsuchi quickly leaned over to Onoki's ear and whispered a reminder. Akatsuchi. Sigma. Degree D degree winking face. All the sounds stopped abruptly as Namikaze Tianming showed his hand. Everyone looked at Namikaze Tianming as if they saw a monster, and the entire space seemed to freeze. However, Onoki's expression became more serious. Namikaze Tianming quickly waved his hand and persuaded. Onoki saw that Namikaze Tianming finally agreed, and then he nodded with satisfaction, stroked his beard with his hand, and said slowly. Kakuzu. Namikaze Tianming, however, looked at the bickering Deidara and Kuretsuchi and couldn't help but recall a joke from his previous life. Sorry, junior sister Kuretsuchi, you'll only slow down my clay-making speed. During the battle just now, I also noticed that you can use chakra of wind, fire and earth attributes. I believe you don't care about other ninjutsu, so what I have to do is to teach you Dust Release. As soon as Onoki opened his mouth, everyone present was shocked. Namikaze Tianming didn't know what Onoki would give in return, so he said this. Black soil. Equals. Maybe one day, Deidara will also be able to learn bloodline elimination and inherit his mantle. After all, among his 3 disciples, only Deidara has the 3 attribute chakras of wind, fire and earth. Chapter 151. Shocked people, when did you learn Dust Release? Onoki asked stutteringly. Opening parenthesis. I learned this ninjutsu the first time you used it on me just now. Namikaze Tianming gave a smile that he thought was very humble. Equals. First time? Onoki was completely dumbfounded. He originally thought that his master, second Tsuchikage, had other inheritances, although this also made him feel a little uncomfortable. But compared to the discomfort of Namikaze Tianming learning Dust Escape at a glance, this is nothing. Think about how much time you spent learning the bloodline elimination Dust Release, how much scolding you received, and how much suffering you endured. When he thought of this, Onoki felt a wave of grievances rising in his heart. Comparing yourself with others is really frustrating. The key point is that you treat something that others can learn after just one look as if it were a treasure, and you want to use it to repay them. This is so embarrassing. Old man, are you okay? Kuretsuchi, who was standing by, looked at Onoki, who was still in this state, and quickly reached out and shook Onoki, which made Onoki come back to his senses. Oh, it's okay, I'm fine. Onoki stared at Namikaze Tianming for a long time before he sighed deeply and turned his back to Namikaze Tianming. His back looked a little sad. Tianming boy, I don't think I have anything you would like, and I can't repay you. How about this, if you need help in the future, I will definitely help you. Onoki didn't look back, because he was afraid that every time he looked at Namikaze Tianming, he would feel sadder. I'm not jealous, but more of envy and regret. I envy Konoha village for having such talented juniors, but it's a pity, why are such outstanding juniors not from Iwagakure? Old man, even though you didn't teach me dust escape in person, I learned it from you after all. I will remember this favor. Namikaze Tianming smiled and cupped his hands, even though the power of dust release was not as powerful as his own special move. However, if you use your spiritual power to activate dust escape, the power will be considerable. Advertisement: as long as the opponent is not too strong, dust release is enough to destroy the opponent. No, if you learn it, it's your ability. What I owe you is still what I owe you. These are two different things. Unexpectedly, Onoki waved his hand and still insisted on his opinion. Okay then. If I need help in the future, I will definitely ask you for help. Namikaze Tianming said this, but he didn't really care in his heart. After all, if he couldn't solve it, it would be even more impossible for Onoki to do so. Well, in that case, it's time for me to go back. I hope I can see you again in the Chunin exams that Konoha will hold in 2 months. After thinking for a while, Onoki turned around and bowed to Namikaze Tianming. Oh, is it the Chunin exam so soon? Namikaze Tianming raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but sigh that time flies. He has been away from Konoha for so long. Naruto is now 8 years old, and because of his intervention, Naruto has graduated from the ninja school. It is not known whether Naruto will take part in this Chunin exam. Exactly. In fact, I came here on my way to Konoha. Deidara understands. When Kuretsuchi heard this, he immediately became confused and whispered into Onoki's ear. Sir, this time it's all thanks to you, sir, otherwise Deidara might really have to break off relations with that old man this time. Well, it's time for me to go back and prepare to set off for Konoha. See you next time, Tianming boy. Namikaze Tianming smiled, cupped his hands, and spoke very politely. In fact, Deidara's strength is unquestionable, but there is a drawback. After all, explosive clay still has its limitations. Ah, but even the teacher took so long to learn dust release, and I. Namikaze Tianming thought for a while and then spoke. If Deidara can improve his own strength and then continue to study how to increase the power and flexible use of explosive clay, then he will be sure to succeed. After chatting with Namikaze Tianming and Deidara for a while, Onoki and his 3 companions said goodbye and left. Namikaze Tianming glanced at Deidara and said in a deep voice. So, while you continue to study the explosive clay, I also hope that you can learn dust release. Advertisement, inside, *3, Deidara, even if I'm not here, your master won't do anything to you. You can sense what he's thinking. How difficult is that? After watching Onoki and the other 2 leave, Deidara knelt down in front of Namikaze Tianming with tears in her eyes. Deidara frowned immediately. It might be difficult to distract herself from pursuing art and learn dust release. Unexpectedly, Onoki glared at Kuretsuchi. This girl really had no tact at all. Wasn't she going to Konoha just to establish a good relationship with Namikaze Tianming? Haha, it seems that I need to go back to Konoha in advance so that I can welcome the old man. In fact, Deidara was also very reluctant, but who could blame her for pursuing such unique ideals? Young people nowadays really don't understand my good intentions at all. Thank you for your cultivation, sir. Deidara will definitely live up to your trust. The two are not contradictory, understand? Onoki raised his eyebrows and quickly pointed at Namikaze Tianming. Haito responded helplessly, just go, why are you yelling so loudly? Deidara lowered his head. How could he not feel what the old man was thinking? Hey, old man, didn't we come out this time specifically to look for Deidara ni? When did we say we were going to Konoha? Didn't Dad lead the Chunin exam himself? After Deidara digested the secrets taught by Namikaze Tianming, his eyes suddenly lit up and he bowed his head. Namikaze Tianming rolled his eyes, then walked up to Deidara and pointed at Deidara's head. In an instant, the secrets of dust release poured into Deidara's mind like seawater. You said this, I'll take note. If I don't see you then, don't blame me for getting angry. Ha ha ha, you must be joking. I will go to the gate of Konoha village to welcome you in person. I'll go if I say so. Why are you butting in? If you don't want to go, then just go home on your own. Onoki said cheerfully, stroking his beard. Namikaze Tianming agreed reluctantly. It didn't matter anyway. If he could handle the relationship well, then the resistance to unifying the ninja world wouldn't be that great. This way, Deidara will have more opportunities to learn new things here. Chapter 152. The Shell Organization appears. Undercurrents surge. Somewhere in a cave, Black Zetsu emerged from the ground. In front of him, a man in a cloak and pale all over was sitting cross-legged and practicing. The moment Black Zetsu appeared, he opened his eyes and a gleam of light flashed across his eyes. Ju, how's it going? Kabuto, even though that old fellow Onoki came to me based on the information I passed on, it's a pity that even that old fellow Onoki is no match for that Namikaze Tianming. Black Zetsu shook his head regretfully. It turned out that the person in front of him was Yakushi Kabuto, but the current Yakushi Kabuto was very different from before. Humph, I expected this. I just don't want that B*** Namikaze Tianming to have an easy life. Yakushi Kabuto sneered and said nonchalantly, but I heard that the Chunin exam will be held in Konoha in 2 months. This time, Konoha has invited all the ninjas from all the ninja villages who meet the requirements to participate in the exam. It can be said to be an unprecedented event. Black Zetsu spoke grimly about the information he had gathered. Oh, Konoha actually made such a big fuss this time? Yakushi Kabuto seemed very surprised. Although Konoha held the Chunin examination twice a year, it usually only invited allied countries. But now all ninja villages were invited? Yes, I heard that the 3rd Tsuchikage of the Land of Earth, Onoki, and the 5th Mizukage of the Land of Water, Terumi Mei. The 4th Reikage of Cloud Shinobi Village of Lightning, I, and the 4th Kazekage of Cloud Shinobi Village of Wind, Luo Sha, are both going to personally lead the team and participate in this Chunin exam. Black Zetsu continued to talk about the information he had obtained. Tisk, 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 what an unprecedented grand occasion. What a pity, my cultivation has reached a critical moment, and I can't be there in person, what a pity. Yakushi Kabuto's tone was full of regret, but the smile on his face made it impossible to tell what he was thinking. It's a pity that Orochimaru has defected to the enemy, otherwise it would be fun to make some noise during this Chunin exam. Black Zetsu also said with a smile. HMPH, don't mention Orochimaru to me. I have already surpassed him. Even without him, I, Kabuto, can still do what I want. Yakushi Kabuto snorted coldly, followed by bursts of cold laughter. By the way, weren't you invited to join an organization called Shell not long ago? How is that organization? I am only an external member of the Shell organization, responsible for searching for intelligence. I know very little. I only know that this organization seems to have been established not long ago. Advertisement. Black Zetsu shook his head, but soon said with doubt. However, there is one thing that I find very strange. This organization is also searching for information about the tailed beasts and seems to want to capture them. I just don't know what they want to use them for. For Black Zetsu, he naturally has his own intentions in tricking others into collecting the tailed beasts, but what do others want to do by collecting the tailed beasts? Oh, there is such a thing? Yakushi Kabuto was quite surprised. His eyes were like snake eyes, and his tongue was as long as a snake's tongue. Hey, regardless of why they want to collect the tailed beasts, just pass on the news that Konoha will be holding the Chunin exam and tell them. By then, almost all the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts will appear there. This is definitely a great opportunity to collect the tailed beasts. That's a good idea. I just don't know if this Shell organization has the guts to do it. Black Zetsu also chuckled, then burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Somewhere in a mysterious basement, on the main seat, a man was supporting his chin with one hand and holding a glass of red wine in the other hand, shaking it constantly. He sat there very elegantly, closing his eyes and taking a sip of the red wine in the glass from time to time. The man was wearing a white feather robe, with the Roman numeral IV tattooed under his left eye and a wedge mark on his chin. He looked very young, perhaps only in his 20s. I saw a sturdy man wearing a black hooded cloak half kneeling on the ground, lowering his head, and said very respectfully. Chief, according to information passed back by external members, Konoha Village will hold an unprecedented Chunin examination in 2 months.
Moreover, this time the Chunin examination has attracted the attention of major countries, and the 4 cages will lead the team to participate in the Chunin examination. It is said that this time, the new generation of elites from the 5 major countries have all come out, and they all want to shine in this Chunin exam. Even the tailed beast Jinchuriki from various countries will appear in this Chunin exam. After hearing the report from the black man, the man on the main seat slowly opened his eyes and said nonchalantly. Oh, there is such a thing. Is there any action taken by the Akatsuki organization? Reporting to the leader, the Akatsuki organization has not made any moves, and the one who sent back the message this time was the Akatsuki traitor ninja we recruited before. The strong man hurriedly Kaido. Humph, I thought this Akatsuki organization could make some waves, but I didn't expect it to be just this good.
Advertisement. It seems like it's time for us to appear in front of the public. The man in feathered clothes sneered and said with disdain. Pass the order down, all members, head towards Konoha, it's time to give this world a surprise. But chief, the 5 cages are all here for the Chunin exam. If we act rashly, we'll probably encounter considerable resistance. Hearing the leader's order, the strong man was startled and quickly knelt down, expressing his opinion in fear and trepidation. The man in feathered clothes looked coldly at the burly man on the ground and snorted in a bad tone. Boluo, could it be that I have been hiding for too long and you have forgotten my strength? I dare not, I am just worried. Boro quickly leaned over to explain, his body shaking uncontrollably. What are you worried about? Do you think I'm afraid of the 5 shadows of this so-called lower world? The voice of the man in feathered clothes was extremely cold. Although he sounded gentle, he made people feel a chill inexplicably. How terrifying could someone be who doesn't even take the 5 cage seriously? I dare not. I will give the order right away. Boro trembled and lowered his head quickly to respond. Well, go ahead and stop saying things that make me unhappy. The man in feathered clothes nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand, signaling Boro to leave. Boro quickly used his hands and feet to exit the basement. Watching Boro leave the meeting room, the man in feathered clothes took another sip of the red wine in the glass and closed his eyes again. After a long time, the feathered man opened his eyes again and muttered to himself. Although this container still has enough time, we can still make preparations early, so that we can be prepared for any eventuality. I hope this Chunin exam will allow me to find a suitable instrument. Otherwise, the world will disappoint me greatly. Chapter 153. Who is your second uncle most concerned about? Konoha Village. The hottest topic at this moment is the Chunin exam in a few days. Especially in the past few days, ninjas from the other 4 major countries who were taking the Chunin exams, as well as Jonin and cage-level strongmen from the major ninja villages who led the teams, had arrived at Konoha Village one after another. On the streets and alleys, people were discussing the Chunin exam. Everyone's face was filled with excited smiles, looking forward to the arrival of this Chunin exam. The 5 cage gathered together, such a scene is extremely rare. Rasengan. Rasengan continuous fire. A youthful voice continued to ring out, accompanied by the sounds of explosions, falling trees, and shattering rocks. The culprit behind this scene was, of course, Uzumaki Naruto, the son of Konoha Village 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Today, Uzumaki Naruto is one of the most dazzling talents among the new generation of ninjas in Konoha Village. After finishing the practice, Uzumaki Naruto looked at Tsunade who was in a daze, and quickly tiptoed around behind Tsunade and gently patted Tsunade's shoulder. Just when Uzumaki Naruto was about to say something, Tsunade suddenly grabbed his arm, and then he felt dizzy. Uzumaki Naruto was thrown over the shoulder by Tsunade and fell heavily to the ground, creating a human-shaped hole in the ground. After glancing at Uzumaki Naruto who was wailing in the pit, Tsunade held his chin, turned his head to the side, and continued to be in a daze. Ouch, Granny Tsunade, can't you be a little gentler? Ouch, it hurts so much. Uzumaki Naruto stretched out a trembling hand from the pit, struggled to climb out of the pit, with a look of grievance on his face. Oh, be gentler? I think you didn't hit me hard enough? Tsunade couldn't help but roll her eyes. I don't know why, but Uzumaki Naruto is very resistant to beatings now. No matter how I beat him, he will be full of energy after a while and nothing will happen to him. Advertisement since Mr. and Mrs. Namikaze Minato were too busy, and that D Namikaze Tianming had been missing for the past few years. The task of educating Uzumaki Naruto fell to Tsunade. Since Uzumaki Naruto's personality is so similar to Tsunade's deceased brother, Tsunade is actually very happy about it. In addition, Uzumaki Naruto is very talented and can learn things quickly, so Tsunade has nothing to worry about. It's just that Uzumaki Naruto is really naughty, and he is a little kid with a smart face, and he likes to tease Tsunade. So sometimes Tsunade would beat Uzumaki Naruto when he got angry. At the beginning, Tsunade was worried that Uzumaki Naruto would get hurt, so he was very gentle. But later Tsunade discovered that Uzumaki Naruto's ability to withstand blows was extraordinary, so when beating Uzumaki Naruto, Tsunade used more and more strength. But no matter what, Uzumaki Naruto is like a cockroach that is immune to death, and he acts like nothing happened every time he gets beaten. So Uzumaki Naruto is even more naughty. Looking at Tsunade's helpless face, Uzumaki Naruto laughed even more happily. He would never tell Tsunade that he became like this because of practicing the divine wind technique taught by his second uncle. Every time he got hit, Uzumaki Naruto would turn his body into the wind to avoid the damage. In fact, the human-shaped hole on the ground just now was made by Uzumaki Naruto himself. The main purpose is to tease Tsunade, because Tsunade has been sighing more and more recently. As for the reason, Uzumaki Naruto, who had several years of love experience, could tell at a glance why Tsunade sighed. Uzumaki Naruto walked up to Tsunade pretentiously and sighed deeply. Alas, I don't know if my second uncle will come back for this Chunin exam. When Tsunade heard Uzumaki Naruto mention Namikaze Tianming, his eyes lit up, but soon turned into an angry look. Humph. That be *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** come back. He disappeared for 2 or 3 years without any news, he might as well have died out there. Tsunade is now furious. This B************ D Namikaze Tianming said such a stirring words to her and then disappeared. It's simply too much. If it weren't for Hitaki Kakashi passing on some information from time to time, I would have thought that Namikaze Tianming was dead. Looking at Tsunade gritting his teeth, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but wipe a cold sweat for Namikaze Tianming in his heart. Second uncle, you'd better take care of yourself. Advertisement, ahem. Grandma Tsunade, if you ask me, uncle will definitely come back this time. After all, the person he cares about the most is here. Uzumaki Naruto put his hands on his hips and smiled, revealing his 2 rows of white teeth. You know all this? Then tell me, who is your second uncle most concerned about? Looking at Uzumaki Naruto's appearance, Tsunade's face instantly turned red. You know, Uzumaki Naruto often mentioned Namikaze Tianming in front of him before. Could it be that Uzumaki Naruto could really tell what Namikaze Tianming meant to him? he said that the person Namikaze Tianming cared about the most was him? When Tsunade thought of this, her face turned even redder, as if blood would come out of it with just a slight touch. Of course I know. The person my second uncle cares about the most is of course. Uzumaki Naruto was grinning, but when it came to the key point, he stretched out a finger and slowly rotated it. Especially when he pointed at Tsunade, Uzumaki Naruto's speed obviously slowed down. Gulp. Tsunade blushed and looked at Uzumaki Naruto nervously, even with a hint of anticipation in her heart. There were only two people here, herself and Naruto. So, the person Naruto was referring to was not herself? When Uzumaki Naruto's finger pointed at Tsunade, there was an obvious pause, and Tsunade's heart began beating wildly, almost jumping out of his throat. But at this moment, Uzumaki Naruto's finger suddenly accelerated, made a big circle, and finally pointed at himself. Naruto, what do you mean? Tsunade felt a surge of blood rushing to her head, she was almost unable to control herself. The person my second uncle cares about the most is, of course, me, his most well-behaved, most obedient, and most talented nephew. And I'm also taking the Chunin exam this time, so my second uncle must know about it. For such an important matter, my second uncle will definitely reply. Ehehe. Granny Tsunade, why is your face so dark? Are you poisoned? Why are you holding your fist? Ouch. Just when Uzumaki Naruto was feeling smug, he saw Tsunade with his fist raised and a dark face, walking towards him step by step. In the end, Uzumaki Naruto only had time to let out a scream. You little b********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* filled down pointing triangle min hash. After beating up Uzumaki Naruto, Tsunade felt his breathing smoother. Chapter 154. The 5 Kage are about to gather, bang. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. The sound of punching sandbags and screams came one after another. It took about 10 minutes before it calmed down. Uzumaki Naruto held his head with both hands, and the 2 fist-sized lumps on his head were particularly conspicuous. Grandma Tsunade, why did you hit me? None cared none. Who made you so bold as to play tricks on me? Tsunade turned her head away proudly. Granny Tsunade, when did I ever play tricks on you? Was what I just said wrong? Hollow square winking face. Uzumaki Naruto looked questionable. Tsunade looked at Uzumaki Naruto who had an innocent face, and couldn't help but wonder in her heart, could it be that this guy really didn't mean it? Humph, you deserve to be beaten. Who told you to spin your fingers in circles? Yes, you deserve it. Tsunade thought secretly in her heart. So, Tsunade crossed her arms, snorted, and said proudly. You're wrong. Am I wrong? Then, Granny Tsunade, tell me, who is my second uncle most concerned about? Less than, greater than. Hearing Tsunade say this, Uzumaki Naruto was now unhappy. I can't say it. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto's childish face, Tsunade visibly choked and was speechless. She really wanted to say that it was herself, but was this just wishful thinking? That be asterisk 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 D, was he just playing a trick on me? Damn it, I'm already old, but I was actually played by a brat? Sure enough, we shouldn't have too many expectations. Tsunade sighed slightly, feeling a little sad. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto's surprised voice came to my ears. Second uncle, filled down pointing triangle min hash, brat, I told you not to mention your uncle anymore, but you're still like this, do you want to get beaten? Advertisement. Tsunade immediately became angry and raised his fist, ready to fight. Granny Tsunade, no, I mean, my second uncle. Uzumaki Naruto was interrupted by Tsunade who looked angry before he finished speaking. Naruto, you really want to get beaten again, don't you? I told you not to mention it, and you still bring it up? No, I mean second uncle is back, Uzumaki Naruto said anxiously. Come back. He dares to come back. Where is he? Do you believe me, I will beat him up too? Filled down pointing triangle he hash. Tsunade is really angry right now, mother-in-law, my second uncle is right behind you. Uzumaki Naruto shrank his neck and pointed behind Tsunade. At this time, Tsunade finally realized that something was wrong. He turned around slowly with a stiff body and saw Namikaze Tianming's handsome but unlucky face. Pang. Tsunade, I just got back and you're going to beat me up? Isn't that inappropriate? Namikaze Tianming touched his nose awkwardly. No wonder he sneezed like crazy when he was about to come back. It turned out to be because of this. Humph, even if you are here, I will still beat you up. Tsunade was obviously stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered and looked back at Uzumaki Naruto proudly. Although he said harsh words, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Ha ha ha, second uncle, you're finally back. Are you back to watch me, Chunin, take the exam? The excited Uzumaki Naruto could no longer contain himself and rushed to Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming smiled and touched Uzumaki Naruto's little head and asked gently. Yes, our Naruto is going to take the Chunin exam. It's such a big thing, of course I have to come back. Uzumaki Naruto was laughing so happily. Naruto, are you and Tsunade here preparing for the Chunin exam? Namikaze Tianming continued to ask. Uzumaki Naruto nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yeah, my parents have been busy lately, so Granny Tsunade is the one practicing the Rasengan with me. Advertisement. Uzumaki Naruto finished speaking, then leaned close to Namikaze Tianming's ear and whispered. And the divine wind technique that my second uncle taught me, I am also practicing it obediently. So good. Namikaze Tianming rubbed Uzumaki Naruto's little head with satisfaction. Naruto, what are your parents doing right now? Entertain the guests. Mom and Dad said that the Tsuchikage of Iwagakure is coming today, and they have to go greet him. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head and explained. Oh, Tsuchikage is coming? Then I have to go greet him. Namikaze Tianming raised his eyebrows. Onoki actually arrived so soon, it seemed that he came back just in time this time. To greet Tsuchikage? When did you meet that old man Onoki? Tsunade naturally knew about Onoki, and was surprised to hear Namikaze Tianming actually volunteered to go greet the third Tsuchikage. Well, we met by chance a while ago, and I came back this time to welcome him. Namikaze Tianming stretched out a finger and scratched his forehead, speaking thoughtfully. He didn't notice at all that Tsunade's eyes had changed from shy to gentle to confused and finally to like this. Filled down pointing triangle min hash. Good man, it turns out you never mentioned me at all when you came back this time? Tsunade only felt extremely ashamed and lost in her heart. Was it really just her wishful thinking? However, it seemed that Namikaze Tianming didn't notice all these changes in Tsunade. Instead, he urged them to go to the village entrance to greet him. Just like that, Uzumaki Naruto was in the middle, Namikaze Tianming and Tsunade were on both sides, holding hands and rushing towards the village entrance with their own thoughts. Hollow down pointing triangle. Asterisk. This is the expression of Namikaze Tianming and Uzumaki Naruto. Filled down pointing triangle min hash. This is, of course, Tsunade's expression. Soon, the group of three arrived at the entrance of Konoha village. At this time, the entrance of Konoha village was crowded with people. Fortunately, Uzumaki Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato and was known as a genius, so many people made way for him, and Namikaze Tianming and his group of three were able to pass smoothly. In front of the village entrance, Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and a group of Konoha high-ranking officials were standing in front of everyone with smiles on their faces. Not far away from everyone's sight, a team was marching towards Konoha village. And this team is none other than Kirigakure from the Land of Water. Standing on the gorgeous carriage at the front of the team was a woman with a charming figure who exuded charm from head to toe. This woman was the new 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. On both sides of Terumi Mei are her trusted guards, Shing, Shojiro and Anzo. At this time, Terumi Mei was looking forward, trying to find a familiar figure in the crowd. But there were too many people at the entrance of Konoha village. Even though Terumi Mei's eyes were blurry, she couldn't see the figure of that person. She couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Chapter 155. Big Misunderstanding. Terumi Mei-sama, welcome. Namikaze Minato's eyes smiled into crescents and he greeted him in a very gentlemanly manner. After some pleasantries, Namikaze Minato was about to invite Terumi Mei to settle down at his residence, but he found that Terumi Mei was staring at him. At first Namikaze Minato thought it was his illusion, but after several minutes, Terumi Mei was still staring at him closely. Namikaze Minato could only smile awkwardly, feeling a little overwhelmed. This scene happened to be seen clearly by Uzumaki Kushina who was watching closely from the side. Uzumaki Kushina narrowed his eyes slightly and a cold light flashed. Wow, I knew that Minato was popular, but I didn't expect that even the 5th Mizukage from another village, whose name I heard for the first time, coveted my own Namikaze Minato. Uzumaki Kushina took a step forward and came between Namikaze Minato and Terumi Mei, blocking Terumi Mei's view. Originally Uzumaki Kushina thought that since she had done this, Terumi Mei should also know how to look away, but she didn't expect that not only did Terumi Mei not look away, but she turned sideways and tilted her head to continue staring at Namikaze Minato. She even pinched her chin and muttered to herself. Tisk, they look alike, really alike. If it weren't for the different hair color, I might have really recognized the wrong person. Uzumaki Kushina felt a surge of hot blood rushing to his head, his eyes twitching constantly, and he didn't care what Terumi Mei said, and asked directly. Hey, Terumi Mei, right? Do you have any relationship with our Minato? Filled down pointing triangle hash. Although Uzumaki Kushina tried his best to control his tone, he couldn't help but let out a hint of dissatisfaction. It is said that women's intuition is very sharp. Terumi Mei also clearly feels that the Uzumaki Kushina in front of her seems to be hostile to her. Not really. This is my first time meeting the 4th Hokage-sama. I guess you are Uzumaki Kushina, the wife of Namikaze Minato? But out of politeness, Terumi Mei still greeted with a smile. Exactly, advertisement. Uzumaki Kushina nodded, but she was secretly muttering in her heart, knowing that I was here. How dare you stare at your man like this? Doesn't this mean you don't take me seriously? Wait, is this woman here to declare war on me today? As expected, I knew it. The only one worthy of the 4th Hokage is a beauty like you, madam. Terumi Mei smiled as beautifully as a flower and was generous with her praise. You have to know that the person in front of her is that guy's sister-in-law, so she must have a good relationship with her. Huh? When Uzumaki Kushina heard that Terumi Mei was praising her non-stop, she was stunned. Why didn't this person play by the rules? This time, Uzumaki Kushina was in a state of panic. Well, how about I just call you sister? I'll have to trouble you to take care of me during the next period of time. Terumi Mei didn't care about that. With her own little thoughts, she directly put her arm around Uzumaki Kushina's arm, looking very intimate. Oh, okay. Okay. Uzumaki Kushina just felt that she was in a state of confusion. What on earth was this woman planning? As for Namikaze Minato, he naturally saw the loving women and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that this woman's friendship came so quickly. But it's better this way. At least, in this way, the possibility of Kirigakure's people causing trouble in Konoha is relatively lower. In this way, the group of people walked towards the special residence in a mighty manner. And this direction is exactly where Namikaze Tianming, Tsunade and Uzumaki Naruto are. I saw Uzumaki Kushina and Terumi Mei talking and laughing, and their laughter could be heard all along the way. Although I don't know what Terumi Mei is planning, I still think it's wise to not offend someone who smiles at you. After a conversation, I found that Terumi Mei's attitude is unexpectedly good. She is a woman worth making friends with. However, Uzumaki Kushina still has the last line of defense in her heart. As long as this woman does not touch this bottom line, it would not be a bad idea to have another good sister. Well, dear sister, since we are so familiar with each other, can I ask you about someone? After enduring for a long time, Terumi Mei finally couldn't hold it back. Seeing Uzumaki Kushina say the words, Terumi Mei felt her heartbeat quicken and her face began to turn red. Advertisement, yes, dear sister, just ask me, I will tell you what I know. Uzumaki Kushina's eyes narrowed into slits due to her laughter, and she exclaimed in her heart, as expected, this woman has a purpose, so what is this purpose? Terumi Mei pointed at Namikaze Minato and asked, I heard that 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato has a younger brother named Namikaze Tianming. Is he doing anything today? Why don't I seem to see him? Originally, Uzumaki Kushina was furious when he saw Terumi Mei pointing at Namikaze Minato. When he was about to question her, he heard Terumi Mei actually mention Namikaze Tianming and was stunned on the spot. All the dissatisfaction, depression and jealousy just now disappeared, and were replaced by endless curiosity. Uzumaki Kushina stared at Uzumaki Kushina for a long time, blinking his eyes, before he spoke. Good sister, do you know our second brother? When Terumi Mei was looked at like this by Uzumaki Kushina, her face immediately turned red. She felt that all her secrets and little thoughts seemed to have been seen through by Uzumaki Kushina. Yeah, Terumi Mei nodded shyly and managed to squeeze out 2 words in a mosquito-like voice. Good fellow, second brother, you didn't even tell us about such a big thing? When did you two meet? Now Uzumaki Kushina has completely changed his mind since he found out that Terumi Mei was looking for Namikaze Tianming. Her husband looks so much like Namikaze Tianming, so it is understandable that Terumi Mei stares at her husband. And now Terumi Mei is so shy, isn't that enough to explain everything? She even came to my house? Don't be fooled by the fact that Namikaze Tianming is usually quiet. Unexpectedly, he has already secretly got such a big beauty. Well, if we knew each other, it was only a few months ago, and he also said that this matter cannot be told to others casually. When the time is right, he will tell you naturally. Terumi Mei was stunned for a moment. She just asked about Namikaze Tianming's situation. Why did she react so strongly? Did she know about Namikaze Tianming's determination to unify the ninja world? But, this matter cannot be casually told even to one's own relatives, right? Does Namikaze Tianming feel that the time has come? Chapter 156. Tianming, that brat, has a girlfriend. What? This kind of thing. Why do we need to wait for the right time? He should have discussed it with us earlier. After all, we're his relatives. Uzumaki Kushina almost screamed. Terumi Mei's words undoubtedly confirmed her thoughts. This 4th Mizukage Terumi Mei was actually Namikaze Tianming's girlfriend. That's right, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and good sisters, as his relatives, he should really discuss this with you. I believe you will support him. In this way, this matter will be more smooth. Terumi Mei also nodded seriously. Although Namikaze Tianming was very powerful, such a big event as unifying the ninja world would undoubtedly have fewer obstacles if they could get the support of Minato and his wife. Don't worry, it would be fine if we didn't know, but now that we know, there's no way we can just ignore it. Don't worry, we will never treat you unfairly. Uzumaki Kushina looked like an experienced person, patted Terumi Mei's shoulder and comforted her. Don't worry, sister. He treats me very well and has never treated me badly. Terumi Mei also patted Uzumaki Kushina's hand gently. Thinking back, it was always Namikaze Tianming who saved her, but she had never helped him in any way. Yeah, that's good. Uzumaki Kushina smiled, but thought in his heart, Tianming is quite sensible. How could such a good wife be with you if you don't treat her well? Terumi Mei was also smiling beside her, although she always felt something was strange, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. Little did they know that what they were talking about were completely different things, and yet, by some strange coincidence, they were. Actually, Uzumaki Kushina is quite satisfied with Terumi Mei. She has a good figure and good looks. Moreover, she is the 5th Mizukage of Kirigaku, so she is worthy of her second younger brother. So, Uzumaki Kushina looked at Namikaze Minato again. At this time, Namikaze Minato was looking ahead with a smile on his face, secretly thinking about the precautions of this Chunin exam. Uzumaki Kushina looked at Namikaze Minato who was concentrating on thinking, and quickly nudged Namikaze Minato with his elbow. What's the matter, Kushina? Coming back to his senses from his thoughts, Namikaze Minato looked at Uzumaki Kushina with a smile and asked gently. Minato, I'm going to tell you a huge secret. Uzumaki Kushina glanced at Terumi Mei, who was looking at the scenery of Konoha, then leaned over to Namikaze Minato's ear with a mysterious look and whispered. Oh, how big a secret must this be? Looking at Uzumaki Kushina's mysterious expression, Namikaze Minato felt that she became more and more adorable. He couldn't help but imitate Uzumaki Kushina and asked softly with a smile. Minato, I'm telling you, Tianming, that kid actually found a girlfriend. Advertisement. After telling the secret, Uzumaki Kushina looked at Namikaze Minato with a smug look on his face. What? My brother actually found a girlfriend? Tisk tisk tisk, this kid. Which girl did he find? Wait, how do you know this? Isn't my second brother not back yet? Namikaze Minato was surprised and happy when he heard that Namikaze Tianming actually found a girlfriend. Hey, don't worry about how I know this. Why don't you guess who Tianming's girlfriend is? You definitely can't guess it. Uzumaki Kushina folded his arms, beaming with joy, looking indescribably proud. Only someone as smart as Terumi Mei could guess that she is Tianming's girlfriend from her few words. Kushina, I really don't have any clues. After all, Tianming is usually not seen, and there are no girls around him. I really can't guess. Otherwise, just tell me. Namikaze Minato looked embarrassed. As the Hokage of Konoha village, he was usually very busy with official duties and didn't even have much time to spend with Uzumaki Naruto himself, let alone Namikaze Tianming. Hey. Seeing Namikaze Minato's expression gave Uzumaki Kushina great satisfaction. I'm telling you, you can't just tell anyone else. Uzumaki Kushina leaned close to Namikaze Minato's ear again and spoke in a very mysterious tone. Namikaze Minato smiled indulgently and nodded quickly like a chick pecking at rice. I tell you, this person is both far away and right in front of you. Uzumaki Kushina raised an eyebrow and spoke slowly. Namikaze Minato nodded, but soon widened his eyes, looked at Uzumaki Kushina in disbelief, and pointed at 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei next to him, with a look of confusion. Uzumaki Kushina smiled and nodded in agreement. Although Namikaze Minato had many doubts in his mind, how did his younger brother get involved with Terumi Mei, and how did he win her over? Advertisement, but none of this matters. What matters is that the only single person in the Namikaze family has finally found his true love. Good. Very good. Ha 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 ha, Namikaze Minato smiled happily. However, Namikaze Minato's laughter, which was so disregarding of his image, naturally attracted everyone's attention. Even Terumi Mei, who was enjoying the beautiful view, was attracted by Namikaze Minato's laughter and looked over. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was also confused and looked at Namikaze Minato and asked. Minato, why are you laughing? Sorry, I just thought of something happy, so I laughed a little bit uncontrollably. Namikaze Minato touched the back of his head awkwardly, but the corners of his mouth still couldn't help but rise. Haha, it's okay. Such a grand occasion is indeed rare and worth being so happy about, ha ha ha. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took the pipe from his mouth, exhaled a puff of white smoke, and said with a smile. Yeah, I believe that this time, our Konoha's ninjas will be able to shine in this Chunin exam. Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and continued speaking. Of course. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and nodded, but suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes and looked forward. Huh? Isn't that Tsunade there, and Uzumaki Naruto? Yes, it's been Lady Tsunade who has been helping us teach Naruto lately. I'm really ashamed. Namikaze Minato scratched his head a little embarrassedly. I see. But Naruto is so talented, I'm sure Tsunade will be very happy too. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still cheerful. Why does that guy look like my younger brother? He's really my younger brother. This guy came back without even telling me. But we can only let them reunite later. Namikaze Minato's eyes lit up. Given the current situation, they can only talk about it later, and since Tianming hadn't announced it yet, she might as well help him keep it a secret. But privately, I still have to fulfill my duty as the big brother and give some assistance. Chapter 157. These two must be your madam and young master, right? In the crowd, Namikaze Tianming also spotted the Minato couple and Terumi Mei at a glance. Similarly, Terumi Mei also saw Namikaze Tianming in the crowd. After all, from the beginning to now, what Terumi Mei called sightseeing was actually just looking for Namikaze Tianming. However, after Namikaze Tianming's signal, Terumi Mei also knew that it was obviously not appropriate at this time, so Terumi Mei just nodded slightly, turned her head, and continued to talk and laugh with Uzumaki Kushina. At this moment, an Anbu ninja flashed across the rooftop and came to the front of the team, half knelt and said. Report. 3rd Hokage-sama, 4th Hokage-sama, 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki-sama of the Land Kingdom Iwagakure, and his group have arrived at the village entrance. Oh, did that Onoki guy get here so soon? The aged voice of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sounded. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Namikaze Minato. Minato, you and your wife will host the 5th Mizukage. I'll go greet that old man Onoki. Then I'll trouble you, Master 3rd Generation. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato also looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, said hello to Terumi Mei, and left. Come on, let's go join in the fun. After Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, he picked up Uzumaki Naruto and pulled Tsunade towards the village entrance. At the entrance of Konoha village, Onoki and his group just arrived here, and heard a hearty but deep and old voice. Ha 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 ha, Onoki, I didn't expect you, at your age, to come all the way here to watch the younger generation's Chunin exams. The one who spoke was the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just arrived not long ago. Oh, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Isn't it the same for your old bones? You even went to the village gate to greet them in person? Onoki also said with a smile. Even though they were of the same age and had fought each other on the battlefield, there were only a few ninjas of their age left. Haha, old man, I want to ask you about someone. It seems that there is no need, because I have already seen him. Advertisement originally, Onoki wanted to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen about Namikaze Tianming's situation, but his sharp eyes immediately saw Namikaze Tianming holding Uzumaki Naruto and pulling Tsunade. Onoki's eyes suddenly lit up, and he walked straight past Sarutobi Hiruzen and walked towards Namikaze Tianming with a smile on his face and a bow. Leaving behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, who looked stunned. Haha, my dear Tianming, long time no see. You really kept your promise and actually came to greet me. Onoki had a kind smile on his face at this time, and Kuretsuchi and Akaji behind him also looked surprised. They didn't expect that Namikaze Tianming would actually come to greet them in person. Little girl, when did this old guy know that guy Namikaze Tianming? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Kuretsuchi quietly with a curious look on his face, and he looked so funny. You know, normally, Onoki would look arrogant even when he met Sarutobi Hiruzen. Namikaze Tianming looked at Onoki strangely, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. Just at this moment, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen also caught up, and just heard Onoki's question, and was so surprised that he almost stumbled to the ground. Master, third Hokage-sama is correct, this is Master Tsunade, and this Uzumaki Naruto is my nephew. Old man, what are you talking about in front of the young? How can you be so disrespectful? Well, since you don't know, please ask the third Hokage to ask him in person. We can't say too much, What? She is Tsunade, one of Konoha's Sannin, who is known as a medical expert. You still say you are not talking nonsense? Looking at Kuretsuchi's playful appearance, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only shake his head helplessly and followed him. Huh? Who told you to talk nonsense? This kid is the son of our fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, and the nephew of Tianming. How could it be like today? Hey, you old monkey, do you want to fight? I just asked a very normal question. Why do you think you are disrespectful to your elders? That's great. How about I take everyone to the guest house right now? Advertisement. No, there's no rush at all. Why don't you introduce your relatives to this old man? Ha ha ha, of course. Many young people can't even compare to my waist now. Onoki waved his hand nonchalantly. Accommodation and the like were trivial matters. What was important now was to establish a good relationship with Namikaze Tianming's family. Namikaze Tianming also nodded with satisfaction. Sometimes, Namikaze Tianming would still feel happy because he could help others with these little things. Third Hokage-sama, don't you know? Kuretsuchi looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in surprise. Since Namikaze Tianming was holding Uzumaki Naruto, he simply didn't bother to salute and just greeted with a smile. Okay then. As soon as he mentioned his waist, Onoki laughed happily. Once this old problem of his was solved, he could be said to have stood up in every sense of the word. But after all, in front of Namikaze Tianming, Onoki finally held back and just questioned loudly. Similarly, Onoki's question directly made Tsunade blush, while Uzumaki Naruto just hid in Namikaze Tianming's arms and laughed heartlessly. At this time, Onoki and Namikaze Tianming were also chatting. And the one next to him is my apprentice, Tsunade, one of the Sannin of Konoha, and the granddaughter of first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Ha ha ha, old man, are you in good health these days? Is there any problem with your waist again? Onoki looked Tsunade up and down in surprise. In fact, when he wanted to treat his old waist, Onoki thought about asking Tsunade for help, but Tsunade had been elusive, so the plan was shelved. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't hesitate to give Onoki a big blow on the back of his head, closed his eyes, and said with a lingering feeling. I guess these two are your madam and young master, right? Namikaze Tianming smiled slightly. In fact, he had thought about it thousands of times in his mind, but he always felt that the time was not right, so Namikaze Tianming simply followed the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and said. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little embarrassed at this time. As for his impression of Namikaze Tianming, Sarutobi Hiruzen still remembered the time when Namikaze Tianming solved the rebellion of the Uchiha clan and went undercover in the Akatsuki organization. Touching the big bump on his head, Onoki was so angry that he almost jumped up and hit Sarutobi Hiruzen's knee. I really don't know, Haito rolled his eyes and said with a smile. Chapter 158. Cloud Shinobi Village arrives early, conflict, and rise. Junior Tsunade, greetings to third Tsuchikage-sama. Tsunade on the side felt a little disappointed, but she actually still hoped that Namikaze Tianming would show some expression. Haha, it turns out that I was wrong, what a pity. Onoki frowned. After all, he was a man with many children and grandchildren, so he naturally noticed some clues, so he spoke with a hint of meaning. What a pity. You old fellow just likes to talk nonsense. Tsunade, you've been back for so long, but you didn't even come back to see an old man like me. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Tsunade rather unhappily. Don't you see it now, old man? You talk so much? Tsunade simply crossed her arms, rolled her eyes, and said indifferently. Tsunade's words almost d off Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was furious. If there weren't so many people here, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have probably taught her a lesson. At this time, Onoki looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with deep sympathy, walked up to him, patted Sarutobi Hiruzen on the shoulder and said, "Old friend, I understand how you feel. Ha ha ha. Why don't we just settle down first and talk about anything later?" Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Namikaze Tianming quickly spoke up to ease the awkward atmosphere. Fortunately, everyone was a free and easy person, and soon they were talking and laughing as they walked towards the guest house. After settling Onoki and his group, Namikaze Tianming left the guest house. Since Uzumaki Naruto was clamoring to find his parents, Tsunade took Uzumaki Naruto to find Minato and his wife. However, not long after Namikaze Tianming left the guest house, he heard a noisy sound coming from the direction of the village entrance. Oh no! The Hyuga family and the guests are fighting at the entrance of the village. Go and report to the Hokage. Damn it, I knew those bastards from Union Village were going to cause trouble. No, we must report this to the Hokage-sama. Only then can we curb the arrogance of these people in Cloud Shinobi Village. Advertisement. After carefully distinguishing what the Konoha ninjas were discussing, Namikaze Tianming was slightly stunned, because according to the original plan, the group from Cloud Shinobi Village should have arrived tomorrow, so how come they arrived earlier? Moreover, they had conflicts with the Hyuga family? Could it be because of the kidnapping incident that year? As soon as Namikaze Tianming opened his eyes, an invisible wave rushed towards the direction of the village entrance, and Namikaze Tianming could see the situation at the village entrance clearly. I saw a tall Cloud Shinobi Village ninja with his arms folded, pointing at a Hyuga clan genin on the ground and cursing. Hey, what's going on with you Konoha ninjas? Can't you see that our Raikage-sama is coming? Where's your Hokage? Why doesn't he come out to greet him in person? I've already told you that the third Hokage and the fourth Hokage are both greeting guests, so please wait a moment. The genin from the Hyuga family was also very angry and kept breathing heavily. The top leaders of Konoha were now entertaining the guests who had just arrived. Moreover, the original news from Cloud Shinobi Village said that they would arrive tomorrow, so there were no Konoha high-ranking officials at the entrance of the village to greet them. Now the ninjas from Union Village are attacking without any reason. It's really abominable. Humph, I said you neglected our Raikage-sama, so you did. Stop making excuses. Humph, I have to teach you Konoha Shinobi a lesson, otherwise, you will think that our Cloud Shinobi Village is easy to bully. The Cloud Shinobi Village ninja raised his foot with a sly smile on his face, ready to break the foot of the Hyuga clan genin. As for the fourth Raikage Eye of Cloud Shinobi Village in the Land of Lightning, he was watching this scene coldly. In fact, he was also very angry in his heart. Even though Konoha and Cloud Shinobi Village had some unpleasant experiences before, they had already formed an alliance. Why are they actually going to give Cloud Shinobi Village a warning today? Knowing that they were arriving today, they didn't even send anyone to greet them. Isn't that just a blatant disdain? So Raikage Eye didn't say anything to stop the Cloud Shinobi Village ninja from taking action. But just as the Cloud Shinobi Village ninja was about to step down, a flash of white light appeared, and at an incredibly fast speed, it hit the Cloud Shinobi Village ninja's thigh directly. The Cloud Shinobi Village ninja fell to the ground with a scream, holding his thigh and wailing. Hee, everyone from Cloud Shinobi Village, aren't you guys taking this a bit too far? Raikage Eye and Killer Bee looked at the same time and looked towards the source of the sound. Advertisement. They saw a handsome young man walking slowly towards them. Who is this person? Why does he look so familiar? Fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato? Fourth Raikage Eye said in a muffled voice, his eyes full of confusion. Hey, this young man looks so familiar, but he doesn't seem to be that person. Even his hair color is different. Killer Bee pushed up his glasses and emphasized with his unique rap. Well, indeed, although this young man looks very similar, his hair is indeed different. But I don't know why, I feel like this young man gives me more pressure than Namikaze Minato. Third Raikage Eye nodded with a heavy expression. He had a hunch that this young man who looked very much like Namikaze Minato was not simple. Hey, don't you people from Konoha Village know any manners? You knew our Raikage-sama had already arrived, so why didn't you come out to greet him? A man with dark skin and long white hair stepped out and questioned Namikaze Tianming. The man had bangs covering his left eye, thick lips, tattoos of the words thunder and water on his left and right shoulders respectively, and a knife on his back. This man is none other than Darui, the trusted bodyguard of the fourth Raikage Eye, and the only successor to the third Raikage's Black Lightning style. He can use the Bloodline Limit, Storm Release, and master the swordsmanship and lightning style ninjutsu to perfection. Why? Didn't our Konoha ninja explain it to you clearly? We just asked you to wait a moment, but you want to hit someone? Namikaze Tianming narrowed his eyes slightly. He had no good feelings towards such an impolite person. Boy, go and report obediently so that the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato can come and greet you personally. Darui folded his arms and said arrogantly. It was inevitable that Darui was a little arrogant as he could have such a status at such a young age. Oh, what if I say no? Namikaze Tianming smiled contemptuously and said lightly. Then I'll beat you too. Darui opened his eyes angrily, looked at Namikaze Tianming, and said bluntly. Chapter 159. Huanglu's Sword, 7 Sword Styles? Hee. Namikaze Tianming just sneered, then hooked his index finger at Darui and shouted. You, come here, arrogant, I'm going to beat you up. Darui took a leap and jumped directly into the air. Using the force of the dive, he raised his right foot high and prepared to hit Namikaze Tianming. Raikage-sama, isn't Darui being too reckless? At this time, a female ninja with dark skin, snow-white hair and ravines in her chest walked up to the 4th Raikage Eye and reminded her softly. This female ninja is none other than 4th Raikage Eye's secretary Mabui. At this moment, she was looking at Darui in midair with a worried look on her face. Haha, don't worry, Darui is my second right hand. His strength is unquestionable. Even if he is not the opponent of this young man, he will not lose too badly. After all, this young man is not the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, he just looks like him, huh? The voice of the 4th Raikage, who was originally full of confidence, suddenly stopped, his mouth opened wide, with a look of disbelief on his face. Oh, am I seeing things? Darui is not even a match for this young man in one move? He looks like a strong opponent, oh. Killer Bee rapped while making his weird hand gestures. Because they saw that Darui's right leg, which was falling from a high altitude, was directly caught by the young man, and then he punched Darui in the stomach, and Darui flew backwards dozens of meters. Fortunately, Karui and Omoi behind Killer Bee flew to the rescue, so Darui did not fall too badly, but Darui's condition was not much better. He pointed at Namikaze Tianming and was speechless, then he simply fainted. 4th Raikage, Killer Bee, both of you come at me together. Namikaze Tianming clapped his hands, then hooked his index fingers at 4th Raikage Eye and Killer Bee in a provocative manner. HMPH, let me go first. Yo, Killer Bee and the 4th Raikage looked at each other and nodded, then Killer Bee jumped directly in front of Namikaze Tianming. Advertisement, you have to know that the young man in front of him is not yet the Hokage of Konoha village. If it takes the Raikage to deal with him, wouldn't it be a huge loss of face for Cloud Shinobi village? Killer Bee, a rare perfect level Jinchuriki, but it's still not enough. Namikaze Tianming first smiled and praised, but then quickly shook his head to deny it. Whether you are my match or not, we'll know only after we fight, young man, yo. Thunderpen. Killer Bee just took out a pencil and lightning instantly wrapped around the pencil. Killer Bee flicked his finger lightly, and the pencil wrapped in lightning flew straight towards Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming simply turned sideways to avoid the attack of the Thunderpen. The Thunderpen hit the rock behind Namikaze Tianming and directly blew the rock into rubble. Supersonic lightning-style knife. Killer Bee muttered something incoherently, and in an instant, lightning chakra began to emerge from Killer Bee's body. Although Killer Bee's attack is very swift, how can ordinary people compare to Namikaze Tianming's speed? Namikaze Tianming threw 4 weapons into the air. Killer Bee frowned and was about to catch the weapons in the air. The powerful impact caused Killer Bee to fly backwards. Everyone stared at this scene in amazement. Whether it was the ninjas from the Hidden Thunder Village or the ninjas from the Konoha Village, they all had the same shocked expression. As for the ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village, it doesn't matter. Let them be affected. It's their own bad luck. Killer Bee's body shook violently, and then he shook the weapons on his body upwards, and 7 weapons were thrown directly into the air. Every attack from Killer Bee can be easily resolved by Namikaze Tianming. The Wild Heron Blade. Namikaze Tianming, who was in the battle, suddenly raised his head and said with a smile. The speed of Killer Bee also increases with the outflow of lightning attribute chakra, and the speed of attack also becomes faster. Killer Bee's entire attack is like a phantom, and cannot be seen clearly with the naked eye. Advertisement, hiss, could this young man be able to compete with Master Killer Bee? It's hard to say. Look, this man's speed doesn't seem to be slower than Master Killer Bee. He can dodge Master Killer Bee's attacks every time. With every step that followed, Namikaze Tianming seemed to be able to see the future, taking the lead and snatching his weapon away. Killer Bee was seen using various parts of his body to control 7 weapons and attack continuously. Not only was he not panicking at all, but he was attacking extremely smoothly and flexibly. What? In an instant, these lightning attribute chakras covered Killer Bee's entire body, and the 7 weapons were also wrapped in lightning attribute chakras. Of course, plus with Lord Killer Bee's speed, he will definitely be able to take down this Konoha ninja. Give it back to you, sorry, you've revealed your flaws. Wow, is this Killer Bee's Aragami Heron Blade? It's truly magical? It's hard to say. Didn't you notice that Raikage-sama's expression has always been tense? That means the situation is not optimistic. Killer Bee was shocked and wanted to speed up his attack, but when he wanted to catch the knife in the air, Namikaze Tianming got there first. Being able to manipulate 7 weapons at the same time and attack so smoothly, who else can do it except Master Killer Bee? The power of this Thunderpen can be seen from Madara, but Namikaze Tianming remained calm at this scene, and it did not affect him. Killer Bee had a knife in his mouth. Although he couldn't speak, his eyes became more and more serious. It was obvious that this young man was able to handle the situation with ease. If I'm not seeing things, it looks like this young man looks quite relaxed. Seeing the 2 people fighting so fiercely, the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village immediately started talking. Oh my god, who is this young man? How come I have never heard of such a person in Konoha Village? Just as Namikaze Tianming dodged the Thunderpen, Killer Bee had already arrived in front of Namikaze Tianming and threw 2 quick punches, but both were ineffective. However, one good thing is that the ninjas from Konoha village have all retreated to the side, so if a fight breaks out, there is no need to worry about innocent people being harmed. Killer Bee quickly retreated with his only 3 remaining weapons, but Namikaze Tianming stayed where he was, holding the other 4 weapons in one hand, smiling. Namikaze Tianming appeared in front of Killer Bee like a ghost, and punched Killer Bee directly in the face. Chapter 160. Listen to me, and you can avoid many detours. Yo, boy, you really surprised me. When Killer Bee stood firm again, his entire body was covered with the red-tailed beast coat. The wounds on Killer Bee's body gradually healed with the appearance of the tailed beast coat, as if he had never been injured. However, Killer Bee's mood was not affected at all at this time. He still looked cynical, but his eyes were full of vigilance when he looked at Namikaze Tianming. Of course, because of the glasses, people couldn't see his eyes clearly. Yo, tailed beast coat? As expected of the perfect Jinchuriki? Namikaze Tianming gave a thumbs up without hesitation. In fact, Namikaze Tianming had no ill feelings towards Killer Bee. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. As soon as Namikaze Tianming said this, the ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village were excited again. Wow, is this Killer Bee Sama's legendary tailed beast coat? Isn't this so cool? I didn't expect that Master Killer Bee would even use the tailed beast coat. This guy is going to be in trouble. Oh my god, what's wrong with this? This person? He has seen Master Killer Bee in this form, but he still takes the initiative to provoke him? I think this guy must want to become famous in one battle. You see, he is not very old, but he deliberately provoked me today. He must want to become famous. I see. Now that you put it that way, I understand. Haha, Master Killer Bee, beat him up, beat him till he's unrecognizable. For a moment, the Chunin and Genin of Cloud Shinobi Village were talking about it, and all kinds of opinions emerged one after another. Just when everyone in Cloud Shinobi Village thought that Killer Bee was about to pin Namikaze Tianming to the ground, Killer Bee spoke. Indeed, if I am only in this form, I am no match for you. Half-tailed beast form. Killer Bee roared, and 8 tails chakra continued to emerge from his body. Although Killer Bee still maintained its human form, its appearance had changed significantly, and the tailed beast's coat had changed from red to dark red. Call out. With a slight sound, Killer Bee disappeared from the spot. When Killer Bee appeared again, he was already in front of Namikaze Tianming. The huge fist, covered with a layer of bones, smashed towards Namikaze Tianming without mercy. Advertisement in the eyes of others, Killer Bee's speed was so fast that they couldn't even see Killer Bee's movements clearly. But for Namikaze Tianming, every move of Killer Bee was seen by Namikaze Tianming. Faced with such a powerful punch, Namikaze Tianming just reached out and grabbed it calmly. When the fists and palms collided, a powerful impact force suddenly surged in all directions. The ninjas from the nearby Cloud Shinobi Village also felt a powerful impact at the same time. The stronger Chunin and Jonin were able to withstand the impact, but the Genin and the more ordinary Chunin were not so good. After resisting for a while, they were blown to the ground. He really is quite capable. Why have I never heard of him? Fourth Raikage narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. Master Raikage, I remember now. The person who developed the Sky Eye and caused the Night Moon clan's plan to seize the Byakugan to fail was called Namikaze Tianming. And this young man looks so much like 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, he must be Namikaze Tianming. Ma Bui, who was beside 4th Raikage, suddenly seemed to remember something, and quickly leaned over to whisper a reminder in the 4th Raikage's ear. Oh, it's him, 4th Raikage nodded in sudden realization. At this time, the battle between Namikaze Tianming and Killer Bee has entered a white-hot stage. Bang bang. Boom boom boom. There were several more powerful collisions, and the same powerful impact force surged in all directions. However, this time, the weaker ninjas had learned from previous experiences and had already retreated to a far place, so they were not affected. After a strong collision, Killer Bee performed several consecutive backflips to widen the distance between himself and Namikaze Tianming. Killer Bee's breathing began to slow down, the tailed beast's coat turned back to red, and his original appearance gradually became clear. Young man, you better be careful this time, lightning style, lariat. As soon as Killer Bee finished speaking, lightning-style chakra continued to surge out of his body, just like the tailed beast coat, covering his entire body, especially his arms. The lightning-style chakra made a hissing sound, as if it was longing for the opponent's blood. Whoosh! Advertisement this time, Killer Bee was even faster than before. Everyone couldn't even see its afterimage. Killer Bee had already attacked in front of Namikaze Tianming. Killer Bee's elbow, which was also covered with a layer of bones, hit Namikaze Tianming's neck forcefully. However, Killer Bee's originally confident expression slowly began to change. First there was confusion, then it turned into astonishment. Because his most powerful move was blocked by Namikaze Tianming with just one hand. Even his arm couldn't move forward even a little bit, it was completely blocked by Namikaze Tianming. Bang! Namikaze Tianming grabbed Killer Bee's arm with one hand, turned around, and hit Killer Bee with an elbow. Puff! Killer Bee spat out a mouthful of blood and flew back at the same fast speed. Because all this happened so quickly, in a flash, Killer Bee was knocked away by an elbow from Namikaze Tianming. The people in Cloud Shinobi Village who were watching didn't have time to react, but luckily 4th Raikage was keeping an eye on the battle between Namikaze Tianming and Killer Bee. At the moment Killer Bee flew backwards, lightning-style chakra also spread all over his body. The lightning chakra all over his body was like armor, and even Raikage's hair stood up. Call out. It only took a moment for fourth Raikage Eye to appear behind Killer Bee and hold him up with both hands. But Killer Bee still had a strong impact force, pushing both Killer Bee and the fourth Raikage back. Fourth Raikage Eye had to expend a great deal of effort before both himself and Killer Bee could stop. Fortunately, with the protection of the tailed beast coat, Killer Bee's wounds healed quickly. As the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee landed, Killer Bee and the fourth Raikage looked at each other and then nodded. The fourth Raikage and Killer Bee disappeared with two swish sounds. When they appeared again, they had surrounded Namikaze Tianming from the front and back. Obviously, the two brothers are going to join forces. Humph, I told you guys a long time ago that I would let you guys go together, but you just didn't believe me. Listen to me, this way you can avoid many detours, understand? Namikaze Tianming had a smile on his face, looking as rebellious as ever. Chapter 161. Double Lariat. Looking at the arrogant Namikaze Tianming, the expressions of the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee did not change much, they just nodded at each other at the same time. Then the two of them attacked almost at the same time and ran towards Namikaze Tianming. The tacit understanding between them no longer needed to be expressed in words. Double Lariat. The two shouted at the same time, and lightning-style chakra spread all over their bodies at the same time. One in front and one behind, one with the left wrist and the other with the right wrist, they simultaneously used Lariat to rush towards Namikaze Tianming. Looking at this, I swear to blow Namikaze Tianming's head off. Bang. Boom boom. There were two earth-shattering bangs, and powerful impact forces rushed around like crazy waves. The expressions of the ninjas who were watching could not help but change. The original safe distance was obviously not safe enough anymore, and everyone was forced to retreat. Even those Jonin and Shunin who thought they were strong enough also changed their expressions and retreated. The position where Namikaze Tianming, fourth Raikage and Killer Bee were just now was obscured by smoke and dust, and the situation in the middle could not be seen clearly. But what can be seen is that the ground around has collapsed, forming a circular pit with a diameter of at least 10 meters and a depth of several meters. Seeing this scene, the Cloud Shinobi village ninjas who were watching were all very excited. In their opinion, if the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee joined forces, even Konoha village would have few people who could resist them. That young man is even more impossible. In this battle, the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee will definitely win. Even the very few Konoha shinobi who arrived later were a little worried, although they did not know Namikaze Tianming. Everyone just looked at the center of the circular pit quietly, waiting for the smoke to dissipate. Gradually, the smoke and dust dissipated and became sparse, and the scene inside became clearer. As expected, the circular pit was in a mess at this time. However, to everyone's surprise, there were still 3 people standing between the circular pits. Namikaze Tianming was seen doing horse stance with his hands crossed, grabbing the left and right hands of fourth Raikage and Killer Bee respectively. Advertisement. The 3 of them were stuck in a stalemate. At first, everyone was stunned when seeing this scene, but the people of Konoha village turned sadness into joy and began to cheer. Wahahaha, it's okay, he's actually okay, no way, he blocked the combined attack of the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee all by himself. Quickly report to the Hokage-sama that the people of Cloud Shinobi village are causing trouble here. Under everyone's surprised gazes, the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee's faces gradually became gloomy. Namikaze Tianming just pushed his hands outwards, and the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee felt an irresistible force that pushed them out directly. Yi Yuchin, what's going on? Do you think it's any use pretending to be stupid here? But you deliberately neglected us and treated us like nothing, shouldn't we be angry? Who is your person responsible for contacting us? The fourth Raikage and Killer Bee's faces couldn't help but turn red. They were both having such a hard time dealing with the Namikaze Tianming. Huh? Where is this? What's going on? Why am I in so much pain all over? Namikaze Tianming flicked his finger and a green aura light fell on the body of the Cloud Shinobi village ninja. The ninja suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at the fourth Raikage and everyone around him in shock. Stop it, everyone, fourth Raikage-sama, Killer Bee, why are the two of you teaming up to bully my brother? Are you both ignoring my existence? Namikaze Minato frowned and expressed his doubts. Wake up. At this time, Killer Bee, Namikaze Tianming and Namikaze Minato also rushed over and looked at the tall and strong Cloud Shinobi village ninja on the ground. Fourth Raikage, your people have been telling us that you will arrive tomorrow, but you arrived today. The fourth Raikage also frowned, as if he had realized something was wrong. He knew his old rival Namikaze Minato well, there was no need for him to tell this lie. Advertisement. At this time, Namikaze Tianming shook his head and asked. Fourth Raikage, please calm down. I really don't know. I was training at home. How did I end up here when I opened my eyes? I really don't know. But no matter how others called him, he was in a coma with his eyes closed. It turned out that this guy was the one behind this. No wonder when he arrived at the village entrance and saw no one coming to greet him, he was so angry and took the initiative to provoke Konoha village. It turned out that he wanted to provoke a war between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi. Hearing this roar, the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee were both stunned at the same time, because they were somewhat familiar with this voice. The fourth Raikage looked directly at Namikaze Minato with caution and quickly changed the subject. Just when the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee were about to continue attacking, they heard a loud shout. At the moment when the blue light entered the ninja's body, the Cloud Shinobi Village ninja moved, and then slowly opened his eyes. Hearing Namikaze Tianming's question, the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee couldn't help but look at the Cloud Shinobi Village ninja who was knocked out by Namikaze Tianming at the beginning. The fourth Raikage, who had figured out the key, was furious. He used a flash technique and came to the center of the Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas. He pointed at the tall and unconscious Cloud Shinobi Village ninja and gave orders. The fourth Raikage was immediately furious when he saw that Yatsuki Haru was playing dumb. What's more, adding Namikaze Minato, who they were no match for in the first place, isn't this pure bullying? However, the ninja's eyes were extremely confused, and he muttered to himself. Fourth Raikage-sama, Killer Bee-sama, why are you here? Namikaze Minato, it was you who posted the message inviting us to bring a team to Konoha village to take the Chunin exam. Namikaze Minato was seen looking at the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee coldly, as if they were ready to fight if they disagreed. The two of them looked in the direction where the sound came from, and saw a young man with conspicuous golden hair standing with his hands behind his back next to the circular pit. Yi Yuchen was so frightened that he immediately fell to the ground and begged for mercy. He really didn't know what was going on. How is that possible? Our contact person has always said that we can arrive today. This young man looks very similar to Namikaze Tianming, so the answer is obvious. This young man is the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. Tianend. Hurry up and wake him up, lousy. I want to ask why you are doing this. Chapter 162. Chunin Preliminary Tournament. You still want to quibble? You are trying to provoke a war, you deserve to die? The fourth Raikage was furious, pointing at Yi Yuchen and cursing loudly, his eyes as big as copper bells, and his right hand raised high, as if he was about to beat this man to death. Fourth Raikage, please slow down, a voice came, stopping the angry fourth Raikage. The fourth Raikage looked back and stopped when he saw that the one who spoke was none other than Konoha's fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. Fourth Hokage, do you have any advice? Do you think you can spare a man like this? No, I believe he is innocent. Namikaze Minato just smiled and shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, this person must have been under an illusion and was controlled by someone, so he did this. If I'm not mistaken, he was trapped by the illusion at least a month ago. Namikaze Tianming glanced at Yi Yuchen, looked at her carefully, and said affirmatively. In fact, when Namikaze Tianming saw Yatsuki Haru for the first time, he discovered that Yatsuki Haru was under an illusion, and he knew that the person behind it wanted to deliberately provoke a war between Konoha and Cloud Shinobi Village. So Namikaze Tianming simply knocked Yatsuki Haru out, so that he could naturally fight the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee of Cloud Shinobi Village. In fact, Namikaze Tianming did this mainly to intimidate the fourth Raikage, because this guy is actually the most restless one. Third Tsuchikage Onoki and fifth Mizukage Terumi Mei don't have to worry, they are still happy to give themselves this face. As for the fourth Kazekage Rasa, Namikaze Tianming, there is even less to worry about. After all, in the original work, someone who could be assassinated by Orochimaru would not be able to cause any trouble. Oh, it's actually an illusion? Or was it an illusion a month ago? Humph, even if I was caught in an illusion, so what? It's because I'm not strong enough that I have to be locked up for a month. The fourth Raikage looked at Yi Yuchen in surprise, then snorted coldly and said mercilessly. Advertisement, thank you, Raikage-sama, for not killing me. Yi Yuchen quickly knelt down to express his gratitude. He was already thankful that he could save his life. Now that the misunderstanding has been explained, let's end this battle. Fourth Raikage, we have prepared accommodations for everyone in Cloud Shinobi Village, so why don't you just follow me? Secondly, Namikaze Tianming's favorability towards the character of Killer Bee is actually quite good. Moreover, Killer Bee didn't want to hurt innocent people when he transformed into a half-tailed beast, so he didn't use large-scale lethal ninjutsu like Tailed Beast Bomb. This made Namikaze Tianming look up to him. After these thousands of ninjas had passed the written test and the examination of teamwork ability, only 200 people were left to participate in the subsequent individual ability competition. As for the damage caused at the entrance of the village, there will naturally be Konoha shinobi who are good at earth style and wood style. Oh, there is only one here, to be responsible for greening and reconstruction. Through this draw, Uzumaki Naruto's opponent is a strong man from Sanagakure, the land of wind. Although he is only 12 years old, his size is. As for Namikaze Tianming, of course, the only thing in his eyes was the match between Uzumaki Naruto and Namikaze. In addition, there are ninjas such as Uchiha Sasuke, Rock Lee, Hyuga Neji, Shikamaru, etc. The Chunin exams, in addition to being a test of a ninja's own strength and growth, are also an examination of the strength of each ninja village. The Chunin exam was initially divided into two parts, a written test and a practical exercise. The following matches will all be held in a huge stadium specially built by Konoha. Even though his strength improved greatly after practicing the Divine Wind technique, he still did not have the confidence that he could defeat his younger brother Namikaze Tianming. But Namikaze Minato did not say anything to stop them. For one thing, Namikaze Minato was also confident that the two brothers could do nothing to their younger brother Namikaze Tianming. This is an unprecedented Chunin examination, and all the ninjas who are taking part in it are eager to try. In the initial preliminaries, due to the large number of participants, a 1 volt 1 draw mode was adopted, with multiple arenas competing simultaneously. After saying goodbye to the fourth Hokage and his group, Namikaze Tianming simply disappeared. The test of individual strength is divided into preliminaries, official rounds and finals. Before leaving, fourth Hokage and Killer B looked at Namikaze Tianming and gave him a thumbs up. Advertisement, Namikaze Tianming, your strength is indeed amazing. We two brothers recognize you. When the 5 major ninja villages of the 5 major nations, as well as ninjas from other smaller villages, gathered in Konoha, the Chunin exams finally began. The reason why Namikaze Tianming did not fight to the end with 4th Hokage and Killer B this time was, firstly, because this conflict was actually instigated by an unknown force and there was a misunderstanding involved. Of course, among these 23 people, there's our destined child, Uzumaki Naruto. In addition to the competition venue, this stadium can also accommodate 20,000 to 30,000 spectators. In previous Chunin exams, there were usually only about 200 ninjas taking part, but this time it was different, there were over 1,000 people taking part in the Chunin exam. Namikaze Tianming also smiled and bowed. As the referee's voice sounded, Uzumaki Naruto and the strong man jumped onto the ring at the same time, and the Chunin preliminaries officially began. Among the remaining 200 people, there are only 23 ninjas from Konoha village. The ninjas from the other 4 major countries are no exception, with about 20 of them. As for the remaining less than 100 people, they are composed of the more outstanding ninjas from other small countries. Uzumaki Naruto was luckier, as he drew the number 1, and he was the first to go on stage to fight. Although the conflict broke out because someone on his side was under the spell of an illusion, Cloud Shinobi Village was ultimately more at fault, so the 4th Hokage's attitude became more friendly. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato said with a smile, in fact, Namikaze Minato was already there when Namikaze Tianming and Killer B were fighting. Haha, you two, have fun here, I won't bother you. On the one hand, I also want to see how strong my younger brother is. He was able to easily subdue 9 tails and teach himself and Naruto the mysterious skill of Divine Wind Jutsu. Uzumaki Naruto had already taught the Divine Wind Jutsu to Namikaze Minato, so how could the strength of his younger brother Namikaze Tianming be weak? Otherwise, Namikaze Tianming would have taken advantage of this conflict to kill Killer B and then take down 8 tails, which would have been a great experience. The actual combat exercises are divided into tests of teamwork ability and personal ability. Well, then I'll trouble the 4th Hokage to lead the way. Every game is decided by 1v1 and the winner will advance to the next round. Advertisement Chapter 163. Uzumaki Naruto emerges. The Sanagakure strong man who jumped onto the stage was stunned when he saw that his opponent was actually a yellow-haired boy who looked less than 10 years old, but soon laughed out loud and clenched his fists. Hey, kid, what's going on in Konoha? Are all these brats who haven't even graduated from ninja school coming to take the Chunin exam? Hee, big guy, you'll know why I came to take part in this Chunin exam later. Uzumaki Naruto said with a giggle, then his face turned serious and he put his hands in his pockets. As for why he made this pose, it was naturally because Namikaze Tianming told him that putting your hands in your pockets is the romance of a man. Ha, you're quite confident, little one, but didn't your parents tell you not to act cool in front of others so easily? If you want to show off, my fist as big as a clay pot won't allow it. The huge Sanagakure ninja laughed and jumped up directly, appearing above Uzumaki Naruto. Its huge body even blocked the sun above, as if covering the sky. 1,000-pound smash. The sturdy man roared, clasped his fists, and smashed down at Uzumaki Naruto from top to bottom. Huh? What happened? This little guy actually blocked my attack? The strong man was a little confused for a moment when he saw the little guy in front of him who blocked the attack of his fists with just one hand. Especially, how did that little hand hold his 2 fists? The strong man was puzzled. Hey, you don't understand. It doesn't matter, I'll give you these 2 fists back. Uzumaki Naruto said with a grin once again, then pushed upwards, and the sturdy man's 2 fists hit his face. There were 2 muffled thuds, and the sturdy man from Sanagakure staggered as if drunk, unconsciously retreating towards the edge. Drink. Uzumaki Naruto took advantage of the victory, also jumped high, and kicked the strong man in the chin. Puff. The sturdy man had no strength to fight back, and he flew backwards and fell heavily under the ring. Advertisement, the winner is Konoha Village, Uzumaki Naruto. Following the referee's shout, the crowd watching the game around suddenly cheered with pride. The audience in Konoha Village cheered crazily because the winner was the son of their 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, the new generation genius of Konoha Village. Minato, you are so powerful at such a young age. Your Namikaze family is full of geniuses. I am really envious of them. In the subjective competition seat, Onoki looked at the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato standing beside him and couldn't help but admire him. Namikaze Minato, Namikaze Tianming and now the up-and-coming Uzumaki Naruto. Onoki can only sigh with emotion. Ha, Lord Onoki, thank you for the compliment. It's all thanks to Tsunade. You taught me well. I don't even have the time to teach this child, and I don't know how far he can go. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato smiled innocently and scratched the back of his head. In my opinion, Naruto is more than qualified to be promoted to Chunin. Onoki stroked his beard and chuckled. I agree with what Onoki-senpai said. Even Terumi Mei, the 5th Mizukage of the Land of Water, chuckled. Then I'll borrow your good words. How could Namikaze Minato not be happy that his child was recognized by 2 cage-level strongmen at the same time? Snort. Just when everyone was happy, the 4th cage snorted and turned his head away. He just thought that the others were a bit noisy. There's nothing they can do about it, since the ones who were eliminated were the ninjas from the Wind Country. Other Konoha strongmen in the spectator seats, such as Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy, and Hyuga Hinata, who were on good terms with Uzumaki Naruto, couldn't help but smile. As for Namikaze Tianming and Tsunade, they both had blank expressions on their faces. It was obviously within their expectations that Uzumaki Naruto would have such a performance. Now Uzumaki Naruto has successfully advanced to the next round, but if Uzumaki Naruto wants to win the first place, he must win at least 8 more games. In the next 2 games, Uzumaki Naruto faced the promoted ninjas from the 2 countries of Earth and Lightning respectively, but Uzumaki Naruto defeated his opponents with a crushing attitude and successfully advanced. It is worth mentioning that Nara Shikamaru came in first, and in the second round she easily crushed her opponents and advanced by relying on the shadow imitation technique. Advertisement. But in the third round, his opponent was Tamari from the Wind Country. Although Nara Shikamaru still had the upper hand with his brain, he still gave up. Nara Shikamaru's action deeply etched into Temari's heart. Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but curl his lips when he saw this scene. Is this fate? However, Tamari met Gaara in the next round and automatically forfeited, and Gaara successfully advanced to the 5th round. Uzumaki Naruto's opponent is a bit confusing. He is Hyuga Neji from the Hyuga family. Although Hyuga Hazashi's fate was changed due to Namikaze Tianming's intervention, Hyuga Neji's character did not go to extremes. And Hyuga Neji is still an absolute genius, and is the top one among the younger generation of the Hyuga clan. But there is a problem. Although Hyuga Neji does not hate the main family because of the curse, and because Hyuga Hinata has always treated him as his own brother, Hyuga Neji takes good care of Hyuga Hinata. The current Hyuga Neji can be said to be a complete sister-loving man. So, Hyuga Neji is actually very dissatisfied with Hyuga Hinata's boyfriend Uzumaki Naruto. I didn't expect to meet him in the ring today. Hyuga Neji even planned to defeat Uzumaki Naruto in the ring and make him give up Hyuga Hinata. If you want to be his brother-in-law, you must get the approval of his Hyuga Neji. However, because Uzumaki Naruto is the son of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, Hyuga Neji has never found a suitable opportunity and could only concentrate on training. Unexpectedly, he would encounter it in this Chunin exam. Neji, although you are Hinata's brother, but this time, I must win. After thinking for a while, Uzumaki Naruto finally didn't say anything harsh, although he didn't know why this Hyuga Neji always looked bitter and resentful every time he saw him. Naruto, me too, and, if you lose this time, you must leave Hinata. I saw Hyuga Neji already in a fighting stance. What's going on? Hyuga Neji's words left Uzumaki Naruto with a lot of questions. It's okay. Just know that you're doomed to fail today. Hyuga Neji then shouted and rushed towards Uzumaki Naruto. Then I can't lose. Uzumaki Naruto also rushed out. Chapter 164. Uzumaki Naruto rubbing the Rasengan with one hand. In just a blink of an eye, the two collided with each other, and a fierce fight broke out between them, punching and kicking each other. In terms of physical skills, the two are actually evenly matched. After another collision, the two men leapt backwards at the same time again, not stopping until they reached the edge of the ring. Eye roll. Suddenly, many dense veins appeared around Hyuga Neji's eyes, and this was the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit, the Byakugan. Now that Hyuga Neji has used the Byakugan, it means that Hyuga Neji is serious. Uzumaki Naruto's expression turned serious when he saw Hyuga Neji using his Byakugan. Gentle fist fa. 8 trigrams 64 palms. As soon as Hyuga Neji made this move, an 8 trigrams pattern of a yin-yang fish appeared under his feet and rotated clockwise. However, this scene was invisible to the people around. They could only see Hyuga Neji taking the opening stance of chapter 64 of 8 trigrams. And the Hyuga people who were watching also stood up, shocked. Wait, if I'm not mistaken, this really is 8 trigrams 64 palms. Isn't this a move that only our Hyuga family can learn? Could it be that the Hyuga leader passed this trick to him? Impossible. The Hyuga chieftain would never pass this move to Hyuga Neji, because this move can only be mastered through talent. What? Could it be that Hyuga Neji's talent is so terrifying? Just based on this move of 8 trigrams 64 palms, Hyuga Neji's strength has reached the level of mid to late Chunin. You know, he's only 9 years old. Hyuga Hiyashi pulled Hyuga Hinata and sat quietly in the spectator seats, staring at Hyuga Neji, and no one knew what he was thinking. Multiple shadow clone technique. Uzumaki Naruto was not willing to be outdone, and directly summoned dozens of shadow clones, which rushed towards Hyuga Neji in a black mass. 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, advertisement. 32 palms, 64 palms. Hyuga Neji looked at these dozens of Naruto, without changing his expression at all, and used his gentle fist in an orderly manner. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Because the Byakugan has an almost 360-degree field of vision, even though Uzumaki Naruto had an astonishing number of shadow clones, Hyuga Neji still destroyed dozens of them with 1 palm each. Naruto, it's your turn now. After Hyuga Neji dispersed all of Uzumaki Naruto's clones, he saw Uzumaki Naruto hiding at the back. He couldn't help but reveal an evil smile, and then he leaned forward, ready to use the special properties of 8 trigrams 64 palms to block the flow of Uzumaki Naruto's chakra and restrict his ability to move. However, Uzumaki Naruto was not panicked when he saw Hyuga Neji approaching him. Instead, he used the flickering technique to dodge the attack. Multiple shadow clone technique. While dodging, Uzumaki Naruto actually used multiple shadow clone techniques again. The only difference is that the number of shadow clones this time is even twice the number of shadow clones used for the first time. The amount of chakra was so great that the onlookers were amazed. On the one hand, they also didn't want to fight with the Konoha players, but seeing such an exciting game, they couldn't help but cheer. Naruto, I originally thought you were just a genius in name only, but after today's battle, I admit that you are indeed a genius. However, if you want to become Miss Hinata's boyfriend, you must first pass me. Hyuga Neji's opinion on Uzumaki Naruto has changed a little, but he still has high requirements for the candidate for Hyuga Hinata's boyfriend, who is also his brother-in-law. Neji, I'm already Hinata's boyfriend, it's useless for you to disagree, but I will definitely defeat you today. Shuriken. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto and many shadow clones had a shuriken in their hands. Go! Hundreds of shadow clone, Naruto, threw shurikens at Hyuga Neji in the center at the same time. Faced with so many shurikens, Hyuga Neji did not panic at all, and still calmly assumed the starting posture. J-Shi, 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven, advertisement. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect Hyuga Neji to even learn this move. I won't worry about it then. As expected of a genius from our Hyuga family, he actually comprehended 8 trigrams 64 palms and 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven with his own talent. The Hyuga people, who were originally worried, finally felt relieved when they saw Hyuga Neji use revolving heaven. Because this 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven is a physical technique that releases a large amount of chakra through the acupuncture points of the body to attack the enemy, and at the same time rotates the body to rebound the attack back. This 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven is also known as absolute defense. So, even if hundreds of shurikens attacked Hyuga Neji at the same time, it would be useless. Even if the number of shurikens doubled again, the result would be the same, Hyuga Neji would be unharmed. And the fact is the same as what the people of the Hyuga family said, all the shurikens thrown by Uzumaki Naruto were deflected away by Hyuga Neji. Even more, those flying shurikens eliminated many of Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clones. Uzumaki Naruto was not frustrated, but just watched the scene calmly. Finally, he gave another order, and all the shadow clones rushed towards Hyuga Neji again. You still want to use this trick? It's useless? Gentle fist fa. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hyuga Neji used the same trick again and once again shattered all of Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clone, but what Hyuga Neji didn't notice was, in an inconspicuous corner behind him, a technique quietly appeared there, and this place was exactly the blind spot of Hyuga Neji's Byakugan. Although the Byakugan is said to have an almost 360-degree field of vision, but it's almost, there are still blind spots. 8 trigrams. Mountain Breaker. After eliminating all shadow clones, Hyuga Neji couldn't wait to launch an attack. Rasengan. Facing the attacking Hyuga Neji, Uzumaki Naruto just smiled slightly, raised his right hand, and the Rasengan instantly condensed in his hand. Condensing the Rasengan with one hand, this is what Uzumaki Naruto dreamed of doing in the original work. Now Uzumaki Naruto has achieved it at the age of 8, nearly 10 years ahead of schedule. What, isn't this the Rasengan, the jutsu created by the 4th Hokage? Oh my god, he's truly worthy of being the 4th Hokage's son. How old is he and he's already mastered the Rasengan? Tisk tisk tisk, this is simply a monster. Ha ha ha, as expected of you, the 4th Hokage's son. There's someone to take over your throne. Oh no. This Hyuga Neji is in trouble. Stop them now or someone will die. Advertisement Chapter 165, Flying Thunder God and Rasengan Cooperation. No, stop it quickly, it's over, this time there's really going to be a big problem. Naruto, how can you use this trick? At once, people in the audience stood up in worry. Because they know the power of the Rasengan, if Hyuga Neji is hit, he will most likely be seriously injured. However, it was obviously too late to stop it. The Rasengan in Uzumaki Naruto's hand was about to collide with Hyuga Neji's palm. However, at this critical moment, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly disappeared from Hyuga Neji's sight. With a whoosh, Uzumaki Naruto appeared behind Hyuga Neji again. Hyuga Neji turned around in panic, but it was too late to dodge. The Rasengan was about to hit Hyuga Neji in the face. Crisis. A look of despair appeared in Hyuga Neji's eyes. Change. But at this moment, Uzumaki Naruto roared, and the direction of the Rasengan attack suddenly changed. Slamming straight towards the ground. Boom. An explosion sounded at Hyuga Neji's feet, and Hyuga Neji was directly blown away by the impact and fell to the edge of the ring. Next to the place where Hyuga Neji had just stood, there was a pit with a diameter of about 2 meters and a depth of half a meter. Hyuga Neji gasped heavily, struggled to stand up from the ground, and looked at Uzumaki Naruto at the edge of the deep pit with an incredible expression. I could hear the heated discussions of people in the audience. Hit me now. Why'd I hit you? I want to confirm whether I am seeing things. The one that Uzumaki Naruto used just now should be Flying Thunder God, right? Although I don't quite believe it, but it does seem to be the Flying Thunder God. FK. Flying Thunder God plus Rasengan. How old is this Uzumaki Naruto? He has already learned all the skills of the 4th Hokage-sama? Advertisement. The people in the audience have gone completely crazy. Even in the main audience, Namikaze Minato was also shocked and opened his mouth wide. He pointed at Uzumaki Naruto in disbelief, then turned his head to ask Onoki. Onoki-senpai, it is true that Naruto used the Flying Thunder God and the Rasengan, right? Onoki rolled his eyes at Namikaze Minato in annoyance. It was not right to pay attention to him. Wasn't this just a way of showing off his friendliness? Flying Thunder God and Rasengan, these are your own specialties, and now you ask me? You taught me this yourself. Why are you asking me? Judging from the combat power displayed by Uzumaki Naruto now, it would be more than enough for him to be promoted to Jonin. Who wouldn't be jealous of an 8-year-old Jonin? After a long while, Namikaze Minato finally came to his senses and sat back heavily in his chair. In fact, Namikaze Minato really doesn't know how Uzumaki Naruto learned Flying Thunder God and Rasengan. Because I never taught him at all. Lord Tsunade has been guiding Naruto recently, but Lord Tsunade doesn't even know these two ninjutsu. Could it be Jiraiya-sensei? No, that's not right. Although Jiraiya-sensei knows Rasengan, he doesn't know Flying Thunder God. If both Jiraiya-sensei and Tsunade-sama are ruled out, then there is only one possibility, Namikaze Tianming. She was sensitive and knew that Hyuga Neji loved her, so she could naturally sense the hostility Hyuga Neji showed towards Uzumaki Naruto. You can't bully Hinata, otherwise, even if I'm no match for you, I will chase you to the ends of the earth. After Hyuga Neji jumped off the ring, the referee officially announced Uzumaki Naruto as the winner. Uzumaki Naruto also became serious at this time, nodded and said. Looking at the smug Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Neji suddenly felt mixed emotions and couldn't help but wonder if he had given up too early. There was once again a wave of cheers from the audience, including the Hyuga people. Although Hyuga Neji lost to Uzumaki Naruto conquered them with his strength. After being in a daze for a long time, Hyuga Neji finally came back to his senses from his daze. Men are such a strange species, hard to figure out. My second brother, apart from him, I'm afraid no one else can do it. After Uzumaki Naruto's match was over, the matches in other arenas also gradually came to an end, and the list of winners was finally announced. Advertisement thinking that it was Namikaze Tianming who taught him, Namikaze Minato breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help laughing. He could trust his second brother's work. Because of the influence of the original work, Namikaze Tianming never thought about teaching Uzumaki Naruto Flying Thunder God, because he had already assumed in his mind that Uzumaki Naruto could not learn it. Hyuga Hinata tried to mediate several times, but because he did not understand the root cause and was shy, his mediation efforts were ineffective. If it weren't for Uzumaki Naruto's size, Namikaze Tianming would have thought that Uzumaki Naruto was Namikaze Minato in disguise. But it seems that there is no room for choice. After all, the gap in strength is already obvious. He had no idea how Uzumaki Naruto learned Flying Thunder God. Neji, don't be discouraged. In fact, you are already very strong. It's a pity that you met me. As the future Hokage, it's not unfair that you lost to me. But Uzumaki Naruto's performance today was really beyond his expectations. Is this still the Hokage world he is familiar with? Aside from close relatives like Mr. and Mrs. Minato, the happiest person among them was Hyuga Hinata. But in fact, I was also shocked because I had only taught Uzumaki Naruto Rasengan. Namikaze Minato's smile immediately attracted a lot of roll of eyes. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei, 4th Reikage Ai and 4th Kasuke Rasa were all envious and jealous, looking at Namikaze Minato who was laughing like a fool. Uzumaki Naruto stood up slowly with a blank expression on his face, walked straight to Hyuga Neji, patted Hyuga Neji's shoulder and then grinned. He knew that if Uzumaki Naruto's Rasengan had hit him in the face just now, he would have absolutely no chance of survival. Hyuga Neji expressionlessly pulled away Uzumaki Naruto's right hand on his shoulder, walked to the edge of the ring, paused, turned back, looked at Uzumaki Naruto and said seriously. Some people even regard Uzumaki Naruto as one of the successors to Hokage. Hyuga Neji. This was the only feeling Hyuga Hinata could have in his young heart. But what no one expected was that after Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji had a fight today, Hyuga Neji's hostility disappeared. Although Namikaze Tianming didn't say a word in the stands, he seemed to have everything under control. Don't worry, no one can hurt Hinata unless they step over my dead body. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto able to use Flying Thunder God and Rasengan so skillfully. The words spoken by two young children carry a great deal of weight. However, Uzumaki Naruto risked backlash and forcibly changed the trajectory of the Rasengan's attack, obviously showing mercy. I lost. Chapter 166. Battle between physical geniuses. After several rounds of competition, the top 13 players are Konoha Village, Land of Fire, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Luoke Lee. Sanagakure, the Kingdom of Wind, Gaara, Shira. Cloud Shinobi Village in the Land of Lightning, Karui, Omoi. Kirigakure, Suigetsu and Haku, Land of Earth Iwagakure, Bunya. The Bamboo Cutter, Tendon Jugo, Brilliant Yoruichi Tribe, Kimimaro. Land of Grass. Karen, Uzumaki Clan, the Lucky One, advanced with a bye. After a new round of draws, their respective opponents have been announced. Konoha Village Uchiha Sasuke vs Kirigakure Bai, Kirigakure Suigetsu vs Cloud Shinobi Village Omoi. Konoha Village Rock Lee vs Sanagakure Shira. Cloud Shinobi Village Karui vs Wei Yoruichi Clan Kimimaro. Konoha Village Uzumaki Naruto vs Sanagakure Gaara. The Bamboo Cutter Tenbin Jugo vs Iwagakure Bunga. It is worth mentioning that the lucky girl Karen from Grass Country once again advanced through a bye. Because the number of people has decreased now, the next matches will be conducted in order. Moreover, all the previous arenas were removed, revealing a large open space, which became the venue for the next battle. As the field becomes wider, the players on the field will have more opportunities to perform. In the first match, Uchiha Sasuke faces Haku, a super showdown between the Blood Sharingan and the Ice-style Blood Sharingan. One is a handsome genius boy from the Uchiha clan, and the other is a beautiful boy who looks like a girl. Although the Ice Release Keke Genkai opened the eyes of the audience, the Ice Release secret technique, Magic Mirror Ice Crystal also shocked the audience. But in the end, Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan and Reikari are better. After a hard fight, Uchiha Sasuke successfully defeated Bai and advanced to the next round. Advertisement in the second match, Kirigakure Suigetsu will compete against Cloud Shinobi Village Omoi. Kirigakure Suigetsu is a young man with white hair, purple eyes and sharp teeth. Omoi from Cloud Shinobi Village also has white hair and likes to hold a lollipop in his mouth, but he always says annoying and troublesome words and is an overly pessimistic young man. As a member of the Kido clan, Suigetsu Hazuka possesses the clan's unique water-style secret technique, which allows him to liquefy any part of his body. However, lightning style is their natural nemesis. Hazuka herself is impulsive and timid, so even though Omoi also hates trouble, he defeated Hazuka with his extraordinary brain and the unique attributes of lightning style and successfully advanced to the next round. The third match was between Rock Lee from Konoha Village and Shira from Sanagakure. When it came to this match, Namikaze Tianming started to watch seriously on the platform. After all, Rock Lee was Might Guy's disciple and he had practiced the bodybuilding skills taught by him, so his strength must be strong. As the referee's voice fell, the game officially began, and the two opponents slowly walked into the competition venue. The moment Rock Lee saw Ziluo, he felt a familiar breath, a breath of body refining. The person who can make himself aware of this aura must have very high attainments in physical skills.
Rock Lee was delighted. He finally had a physical opponent. Here it means someone of the same age, at least the age difference would not be too big.
Similarly, when Ziluo saw Rock Lee, he also raised his head. For some reason, the blood in his heart suddenly surged. My name is Rock Lee. Rock Lee confidently stretched out a hand. Now he was no longer the crying child. Since practicing the body refining technique in 8 inner gates, Rock Lee has undergone a tremendous change. Sanagakure, Ziluo, I'm about to get on, so be careful. Ziluo also made the same move. Perhaps because he was excited to see the prey. After saying hello, Ziluo rushed directly towards Rock Lee and launched the first attack. As soon as Ziluo made a move, he launched a series of fierce attacks, using fists, palms, and feet. However, Rock Lee was equally as strong, and the two of them were evenly matched in the fight. There were 2 more dull thuds of fists hitting flesh. After the two men collided with each other, they quickly jumped back and put some distance between them. The two looked at each other from a distance, both trying to calm their rapid breathing. Rock Lee, very good, I will remember you. I know I can never beat you with ordinary taijutsu. So, I'm going to do my best. Advertisement, 7 days calling method, the first active method. Second active, Ziluo clenched his fists, took a horse stance, and after a roar, chakra instantly gushed out of his body. At this moment, Ziluo's eyes were wide open, and her hair was flying because of the chakra spreading everywhere. I see. Looks like I have to be serious too. 8 inner gates, first open, open. The second rest gate, open. Seeing Ziluo's appearance, Rock Lee's expression also became serious. Rock Lee crossed his fists in front of his forehead, and his aura began to rise with his roars. Originally, the Sanagakure ninjas in the audience had already started cheering when they saw Shira's rising momentum. But they discovered that the thick-browed boy from Konoha village opposite them was actually the same as Ziluo. As his momentum continued to rise, his laughter stopped abruptly. Third activity, 8 inner gates, third gate, open. With a loud shout from the two men, a dazzling light emanated from their bodies. They attacked at the same time and rushed towards each other in the blink of an eye. But this time, both of them were several times faster than before. The speed was so fast that the audience around were dumbfounded, because they could not see Rock Lee and Ziluo's movements clearly. All they could hear were the constant sounds of explosions, holes appearing one after another, rocks exploding, and trees falling down. Looking at such a fierce scene, those people in Konoha village and Sanagakure who looked down on Rock Lee and Ziluo were all stunned at this moment. Is this still the Rock Lee and Shiro they know? Can physical skills be so powerful? The two bodies were like phantoms, moving back and forth, appearing in any corner of the arena and also winning the hearts of the audience. Everyone stood up and cheered loudly, shouting, "Come on!" Namikaze Tianming was also watching with great interest in the audience, although in Namikaze Tianming's eyes, the fight between Lokari and Ziluo was no different from a fight between children. However, for Ziluo to be able to create his own 7 days calling technique and to compete with Rock Lee, who opened the third gate and practiced the body refining technique. He is already a genius among geniuses. But after all, it's my own creation, it's still too crude, and there's no follow-up. Xiao Li is going to win. Namikaze Tianming looked at the two people fighting on the field, pinched his chin, and muttered to himself. 5 NT Chapter 167. The two fathers almost got into a fight. Sure enough, not long after Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, Ziluo's body paused and her movements slowed down a bit. Shadow Dance Leaf. Xiao Li also keenly noticed this and launched a fierce attack, kicking Ziluo into the air. Listen to the lotus flower. Rock Lee followed closely behind and hugged Ziluo in midair, the bandage in his hand directly wrapped around Ziluo, making it impossible for Ziluo to exert any strength and unable to get rid of Rock Lee. Rock Lee just smiled slightly, and then the two of them spun at high speed, and then crashed down violently in an inverted position. Boom! After a loud bang, a broken earth pit appeared on the playing field, and thick smoke continued to billow out. Just as everyone was staring at the pit nervously, Rock Lee jumped out of the pit, rotated 360 degrees in the air, and landed safely. Rock Lee looked at Might Guy in the audience with a confident smile on his face, gave him a thumbs up, and said in a sonorous voice. I won. When the smoke cleared, Ziluo in the pit had lost the ability to fight and stared at the sky helplessly. It was not until the medical staff rescued him from the pit, put him on a stretcher, and passed by Rock Lee that Ziluo came to his senses. Ziluo grabbed Rock Lee's wrist, her eyes sincere but apologetic, and asked in a weak voice. What's your name? My name is Rock Lee, and I am the beautiful blue beast of Konoha. When he heard Ziluo asking his name, Rock Lee smiled as usual and introduced himself. Well, I will remember you. Ziluo nodded and spoke seriously, then was carried away by medical staff. Wait, why does this sound familiar? Didn't he just say this? Suddenly, Rock Lee raised his thick eyebrows, as if he remembered something. He grabbed the void in the direction where Ziluo left and shouted loudly. Advertisement, hey, you guy, didn't I just introduce myself? Oh my goodness. Rock Lee finally understood that this was what Ziluo meant by the apology in his eyes. This guy actually ignored his self-introduction and didn't even remember his name. How can I fix it? Deminda, but soon, Rock Lee let it go. What does it matter? Rock Lee successfully advanced to the next round. Haha, Namikaze Minato, you, the new generation of Konoha, really can't be underestimated. You are so young, but you have reached the level of Jonin, and there are more than one. Fourth Hokage said expressionlessly, but in fact he was already dying of envy. Ahem, let's not dwell on this, let's just continue watching the game. Fourth Hokage, look. Goodness, this girl is really unlucky. She actually met such a rare owner of a bloodline limit, but her loss is not unfair. Haha, Fourth Hokage, you're too kind, it was just a fluke. In his opinion, although Karui's strength is slightly weaker than Omoi's, Karui is relatively more mature and stable, so he should have no problem advancing to the next round. Namikaze Minato raised an eyebrow, very unhappy with the fourth Kage's behavior of determining that Uzumaki Naruto lost. Looking at Omoi's lazy look, the fourth Hokage wanted to give him a couple of punches to cheer him up, even though Omoi had already successfully advanced to the next round. Now all the participating ninjas from Kirigakure have been eliminated. Although Uzumaki Naruto is not from Kirigakure, he is the nephew of Namikaze Tianming. Terumi Mei naturally stands on Uzumaki Naruto's side in her heart. After hearing what Namikaze Minato said, fourth Hokage said nothing more. As a father, how could I not support my son? Aren't you afraid of bringing shame to your own children? In this awkward atmosphere, the fourth Kage Luosha, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Haha, Master Fengying, I'm afraid you were too happy too early. Namikaze Minato thought so in his heart, especially when he saw Onoki and Terumi Mei turn their heads away at the same time. Namikaze Minato became more determined in his thoughts. If it weren't for the fact that this was the Chunin exam, the fathers of the two upcoming contestants would probably have started a fight. Advertisement all this time, in the main competition seat, the momentum of 4th Kage Rasa and 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato increased sharply. Haha, 4th Hokage, don't panic. The next match will be between Gaara and Uzumaki Naruto, the son of the 4th Hokage. This time, Konoha will definitely lose. That's right, the one who will be fighting is your son, the 4th Kage, One-Tailed Jinchuriki. The other three Kage followed Namikaze Minato and looked at the newly appeared Cloud Shinobi village Karui and Kimimaro of the Wei Yoruichi tribe without saying a word. Isn't it the turn of the ninjas from your Cloud Shinobi village to fight? We can also appreciate the strength of your new generation of geniuses from Cloud Shinobi village. Onoki saw that the atmosphere was not right, so he shouted loudly and pulled the two men out of their anger. Seeing this scene, Namikaze Minato's smile froze on his face, and the 4th Hokage's expression became even darker. He is going to face Uzumaki Naruto. Both of you, stop right there, sit down and watch the game. If someone suddenly couldn't stand it and attacked out of jealousy, although I was confident that I could handle it, it would be bad if it disrupted the Chunin exam. Because Namikaze Minato has discovered that when he was watching the game, he always got a few inexplicable murderous glances from both sides, so it is better for him to take it easy. 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei covered her mouth and exclaimed. However, this battle did not go as the 4th Hokage had hoped, even though she was already proficient in lightning-style ninjutsu and her taijutsu was pretty good as well. Really, the father hasn't even started beating his own child yet? Onoki said with a smile. He was very unhappy that only one person from Iwagakure advanced and it was not certain that he could advance to the next round. Namikaze Minato's face was already beaming with joy, but he remained very restrained and responded very modestly. However, she is facing Kimimaro, the holder of the extremely rare Kagaya Yoruichi clan bloodline limit, Dead Bone Pulse. Kimimaro's strength is not at the same level as Karui's, facing Kimimaro's crazy attack and the peculiar ability of Dead Bone Pulse. Karui was eventually defeated and was seriously injured. The key point is that this time, the time Karui was defeated was the shortest in this round of games. Haha, now we're going to have some fun. He secretly complained in his heart that if Kuretsuchi hadn't been promoted to Chunin long ago, this exam would definitely be a great opportunity for Kuretsuchi to shine. Chapter 168. Uzumaki Naruto vs Gaara. Ahem. What Oonoki-senpai said makes sense. Let's watch the game. Namikaze Minato smiled awkwardly, rubbed the back of his head innocently, and focused his attention back on the game. As for the fourth Keisuke Rasa, he snorted coldly, turned his head away proudly, and said nothing. With the referee's announcement, the game officially began. Uzumaki Naruto and Gaara, the good friends in the original work, finally appeared slowly on the left and right. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, the future Hokage. Opening parenthesis. Uzumaki Naruto introduced himself with his usual smile, his tone full of confidence and pride. Gaara, however, still looked at Uzumaki Naruto coldly, his expression did not change at all, and he squeezed out 3 words from his mouth. Gaara? Gaara? Sounds familiar, like I've heard it somewhere before? After listening to Gaara's self-introduction, Uzumaki Naruto didn't care about Gaara's attitude at all, but he always felt like he had heard this name somewhere, but he couldn't remember it. But soon, Uzumaki Naruto shook his head and stopped thinking about these complicated things. In short, the right thing to do was to knock down the person in front of him. Multiple shadow clone technique. Uzumaki Naruto roared, and as usual, used his best multiple shadow clone technique. Come on! Uzumaki Naruto gave an order and all the shadow clones rushed forward and pounced on Gaara. However, Gaara did not react at all to Uzumaki Naruto's attack and just stood there motionless. After a while, Gaara was pressed down by the Uzumaki Naruto, who was like a small mountain. Could it be that Gaara was so easily subdued by Uzumaki Naruto like this? The answer is of course no. At this moment, the Uzumaki Naruto, that was originally in a dark crowd suddenly let out screams. Advertisement. I saw a huge sharp spear made of sand rushing out from the body of Uzumaki Naruto. Then it shows that one gravel spear after another keeps stabbing out, piercing through the Uzumaki Naruto. One after another, all of them turning into a puff of white smoke. In just the blink of an eye, hundreds of shadow clones of Uzumaki Naruto were completely wiped out by these sand spears. And everyone finally saw clearly what was inside. The place where Gaara had originally stood had turned into a round sphere made of gravel. On top of the gravel sphere were sand spears. One after another, just like a hedgehog. Then, everyone saw the sand turn into quicksand and finally returned to the gourd behind Gaara. And these quicksands are actually the sand that his mother Karula turned into after her death. And because of his mother, he is able to defend himself. His hardness far exceeds that of steel and he is known as an absolute defense. In other words, even if Gaara stood there without any movement, the quicksand in the gourd behind him would automatically protect Gaara. Oh, what kind of method is this? It's quite interesting, I have to try it. Uzumaki Naruto was seen looking at Gaara in the center of the sand with interest, then he suddenly accelerated and rushed directly towards Gaara. Seeing that he was in front of Gaara, Uzumaki Naruto was delighted and smashed down on Gaara's face. However, just when Uzumaki Naruto was about to succeed, a pile of sand suddenly appeared between the two of them, blocking Uzumaki Naruto's fist. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes narrowed, and he quickly used his extraordinary speed to change the angle, but the result was the same as before, and he returned with no success. In the following period of time, Uzumaki Naruto tried to attack from top to bottom, from left to right, and from different angles, but was blocked by Gaara's sand. Gaara acted like nothing happened, but Uzumaki Naruto was already breathing heavily. In the stands, oh, the fourth Keisuke's son is called Gaara, right? Seeing how calm he is, I'm afraid he will be the winner of this round. Fourth Keisuke Luo Shaw just crossed his arms and said nothing, but anyone could see that Luo Shaw was in a very good mood. HMPH, I don't think that's necessarily true. Don't you see that Naruto has been testing you all along and hasn't really made a move yet? This time, it was 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei who was somewhat unhappy and argued for Uzumaki Naruto. Indeed, now that neither of them has really started fighting, it's hard to say who will win. Advertisement. Onoki stroked his beard and analyzed calmly. On the field, Uzumaki Naruto distanced himself from Gaara, but he couldn't help but smile. Although this automatic defense is indeed tricky, through several attempts, Uzumaki Naruto has already realized that the speed of this quicksand defense has an upper limit. In other words, as long as your speed is faster than the quicksand, it will be fine. Divine Wind Technique. The wind travels 1,000 miles. Uzumaki Naruto disappeared out of thin air and appeared in front of Gaara in the blink of an eye. He punched Gaara in the face with unparalleled speed. The quicksand wanted to defend, but it was too late. Puff. Uzumaki Naruto kicked Gaara in the back again. If there is a first punch, there will be a second punch. If there is a first kick, there will be a second kick. In an instant, Gaara was punched countless times by Uzumaki Naruto, and cracks appeared on his face one after another. Ah, my sand shield. Gaara, unable to fight back in midair, could only watch as Uzumaki Naruto smashed his sand shield with one punch after another. Puff. Uzumaki Naruto punched Gaara in the face again, making his face crooked, and the whole person hit the ground directly like a cannonball. Although Gaara's absolute defense is indeed extraordinary, Gaara's physical skills are still lacking. Once Uzumaki Naruto gets close to him, he has no power to fight back. Uzumaki Naruto stood quietly on the ground, looking at Gaara who was still struggling, but did not make a move. He had a hunch that Gaara probably had not used up all his strength yet. Hand of sand. Sure enough, when Gaara struggled to get up, his eyes were full of anger. With a roar, sand surged up wildly around him, and finally turned into a giant hand, grabbing Uzumaki Naruto directly. Uzumaki Naruto saw this, but he didn't panic at all. He just took out several shurikens with Flying Thunder God's spell printed on them and threw them to every corner of the field without hesitation. Boom. The speed of the hand of sand was also incredibly fast, creating a huge crater where Uzumaki Naruto was. And Uzumaki Naruto didn't seem to dodge. The hand of sand slowly raised up, but strangely, there was no sign of Uzumaki Naruto in the pit. Chapter 169. Sand burst funeral. At this moment, a kunai shot from behind Gaara, but fortunately, the quicksand automatically defended and blocked the kunai. Gaara turned around slowly with an expressionless face, and saw Uzumaki Naruto not far behind him, holding his hands on the circle of the kunai, spinning it continuously. Under his feet was the kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique that he had thrown before. Obviously, just now, it was Uzumaki Naruto who used Flying Thunder God to avoid the attack of Gaara's sand hand. Gaara stared at Uzumaki Naruto closely, his originally cold expression gradually becoming violent. Die. Gaara grabbed the void in front of him with a ferocious look on his face, and a hand of sand actually sprang out from the ground under Uzumaki Naruto's feet, trying to grab Uzumaki Naruto. Unfortunately, although the hand of sand was very unexpected, it was still dodged by Uzumaki Naruto with the help of Flying Thunder God. However, Gaara did not give up. He reached out to the void again, and another hand of sand rushed out wildly. This cycle repeats itself, with sand hands emerging from the ground one after another frantically, and Uzumaki Naruto's figure constantly shuttling back and forth among them. Hey, you B*****************, D, can't you try another trick? Naruto couldn't help but roar in annoyance as he kept dodging Uzumaki. Then I will satisfy you, sandbound coffin. Gaara suddenly showed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth, and he raised his hand. A circular sand column like a tornado suddenly rose around Uzumaki Naruto, surrounding Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto didn't even have a chance to escape because the top of this circular sand column was sealed. It turned out that all this was within Gaara's calculations. He used the hand of sand again and again just to force Uzumaki Naruto into the trap he had set long ago. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto was like a silkworm pupa, wrapped in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Sandfall funeral. Gaara's open palm suddenly clenched tightly, and the round sand column that trapped Uzumaki Naruto suddenly compressed at the same time. This is Lord Gaara's special move, Sandstorm Funeral. I heard that anyone who gets hit by Lord Gaara's move will be instantly crushed by the pressure of the sand. Advertisement, hiss. So cruel. Doesn't that mean that this kid from Konoha village is such a pity? In the audience, ninjas from big and small countries couldn't help but talk about it, and they all felt sorry for Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Hinata quickly stood up, shouted worriedly, and staggered, and almost fainted. No, Naruto will be fine. I believe in him. After a long while, Hyuga Hinata clenched his fists, looked at the quicksand on the field with firm eyes, and prayed silently in his heart. Even in the main audience seats, 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki and 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei couldn't help but show worried expressions. Looking at the power of this sandstorm, even if Uzumaki Naruto doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. Isn't Lord Feng a little too anxious? That's right, Namikaze Minato, who also practiced the divine wind technique, naturally knew that Gaara's sand explosion funeral could not do anything to Uzumaki Naruto. 4th Cascade Luosha's tone was full of regret, but the smile on his face showed that he was very proud at this moment. Gaara, it's my turn. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly raised his head, shouted loudly, and disappeared. The quicksand dissipated, and everyone could see clearly the situation of Uzumaki Naruto inside. But at this moment, there was a noise in the deep pit, and an excited beast roar came from the deep pit. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto appeared above Gaara. In an instant, thousands of Uzumaki Naruto rushed forward like a flood, punching and kicking him. Sure enough, not long after Namikaze Minato finished speaking, Uzumaki Naruto's voice came from the quicksand. If it were any other ordinary Jonin, they might be strangled to death by Gaara's sand explosion funeral, but how could Uzumaki Naruto, who has the divine wind technique at his disposal, be strangled so easily? After seeing this, the audience finally understood that Uzumaki Naruto actually had such a way to save his life. Some people even shuddered involuntarily. Naruto continuous bomb. Advertisement Uzumaki Naruto was seen floating in the air, with a transparent energy sphere surrounding his body that protected him. Any debris that touched the energy sphere would be bounced away immediately. However, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato did not show any sadness on his face, and still spoke with a smile. Seeing Gaara's astonished expression, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but feel a little proud. They were just protected by the strong wind of the divine wind technique. What a bunch of guys who have never seen the world. Hey, opening parenthesis. How can these people understand the magic of the divine wind technique? Haha, haha, I'm finally out. Gaara was at the bottom of the pit, unconscious. Uzumaki Naruto happily gave a thumbs up to his family members, wanting to announce his victory. Oh my, 4th Hokage, my son really has no sense of propriety at all. If anything happens to your son, I will punish Gaara severely. Wind style. Rasen Shuriken. The audience who were originally cheering fell silent at this moment, and everyone stared at the spider web-like pit with nervous expressions. The next moment, that ball of quicksand burst out with green light one after another. The green chakra attached to the quicksand like lightning, constantly destroying its structure. The sand armor on Gaara's body was shattered again by Uzumaki Naruto. He vomited blood and fell heavily to the ground, and a spider web-shaped deep pit was smashed into the ground again. Finally, the quicksand couldn't bear the weight and exploded, eventually turning into a ball of loose sand and returning dejectedly to the gourd behind Gaara. Although he is reluctant to admit it, Uzumaki Naruto's progress in divine wind technique is so good that even Namikaze Minato himself is ashamed of himself. Uzumaki Naruto frowned at the edge of the deep pit, and quickly activated the kamikaze technique to directly avoid a tail attacking from the ground. Naruto 1000 bullets. At this time, Hyuga Hinata breathed a sigh of relief, and her clenched fists loosened at this moment, her little face turning red with excitement. Boom! Namikaze Minato thought secretly in his heart. The same thought popped up in everyone's mind. There must be a monster in this deep pit. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Chapter 170. Haki Gamabunta appears. Roar. With a sharp strange cry, a huge figure suddenly jumped out from the ground and then fell heavily to the ground. I saw a raccoon with a tail, a fat body, and covered with curse patterns. It was as tall as a building. And this raccoon dog is none other than One-Tail Shukaku, one of the 9-tailed beasts in the Hokage world. As soon as Shukaku appeared, the audience in the auditorium exploded, and everyone had a different expression on their face. Some were there to watch the fun, some were excited, some were indifferent, and some were terrified. Hey, Rasa, I'm afraid it's against the rules for Gaara to release One-Tail Shukaku? Onoki looked at One-Tail Shukaku on the field, frowned, and said dissatisfiedly. One-Tail Shukaku, this is no longer Gaara's own power, right? I suggest that Gaara be disqualified from the competition. 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei also spoke up. Don't worry, everyone. This is not Gaara releasing Shukaku's true form. This is just a complete possession mastered by Gaara. Its true power is still far from One-Tail Shukaku. 4th Kazekage Rasa crossed his arms and explained calmly. I see. I never thought that Gaara, at such a young age, could have reached the level of perfect Jinchuriki. This really surprises me. Onoki looked at Gaara on the field in surprise, stroking his beard and said in disbelief. Haha, 3rd Tsuchikage-sama, thank you for the compliment, it's just luck. 4th Kazekage Rasa chuckled. However, only Rasa himself knew that Gaara had lost consciousness now. Although the real body of One-Tail Shukaku had not really appeared yet, he could go berserk at any time and the threat was just as great. But this is also what he is happy to see. At this time, Namikaze Minato was watching Uzumaki Naruto who was confronting One-Tail Shukaku on the field without saying a word. As long as Naruto was in danger, he would forcefully take action even if it violated the rules. Although he is not particularly clear about Naruto's strength, Namikaze Minato still chooses to believe Naruto first. This is summoning technique? Uzumaki Naruto tilted his head and said with a curious look on his face. At his age, although he had heard about the tailed beasts and the Jinchuriki, he had never seen a real tailed beast, so he did not recognize One-Tail Shukaku. Coupled with the noise from the audience around him, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't hear what the audience was saying. Summoning? I don't care about summoning, go to hell. Advertisement. I saw One-Tail Shukaku imitating Uzumaki Naruto by tilting his head, and the tail rubbed against One-Tail's head. It looked so cute. But this is just an appearance. One-Tail Shukaku's expression changed instantly, and with a roar, a gust of wind blew out of One-Tail Shukaku's mouth. The surrounding rock fragments were blown up by the strong wind and whistled towards Uzumaki Naruto. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Uzumaki Naruto saw this, but did not panic. He also took a deep breath and exhaled a gust of wind to meet the target. However, wind-style Great Breakthrough is only one of the most basic ninjutsu after all. Although Uzumaki Naruto is very powerful, he is still not up to the mark when it comes to competing with the strong wind blown by Shukaku. Wind rushes across the world. Seeing that he was no match for his opponent, Uzumaki Naruto quickly used the skills from the divine wind technique, and quickly swayed to the side like a ghost, avoiding the attack of the strong wind. Carrot, do you think you're the only one who knows summoning? I can do it, too. Uzumaki Naruto put his hands on his hips, pointed at One-Tail Shukaku and scolded him loudly with great dissatisfaction. Oh, you ignored me? You even dared to sleep? Let me see how I'm going to deal with you. After dodging One-Tail Shukaku's attack, Uzumaki Naruto accidentally saw that Gaara actually appeared on One-Tail Shukaku's forehead with his arms hanging down. Apparently he was asleep. Summoning technique, Humph, the battle isn't over yet. An extremely fast and powerful wind ball was instantly spit out from One-Tail Shukaku's mouth and attacked Uzumaki Naruto and Gamabunta. Summoning technique? Gamabunta? Did Jiraiya-sensei teach Naruto too? Tisk tisk tisk, 4th Hokage, your son really opens my eyes. The originally aggressive One-Tail Shukaku actually had one of his arms broken. The two were actually equally matched, wind-style, aerial combos. With such a wonderful scene, the audience around reached a climax again and stood up and cheered. This year's Chunin exam was really exciting to watch. 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei also widened her eyes in surprise, and her mouth couldn't close for a long time because of surprise. Among the 5 Kage, perhaps only 4th Kage Rasa has the ugliest expression. Advertisement, they are really monsters, a whole family of monsters. Although he lost an arm, One-Tail Shukaku was not at all panicked. Sand kept flowing out from the broken arm and eventually turned into the shape of an arm again. Uzumaki Naruto bit his finger, then slapped it downwards, and a spider web-like black line immediately spread around. After repairing his arm, One-Tail Shukaku slapped his stomach fiercely, and his mouth opened instantly, with chakra rushing into his throat crazily. A thick white smoke rose up, a huge arm flew up, and then slammed heavily on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. With a loud bang, the wind ball and the water ball collided and eventually turned into nothingness. Water style, artillery, bang, and Uzumaki Naruto was standing on top of Gamabunta with a smug smile on his face. Gamabunta was not at all weak. He put his hands together and a water ball of the same size came out of his mouth. Namikaze Minato was also in confusion at this time. Obviously, Uzumaki Naruto's strength was far beyond his imagination. He was really jealous. Why didn't his own Iwagakure have such an outstanding new generation? Only then did everyone see clearly that in the white smoke, a giant red toad appeared here, with a giant pipe in its mouth, a bandage around its waist, and a dagger in both hands. Bang! Wind style. Practice blank shots. Even 4th Raikage couldn't help but praise Uzumaki Naruto when he saw how strong he was showing. Well, 4th Hokage, I believe that your son will inherit your mantle and become the successor of Hokage in the future. Obviously, this is the masterpiece of the giant red toad holding a dagger. One-Tail Shukaku's roar. Water style. Tepodama continuous bombs. At this moment, One-Tail Shukaku had already stepped forward, raised his sharp claws high, and slapped Uzumaki Naruto. Roar. One-Tail Shukaku was not willing to be outdone and launched another series of attacks. Gamabunta also continuously spits out water balls to resist. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki smacked his lips and looked at Namikaze Minato with envy. Advertisement Chapter 171, Combining Transformation Techniques to Defeat the Enemy. Boom. The sound of explosions was endless and the competition venue had become a mess. Even the ground is full of potholes, not a single piece of it is made of stone. If there were no defensive barrier to isolate the people in the audience from the huge energy waves generated by the competition between the players on the field, I'm afraid no one would dare to stay here. Naruto, we can't keep hiding like this, Gamabunta said in a deep voice while dodging One-Tail Shukaku's continuous wind-style attacks. Boss Toad, what do you think we should do? Uzumaki Naruto asked honestly, scratching the back of his head. Gamabunta, did you see the kid on top of Shukaku's head? I saw it. He was actually sleeping. Is he looking down on me? It's so infuriating. Uzumaki Naruto gritted his teeth, very dissatisfied. Bunta Hamagama. Hearing Uzumaki Naruto say this, Gamabunta paused and was almost hit by the wind-style ball. Fortunately, Gamabunta reacted quickly and dodged in time. Is this kid so stupid? He only realized it now. How could anyone think that he was sleeping? Naruto, that's not sleeping, Toad Bunta reminded helplessly. Huh? Boss Toad, don't lie to me. How could this person not be sleeping? Uzumaki Naruto looked unconvinced. Bunta Hamagama. This guy is in a state called dozing. If you want to break his ninjutsu, you have to wake him up. Gamabunta really wanted to slap Uzumaki Naruto. He looked very smart when he was learning ninjutsu, so why did he become so stupid at the critical moment? I see. That's very simple. Boss Toad, hold down this Shukaku and I'll go over and wake Gaara up. Uzumaki Naruto suddenly realized and started rubbing his hands excitedly. But I don't have claws, so I can't hold it down at all. Toad Bunta was somewhat helpless. Advertisement, what should I do? Should I do it myself? Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but mutter, he might as well not keep any cards in his hand and just rush up and knock him out. I have practiced the divine wind art, but I haven't used anything in it yet. What nonsense are you talking about? You went up there by yourself. Aren't you delivering food to them? The Toad boss was speechless again. Obviously, he himself did not know the true strength of Uzumaki Naruto. Well, do you know the transformation technique? Of course I will. Transformation technique is one of my best skills, especially my seduction technique. When it comes to transformation technique, Uzumaki Naruto becomes more excited. Okay, stop, don't say those useless things, just think about the most terrifying existence you have ever seen. Then we can use transformation technique together, and I can suppress Shukaku, and you can take the opportunity to wake him up. Are you ready? I'm coming. Gamabunta jumped up, dodged another windball, and pounced on one-tail Shukaku. Transformation technique. All I heard was Gamabunta and Uzumaki Naruto roaring in unison, followed by a burst of white smoke. A huge figure suddenly jumped up from the white smoke, turned 360 degrees in the air, and landed steadily. But when the audience saw the figure clearly, they were all stunned, and even their jaws dropped to the ground. What's going on? How did this summoning beast turn into a human? Although the size hasn't changed much, humans don't have claws. I saw a giant version of Namikaze Tianming leap up again, spitting out several huge water balls from his mouth, and the horn of counterattack has sounded. Because he also realized that the man Uzumaki Naruto transformed into was none other than his own younger brother Namikaze Tianming. In his opinion, Uzumaki Naruto simply idolized Namikaze Minato too much and thought that by becoming like Namikaze Minato, he would be able to defeat Gaara. Uzumaki Naruto was still grinning. Wait, why does this giant look familiar? Fourth Cascade Luo Sha almost bent over with laughter because the scene on the field was so unexpected. Gamabunta raised his eyebrows in surprise, then leapt again and avoided one-tail Shukaku's sweeping tail. Advertisement. It's not that one-tail Shukaku doesn't know other ninjutsu, but because of the continuous use of the training bullets, the owner of this body has very little chakra left. I'm awesome, right? I turned you into my second uncle. Gaara, wake up! That's right, let's go together. Uzumaki Naruto flashed in front of Gaara and punched him in the face mercilessly. Haha, fourth Hokage, this is truly worthy of your son. Even the transformation technique is going to turn him into your appearance. Water style. Tepodama continuous bombs. Hey, isn't this the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato? It's just that his hair color is a little different. But this person is so tall, could he be the legendary giant? I have to say, it does seem a lot lighter this way. Although his brother Namikaze Tianming is indeed very strong, as an old father, Namikaze Minato still hopes that in Uzumaki Naruto's heart, he is the strongest. Just as the mist dissipated, a huge figure fell from the sky and elbowed one-tail Shukaku. The powerful impact knocked one-tail Shukaku to the ground. They naturally recognized who Uzumaki Naruto transformed into, Namikaze Tianming. Different from the bustle in the ordinary audience seats, in the subjective competition seats, Onoki and Terumi Mei, who had just taken a sip of tea, almost spit out water. However, transforming into Namikaze Tianming to fight one-tail Shukaku, this looks a bit weird. Uzumaki Naruto didn't realize anything was wrong, but was very happy. However, the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato's eyes kept twitching and he couldn't smile at all. He could even be said to be very disappointed. Wind style. Aerial combos. Yes. One-tail Shukaku slapped his belly again, and several wind balls whizzed out again and collided with the water balls. Gamabunta nodded, and it seemed that becoming Namikaze Tianming was not something he could not accept. A tooth popped out of Gaara's mouth. Gamabunta looked at his appearance carefully and was stunned. How did he turn into a human form? Then, this figure sat directly on one-tail Shukaku, holding him down tightly, preventing him from moving. Oh, are you saying that I look like Namikaze Tianming now? Ha ha ha, this Uzumaki Naruto is worthy of being the son of the fourth Hokage. He thinks that by becoming the fourth Hokage, he can defeat that monster. This really makes me laugh to death. Naruto, how did you turn me into this? Chapter 172. Unexpected Incident. Bang! With Uzumaki Naruto threw another fist into Gaara's face. Gaara finally opened his eyes slowly, and the one-tail Shukaku under him began to show dense cracks one after another, and finally collapsed and turned into a pool of quicksand. Gaara also fell straight down. His chakra had been exhausted, and coupled with the injuries on his body, he no longer had the ability to resist. And, Namikaze Tianming, Gamabunta, behind Uzumaki Naruto also nodded with satisfaction. Then there was a bang sound, and Gamabunta released the summoning technique and returned to Mount Myoboku. Well, can we announce who won now? Opening parenthesis. Uzumaki Naruto asked with a smile as he looked in the direction of the referee. Huh? Oh, I declare Uzumaki Naruto the winner. Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's voice, the referee came back to his senses, jumped down from the referee's special viewing seat, trotted all the way to Uzumaki Naruto's side, raised Uzumaki Naruto's right hand and announced loudly. After hearing the referee's announcement, the audience in the audience seats became excited, and many of them stood up to cheer for Uzumaki Naruto. But at this moment, suddenly, more than a dozen masked figures suddenly jumped out from the audience and flew towards Uzumaki Naruto in the venue. Oh no, there's an enemy attack. The ninjas in charge of protection immediately noticed something was wrong and quickly gave a loud warning. However, why did the 5 cages need their reminder? They had already set off the moment the riot broke out. At the same time, a barrier suddenly rose up. No, retreat quickly, don't touch this barrier. One of the ninjas saw the barrier suddenly rising, his pupils suddenly contracted, a look of horror appeared on his face, and he shouted a warning loudly, while backing away from the barrier. However, there are still several ninjas who do not believe in evil and want to touch the barrier. Only a few extremely miserable wails were heard, and those ninjas who refused to believe in evil were actually sucked into the barrier and turned into a pool of blood. Seeing the miserable end of those ninjas, everyone present changed color and fled even faster. Advertisement. Those people who were originally walking slowly couldn't help but panic, and suddenly burst out with unparalleled speed, wishing they had more legs. A barrier suddenly rose up, separating the people inside from those outside. There were already dozens of more people in the barrier at this time, except for those unidentified people wearing masks. There are also the cage-level strongmen from the 5 major nations that we are familiar with, Namikaze Minato, Onoki, as well as Rasa and Chirumi Mei. When those unidentified people rushed out, they also followed in and protected Uzumaki, Naruto and Gaara, who had fainted on the ground behind them. As for the referee, he was hit by a shuriken and passed out. Opposite the 5 cages, there were dozens of unknown ninjas wearing masks standing there in a neat and orderly manner. The leader has ordered, take him away. One of the men, who was wearing a mask and had a very strong body, stepped forward, pointed at Uzumaki Naruto behind the 5 cages and said coldly. The sturdy man just waved his hand, and dozens of ninjas behind him shouted at the same time. In an instant, these masked ninjas had clear division of labor, with 8 to 10 people in a group, launching attacks on the 5 cages respectively. However, after a fight, the 5 cage were surprised to find that the strength of these masked ninjas was actually at the level of elite Jonin, and they were extremely difficult to deal with. All of a sudden, all kinds of ninjutsu emerged one after another, like gorgeous fireworks blooming. But unlike ordinary fireworks, these gorgeous fireworks could take lives. As for 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, he was facing more than 10 elite Jonin at the same time, and on the one hand, he was worried that they would attack Uzumaki Naruto, and for a moment, he was unable to get away in time. Catch him. The burly man who looked like the leader pointed at Uzumaki Naruto again. Yes. The 2 ninjas behind the burly man immediately pounced on Uzumaki Naruto with a grin. Where did this villain come from? How dare you be so presumptuous? But at this moment, a roar came from the air. 2 figures fell from the sky and kicked the 2 ninjas who were rushing towards Uzumaki Naruto, flying backwards. Oh, there are guards? When did you come in? Advertisement? The burly man in the black cloak fixed his eyes and stared at the 2 people who suddenly appeared. When the barrier covered this place, he had already sensed that apart from the 5-grade cage, there were no other ninjas here. But what happened to these 2 people? My isolation barrier was not destroyed. Hey, Kakashi, look at this big guy's confused face. He must be curious about how we got here. Might Guy crossed his arms and smiled widely, revealing a big white fang. Haha, how could these people understand Teacher Tianming's methods? Hitaki Kakashi also smiled disdainfully. That's right, the 2 who appeared out of nowhere and saved Uzumaki Naruto were Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy, the golden duo. Hey, you guys, do you underestimate our Konoha? How dare you cause trouble at this time? Are you looking for death? Hitaki Kakashi looked coldly at the leading burly man, exuding a faint murderous intent. These people actually dared to cause trouble on such an important day, and their target was Uzumaki Naruto, the son of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Aren't they courting death? HMPH, it doesn't matter if they show up. They're all going to die anyway, so just kill them both. The leading burly man did not take Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy seriously, because in his eyes, these 2 young ninjas were not a threat. Huh? You look down on us. Kakashi, leave this big guy to me, you take care of the other 2? Might Guy said, and then flew out, still shouting. Hey, today I'll let you see how powerful my Konoha Blue Beast is. The 2 ninjas in cloaks wanted to stop Might Guy, but Might Guy used a very strange body movement to dodge them and went straight to the leading burly man. The 2 cloaked ninjas tried to turn back, but were stopped by Hitaki Kakashi. Oh my, Guy, you keep talking to yourself like that, but it doesn't matter. I'll just get rid of you first. Hitaki Kakashi put his hands on his neck, twisted it, and said helplessly. Die. The 2 cloaked ninjas were very angry. Did this white-haired ninja really look down on them? Chapter 173. I have finished here, why haven't you started yet? Want to kill me? Then you'll have to put in some effort. Hitaki Kakashi's eyes were smiling into crescents, but the 2 cloaked ninjas felt an inexplicable chill. You're playing tricks on me. Get this over with, number 10. One of the cloaked ninjas looked at the other cloaked ninja and gritted his teeth. That's right, 9, number 10 nodded in response. Oh, so you 2 are called number 9 and number 10. However, you don't even have your own names, that's so sad. Hitaki Kakashi looked at the 2 people with great pity. If he had not met teachers Minato and Tianming, he would probably have become like this. Kikasho, fire style, great fireball technique. Number 9 was obviously more irritable. Being mocked by Hitaki Kakashi, he immediately became furious and formed seals with his hands to launch an attack. Earth style. Earth wall. Hitaki Kakashi smiled slightly and calmly summoned a wall of earth in front to block the fireball. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Seeing this, number 10 hurried forward to help and immediately spit out a hurricane from his mouth. The combination of wind and fire doubled the power. The earthen wall with the carved dog head finally couldn't hold and collapsed. The raging fire instantly engulfed Hitaki Kakashi. Just when number 9 and number 10 were feeling happy about it, the next scene made their smiles freeze on their faces. Because they found that the raging fire actually penetrated Hitaki Kakashi's body directly. After the fire, Hitaki Kakashi stood in front of them as if nothing had happened. How is this possible? The fireball clearly hit this person, how could he be safe and sound? Number 9 was completely numb, he had never seen such a weird scene before. Doesn't this person have a physical body? It's as if the fire went straight through this person? Number 10 was equally shocked. Hitaki Kakashi smiled and looked at the opposite side, with a flash of Kamui's Sharingan. Obito, thank you for your Sharingan, Hitaki Kakashi muttered to himself. Advertisement. It turns out that when Obito died, he asked Kakashi to take over his other Sharingan. With 2 Kamui, Hitaki Kakashi's ability to control the Sharingan has gradually reached the level of being able to do whatever he wants. He already knew how to open and close the Sharingan. Even if he didn't practice the skills given to him by Namikaze Tianming, he would never run out of mana again. What's more, he has already practiced the martial arts. Now, with the support of 2 Kamui, Hitaki Kakashi's strength has been further improved. Lightning style. Thunderbinding. Hitaki Kakashi stretched out his hand, and a thunder dragon roared out from his palm. The more than 10-meter-long thunder dragon rolled up number 9 and number 10 in just a moment. The speed was so fast that number 9 and number 10 had no time to react at all. But in the blink of an eye, the 2 great Jonin were easily controlled by Hitaki Kakashi. You. Who are you? Why are you so powerful? Looking at Hitaki Kakashi slowly walking towards them, number 9 and number 10 couldn't help but show a look of fear on their faces. The white-haired ninja in front of them must be above cage level in strength, otherwise, how could he have caught them so easily? But don't Konoha only have 2 cage level strongmen, Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen? Huh? Since you guys want to cause trouble in Konoha village, shouldn't you find out more about the strength of our Konoha? Moreover, you have never even heard of my name, Hitaki Kakashi. I really wonder where you ninjas came from. Hitaki Kakashi narrowed his eyes and said thoughtfully. Hitaki Kakashi. Number 9 and number 10 looked at each other, and both of them couldn't help but feel the urge to curse, because according to the intelligence they had received, the biggest threat was only the 6 powerful cage-level masters in the 5 major countries. Among them, Konoha has 2 cage-level strongmen, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. But what's with this white-haired ninja that suddenly appeared? He's ridiculously strong. Hitaki Kakashi looked at these 2 idiots with pity. It was obvious that the intelligence work was not done well. How dare they invade Konoha like this? Isn't that courting death? Haha, I don't care why you are here, since you dare to invade Konoha, then you will stay here forever. Lightning style. Thunderous. Hitaki Kakashi shook his head, and then in the desperate gaze of number 9 and number 10, the thunder dragon that rolled them up suddenly burst out with strong light, and countless thunders instantly submerged number 9 and number 10. Advertisement. Bang. Bang. The 2 charred bodies fell heavily to the ground. Teacher Kakashi, you are awesome. Seeing Hitaki Kakashi display his Kamui and easily kill 2 invading Jonin, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes lit up. He ran behind Hitaki Kakashi and exclaimed loudly. Naruto, even if I, the teacher, don't do anything, I'm afraid they can't do anything to you, right? Hitaki Kakashi turned around, touched Uzumaki Naruto's little head, and asked with a smile. Now Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura are all his students, but in terms of strength, Uzumaki Naruto can be said to be far ahead. Even Uchiha Sasuke now has a certain gap with Uzumaki Naruto. Hee, opening parenthesis. Teacher Kakashi, you know all this. Uzumaki Naruto chuckled and didn't deny it. Haha, to be able to be your teacher, then he must have some skills. You have behaved very well, but just in case, I still have to send you to a safe place first. Hitaki Kakashi said gently. Well, then I'll trouble you, Mr. Kakashi. Uzumaki Naruto nodded knowingly. Well, then don't resist. Hitaki Kakashi said before he reached his hand over Uzumaki Naruto's head again before closing his eyes and mumbling something. Uzumaki Naruto felt a strong suction force, and finally disappeared. Note. He was not sucked into Kamui's space. After dealing with the matter, Hitaki Kakashi turned his attention to Might Guy. Yahoo chip, 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 leaf hurricane, leaf strong whirlwind. At this time, Might Guy was constantly launching attacks, and because the leader was also a very rare physical martial arts master, Might Guy became more and more excited as the fight went on. He hasn't had such a great time fighting like this for a long time, he wants to use this guy to warm up. Hitaki Kakashi looked at this scene helplessly, and a lazy voice sounded. Guy, I've taken care of everything here, why haven't you started yet? Chapter 174. Might Guy, I'm getting serious? Kakashi, are you done with this? You're still as fast as ever? Well, I can't lose to you. I have to get serious. During the battle, Might Guy looked back and saw Hitaki Kakashi in a leisurely posture. He was slightly stunned. He was just busy having fun, but Hitaki Kakashi got there first. Unexpectedly, just because of this distraction, the leading strong man punched Might Guy in the face. The leading strong man was delighted when he saw that he had hit Might Guy with one punch. The power of his punch was enough to penetrate even steel. The man with thick eyebrows is definitely in trouble, the leading sturdy man thought to himself. However, the next scene made him doubt his life, because Might Guy not only didn't fly backwards, but his head just tilted slightly. He even grabbed his hand directly, and even if the leading strong man struggled hard, it was useless. Hey, big guy, can't you see I'm talking to Kakashi? Isn't it too shameless to launch a sneak attack at this time? None cared none? Might Guy turned around as if nothing had happened and glared at the leading man. The leading strong man felt a little scalp numb when he was looked at by Might Guy, but he still said firmly. You stupid thick eyebrow, I don't care who you talk to, your life belongs to me anyway. Oh, really? Might Guy raised his eyebrows and punched out directly, hitting the mask on the leading strong man's face. The mask shattered, and the leading strong man flew backwards. The leading strong man staggered to his feet, and even his face was dented by Might Guy's punch. However, what happened next also shocked Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy. The flesh on the leader's face began to move and swell, and finally returned to his original appearance. The leader was a sturdy man with a gray beard and a tattoo of the Roman numeral 3. He looked like a very strong middle-aged man. The sturdy man twisted his neck as if nothing had happened, then grabbed his cloak and threw it to the ground, revealing his strong muscles. It was only then that Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy noticed that this man had a round, coin-sized thing embedded in his temple, chest armor, forearm, shoulder, and buttocks, which looked like an exhaust hole. Hey, those two were called number 9 and number 10. I guess your name is number 3? Advertisement Hitaki Kakashi asked seriously, pinching his chin. A hole, don't compare me with those nameless ones. I am the strongest fighter under the leader. My name is Boro. Hearing that Hitaki Kakashi was comparing himself with those unnamed subordinates, the arrogant Boro instantly became angry. Oh, so your name is Boro, and you have a leader. Hitaki Kakashi nodded in sudden realization, and Might Guy was looking at Boro as if he was a fool. He didn't expect that Kakashi could get so much information out of just one simple sentence. This kind of person is so stupid, how can he compare to me, Might Guy? If it were me, I would never fall into Kakashi's trap. Might Guy thought happily. When Boro saw Might Guy's expression, he instantly understood that he seemed to have revealed his information. Humph, even if you know my information, what can you do? You are all dying anyway. How can you people from the lower world understand how powerful our Shell organization is? Boro looked disdainful. Oh, so you are from an organization called Shell. However, Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy ignored the harsh words said by Boro, and instead looked enlightened, and even deliberately stretched out their voices, which made Boro very angry. HMPH, stop talking nonsense and take my powerful punch. Boro knew that he was talking too much, so he simply shut up and attacked Might Guy directly. A stream of steam suddenly spurted out from the exhaust hole on Boro's elbow. Boro's arm accelerated instantly and hit the unsuspecting Might Guy directly. The powerful impact caused Might Guy to take several steps back. Oh, this punch is finally interesting. Might Guy looked at Boro in surprise, because he could feel that Boro's punch was obviously twice as powerful as the previous one. If I hadn't practiced the body refining art, I would have been injured by this punch just now. Huh? Nothing happened at all. Humph, so what? Double power-up punch? Boro frowned, and was somewhat surprised to see that Might Guy was still fine after being hit by his enhanced punch. Advertisement without any hesitation, steam spurted out from the exhaust holes on the elbows of both arms again, and both fists attacked instantly. Two dragons go out to sea. Might Guy also threw out two fists, and in the blink of an eye, his fists collided with Boro's. Bang! The powerful impact caused the two men to move back several meters at the same time, and two scratches several meters long appeared under their feet. Well, it seems you are worthy of my seriousness. Might Guy narrowed his eyes slightly, then crossed his hands on his forehead and slowly said. 8 inner gates, first gate, open, open, 8 inner gates, second gate, shoe gate, open. 8 inner gates, third gate, gate of life, open. And Boro just looked at Might Guy quietly, because he could feel that Might Guy's momentum was rising steadily. However, because Boro had full confidence in his own strength, or even overly superstitious about his own strength, he did not realize the seriousness of the problem and did not even go up to interrupt Might Guy's thoughts. In his opinion, the stronger the opponent, the greater the sense of accomplishment he will get when he kills him, and the happier he will feel. 8 inner gates, 6th gate, Jingmun, open. As Might Guy roared, green steam suddenly emanated from all around him. Might Guy's hair also floated up because of the steam. After opening the door, Might Guy stopped, clenched his fists, felt the surging power in his body, and nodded with satisfaction. This level should be enough, Might Guy said, then looked at Boro across from him, smiling and revealing a big white fang. Humph, you are playing tricks on me. I, Boluo, am immortal. How could I be afraid of you? Lava style. Lao Shing Po. Boro jumped back and spit out streams of yellow liquid like saliva from his mouth, heading straight for Might Guy. What, you actually know ninjutsu? Might Guy was shocked and jealous. Chapter 175. Infinite regeneration. Earth style. Earth flow wall. Might Guy was seen with tears streaming down his face while he made hand seals and slapped the ground. Just like that, a wall of earth suddenly appeared in front of Might Guy. Originally, he thought that this Boro was just like him and only knew physical skills. I never expected that this Boro is not only a master of physical skills, but can also use lava style, which looks like an advanced ninjutsu. Besides summoning, he only knows the most basic earth style. So sad, however, before Might Guy could recover from the acid. However, Might Guy discovered that the earthen wall he had built was corroded by Boro's lava style. Might Guy didn't have time to think and quickly jumped up. At this moment, Boro vomited another pool of acid, and Might Guy just managed to dodge it. Lava style. Star-bringing break. Boro used the same trick again and performed lava style once again, but the difference this time was that Boro did not spit out acid through his mouth. Instead, a stream of acid gushed out from the ground beneath Might Guy's feet like a fountain. Fortunately, Might Guy reacted quickly. When he felt the geographical change, he immediately jumped up and avoided the attack of acid gushing out from the ground. Phew, luckily I reacted quickly, otherwise my clothes would be in trouble. Might Guy exhaled and wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. In fact, what Might Guy said was not wrong. With his current physical strength, the acid could not cause any harm to him. However, it was a different story for the tights he was wearing. Lava style. Brand star. Boro was obviously even angrier when he saw how agile Might Guy was, and especially when he heard the disdain in Might Guy's tone. Just as he was about to continue attacking with lava style, Might Guy simply disappeared from the spot. Boro only felt a shadow flash by, and then a fist hit his stomach. Before he could even use lava style successfully, he was knocked away by a punch from Might Guy. Leaf Hurricane. Leaf Great Whirlwind, advertisement. Leaf Strong Whirlwind, Konoha Bad Rock Rising. After knocking Boro away, Might Guy followed him at an indescribable speed and launched a series of combos at Boro in the air. Konoha Blue Beast combo. Then, Might Guy flew over Boro's head again and smashed down on Boro's upper body from top to bottom. Bang! Boro's body was like a huge meteorite, smashing heavily on the ground, and even the ground was smashed into a spiderweb-like deep pit by Boro's body. Boro's upper body and head were shattered by Might Guy's combo. If even the upper body is gone, then isn't Boro dead? Yohoo, done. Might Guy gave Hitaki Kakashi a thumbs up and was about to show off his achievements. Hitaki Kakashi suddenly opened his eyes wide and reminded loudly. Guy, be careful, he's not dead yet. Not dead? How is that possible? I smashed his upper body into pieces. Might Guy was a little bit unconvinced, but seeing Hitaki Kakashi's wide eyes, he had to turn his head and look towards the deep pit. Then, Might Guy's eyes widened involuntarily because the scene he saw was so incredible. I saw that only half of Boro's body was left, and he slowly stood up. The flesh on Boro's body began to wriggle and grow continuously, and finally turned into the intact Boro again. You B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** master excuse me off. After recovering successfully, Boro looked at Might Guy angrily, wishing he could cut Might Guy into pieces. But Might Guy was so fast that he couldn't even see Might Guy's movements. It can actually be resurrected. What kind of strange species is this? But it doesn't matter, I just don't believe that you can be resurrected infinitely. This won't faze me, the blue beast of Konoha. I will use my surging youth to completely defeat you. Might Guy's eyes seemed to be emitting burning flames, and he looked at Boro excitedly. Originally, Boro thought that Might Guy would be terrified when he saw that he could be resurrected. Advertisement because in this lower world, the regenerative ability of one's own body is definitely beyond their understanding. However, the look in Might Guy's eyes was becoming more and more excited. What was going on? This look is like looking at a sandbag. Konoha wind god leg. Might Guy appeared out of nowhere again and kicked the panicked Boro in the back, kicking him into the air again. Night Phoenix. To the peacock. Next, Boro was beaten up by Might Guy and had no ability to fight back in the air. He was like a sandbag that couldn't fight back. This sandbag even has the ability to heal itself. Even if Might Guy kicks its hands and feet, or even its head and body, it will recover successfully after a few seconds. With a sandbag like this, how could Might Guy not be excited? However, just as Boro used his powerful regeneration ability again and again, Hitaki Kakashi on the side actually activated the Sharingan and carefully observed the changes in Boro's body. Finally, Hitaki Kakashi discovered that every time Boro's body healed itself, there would be a spherical object at his waist, constantly emitting green chakra energy. I found you. Hitaki Kakashi smiled slightly. Through observation, he finally understood that the reason why Boro could regenerate infinitely was probably because of this round sphere. Guy, attack his waist. There is a ball there. It is the key to his regeneration. After receiving the information, Hitaki Kakashi quickly reminded. After getting the hint from Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy grinned and gave Hitaki Kakashi a thumbs up. Boro's expression suddenly changed. He could not imagine how the white-haired ninja saw through him. Konoha Dragon Claw Hand. Might Guy's hands were like dragons. With a dragon roar, he pierced through Boro's waist at lightning speed. It's empty. Might Guy frowned, looking at the flesh and blood in his hand. There was no sphere in it as Hitaki Kakashi said. And Hitaki Kakashi also frowned, and opened the Sharingan again, and found that the sphere had actually moved to Boro's arm. Guy, be faster, the sphere has been transferred to his arm. Hitaki Kakashi spoke again. In his opinion, if Might Guy was faster, he might be able to break the sphere before Boro transferred it. Chapter 176. I have left an ultimate trick for you, do you want to try it? Okay, then I'll go faster, leave Hurricane. Watching Boro's abdomen wriggling and returning to normal, Might Guy attacked again without hesitation. For Might Guy, he would never suspect that Hitaki Kakashi was deceiving him. Oink. This time, Might Guy was faster, and Boro's arms were broken by Might Guy. However, after Boro did a few backflips and distanced himself, his arms actually regenerated again. Huh? It moved so quickly that it actually reached my legs again? Hitaki Kakashi's pair of Sharingan are emitting a faint red light. This time, Hitaki Kakashi saw everything from beginning to end. Within a second when Might Guy touched Boro's body, Boro transferred his regeneration core away. Ha ha ha, you think you can defeat me just by discovering my regeneration core? How naive. I can transfer the core with just a thought, you will never be able to kill me, I am immortal. Boro laughed arrogantly, but he was actually a little panicked. Might Guy was just too fast and the regeneration core almost failed to be transferred. Now, I can only hide my panic by laughing. Immortality. Sorry, that only makes me more excited. Then I'll see if you can transfer in time this time. 8 inner gates, 7th gate, shock gate, open. Might Guy's eyes widened and he roared. His aura rose again and the original green steam had turned into blue steam. Such a majestic aura rose into the sky and spread in all directions at the same time, like a strong wind, with flying sand and rocks. Even the 5 Kage in the battle were shocked by Might Guy's powerful aura. But they had no time to care about anything else. After just taking a look at Might Guy, they continued to fight. The door has been opened, I believe this Boluo is dead. Hitaki Kakashi stretched out his right hand and put it in front of his eyes to prevent the strong wind caused by Might Guy's breath fluctuations from obstructing his vision. Boro couldn't help but feel a little flustered when he saw Might Guy in such a state. He wanted to pretend to be calm, but it was too difficult. Might Guy's strength would have crushed him long ago. If it weren't for the magical power of the regeneration core, he would have died countless times. He wanted to escape, but the place was surrounded by a barrier, and no one could get out except the leader. Moreover, under the leader's nose, he dared not escape, otherwise he would only die a more miserable death. Multiple power-up punches. Advertisement at this point, Boro can only bite the bullet and go ahead. I saw several streams of steam coming out of the exhaust holes on Boro's body instantly. The sudden increase in strength made Boro feel more at ease. Might Guy slowly turned around, pointed a finger at Boro, and spoke slowly with a confident smile on his face. Day Tiger. As soon as Might Guy finished speaking, his majestic aura burst out again. Might Guy's outstretched hand slowly clenched into a fist, and then slowly pulled back to gather momentum. Then, it blasted out suddenly. The chakra was highly concentrated in front of Might Guy's fist. As Might Guy punched out, it suddenly exploded and spread in all directions. An air cannon shaped like a tiger suddenly shot out and pierced through Boro's body in just a moment. Not only that, while the air cannon was penetrating Boro's body, a powerful wave also spread throughout Boro's body. The powerful impact force shattered the regeneration core in Boro's body into powder in an instant. Bang! Boro's body hit the ground again, and another spider web-like deep pit was formed. Ah! UB**************. From the deep pit, Boro's angry roar was heard again. However, the original roar gradually turned into a beast roar. Might Guy looked at the deep pit with some surprise. He felt that the regeneration core that Hitaki Kakashi mentioned had been destroyed by him, but Boro was not dead yet. Isn't his vitality too strong? Bang! Suddenly, a huge figure jumped out from the deep pit. What appeared before Might Guy and Hitaki Kakashi was a complete monster. From the appearance, this monster still vaguely resembles Boro, but compared with before, his body is several times larger, his hair and beard have become much longer, and his feet have turned into 6 tentacles, like an octopus. Sneak. After going berserk, Boro suddenly jumped high and punched Might Guy with his huge fist. Might Guy used a teleportation technique to dodge the attack. Boom. A circular deep pit suddenly appeared where Might Guy was just now. Sneak. Boom. Advertisement. Sneak. With roars, deep pits appeared one after another on the ground of the competition venue. Haha, I thought you could make great progress in strength like this. So that's all. The destructive power has increased, but the movements have become more clumsy. I've seen through you. Immortal Golden Body Technique, Golden Body. Double Day Tiger. Might Guy stopped dodging and made the same move as before, except that he used only one hand now, but he used 2 hands. 2 punches were thrown out at the same time, just in time to meet the attacking fist of the violent Boro. Boom. Boom. The powerful air pressure suddenly spread out in all directions. The scene of flying sand and rocks reappears, however, this time the scene is even more terrifying than before. Ah! I saw that the body of the violent Boro, starting from his fists, to his arms, and then to his torso, was completely turned into powder. A gust of wind blew, and Boro completely disappeared and ceased to exist. Finally, solved. Seeing that Boro would not be resurrected, Might Guy finally breathed a sigh of relief, released the 8 inner gates form, and gasped for air. But at this moment, Might Guy's eyes were full of excitement. Originally, the 7th gate of the 8 inner gates could not be opened so casually because it put too much strain on the body. However, now that he had successfully cultivated the Immortal Golden Body Technique, not only had the power of the 8 inner gates increased, but even opening the 7th gate would not cause any harm to his body. Today was the first time he used it to kill the enemy, and the effect was very good. Guy, you can actually use Double Day Tiger? Hitaki Kakashi stepped forward and patted Might Guy on the shoulder, his eyes smiling in decrescence. Hey, Kakashi, this move of mine is quite powerful, and I still have an ultimate move that I haven't used yet. But I left this specially for you. Do you want to see it? Might Guy looks at Hitaki Kakashi, eager to try. Hitaki Kakashi. Hitaki Kakashi rarely had the urge to swear. Chapter 177 Leader of the Shell Organization. You should save that trick for someone else. I'm going to go support Minato-sensei first. Hitaki Kakashi rolled his eyes fiercely, then rushed directly towards the 10 cloaked ninjas who were besieging Namikaze Minato. However, the ones that originally besieged Namikaze Minato were cloaked ninjas, and now there are only 8 of them left. The other 2 ninjas were already lying on the ground, lifeless. Obviously, no matter how strange the moves of those dozen or so ninjas were, Namikaze Minato would still seize the opportunity and kill a few of them. With the addition of Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy, Namikaze Minato felt relieved, and soon he knocked the remaining 8 cloaked ninjas to the ground, tied them up, and made them lose their ability to fight. As soon as the battle on Namikaze Minato's side ended, the cloaked ninjas who were besieging the other 4 cages suddenly became anxious, but with the help of Namikaze Minato, Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy who freed up their hands to support, these cloaked ninjas were defeated one by one in a short while. Looking at the dozens of cloaked ninjas lying on the ground, Namikaze Minato frowned. Shell Organization? Where on earth did these people come from? Why'd I seem to have never heard of them? I've never heard of it either. Oanoki also had his hands behind his back and asked in confusion. Humph, no matter what kind of organization it is, they actually dare to mess with us in front of us. They're simply courting death. But it is surprising that the guy called Might Guy was able to kill the leader of the Kara organization in this way. The 4th Raikage, however, looked at Might Guy with admiration. Although he had never fought with Might Guy, he could feel his powerful strength. 4th Raikage, Might Guy only killed a high-ranking member of the Kara organization. The leader of the Kara organization has not appeared yet. Hitaki Kakashi shook his head and denied it. Huh? Not showing up yet? What do you mean? The 4th Raikage frowned, a little confused. Among all the members of the Kara organization that appeared, the burly man killed by Might Guy was the strongest. And he's not the leader? Hitaki Kakashi smiled slightly. It was obvious that the 4th Raikage had not heard the conversation between Might Guy and Boro just now. 4th Raikage, if that Boro was the leader of this Kara organization, when Guy killed Boro just now, the remaining members of the organization would definitely have scattered like birds and beasts. It won't be like just now, still organizing the attack in an orderly manner. Advertisement. Hitaki Kakashi analyzed in a calm tone. I see. No wonder these men didn't panic at all when that big guy died. Namikaze Minato pinched his chin and nodded in agreement seriously. Does that mean the leader of the Shell organization is no longer here? What a pity. If he dares to show up here, I will definitely let him taste the power of my ox plow hot knife. The 4th Raikage said viciously, clenching his fists. Haha, according to my analysis, the leader of the Shell organization has appeared. It's just that he's hiding in the dark now. Hitaki Kakashi looked at the 4th Raikage speechlessly. He had already given him such obvious hints, but the 4th Raikage still didn't understand. Hidden in the dark? What a coward. The 4th Raikage was very disdainful. Puff. The 4th cage in front of us now is actually a fake. Ha 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 ha, if I remember correctly, you should be Hitaki Kakashi, the copy ninja of Konoha village. 4th Raikage, don't worry, I already know why. But at this moment, something strange happened, and a sharp black stick pierced through the back of the 4th Raikage. What? The 4th cage is dead. After making sure they were at a safe distance, the 4th cage slowly stood up, showing a sinister smile, and asked back. Then he saw the 4th cage behind the 4th Raikage, making a sneak attack with a black stick in his hand, and stabbed the 4th Raikage through. I'm sorry, but there's no way I can join the Kara organization. I, Hitaki Kakashi, will only be a ninja of Konoha. A middle-aged man wearing a white feathered robe and with the Roman numeral IV tattooed under his left eye looked at everyone and grinned. Hitaki Kakashi refused calmly without changing his expression. Alas, what a pity. Looks like I can only kill you with my own hands. Advertisement. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Jigen, the leader of the Kara organization. Such a sudden scene startled everyone present and they quickly looked over. Dang. Hitaki Kakashi flashed and came in front of the 4th Raikage, fearing that the 4th Raikage would lose control of his temper and act out of control. Oh, Kakashi, you've got some ideas? Hitaki Kakashi's words shocked everyone present. Oh, you saw through all this? Then tell me, if I'm not the 4th cage, then who am I? The 4th cage shook his head, took off the cage hat on his head, threw it away, then took off a mask, revealing his true face. The 4th Raikage pulled the black rod straight out and threw it hard to the ground, making a sound of steel clashing. What can I say? Do you want to start a war? The 4th Raikage was seriously injured. He covered the bleeding wound and asked loudly while looking at the 4th cage. Namikaze Minato raised his eyebrows. In fact, he had some guesses in his mind, but seeing that Hitaki Kakashi was so confident, he simply let Hitaki Kakashi speak and verify his own ideas at the same time. The 4th cage did not deny it, but directly admitted it. He even took a fancy to Hitaki Kakashi's talent and wanted to recruit Hitaki Kakashi. If I'm not mistaken, you are the leader of the Kara organization. If I'm not mistaken, 4th cage Rasa should be dead. 4th cage, what on earth are you doing? Yes, I have my eyes on you. As long as you join our shell organization, I can let you live. The 4th cage just smiled, opened his arms, spread his hands, and asked with interest. The fourth Raikage's eyes widened, and he slowly turned around in disbelief, and saw that the fourth Kasuke Rasa retreated violently, not giving the fourth Raikage any chance to counterattack. Hitaki Kakashi's eyes flashed coldly, and he pointed at the fourth Kasuke and said with great certainty. Except for Namikaze Minato, who actually had his own guesses. The fourth Raikage was really angry this time. The black stick was just a little bit away from his heart. If he hadn't reacted in time, his heart would have been pierced. This was a fatal attack. Hey, asking me why? Don't you know what you J Chapter 178 Flying Thunder God Part 2? I don't care whether you are the leader of the Chicken Organization or the Shell Organization. If you dare to attack me, go to hell. Lightning style. Lariat. The fourth Raikage's body was instantly covered with lightning and he rushed forward in the blink of an eye. A sneer appeared on Jigen's lips, and then he stretched out a hand and grabbed the fourth Raikage's arm. Absorb. As Jigen's voice fell, the fourth Raikage's arm filled with lightning. Suddenly, the lightning attribute chakra disappeared. How is that possible? My chakra disappeared. The fourth Raikage was inexplicably surprised. But then, Jigen gave a flying kick, directly hitting the fourth Raikage, and he flew backwards. Fourth Raikage. Upon seeing this, Onoki quickly flew behind the fourth Raikage and used his hands to hold down the fourth Raikage's huge body. However, the impact force brought by the fourth Raikage was so great that the third Tsuchikage Onoki was unable to block it for a moment. Light and heavy rock technique. Third Tsuchikage Onoki quickly used the light and heavy rock technique on the fourth Raikage's body, trying to reduce the fourth Raikage's weight and thus the impact. However, the effect is not obvious. Weighted rock technique. Super light heavy rock technique. The third Tsuchikage Onoki used the heavy rock technique on himself while continuing to use the super light heavy rock technique on the fourth Raikage, finally offsetting the impact force, and the fourth Raikage finally stopped. Third Tsuchikage, thank you. The fourth Raikage glanced gratefully at the panting Onoki and was about to continue his attack on Jigen. But when the fourth Raikage took a step forward, his body stiffened, and a long bloodline suddenly spurted out from the wound. And the fourth Raikage just fell down like that, unable to move. The original injury, coupled with the kick from Jigen just now, made the fourth Raikage even more injured and he was no longer able to fight. Fourth Raikage. Onoki was quick-witted and caught the falling fourth Raikage. Onoki, be careful with this guy, he can absorb chakra. After the fourth Raikage finished speaking, he passed out. Advertisement. It was beyond everyone's expectation that the fourth Raikage was defeated so easily by Jigen, because the strength of the fourth Raikage was obvious to all. Although the fourth Raikage was injured by Jigen's sneak attack just now, this is enough to illustrate the terrifying strength of Jigen. Everyone, be careful, this Jigen will absorb chakra, don't let him get close to you. After getting the information from the fourth Raikage, the third Tsuchikage Onoki quickly and loudly notified everyone of the information. What? Absorbing chakra? Namikaze Minato, Terumi Mei and Hitaki Kakashi couldn't help but look at each other. It can actually absorb chakra? Isn't this just like Hoshigaki Kisami's sword? Terumi Mei opened her mouth in surprise, but it doesn't matter. Let's just attack from a distance and don't give him the chance to absorb chakra. Lava style. Lava technique. Terumi Mei spit out sticky and highly corrosive acid from her mouth, like a sharp sword, heading straight for Jigen. Originally everyone thought that when facing 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei's lava style, Jigen would at least dodge it. But Sishen remained calm and unhurried. She stretched out her right hand and shouted coldly. Absorb. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jigen's arm seemed to have a black hole, directly absorbing the lava style spit out by Terumi Mei. How is this possible? I don't believe it. Boil style. Smart mist technique. Terumi Mei's beautiful eyes were full of disbelief, and she unwillingly used her bloodline limit again. However, the same scene is happening again. Jigen still had a look of disdain on his face. He raised his arm gracefully, and his palm was like an uzumaki, directly absorbing all the acid mist spit out by Terumi Mei. And Sishen was still fine, unharmed at all. 5th Mizukage, stay calm. Seeing that Terumi Mei was unwilling to give in and was ready to rush forward at any time, Namikaze Minato quickly reminded her. To prevent Terumi Mei from rushing forward in a fit of anger. 4th Hokage, what do you say we should do? Seeing Namikaze Minato, who seemed to be the same as Namikaze Tianming, Terumi Mei couldn't help but feel dazed and asked softly. Advertisement, now that things have come to this, I have no choice but to give it a try. I hope I can win by speed this time, Namikaze Minato said with a serious face, and then took out several kunai engraved with the Flying Thunder God technique. Namikaze Minato threw all the kunai in his hand towards Jigen, leaving only his own exclusive, trident, kunai. That's it. Jigen threw the kunai to the ground with disdain. However, just when Jigen knocked all the kunai to the ground, Namikaze Minato's trident kunai had already flown towards Jigen. Behind the trident kunai, Namikaze Minato, holding the Rasengan, follows closely. This is the 4th Hokage. Jigen sneered, turned his head slightly, and dodged the trident kunai. A black stick suddenly appeared in Jigen's hand and stabbed straight at Namikaze Minato. However, just when the black stick was about to pierce Namikaze Minato disappeared instantly. This is Flying Thunder God second stage. Namikaze Minato appeared out of nowhere behind Jigen, grabbed the trident kunai, and ruthlessly hit Jigen's back with the Rasengan. Boom. Jigen couldn't dodge in time and was blasted several meters away by the Rasengan. Fourth Hokage, well done. Terumi Mei almost jumped up with joy. As expected of you, fourth Hokage. Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy also smiled. Although they knew that Jigen would never die so easily, the fact that Namikaze Minato succeeded this time proved that Jigen could be defeated. Sishen lay on the ground trembling all over. This was not due to pain, but anger. There was a black hole as big as a basketball on the back of his clothes, and one could clearly see that the wound caused by the Rasengan was sizzling and smoking, slowly healing. You! Damn it! After his injuries healed, Jigen slowly stood up, with a dark face, staring at Namikaze Minato fiercely. It was the first time for him to suffer such a big loss. Wedge. First form. Sishen roared, and the black mark on his chin began to spread everywhere, eventually covering his entire body. And Sishen's momentum continued to rise as these black marks spread. Chapter 179. Peacock in the morning, tiger in the day, elephant appears in the evening. That's the feeling. It's so great to feel so full of energy. Sishen felt the surging power in his body and nodded with satisfaction. Rasengan. Namikaze Minato saw another Rasengan in his hand. He knew that if he delayed any further, he might not be able to deal with Jigen. However, before Namikaze Minato could launch an attack, Jigen took the lead and arrived in front of Namikaze Minato in the blink of an eye. Just as the black stick in Jigen's hand was about to pierce Namikaze Minato, at the critical moment, Namikaze Minato disappeared in a flash. The next moment, Namikaze Minato appeared on top of one of the kunai that was cast earlier. Namikaze Minato looked at Jigen with lingering fear. Namikaze Minato was not bragging, with his speed he could only barely dodge Jigen's attack, which showed how fast Jigen was. Your speed is quite interesting. No wonder you were able to hit me just now, very good. Jigen looked at Namikaze Minato with a smile. He still admired Namikaze Minato very much. So, I'll just leave you behind and torture you. As for your other companions, let me kill them first. As soon as Jigen finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared, and then appeared behind Terumi Mei and punched her. After a few muffled sounds, Terumi Mei vomited blood and fell to the ground, just when Jigen was about to kill her. Namikaze Minato suddenly appeared beside Terumi Mei, and in a flash, he and Terumi Mei dodged Jigen's fatal blow. You still want to save people? Then I will kill you too. There was already anger on Sishen's face, but just as Sishen was about to continue his attack, a powerful wave suddenly came from not far away. Sishen was shocked and quickly turned his head to look over and saw a blue aura rising into the sky. The owner of this breath is the man with thick eyebrows just now, Might Guy. I saw that Might Guy's body was surrounded by an Uzumaki, and the aura around Might Guy was spinning wildly. Even the chakra between heaven and earth was rushing towards Might Guy frantically. Sishen narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew that Boro, his subordinate, had just died at the hands of this man. It seems that now is the turn for me, the blue beast of Konoha, to appear on the stage. 8 inner gates, 7th gate, gate of shock, open. Might Guy roared, bent down and jumped, and in an instant he was in front of Sishen. In the blink of an eye, Might Guy had no idea how many punches and kicks he had thrown. Advertisement however, Sishen dodged all of these easily. Haha, do you think I will be defeated by you like that loser Boro? Jigen mocked Might Guy loudly. Day Tiger. Might Guy remained unmoved and said nothing. He jumped into the air and continued his attack on Jigen. Boom. The air cannon shaped like a tiger suddenly blasted out. A deep pit with a diameter of several meters suddenly appeared on the ground, and there were even dense cracks around the pit. The 3 cages and Hitaki Kakashi felt as if there was an earthquake. The ground kept shaking, and the powerful shockwave made it impossible for them to even stand steadily. However, there was no sign of Sishen in the deep pit. It's powerful, but as long as you can't touch me, it's all in vain. At this moment, Sishen's cold voice came from the sky. Might Guy looked up and saw Jigen floating in the air. Sishen looked particularly proud, as if saying, "Are you stupid? I can fly. Come and hit me if you dare, idiot." Really? Then I'm going to touch it. Might Guy just grinned, gave a thumbs up and did his classic moves. Then he ran suddenly. 8 inner gates, the 8th gate, the death gate, open. In an instant, an aura several times stronger than before suddenly burst out from in front of Might Guy. Puff. The moment the air cannon was approaching, Jigen quickly turned the black stick in his hand into a black wall to block the attack of the air cannon. It should be over now. Hitaki Kakashi rarely cheered for Might Guy loudly. 2 feet. Might Guy knew that this was all thanks to the immortal golden body technique, given to him by Namikaze Tianming. Might Guy seemed to teleport and in the blink of an eye he was behind Jigen and punched him again. Is it over? Advertisement. He already felt a hint of death threat? Sluttish. The air cannon created by this punch instantly reached Jigen. It dragged out a small gully that was 100 meters long. Guy, come on, don't let the teacher down. Jigen turned his head and was met with the second punch from Might Guy. The 3 cages all stared at Might Guy in amazement. They all spitted involuntarily and their lips became dry. How could this Might Guy be so powerful? Might Guy did not stop either. He kept changing positions, looking for the most suitable position, and threw out 3 punches again. Without exception, all of them hit Jigen. Jigen didn't even have time to react before Might Guy's punch knocked him into the black wall he had made, making a crisp sound. Might Guy suddenly jumped up, appeared behind Sishen, and hit Sishen on the back with a solid punch. After Might Guy finished accumulating power, he punched Jigen in the air. Might Guy kept breathing heavily, but he couldn't suppress his excitement. He opened the death door of the 8 inner gates and launched an attack. However, there was nothing wrong with the body. Oink. Boom. Swish. 3 legs. The aftermath of the aura that erupted from Might Guy alone was like a small tornado, surging in all directions. Sishen fell rapidly like a meteorite and hit the ground heavily. The powerful impact forced Sishen to hold onto the black wall, because the impact caused by the air cannon was continuous, and Sishen was unable to get away for a while. Sishen spat out a mouthful of blood, and even the black wall in front of him broke directly. Looking at the billowing smoke, this thought arose in everyone's mind. Seeing all this, Jigen's pupils couldn't help but shrink, and he looked at Might Guy in shock. Yu Shang. 1 foot. But this time, red blood vapor came out of Might Guy's body, and even Might Guy's eyebrows and hair turned red. The pressure caused by the second air cannon and the impact of the first punch made Jigen be pressed against the black wall he made, unable to move. Wuzu. Chapter 180 Night Guy Dance. Ha. Fun. Just when everyone wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, Sishen's laughter was heard from the thick smoke. Hearing this laughter, everyone's hearts couldn't help but tighten, and they were extremely shocked. Might Guy's powerful attack couldn't kill this Sishen. What kind of monster is this Sishen? When everyone looked carefully, they saw a figure slowly walking out of the ruins step by step. However, when everyone saw the figure walking out clearly, they couldn't help but be stunned. Sishen was still Sishen, but the Sishen now was different from before. At this time, Jigen's clothes were tattered and his body was still covered with black marks, but he had an extra horn on his head, which looked quite weird. I admit that I really underestimated you this time. But now I have evolved into the advanced form of Wedge, you are dead. The smile on Sishen's face looked quite creepy, and everyone could see that Sishen's eyes were full of madness. Apparently, being pushed to this point by Might Guy made him angry. Yeah? Listening to Jigen's words, Might Guy remained expressionless and took a calm step forward. When he saw Might Guy take that step, Jigen's pupils suddenly contracted and he instinctively wanted to retreat. The beating he had just received from Might Guy was still fresh in his mind. But when he remembered that he had already used the second form of the wedge, Jigen steadied himself and did not retreat. Instead, he stared directly at Might Guy with increasingly crazy eyes. He was determined to kill Might Guy today. Might Guy, I admit that I was wrong. You should be the strongest person on this planet. But as long as I defeat you, no one on this planet will be able to stop me. Sishen continued to suppress the anger in her heart, and even when she was roaring, she maintained an elegant demeanor. Haha, the strongest person? I don't deserve this title? However, I don't need the strongest person to deal with you. I am enough to deal with you alone, my surging youth. Product. I saw Might Guy laughing and crawling on the ground like a cheetah pouncing on its prey, a standard starting posture. Just as the word, G, came out of his mouth, Might Guy's aura burst out again, and the huge red blood vapor shocked everyone so much that they retreated involuntarily. Advertisement. Everyone looked at Might Guy in shock and horror. It seemed that there was such a monster on their side as well. The blood-red steam that kept gushing out of Might Guy's body slowly took shape and condensed into a lifelike blood-red dragon. The moment Sishen saw the blood-red dragon appear, his eyes suddenly shrank and his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. He felt the breath of death. Might Guy's eyes were glowing with golden light, and his entire body was covered with blood-red stripes, as if his entire body was covered with tiny lines of volcanic magma. It's like the devil coming to the world. The next moment, Might Guy moved. Might Guy spewed out a puff of white smoke from his mouth, and his body shot out. The long blood-red dragon destroyed everything nearby with great force and headed straight for Sishen. So fast, how is this possible? The space is distorted. Sishen looked at the Might Guy running towards him in shock. At this moment, he wanted to open a space portal to escape, but he found that the space nearby was distorted and the space portal could not be opened. Because if you open the space portal under such circumstances, who knows where you will be teleported to? If you encounter space turbulence, you will die without knowing how you died. At this point, the only option is to run high into the sky. In a hurry, Jigen flew up directly and kept fleeing into the sky. Only by getting farther away could he have a chance to avoid Might Guy's attack. However, when Sishen turned around and saw it, she was almost scared to death. Because he saw Might Guy suddenly fly into the air while running and rush towards him by stepping on the air. This person can actually walk in the air. It's terrifying. Because Might Guy is not like Jigen, who relies on the abilities of the Otsutsuki clan. Or like Onoki, relying on unique ninjutsu such as light and heavy rock technique. Might Guy relies entirely on his physical strength to walk in the air, which shows how terrifying Might Guy's strength is. Immediately afterwards, Jishen was horrified to find that Might Guy was getting closer and closer to him. Even in the air, Might Guy's speed was faster than his. The Might Guy running in the air and the blood-red dragon, such a scene is really too shocking. I'll fight you. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Sishen simply gritted his teeth and burst out with all his energy, forming a black lion. He summoned a black stick in his hand again, which turned into a sharp spear. He turned around and leaned down towards Might Guy. Night Guy. Advertisement. Seeing Jishen looking back and preparing for a life and death fight, Night Guy became even more excited. He sprinted with all his strength, then launched himself in the air and gave a flying kick to meet the enemy. Bang! Boom! Like a rainbow piercing the sun, the powerful blood-red dragon crashes into the black lion. Might Guy's foot also kicked the black stick that Jigen stabbed at him. With a deafening bang, the impact force of the explosion in the air spread mercilessly in all directions. Even though Namikaze Minato, Hokage Kakashi and the other three Kage were still on the ground, they could still feel the oppressive feeling coming from above. Fortunately, they are quite strong. If they were just ordinary Chunin, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure and would faint. There are constant explosions in the air, but the fight continues. Ah! Might Guy roared again and exerted force with his legs again, and the black stick that was originally stuck with Might Guy's legs shattered into pieces. Might Guy took advantage of the situation and kicked Jigen in the stomach. Puff! Jigen couldn't bear such a powerful impact at all. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was kicked high into the air by Might Guy. Bang! Sishen was out of control and crashed into the barrier in the sky at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Crack! The powerful impact caused cracks to appear in the barrier above. And Sishen was catapulted towards the ground again, but now she was unconscious. Boom! Sishen fell heavily to the ground, and then, one saw his body like a piece of glass, with cracks constantly appearing. Finally it disintegrated into powder, leaving only a black sphere the size of a thumb. Finally, it's done. Might Guy, who returned to the ground, finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell down exhausted. Hokage Kakashi quickly caught Might Guy, and the three Kages quickly surrounded him. But at this moment, the black sphere suddenly burst out with a powerful momentum, sweeping the entire venue. Everyone's faces turned pale. He's not dead yet? Chapter 181. The Otsutsuki set. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the thumb-sized black ball suddenly burst out with a golden light once again, and a powerful aura rose into the sky. In the golden light, a figure slowly took shape. When the golden light faded away, everyone could see the figure clearly. This man was dressed in an elegant, slim-fitting white long-sleeved tailcoat and a pair of loose black pants that often covered his bare feet. He looked very different from Sishen, with pale skin and gray hair. The only thing in common with Sishen was that they both had a long curved horn on their heads. Furthermore, this person's left and right eyes are different. One has the same Byakugan as the Hyuga family of Konoha village, but the right eye has a golden wheel-shaped pattern. You are really capable to force me out. I saw this person put one hand in his pocket, and a glass of red wine appeared out of thin air in his right hand, and he drank it elegantly. Seeing such a calm, Jigen, the three Kages and Hokage Kakashi, the fourth Raikage and Might Guy were already unconscious at this time, suddenly felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. See Shion, today either you die or I die. Onoki was seen floating up with a determined look on his face. Although he knew that his strength was not as good as that of the man with thick eyebrows, the man with thick eyebrows had already fainted. And it's time for him, Onoki, to stand up. Oh, you old man can fly? This ninjutsu is really interesting? This man raised his eyebrows and looked at Onoki with interest, then his face turned cold and he said indifferently. But there is one thing I want to correct you on. I am the strongest of the Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki Ashiki. I, Otsutsuki, am the one and only god in this universe. How can a mere mortal like Jigen be compared to me? He is just a tool of mine, not even 1/10 of my strength, yet he was defeated by a man with thick eyebrows. What a waste. Speaking of Jigen, Otsutsuki Ashiki couldn't help but get angry. This loser actually had to do it himself to deal with a few mortals. Although Jigen was the instrument chosen by Otsutsuki Ashiki, it was a helpless move, which is why Otsutsuki Ashiki was eager to find a new instrument. In the recent Chunin exam, Otsutsuki Ashiki had set his sights on a new vessel, Uzumaki Naruto. But now that Jigen's physical body is destroyed, Otsutsuki Ashiki is forced to reincarnate, and because Jigen is not a suitable vessel, Otsutsuki Ashiki now only has 3 days to live. Now, what he has to do is to kill all these people, find a weapon he has set his eyes on, that is, Uzumaki Naruto, recarve the wedge on him, and then parasitize on Uzumaki Naruto, wait for the opportunity to reincarnate, and then be reborn. The Otsutsuki clan. The Otsutsuki type? A big question mark appeared in the heads of everyone present. Obviously, they had never heard of this family or this name. Otsutsuki style. Humph, never heard of it, advertisement. But I don't care whether you are Otsutsuki Ashiki or Jigen, I will fight you to the death. Onoki snorted coldly, his voice was old but powerful. You are overestimating yourself. Otsutsuki had a hint of disdain on his face. Dust release, original world separation technique. Onoki put his hands together, and when he opened them again, a cone-shaped transparent barrier appeared between his palms. Call out. The conical barrier suddenly shot out, heading straight for Otsutsuki. Oh, that's interesting. Otsutsuki Ashiki looked at Onoki with some surprise. He could feel that the ninjutsu of this little old man was quite powerful. Unfortunately, that's all. Absorb. Otsutsuki just raised his hand, and an Uzumaki-like thing appeared in his palm. In full view of everyone, it absorbed the dust release, original world separation technique, released by Onoki in a short while. Obviously, the abilities that Jigen has, Otsutsuki Ishiki also has, and are even stronger. How is this possible? Dust release, multiple limit stripping technique. Onoki's eyes suddenly widened because he found that the chakra in his body was disordered and out of control. Otsutsuki stood up from the ground with gritted teeth, staring at Namikaze Minato. He was actually injured, although it was only a minor injury. But at this moment, Otsutsuki discovered that an angry roar came from the sky. Following Otsutsuki's cold snort, a black stick appeared on Onoki's arms and thighs at the same time, directly piercing through Onoki's hands and legs. Seeing Otsutsuki Ishiki, who was unharmed, Onoki was completely stunned. Earth-style rock clone technique. Otsutsuki's faint voice sounded, and the cube barrier that originally had such tremendous momentum suddenly disappeared. My chakra, advertisement, dust release, limit separation technique. Suddenly, 5 Ono wood clones appeared around Otsutsuki. In an instant, the 5 Ono wood clones surrounded Otsutsuki. Third Tsuchikage. At this point, we have no choice but to go all out. Otsutsuki chuckled, and then his eyes turned cold in an instant. How can you imagine the power of God? A hole. 5 old voices sounded at the same time, and 5 cube-shaped transparent barriers instantly wrapped Otsutsuki layer by layer. Otsutsuki didn't even raise his eyes, he was ready to use his body to withstand it, because he didn't think this ninjutsu could hurt him. Bang! A Sage Art Big Ball Rasengan that had expanded countless times fell heavily on Otsutsuki Ishiki. With Onoki's roar, the 6th cube-shaped transparent barrier directly wrapped the other 5 cube-shaped transparent barriers inside. Boom! However, even though he was surrounded by layers of transparent cubic barriers, Otsutsuki was not panicked at all. This was his absolute confidence in his own strength. Namikaze Minato looked serious, but the current Namikaze Minato was a little different from before, because he had now turned on Sage mode. Young name is Viguna. Otsutsuki Ishiki was smashed to the ground by the Sage Art Big Ball Rasengan. Don't get in the way. Otsutsuki's eyes narrowed, and he was ready to throw the black stick in his hand at Hitaki Kakashi. Black stick. Then the whole person fell directly to the ground. Sage Art. Big Ball Rasengan. Hitaki Kakashi looked at the falling Onoki and quickly used the instant body technique to quickly approach Onoki, trying to catch the falling Onoki. Then there was a sudden compression, and the powerful impact force seemed to be able to shatter everything, rushing towards Otsutsuki. And Hitaki Kakashi took the opportunity to rescue Onoki. Chapter 182. Susanoo of Hitaki Kakashi. Although Namikaze Minato has already activated Sage Mode, and is in perfect Sage Mode state, Namikaze Minato also knows that he is definitely no match for Otsutsuki Ishiki. If I hadn't practiced the Kamikaze Jutsu and integrated its power into the Sage Art Big Ball Rasengan, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to hurt this Otsutsuki. It is precisely because Namikaze Minato understands this that he is more eager to find a solution. However, just when Namikaze Minato was thinking about how to deal with Otsutsuki Ishiki suddenly appeared in front of Namikaze Minato. Huh? Ran away? Otsutsuki was a little surprised that his sudden attack was actually dodged by Namikaze Minato. This speed is really good. Otsutsuki couldn't help but reveal a playful smile on his face. Then, Otsutsuki disappeared again, and then reappeared behind Namikaze Minato, stabbing out with the black stick in his hand. Ding-ling-ling. Sparks flew, and Namikaze Minato was surrounded by a transparent protective shield that looked like a hurricane. Otsutsuki was surprised to find that the black stick in his hand could not penetrate the protective shield. Brother, thank you so much for your divine wind skill. If it weren't for the strong wind protecting my body, I would probably die here. Namikaze Minato secretly breathed a sigh of relief, with more and more emotion waves in his heart. Wait, younger brother. If my younger brother is here, will he be a match for Otsutsuki Ishiki? Suddenly, such an idea popped up in Namikaze Minato's mind. The defense is good, but unfortunately, it's not enough. Otsutsuki sneered, and then the black stick in his hand suddenly burst out with a huge force. Bang! Namikaze Minato fell to the ground like a meteorite. Fortunately, Namikaze Minato was protected by the strong wind and did not suffer any harm. Namikaze Minato jumped up. Crack! A crack actually appeared in Namikaze Minato's wind protection. Namikaze Minato sighed in his heart. Although the divine wind technique is powerful, he is too busy with work and neglected to practice, otherwise this wouldn't be the case now. Mahakala. Suddenly, a black cube as big as a hill appeared above Namikaze Minato and was smashing towards Namikaze Minato. Advertisement. Namikaze Minato wanted to dodge, but at this critical moment, 2 black sticks suddenly pierced through Namikaze Minato's legs. Namikaze Minato fell to the ground immediately, no longer able to dodge. Kamui. As soon as he finished speaking, the black cube as big as a hill disappeared out of thin air. Otsutsuki was stunned and looked at Hitaki Kakashi in disbelief. He didn't expect that this white-haired boy had such ability. Kamui. Hitaki Kakashi's expression was still solemn, and he shouted again. Otsutsuki looked up and saw that the black cube that had just disappeared appeared above him and suddenly fell towards him. Otsutsuki sneered. Young name is Viguna. The black cube that was as big as a hill suddenly turned into a thumb-sized black cube and fell into Otsutsuki Ishiki's hand. Interesting. Otsutsuki Ishiki tossed the black cube with his hands while looking at Hitaki Kakashi with amusement. Full form Susanoo. Hitaki Kakashi's heart trembled, and the power of his eyes was activated, and the chakra in his body continued to surge out. Soon, a blue Susanoo with wings on its back and the posture of a war god as big as a mountain appeared in front of everyone. And Hitaki Kakashi is standing on the forehead of the complete form of Susanoo, looking majestic. This is full form Susanoo. Onoki stared at the scene in amazement, his jaw dropped to the ground. Fourth Hokage, isn't this perfect Susanoo something that only the Uchiha can use? I remember that this Hitaki Kakashi is not from the Uchiha clan, right? Terumi Mei also opened her mouth in shock and looked at Namikaze Minato who had escaped. Haha, that. I don't know either. Namikaze Minato smiled awkwardly. It was also the first time he saw Hitaki Kakashi use the complete form of Susanoo. How could he possibly know why? Look, Kakashi is flying over, someone shouted and everyone looked at Hitaki Kakashi. Advertisement. Susanoo, Kamui Shuriken. Hitaki Kakashi looked serious as he controlled the complete form Susanoo with his hands crossed. In each of the complete form Susanoo's hands, he held a huge shuriken, into which Kamui's power continued to flow. The complete form of Susanoo was seen throwing out 2 shurikens at the same time. Humph, a mere trifle. Otsutsuki sneered again, showing great disdain for the 2 shurikens flying at him. But suddenly, the 2 shurikens suddenly disappeared. Not long after, a huge shuriken suddenly appeared in front of Otsutsuki Ashiki. Young name is Viguna. A golden light flashed in Otsutsuki Ashiki's right eye, and the light instantly enveloped the large shuriken, and the shuriken instantly became the size of a palm. But at this moment, another Kamui shuriken appeared on the left side of Otsutsuki. Otsutsuki quickly turned his gaze towards the large Kamui shuriken that was attacking him, and the young Baikon launched his move again, shrinking the shuriken in an instant. Puff! A wound suddenly appeared on Otsutsuki Ashiki's shoulder. Otsutsuki quickly looked at the wound on his shoulder. The shuriken that he had shrunk was right at his shoulder, emitting a mysterious power that was destroying his body. Puff! The second Kamui shuriken cut Otsutsuki Ashiki's left shoulder again. Isn't this something you can do? There was a flash of disappointment in Hitaki Kakashi's eyes. Originally, he was planning to use Kamui shuriken to cut off Otsutsuki Ashiki's arm and then teleport to Kamui's different dimension. Unfortunately, Otsutsuki's physical defense was too strong, and even Kamui's shuriken only injured him. You deserve to die. Otsutsuki roared, and his body suddenly appeared in front of Hitaki Kakashi and kicked out. The perfect form of Susanoo, who was known for her unparalleled defense, was shattered by Otsutsuki's kick. Puff! Hitaki Kakashi spat out a mouthful of blood, and the powerful impact force caused Hitaki Kakashi to faint directly. Go to hell! A black cube as big as a hill appeared out of nowhere at Hitaki Kakashi, and was about to smash Hitaki Kakashi to death. At this critical moment, a powerful force appeared above Hitaki Kakashi and blocked the black cube. Chapter 183 Namikaze Tianming shows up and beats Otsutsuki. Bang! A huge force suddenly hit the black cube, causing it to rebound and hit Otsutsuki. Young name is Viguna. Otsutsuki was surprised that this unknown force could actually bounce the black cube he released through Daikokaten away. But Otsutsuki Ashiki did not panic, but repeated his old trick and immediately used the power of his right eye to make the black cube only the size of a thumb. When Otsutsuki Ashiki stretched out his hand to grab the shrinking black cube, the thumb-sized black cube actually went straight through Otsutsuki Ashiki's palm. A thumb-sized blood hole appeared in Otsutsuki Ashiki's hand. How is it possible? Otsutsuki looked at the bloody hole on his palm in disbelief. Who on earth is it? Come out! Otsutsuki seemed to be crazy, looking around as if he was trying to find the culprit who had injured him. Don't look for me anymore, I'm right here. As a faint voice sounded, Namikaze Tianming appeared out of thin air in front of Otsutsuki Ashiki and stood in the air. You? Seeing Namikaze Tianming suddenly appear, Otsutsuki was so scared that he stepped back repeatedly, putting some distance between himself and Namikaze Tianming. Because when Namikaze Tianming appeared just now, Otsutsuki didn't do anything and didn't feel any fluctuations. Even the Otsutsuki clan's perception ability was unable to sense the sudden appearance of Namikaze Tianming. How could Otsutsuki not be shocked? Tianming. That kid Tianming, teacher Tianming. Mr. Tianming. Seeing Namikaze Tianming suddenly appear, Namikaze Minato, Hitaki Kakashi, Terumi Mei and Onoki couldn't help but smile sincerely. For some reason, the moment everyone saw Namikaze Tianming appear, they all felt relieved. Hey, didn't you just call yourself a god? Why are you distancing yourself from me now? Is it because of fear? Otsutsuki Ashiki? Advertisement Namikaze Tianming looked at Otsutsuki with a playful smile on his face. Fear? How can I, Otsutsuki Ashiki, be afraid? You must be kidding me. Otsutsuki showed a ferocious smile on his face, trying his best to deny the fear in his heart. Eye roll. Huh. How is that possible? You don't have any chakra in your body, why do you? After Otsutsuki opened his Byakugan and observed Namikaze Tianming, he was shocked to find that Namikaze Tianming did not have any chakra. In other words, the person in front of him is just an ordinary person, but why can he stand in the air? Otsutsuki Ashiki was very puzzled. Everything that Namikaze Tianming showed had touched upon Otsutsuki Ashiki's blind spot of knowledge. Haha, Otsutsuki, you are the only one who deserves to be called a god. There are still many things in this world that you don't understand. For example, my punch, Namikaze Tianming said as he threw out an ordinary punch. Just like a cannon being fired, a beam of air cannon flew straight towards Otsutsuki at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Young name is Viguna. Otsutsuki immediately used the ability of his right eye, but the ability that had always been invincible against Xiaoming Baikon suddenly became ineffective, and he was unable to reduce the man's attack. 5th Mizukage Terumi Maid tilted her head to look at 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki and said with a smile. Want to run? Namikaze Minato swallowed involuntarily and looked at Namikaze Tianming's back in shock. Otsutsuki stood up from the ground with a roar, put his hands together, and when he opened them, he actually used Onoki's bloodline elimination technique, dust release. Unforgivable. 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei and 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki both nodded frantically in agreement with Namikaze Minato's words. In just a short while, Namikaze Tianming left 2 bloody holes on Otsutsuki Ashiki's body. However, Namikaze Tianming was very relaxed. He just threw out an ordinary punch and actually severely damaged Otsutsuki. Otsutsuki hurriedly dodged. However, it was precisely because Otsutsuki Ashiki had already planned to dodge, after he released the dust release, and failed. Otsutsuki Ashiki flew directly up and barely avoided the attack of the conical transparent barrier. Advertisement, Grip of Hades, dust release, original world separation technique. Boom. You know, everyone tried their best to leave only a slight scar on Otsutsuki's body. A fist-sized bloody hole appeared on Otsutsuki Ashiki's chest. How terrifying is Namikaze Tianming's strength? Mahayana, dust release, limit separation technique. Hitaki Kakashi looked at Namikaze Tianming in midair, his admiration clearly revealed. Namikaze Tianming's eyes turned cold, he stretched out his hand and shook it. I thought my brother was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. Although Onoki was very happy that Namikaze Tianming used the dust release that he taught him to fight the enemy, why did it inexplicably have a hint of sourness in it? Oh, a pirated dust release. This is the real dust release? After seeing Namikaze Tianming was able to crush Otsutsuki Ashiki, Terumi Mei even had the energy to make a joke. However, because Otsutsuki Ashiki was stunned for a second, the air cannon directly penetrated Otsutsuki Ashiki's body. However, just as he flew into the air, another conical transparent barrier shot towards him. A huge purple hand that seemed to come from hell suddenly rose from the ground and quickly grabbed Otsutsuki. Namikaze Tianming took a look at the dust release released by Otsutsuki Ichishiki, and he knew that this was what Otsutsuki Ichishiki had just done by using Shoname Biguna to shrink the dust release released by Onoki and store it in Mahakala, and now he released the dust release from Mahakala again. It's not that my dust release is so powerful, it's that the dust release used by Namikaze Tianming is so powerful. However, the 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki couldn't laugh. After a long while, he finally squeezed out these words. Wow, 3rd Tsuchikage-sama, it turns out your dust release is actually really powerful. Even the Otsutsuki style can't resist it head-on. The moment the cubic transparent barrier released by Otsutsuki Ichishiki touched the conical transparent barrier released by Namikaze Tianming, it was destroyed and a violent explosion occurred. As expected of Master Tianming, he managed to severely injure Otsutsuki so easily. However, all of this could not stop the conical transparent barrier released by Namikaze Tianming. His body was severely injured and the intense pain caused Otsutsuki Ashiki to lose control of his body and fall to the ground. Chapter 184. Otsutsuki Ashiki is unwilling to give in, 10 Tails appears. Young name is Viguna. Looking at the huge hand grabbing towards him, Otsutsuki Ashiki quickly used the ability of his right eye. However, the result was exactly the same as before, the Xiaoming Biguna had no effect at all. How is it possible? How could it be ineffective? What is the origin of this person? Otsutsuki Ashiki is about to go crazy. If the ability of his right eye loses its function, his own strength will definitely be greatly reduced. However, Otsutsuki had no time to think and could only desperately flee upwards. Get down here. Namikaze Tianming just said this lightly, and a palm that covered the sky and the sun appeared above Otsutsuki Ashiki and slapped him. Being attacked from both sides, Otsutsuki didn't even have room to dodge and was knocked down. The hand on the ground took advantage of the situation and grabbed Otsutsuki, squeezing it hard. In the past, Namikaze Tianming always fought against people just for fun and did not even use 1/10 of his own strength. However, facing an invader like Otsutsuki Ashiki, Namikaze Tianming did not hold back at all and beat him to death. Moreover, the strength of this Otsutsuki style was actually quite beyond Namikaze Tianming's expectations. If this Otsutsuki style was used at full strength, its power could barely reach the early nascent soul stage. If I weren't here, I would probably have been run rampant by this guy. However, for Namikaze Tianming who has read the original work, he is actually quite curious why the ultimate villain like the Kara organization and Otsutsuki Ashiki appeared so early. You know, it was at least 20 years later when Otsutsuki appeared in the original work. For this phenomenon, Namikaze Tianming can only use the butterfly effect to explain it. It seems that because of my appearance, the Hokage's timeline has been completely messed up. Namikaze Tianming shook his head helplessly. Since everything was already a mess, he might as well do what he wanted to do. Thinking of this, Namikaze Tianming stared sharply at the huge fist on the ground. As the fist dissipated, the Otsutsuki Ashiki inside it also disappeared. Huh? Why is he missing? Did he escape? Advertisement? How abominable. Third Tsuchikage Onoki gritted his teeth unwillingly. Maybe he was crushed to death by Namikaze Tianming? Fifth Mizukage Terumi frowned. She felt that with Namikaze Tianming's ability, Otsutsuki Ichiki should not be that powerful and could escape quietly. Haha, Mr. Onoki, don't be anxious. How can he escape under my nose? Namikaze Tianming grinned but said some very arrogant words. However, even though Namikaze Tianming said this, Onoki and Hitaki Kakashi did not think there was anything wrong, because Namikaze Tianming had the ability. After Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, he pointed directly downwards. A ray of light fell down, and a small stone on the ground was bounced up by Namikaze Tianming and floated in front of Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming smiled and looked at the small stone in front of him and spoke slowly. Otsutsuki, do you think I won't be able to find you if you hide like a turtle? Come out quickly, or I won't even leave you a complete corpse. Namikaze Tianming stood with his hands behind his back, not in a hurry, and talked calmly to the thumb-sized stone in front of him. But Otsutsuki Ashiki, who was at the center of the rock, was panicking. He had become so small, could this person still see him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Otsutsuki roared madly in his heart, but he didn't dare to make any sound, even the sound of his own rapidly accelerating heartbeat. He didn't want to reveal any flaws. Unfortunately, everything Otsutsuki Ashiki did was seen clearly by Namikaze Tianming. Otherwise, Namikaze Tianming would not have been able to find Otsutsuki Ashiki's location so accurately. Under the influence of spiritual consciousness, everything Otsutsuki does now seems like a clown. If there was no spiritual awareness, even if Namikaze Tianming knew that Otsutsuki Ashiki had the ability to shrink his body, it would be impossible for him to find Otsutsuki Ashiki in such a short time. Humph, are you still deceiving yourself? Dust release, super original world separation technique. Namikaze Tianming just snapped his fingers, and a transparent cube barrier appeared, wrapping the stone. In an instant, the stone turned into powder. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, screams were heard coming from the powder. Then everyone saw Otsutsuki Ichishiki suddenly appear from the powder with a scream. When everyone saw this scene, they finally understood why Namikaze Tianming did this. It turned out that Otsutsuki Ashiki was hiding in a rock. Ah! Otsutsuki was seen in tattered clothes, with no intact part on his body, and blood all over his body. Otsutsuki roared madly, his eyes full of madness. You guys pushed me to this point. Summoning technique. Come out, 10 tails. Otsutsuki quickly formed seals with his hands, then slapped the ground, and spider web-like black lines continued to extend outwards. Then, everyone saw a young 10 tails appear out of nowhere. But even as a young 10 tails, its body is as tall as a mountain, giving everyone the feeling that its strength is no weaker than any other tailed beast. Otsutsuki walked up to the 10 tails larva and placed his right hand on the 10 tails larva's head. Devour to your heart's content, 10 tails. As soon as Otsutsuki finished speaking, chakra of various colors began to flow out of his body crazily. Such a huge amount of chakra actually created a rotating cyclone that soared into the sky. Roar. The young 10 tails felt this huge amount of chakra and was immediately overjoyed, madly absorbing the chakra that flowed out of Otsutsuki Ashiki's body. When the 10 tails larva absorbed all of these chakras, the appearance of the 10 tails larva also changed. At this time, 10 tails' appearance has changed into a huge humanoid creature as tall as 2 mountains. If you only look at the upper body, 10 tails now has a torso and limbs like humans, or even more sturdy. At the end of its body, it has 10 tails, which is spectacular. But it only has 1 eye and 1 ear on its head, located on the left and right sides of the skull respectively. Moreover, 10 tails' eye is a Sharingan. As this, the legendary 10 tails, Namikaze Minato, Hitaki Kakashi, Onoki, and Terumi all stared with their eyes wide open, at a loss as to what to do with the scene before them. Chapter 185 Namikaze Tianming vs 10 tails. 10 tails? This is a combination of the 9-tailed beasts? Onoki muttered as he looked at the fierce 10 tails. 10 tails, kill them. Otsutsuki floated above 10 tails' head, looking a little weak. Otsutsuki pointed at Namikaze Tianming and gave a vicious order. Roar. 10 tails roared at Namikaze Tianming unwillingly, but because he was controlled by Otsutsuki, 10 tails couldn't help but open his mouth and roar, and chakra continued to gather in his throat. A huge tailed beast bomb gradually took shape in front of 10 tails' mouth. If such a huge tailed beast bomb is successfully launched, the entire competition venue within the barrier will probably be turned into ruins. Tailed beast bomb. Launch. However, at the moment when the tailed beast bomb was launched, Namikaze Minato suddenly appeared in front of Namikaze Tianming. Seeing Namikaze Minato appear in front of him with a trident-style kunai in his hand, Namikaze Tianming smiled slightly and did not stop him. He knew that Namikaze Minato had the ability to transfer. Don't even think about destroying this place. Flying Thunder God, Lightning Guide. As soon as Namikaze Minato finished speaking, a spiderweb-like black line appeared a few meters in front of Namikaze Minato and Namikaze Tianming, extending outward. Looking at the tailed beast bomb that was coming at them, 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki and 5th Mizukage Terumi couldn't help but swallow their saliva, and a chill rose behind their backs. But seeing the backs of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and Namikaze Tianming, Onoki and Terumi Mei still felt that they could trust these two brothers. The tailed beast bomb, which was originally flying towards Namikaze Tianming and the others at a high speed, suddenly slowed down as if it encountered a quagmire. The moment the tailed beast bomb touched the spider web, an Uzumaki appeared from the void and slowly swallowed the tailed beast bomb. Namikaze Minato, who was performing the Flying Thunder God Lightning Guiding Technique, did not look relaxed at this moment. The tailed beast bomb of 10 tails was much more powerful than that of 9 tails. If you want to transfer this tailed beast bomb, you still need to spend more energy, that is, chakra. Seeing this scene, Namikaze Tianming smiled slightly, pressed his right hand on Namikaze Minato's back, and a spiritual power was transmitted over. Namikaze Minato suddenly perked up and felt full of strength, as if it wasn't any effort at all. So, Namikaze Minato immediately released the chakra in his body frantically, and in the void, the Uzumaki suddenly became larger, and the speed of swallowing the tailed beast bomb also became faster. In front of everyone's eyes, tailed beast bomb disappeared. Advertisement in a sea area far away from Konoha village, a huge tailed beast bomb appeared out of nowhere and crashed into the sea. Boom boom boom. The huge explosion caused countless waves to surge in all directions. This scene reminded the creatures living near this sea area of the same situation many years ago. They didn't expect it to happen again today. After the explosion, countless creatures abandoned their caves and migrated far away, because this place was too dangerous, and no one knew when a large-scale explosion would occur inexplicably. Among them, an angry voice was heard. Damn it, what the hell is going on? I just got here. How come I'm attacked? Why does this look so much like 10 tails tailed beast bomb? Could this be Otsutsuki's doing? Or, is it possible that there are such masters in this low-level world? I saw a figure emerging from the sea in a panic and floating slowly in the air. Looking at the seawater spreading outward, he fell into deep thought. Whatever, I can feel an extremely large amount of chakra in this direction. I have to go check it out. After the figure finished speaking, he looked in the direction of Konoha village and disappeared. Konoha village, the site of the Chunin exam competition, Onoki and Terumi Mei both breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, thank you for your hard work. Leave the rest to me. Namikaze Tianming patted Namikaze Minato's shoulder and smiled. Well, brother, be careful, Namikaze Minato said solemnly. Haha, don't worry, big brother. Namikaze Tianming laughed loudly and disappeared. The next moment, Namikaze Tianming appeared beside Otsutsuki Ashiki. Get away from me. Namikaze Tianming punched Otsutsuki Ashiki in the face, who was caught off guard. Otsutsuki sent him flying backwards. Roar, advertisement. 10 tails roared angrily, and the 10 tails on its body whistled towards Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming was not flustered. He waved his hand and a rainbow-like spiritual shield blocked the 10 tails. It looks particularly easy. Roar, 10 tails roared angrily again, but he knew that there was no time for him to release the tailed beast bomb. Suddenly, a huge wooden thorn grew out of 10 tails' arm and stabbed towards Namikaze Tianming. Bite, crack. There was a crisp sound, followed by the sound of wood breaking. It turned out that the long thorns released by 10 tails were blocked by a transparent spiritual power shield 1 meter in front of Namikaze Tianming. What's even more exaggerated is that the long wooden thorn actually broke. The immortal spirit beast circle, it's your turn now. Namikaze Tianming was seen smiling, and suddenly a colorful circle appeared in his hand. Namikaze Tianming held the immortal grade spirit beast circle in his hand and kept playing with it. Ever since he tamed 9 tails last time, the other immortal grade spirit beast circles had been left in a corner to gather dust. Now it was finally time for it to appear. Go ahead. Namikaze Tianming threw it with force, and the spirit beast circle appeared above 10 tails, growing larger and emitting colorful light. 10 tails looked at the circle of spirit beasts in the sky, his eyes full of panic. He could sense that if he was caught in the circle, it would be difficult for him to escape. Roar. 10 tails shouted in panic, and suddenly, hundreds of 10 tails, that were several times smaller in size, suddenly jumped out from its back. And these 10 tails are none other than the clones of the original 10 tails. The moment these 10 tails clones appeared, they rushed towards the fairy-grade spirit beast circle, frantically. With these 10 tails split bodies, the immortal spirit beast circle was unable to lock onto 10 tails for a while. Huh, what a hassle. Emperor's art, 10,000 swords launched simultaneously. Looking at the clones of 10 tails that kept splitting out, Namikaze Tianming frowned and pointed to the air impatiently. Hundreds of golden spiritual swords suddenly appeared in the sky above Namikaze Tianming. Chapter 186. Yo, isn't this our genius Otsutsuki Ashiki? I saw the golden spiritual swords above Namikaze Tianming increase from 1 to 10, then to 100. In the blink of an eye, there were thousands of golden spiritual swords. Go. Namikaze Tianming put his 2 fingers together and pointed forward. Thousands of golden spiritual swords rushed towards 10 tails' split body. In an instant, wailing sounds were heard everywhere, and the 10 tails clones kept disappearing under the fierce attack of Namikaze Tianming's golden spiritual sword. Even 10 tails' body could not completely resist the attack of the golden spiritual sword. From time to time, a scratch appeared on his body, and bright red blood gushed out of the wound and dripped onto the ground. 10 tails coffin seal. Suddenly, a voice came from underground. Namikaze Tianming looked over to the direction of the voice, and saw Otsutsuki Ashiki actually ran to 10 Tails' feet and slapped 10 Tails on the thigh. I saw a big Uzumaki appear in Otsutsuki's hand, and it actually absorbed 10 Tails into it. This Otsutsuki Ichishiki is actually going to be 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Seeing Otsutsuki Ashiki doing this, Onoki instantly understood Otsutsuki Ashiki's purpose. Tianming, be careful. Namikaze Minato also quickly reminded Namikaze Tianming, because Otsutsuki Ashiki's strength was not weak. Of course, this would not be the case if this was not in front of Namikaze Tianming. After Otsutsuki becomes 10 Tails Jinchuriki, his strength will surely increase greatly, and then it won't be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Don't worry, big brother. Go take care of Grandpa Onoki and the others. Who knew that he didn't even turn his head, waved, and then folded his hands across his chest, watching the scene quietly. He didn't interrupt the Otsutsuki. Ha 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 ha, kid, there's a price to pay for being arrogant. Seeing that Namikaze Tianming was indifferent, Otsutsuki couldn't help but smile up. But Otsutsuki didn't dare to laugh out loud. If the person in front of him interrupted him, things might not go so smoothly. As 10 Tails chakra continued to enter Otsutsuki Ashiki's body, a ray of light suddenly emerged from Otsutsuki Ashiki's body, and the color of this light became more and more dazzling. Moreover, the aura of Otsutsuki Ashiki became stronger and stronger, and finally burst out with an extremely powerful momentum, rising into the sky. The 10 Tails beside him gradually withered and eventually turned into a ghetto statue. Advertisement at this time, Otsutsuki Ashiki's appearance had completely changed. What was surprising was that Otsutsuki Ashiki had grown long gray hair. His dress is also more like the style of Sage of Six Paths. 9 truth-seeking balls are floating in a circle behind Otsutsuki Ashiki. His arms and legs have also turned black, and he holds a black Zen staff in his left hand. Looking at the Otsutsuki Ashiki who had finally finished, Namikaze Tianming raised his eyebrows. This Otsutsuki Ashiki becoming 10 Tails Jinchuriki was indeed something. Because judging from the aura of Otsutsuki Ashiki's strength at this time has actually increased to the level equivalent to the middle stage of the nascent soul. Ha 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 ha, this is the feeling of having power filling my whole body. Otsutsuki laughed crazily, completely ignoring the ghetto statue beside him, jumped up, and rushed towards Namikaze Tianming. Boom! With just a simple punch, wherever the fist went, the nearby space was distorted. Namikaze Tianming was not afraid either. This level of attack was all he could handle. Bang! Namikaze Tianming also threw a punch, which collided with Otsutsuki's punch. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere, and the shockwaves caused by the two punches continued to spread around, and a hurricane suddenly arose. Seeing this, Namikaze Minato hurriedly moved the unconscious fourth Raikage and might guide to a safe place with Hitaki Kakashi and others. However, it seems that as long as you are in this competition venue, you may be affected at any time. So Namikaze Minato stood in front of the crowd with Hitaki Kakashi with serious expressions, ready to defend against the danger that might come at any time. Ha 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 ha, I can already see clearly what you are doing now. Your power is not irresistible, I want to see what you can do to me. After fighting with Namikaze Tianming for dozens of rounds in midair, Namikaze Tianming was unable to suppress him, and Otsutsuki's confidence increased. The pain in his heart, which had been suppressed by Namikaze Tianming, suddenly swelled up, and he couldn't help but make sarcastic remarks. There is no other way. I have been suppressed for too long and it is too aggrieved. Now, I finally have a chance to turn defeat into victory, so I must show my toughness. However, Namikaze Tianming was not affected at all, and still looked at Otsutsuki Ashiki with a cold expression, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and said, Advertisement, you like to open champagne midway so much? Open the champagne? There was a big question mark on Otsutsuki's little head. Obviously he didn't understand what Namikaze Tianming meant. You don't need to understand, you just need to know that beating you up is easy. Namikaze Tianming raised his middle finger towards Otsutsuki with a look of disdain. You're looking for death. Otsutsuki was immediately furious. He didn't know why, but when Otsutsuki saw Namikaze Tianming making the middle finger gesture, a mysterious power surged into his heart, causing him to lose his mind and become extremely angry. Yang method. Storm release divine light. Otsutsuki opened his mouth and spit out a ray of light as bright as sunlight, which swept towards Namikaze Tianming like a long sword, trying to cut Namikaze Tianming in half. However, the next scene left Otsutsuki dumbfounded. Catch the blade with bare hands. Namikaze Tianming stretched out a hand calmly and grabbed the storm release divine light, which originally had no substance. Then, Namikaze Tianming exerted force and the storm release divine light turned into pieces like a blade. Otsutsuki Ashiki really couldn't understand this scene. Namikaze Tianming smiled slightly. He only used his spiritual power to wrap up the so-called storm release divine light. However, spiritual power did not belong to the power of this world after all. It was normal that they could not understand it. The Heavenly Emperor's secret, demon-breaking thunder technique. Namikaze Tianming took advantage of the victory and stretched out his hand to grab the void. Without any warning, a bolt of lightning struck down directly. Otsutsuki was totally unprepared and was struck by the thunderbolt, leaving him burned on the outside and tender on the inside. His clothes were destroyed once again and black smoke continued to come out of his body. Moreover, Otsutsuki discovered to his horror that the wounds on his body could not heal. Otsutsuki looked at Namikaze Tianming in midair with anger and despair. He really didn't know how to defeat Namikaze Tianming. At this moment, a space door suddenly opened in the void, and a mocking voice came out from it. Hey, isn't this Otsutsuki Ashiki, the genius of our Otsutsuki clan? How did he become like this? Chapter 187 Otsutsuki Ashiki's Reinforcements. Everyone looked at the space portal, because this was the source of the sound just now. Under the gaze of everyone, a figure slowly appeared. This person's attire was very similar to Otsutsuki's, and even his skin was the same grayish-white color. In the middle of this person's head, there is a sharp horn similar to the Otsutsuki style. The horn of the Otsutsuki style wraps around the top of the head and rises on the right. Moreover, this person has a very strong body and looks a bit like those bodybuilders, very well proportioned. What's even more surprising is that this person's eyes are the same as Nagato's Rinnegan. What? Your noble lord Otsutsuki Ashiki-sama, it's only been thousands of years since we last met, and you don't recognize me? I am Otsutsuki Tsukishiki. Otsutsuki Yushiki looked at Otsutsuki Ashiki, who was almost in a daze and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Otsutsuki Tsukishiki. Why are you here if you're not with Urashiki? Otsutsuki thought for a while, and the memories deep in his mind came out, and he finally figured out who Otsutsuki was. This Otsutsuki Yushiki is actually a low-level member of their Otsutsuki clan. To put it bluntly, he is equivalent to their servant. However, what Otsutsuki Ashiki never expected was that he would be seriously injured by a sneak attack from his own servant Otsutsuki Kagaya, and could only survive by parasitizing in the body of a mortal. And this Otsutsuki Tsukishiki, a mere servant, actually accompanied Otsutsuki Urashiki to plant sacred trees on various planets and devour the fruits hundreds of years ago. His strength has evolved to such a level. Looking at his current aura, I am afraid that I may not be his opponent. Otsutsuki's eyes flickered and he was thinking secretly in his heart. Why am I here? It's because of you. You didn't hand over the fruit of the sacred tree to the leaders of my clan in the stipulated time, and even interrupted the chakra that should have been handed over to the leaders of my clan. Why do you think I'm here? And where is Otsutsuki Kagaya? Otsutsuki Yushiki looked down at Otsutsuki Ashiki. He had already noticed that Otsutsuki Ashiki's strength had not only not improved, but had regressed a lot. Therefore, Otsutsuki Yushiki simply stopped pretending and went straight to the point of calling the police to account. Otsutsuki Kagaya has betrayed me, and it was because of her sneak attack that I ended up like this. As for where she is now, I have no idea. Advertisement. Otsutsuki lowered his head and said with gritted teeth, he deeply understood a truth. Now that he was not as strong as others, the best choice was to lower his head. Oh, that's how it is. But it doesn't matter. When the time comes, we'll replant the sacred tree and you and I will go back together to report. As for these inferior creatures, let me kill them. After Otsutsuki Tsukishiki finished speaking, he revealed a cruel smile and looked at Namikaze Tianming and his group. And Namikaze Minato, Hitaki Kakashi, and Oanoki were all in a daze. Although they did not quite understand the conversation between Otsutsuki Yushiki and Otsutsuki Ashiki, they could tell that these two people from the Otsutsuki clan had lived for at least 1,000 years. Thousands of years, what does this mean? Is this still a human? No wonder this person is so powerful. Have those who want to touch me asked for my opinion? Namikaze Tianming took a step forward with a smile and looked at Otsutsuki with a smile. Because Namikaze Tianming had known about the existence of the Otsutsuki clan for a long time, he was not too upset. However, what was a little surprising was that the timing of their appearance seemed to be advanced for some reason. Oh, a person without chakra at all? Interesting, very interesting. I'll catch you and study you carefully. Otsutsuki stared at Namikaze Tianming with interest for a while, then reached out to grab at the void. A huge black hand as big as a house appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Namikaze Tianming directly. Since Otsutsuki Yushiki did not see the battle between Namikaze Tianming and Otsutsuki Ashiki, he was not clear about Namikaze Tianming's strength, so he did not take Namikaze Tianming seriously. As for Otsutsuki Ashiki, he would naturally not remind Otsutsuki Yushiki. You dared to show off your skills in front of an expert? Great power. Bah, no, the blue dragon is coming out of the cave. Namikaze Tianming just waved his hand and a lifelike fire dragon appeared in front of Namikaze Tianming. Moo, with a dragon roar, the fire dragon rushed forward. There was always a hint of disdain on Otsutsuki Yushiki's lips. How could the ninjutsu from the lower world possibly compete with his truth-seeking ball? Advertisement, however, after a while, the smile on Otsutsuki Yushi's face froze, because the scene in front of him was really unexpected. Boom. The black giant hand transformed by the truth-seeking ball did not destroy the enemy as Otsutsuki Tsukishiki had imagined. Instead, it collided with the fire dragon released by Namikaze Tianming. After a loud bang, the two of them became deadlocked, unable to move forward or backward. However, this situation did not last long. With a click sound, a crack appeared on the black giant hand transformed by the truth-seeking ball. Crack. Crack. Bang. As more and more cracks appeared, the black giant hand finally exploded into pieces of rubble with a loud bang. Although the fire dragon released by Namikaze Tianming also dissipated, Otsutsuki Yushiki's originally god-like mentality underwent a subtle change. Otsutsuki reached out his hand again, and the truth-seeking ball that was originally scattered on the ground merged together again, turning into a black stick and returning to Otsutsuki's hand. Kamikaze arrow. Otsutsuki said nothing. After recalling the truth-seeking ball, he threw the truth-seeking ball into the air, and it turned into 8 black arrows. The wind attribute chakra covered the surface of these 8 arrows and spun wildly. Then, like a rocket launch, it accelerated suddenly and shot towards Namikaze Tianming with great momentum. Moreover, the speed of these 8 arrows is extremely fast, definitely not visible to the naked eye. Seeing these 8 arrows, Namikaze Tianming sneered, put his fingers together and pointed forward, and instantly 10 golden spiritual swords flew out from behind him. Ding ding dong. A sound of metal clashing was heard, and the 8 arrows were suppressed by the golden spiritual sword released by Namikaze Tianming and could not raise their heads. The remaining 2 golden aura-long swords even grabbed the aperture directly and headed straight for Otsutsuki moon style. Looking at the golden sword heading straight for him, Otsutsuki Tsukishiki did not panic. He raised his hand and a black wall of truth-seeking ball blocked it in the middle. However, the truth-seeking ball wall did not do as he wished, because the golden sword did not encounter any obstacles and directly penetrated the truth-seeking ball wall. Namikaze Tianming chuckled, these 2 golden spiritual swords are the highlight. Chapter 188 changes again, cruel Otsutsuki Ashiki. Huh? How is this possible? Although Otsutsuki Yushiki was unwilling to believe what he saw, Namikaze Tianming's attack had already arrived and he had to respond. After all, this golden sword can easily penetrate the wall formed by the truth-seeking ball, and my own body can't withstand it. Now all I can rely on is the power of my Rinnegan. Otsutsuki thought so and suddenly opened his eyes. Shinra Tensai, however, the golden sword did not bounce away as Otsutsuki Yushiki wished, but continued to move forward. What's going on? Shinra Tensai, Shinra Tensai. God, poof. The golden sword was like a stream of light, and it actually pierced Otsutsuki Yushi's body directly. As the golden sword disappeared, blood spurted out in 2 lines. Otsutsuki's hands were emitting a faint green light. He wiped the wound angrily, and the wound stopped bleeding. Damn it, I was careless this time. Otsutsuki Tsukishiki, will never lose to an inferior creature. I will crush you completely. Otsutsuki's eyes were red at this time, and he glared at Namikaze Tianming. Although he couldn't understand why his Shinra Tensai didn't deflect the golden sword, Otsutsuki only thought it was his own mistake. Otsutsuki Yushiki, this human's taijutsu is very powerful, you'd better be careful. Otsutsuki Ashiki reminded Otsutsuki Yushiki, kindly, from behind. Powerful taijutsu. How can the taijutsu of this lowly creature be compared to the taijutsu of our Otsutsuki clan? Otsutsuki, you are really useless. Upon hearing Otsutsuki Ashiki say this, Otsutsuki Yushiki became furious. In his opinion, the physical skills of the Otsutsuki clan were the most powerful. Today, I will show you how I can crush this lowly creature with my physical skills. Otsutsuki didn't even turn his head, his tone full of disdain. Haha, then I'll wait and see. Otsutsuki couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Low-level tribesmen are still low-level tribesmen. Even if their strength has improved by swallowing the fruit, they still don't have any brains at all. Well, just watch. Otsutsuki Yushiki snorted coldly, flashed in front of Namikaze Tianming, and threw an ordinary punch. Advertisement Otsutsuki has an inexplicable confidence in his physical strength. After all, on other planets, he didn't have to put in much effort to destroy the strongest on that planet, so this world is no exception. Especially when he saw the lowly creature in front of him actually punching like him, Otsutsuki sneered in his heart with disdain. If he dares to confront me head-on, then his arm will be crippled. Bang, the 2 fists collided, and Otsutsuki was surprised to find that he did not have the upper hand. Otsutsuki Senju Demon Shadow. Otsutsuki Whirlwind Kick. 3-style Moonlight Dance. In just a few minutes, Otsutsuki Tsukishiki and Namikaze Tianming fought for hundreds of rounds. However, in these hundreds of rounds, Otsutsuki Yushiki did not gain any advantage. The more they fought, the more frightened Otsutsuki became. The strength of this low-level creature in front of him was really beyond his expectations. Moon-style Straight Punch. Otsutsuki Yushiki's hands were glowing red as he tried his best to hit Namikaze Tianming. This move is Otsutsuki Yushi's ultimate killing move. It is extremely powerful. Wherever the fist reaches, the space seems to be distorted. 2 dragons go out to sea. Namikaze Tianming uttered these words slowly with an expressionless face, and then a golden light flashed in his eyes. With a dragon roar, he rushed forward with 2 fists without hesitation. Boom. Crack. The 2 fists collided, and the huge impact force spread in all directions. Suddenly, a scream was heard from Otsutsuki Yushiki, because the bones in Otsutsuki's hand were broken. Seeing Otsutsuki Tsukishiki flying backwards, Namikaze Tianming followed closely and used a series of moves on Otsutsuki Tsukishiki. Twin peaks pierce my ears. The lion shook his head. The setting sun and the solitary wild goose fly together. The autumn water and the sky are the same color. Get off. Advertisement. After a series of combos, there was not a single healthy spot on Otsutsuki's body. His face was bruised and swollen, and he no longer looked as relaxed as before. Namikaze Tianming dodged and landed above Otsutsuki Yushiki, raised his right leg high, and dropped it suddenly. Seeing Namikaze Tianming's feet moving down from top to bottom, Otsutsuki couldn't help but show a look of panic on his face, but the injuries on his body made it impossible for him to dodge. Even though Otsutsuki Tsukishiki used the power of Sharingan, he still failed to knock Namikaze Tianming away, and could only watch Namikaze Tianming's kick land heavily on him. Boom! It was like a falling meteorite, and Otsutsuki was numb. He just lay paralyzed in the deep hole made by his own body on the ground. After a long time, Otsutsuki finally struggled to climb out of the pit. Especially when he saw Namikaze Tianming on the opposite side looking calm and composed, Otsutsuki became even more furious. Otsutsuki Ashiki, I now order you to help me fight this lowly creature. By then, I can even speak well of you in front of the higher-ups of my clan. Although it was a bit embarrassing, Otsutsuki knew that he was no match for this lowly creature. Therefore, he planned to join forces with Otsutsuki Ashiki to fight the enemy, otherwise, there would be no chance of winning. Sure. Otsutsuki Ashiki agreed immediately and walked behind Otsutsuki Yushiki with a smile. After hearing Otsutsuki Ashiki's answer, Otsutsuki Yushiki nodded in satisfaction. Well, I'm glad you're so sensible. Don't worry, I will speak well of you when we get back so that you will receive less punishment. Thank you so much, but I need you to do me a favor. Otsutsuki smiled brilliantly. Tell me, what's the matter? I don't have that much time. Otsutsuki frowned and said impatiently, that is. Puff. Otsutsuki looked down in disbelief at the hand that came out of his chest. What was held in that hand was his heart. The person who attacked him was Otsutsuki Ashiki. Otsutsuki said coldly with a hint of sneer on his face. What I want you to do for me is to let you die first. Chapter 189. Cannibalism. Otsutsuki Ashiki, you, how dare you? Otsutsuki turned his head with difficulty, and asked angrily and incredulously, but now Otsutsuki was already at the end of his strength, and his voice was very weak. How dare I? Don't you look at your own status? You are a lowly servant, yet you dare to show off in front of me? If you don't die, who will die? Otsutsuki Ashiki's face was full of cruel smiles. He had tolerated Otsutsuki Tsukishiki for a long time, as he was once a genius of the Otsutsuki clan. Otsutsuki was originally a proud person. How could he tolerate a servant being complacent in front of him? It was just that the time was not right just now. Now, he finally found an opportunity to attack and kill. Ashiki. Ashiki won't let you go. Otsutsuki was unwilling to give in, but he was too weak, and the words he spoke were soft and lacked any momentum. Humph, let's wait until he shows up here. Anyway, you're the one dying now. Otsutsuki Ichishiki snorted coldly, then pulled his hand out and kicked Otsutsuki Tsukishiki to the ground. Then he squeezed hard with his right hand, and Otsutsuki Yushiki's heart exploded. And Otsutsuki Tsukishiki died at that moment. Seeing such a cruel scene, Namikaze Tianming and Namikaze Minato were stunned. Even someone like Onoki, who had lived for so long, couldn't help but be stunned. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Isn't this Otsutsuki Yushiki an ally of Otsutsuki Ashiki? Aren't they from the same clan? Why are they suddenly killing each other? However, Otsutsuki Ashiki didn't care about the strange looks from Namikaze Tianming and the others. Otsutsuki Ashiki was already used to the infighting among his own people. Otsutsuki Ashiki once again walked to the body of Otsutsuki Tsukishiki and kicked it hard again, directly kicking the body of Otsutsuki Tsukishiki to the mouth of the ghetto statue. The ghetto statue, which had been motionless, began to move the moment Otsutsuki Yushiki's corpse appeared in front of its mouth. The ghetto statue was like a dog looking for food, carefully discerning the various smells in the air. Then he suddenly opened his mouth wide and swallowed Otsutsuki Yushiki's body in one gulp. Roar. Advertisement. The ghetto statue was surprisingly full of vitality again, and was even constantly changing. After a short while, it returned to its previous appearance of 10 tails, and the changes were still ongoing. Glancing at the transforming 10 tails, Otsutsuki nodded in satisfaction and looked towards his right hand. Otsutsuki slowly spread out his right hand, and on the palm of his hand, there was a round, thumb-sized lump of flesh. This piece of meat was formed by condensing and refining Otsutsuki's moon-style's chakra through the Otsutsuki clan's secret technique. As everyone stared in amazement, Otsutsuki threw the piece of meat upwards and swallowed it in one gulp. After swallowing the meat, Otsutsuki opened his arms, closed his eyes, and looked very happy. In a short while, all the injuries on Otsutsuki's body recovered. Moreover, Otsutsuki Ashiki's aura changed again. His aura began to rise continuously. No, it began to surge. After a while, Otsutsuki's aura soared to a new level. This may be a great temptation to others. Namikaze Tianming, you are pretty good. You are the only one who can push me to this point among all the lower worlds I have visited. Although his strength has recovered now, the lifespan of his physical body can no longer be sustained. Otsutsuki Ashiki now inexplicably feels that he is the son of destiny. When Onoki heard this, he immediately became anxious and quickly reminded him. However, a voice came and broke Otsutsuki's beautiful fantasy. He thought that the conditions he offered were quite tempting. Eternal life, what a temptation it was for a human being who could only live for a mere 100 years. But Namikaze Tianming also knew that the Otsutsuki style at this time should not be underestimated, because from the perspective of aura, the Otsutsuki style has reached the peak level of the nascent soul. Moreover, Otsutsuki's appearance has also undergone a drastic change. By then, not only will you have an eternal life like me, but you will also have power 100 or 8,000 times stronger than you have now, second only to one man and above 10,000 people. Ha 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 ha, I never thought that I, Otsutsuki, could survive from a desperate situation. Now, not only has my strength reached a higher level, but I have also successfully planted the sacred tree. Sure enough, Namikaze Tianming, who had been silent for a long time, looked at Otsutsuki with disdain. This waiting process requires a guardian, and Namikaze Tianming is the best candidate. Advertisement seeing Namikaze Tianming like this, Otsutsuki Ishiki, who was about to get furious, calmed down. But I'm sorry, the thing I hate most in my life is someone is above me. Even though he was ambushed by that B***ch Otsutsuki Kagaya and has been barely surviving for so many years. Therefore, Otsutsuki Ishiki was not angry at all. Instead, he showed his intention to recruit Namikaze Tianming. Hey, have you laughed enough? Don't you know that your voice is piercing? Namikaze Tianming picked his ears and said with a look of disgust. But now, not only has his strength recovered to its peak, but the sacred tree also has nutrients. What he has to do now is to wait for the fruit of the sacred tree to mature. Haha, I also think that Tianming won't be tempted. Tianming boy, you must not be fooled by him. Third Tsuchikage, you really underestimate our teacher Tianming. By then, after swallowing the ripe fruit of the sacred tree, his strength will surely reach a new level. A pair of white wings unexpectedly sprouted from Otsutsuki Ishiki's back, and in the center of his forehead, there was actually a golden rinnegan. Hitaki Kakashi on the side was not panicked at all. He looked up at Namikaze Tianming calmly. Terumi Mei also smiled and chose to believe Namikaze Tianming. In fact, I admire you very much. If you submit to me, I can spare your life, and in the future you will be able to become the only servant of God in this world. By then, he will be the true god of the Otsutsuki clan, and he will not care about the Otsutsuki senior leaders or elders. God is willing to spare me, and I will be the one who laughs last. Unexpectedly, after Otsutsuki 1 style devoured Otsutsuki Moon style, it actually directly crossed a major realm. At this time, Otsutsuki Ishiki looked like a three-eyed eagle with white feathers, and his face was covered with black marks. When he thought of this wonderful future, Otsutsuki couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Therefore, what he has to do now is to try to find a suitable tool, recarve the wedge, wait for the opportunity, and then completely revive. Second to one man, above 10,000, Eternal Life, Chapter 190, Forbidden Technique Falling Stars. Don't ever think of anyone pooping or peeing on my head in this life. Namikaze Tianming spread his hands, but his tone was unquestionably haughty. Haha, I've already given you a chance, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Otsutsuki Ishiki's expression suddenly turned cold. I'm sorry, but I don't think highly of your so-called opportunity. Namikaze Tianming smiled, showing no fear, then go to hell. Otsutsuki's eyes turned cold, and he waved his hand casually. A gray-white air cannon like a scimitar flew straight towards Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming flew into the air and avoided the attack. In the blink of an eye, the air cannon hit a rockery far behind Namikaze Tianming. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the rockery behind Namikaze Tianming was blasted into rubble and ceased to exist. Ha 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 ha, it's really cool to have this level of power. Compared to the crazy Otsutsuki Ishiki, Namikaze Tianming's expression is a bit weird. Originally, in Namikaze Tianming's opinion, the aura of Otsutsuki Ishiki had already reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, so the power of his move should be quite great. However, Namikaze Tianming could also see from the palm strike just now that Otsutsuki did not hold back, but the ultimate power looked quite intimidating. However, according to Namikaze Tianming's own standards, this Otsutsuki style is quite weak. Come again. Otsutsuki screamed with excitement and pushed his palm forward again. A palm-shaped air cannon hit Namikaze Tianming. Fierce wind palm. Knowing the power of Otsutsuki's move, Namikaze Tianming did not dodge this time, but directly swung out with a palm to meet it. A huge palm print appeared in the void. Although it looked very ordinary, when the palm print collided with the palm-shaped air cannon emitted by the Otsutsuki style, it suddenly exploded with a powerful impact force. The air cannon released by Otsutsuki was easily dissipated. Bang! There was a dull thud, and before Otsutsuki Ishiki could see clearly, Namikaze Tianming appeared in front of him and punched Otsutsuki Ishiki in the abdomen. Advertisement Otsutsuki Ishiki suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, flew backwards, and hit the wall heavily. As Otsutsuki Ishiki struggled to get out of the wall and fell to the ground, a tie-shaped hole appeared on the wall. Otsutsuki straightened up tremblingly, and no one knew where his original confidence had gone. The whole person looked at Namikaze Tianming with eyes full of fear. Namikaze Tianming's punch just now had made Otsutsuki see the gap between them. How is this possible? How is this possible? I have come this far, why would I lose to you? I don't accept it, I don't accept it, today, none of you will leave here alive. The sky changes and the earth cracks. Otsutsuki's eyes were full of madness, his hands were raised high, and chakra was pouring out of Otsutsuki's body crazily. Then he slapped the ground with his hands, and the ground began to shake continuously, and deep cracks appeared one after another. Is this an earthquake? Namikaze Minato and Terumi Mei stared at the scene in disbelief. After looking at each other, they nodded. In this situation, they could only use their agile body to avoid the cracks that kept appearing and prevent themselves from falling. Earth style, light and heavy rock technique. On the other hand, Onoki was relatively relaxed, floating in the air holding the fourth Raikage in one hand and Might Guy in the other. It's just that Onoki's physique seems to be too small, and his two hands are holding strong men who are several times bigger than him, which looks quite funny. Hey, don't even think about running away. The sky and the earth are changing dramatically. Thunder is falling. Otsutsuki formed a seal again and pointed his finger into the air. The sky and the earth suddenly changed color and dark clouds gathered rapidly in the sky. In a flash, 9 thunder dragons suddenly jumped out from Hitaki Kakashi's hands. At that moment, they only felt that Namikaze Tianming's back was becoming more and more majestic. How can I repair it? You forced me to do this. I saw thunder flashing in the dark clouds, so dense that it seemed like it would fall at any time. Looking at the dense thunder and lightning, Onoki's face suddenly changed. What should he do? When Otsutsuki roared out the last word, the whole world suddenly became dim. This damn lunatic. Moo, crackle, advertisement. There was excitement in Hitaki Kakashi's eyes. He decided to perform well and get praise from teacher Tianming. Even Namikaze Minato and Terumi Mei couldn't help but look worried. They used the instant body technique to come to Onoki's side, ready to resist the impending thunder together with Onoki. Namikaze Minato, Hitaki Kakashi, Terumi Mei, and Onoki all looked at Namikaze Tianming's back with tears in their eyes. Hundreds of lightning bolts suddenly fell as if they were going to destroy the world. Don't panic, leave the rest to me. Kakashi, I'll leave this lightning to you. This will also verify the results of your training. Forbidden technique. Xing Yun. Boom. Everyone only felt a suffocating sense of oppression coming from above. 9 huge thunder dragons suddenly hovered above the crowd. Whenever a thunder fell from the sky, they would be chased and swallowed by these thunder dragons. No lightning was an exception. Ha ha ha, all of you, die. Namikaze Tianming turned around and smiled. The already shaky barrier above was instantly broken, and lightning fell with it. Hitaki Kakashi was seen forming seals with his hands rapidly, as fast as a phantom. As Hitaki Kakashi put his hands together, a purple lightning suddenly appeared in Hitaki Kakashi's hands. Just when everyone was in a panic, Namikaze Tianming teleported and stood in front of everyone. With a wave of his hand, an aura shield protected everyone inside. However, just when everyone was facing a formidable enemy, Namikaze Tianming's calm voice rang out. Heavenly Emperor Art, the incarnation of the Heavenly Emperor is here. Terumi Mei finally couldn't help but swear, with such dense meteorites falling, I'm afraid Otsutsuki himself wouldn't be able to survive? Fortunately, the previous audience had left long ago, otherwise, who knows which unlucky person would suffer. Yes, teacher Tianming. Looking at the lightning that was constantly being swallowed up in the dark clouds that were gradually dispersing, Otsutsuki Ashiki's entire face turned red with anger. When everyone looked up, they saw huge meteorites appearing in the sky one after another. Lightning-style 9 dragons swallowing thunder. As soon as Hitaki Kakashi finished speaking, lightning struck from the sky. Otsutsuki laughed crazily, and meteorites fell from the sky. Otsutsuki Ashiki finally couldn't hold back the anger in his heart and roared madly. Chapter 191. Killing Otsutsuki, an unexpected surprise. At that moment, Namikaze Tianming's majestic figure lofted himself up in everyone's hearts, and even emitted a dazzling golden light. No, Tianming's figure is really getting bigger. Onoki rubbed his eyes, looked carefully, blinked, and suddenly pointed at Namikaze Tianming and shouted loudly. It's really getting bigger. I thought I was seeing things. I knew Tianming would find a way. Come on, Tianming. Terumi Mei also rubbed her beautiful eyes vigorously, and then clapped her hands excitedly. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. Namikaze Minato glanced at Terumi Mei and nodded with satisfaction. His sister-in-law only had eyes for his brother. It would be even better if she could marry into the family earlier. As for Hitaki Kakashi, he was still looking at Namikaze Tianming's back with eyes full of admiration. He had a hunch that even if he tried his best, with the help of his complete form Susanoo, he would probably not be a match for Namikaze Tianming. Amid the various gazes of the crowd, a golden shadow slowly condensed behind Namikaze Tianming. Finally, a golden shadow as big as a mountain was formed, and this shadow seemed to be real. He looked even more majestic in his golden armor. The palm can hold up the stars. Only the majestic voice of Namikaze Tianming was heard in the void, and the golden shadow raised his huge arm. The higher the golden shadow raised his arm, the bigger his palm became. Soon, it blocked everyone's view. A golden palm, covering the sky and the sun. In everyone's sight, all they saw was a brilliant golden color. Immediately afterwards, there were bursts of violent explosions. Apparently, the meteorites summoned by Otsutsuki had hit the golden palm. I can destroy the sun and the moon with my hands. Namikaze Tianming's voice sounded again, but this time, Namikaze Tianming's voice had a hint of dominance, which could not be questioned. I saw the golden hands in the air suddenly come together, and then I could hear a series of muffled sounds, which never stopped. And Otsutsuki Ashiki's face became increasingly darker with these muffled sounds. His heart sank as well. You can't stay here for long. You must leave here first. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. After pondering for a while, Otsutsuki decided to retreat strategically. Advertisement, Yozen Hirosaka, actually a space portal. As soon as Otsutsuki Ashiki finished speaking, a black portal appeared behind Otsutsuki Ashiki, and it grew from small to large. But just when the space portal became half the size of a human, the voice of Namikaze Tianming came from the golden shadow. Space blockade. As soon as these words were spoken, an invisible force suddenly spread out in all directions, and the black space portal summoned by Otsutsuki seemed to be affected by some mysterious force at this moment. It stopped growing, and finally began to break and disappeared. How is this possible? How is this possible? Otsutsuki was stunned as he looked at the disappearing space portal. This scene was obviously beyond Otsutsuki Ashiki's understanding. Even if Otsutsuki racked his brains, he couldn't figure out why the space portal he summoned disappeared inexplicably. At the same time, Namikaze Tianming rushed out from the golden shadow, and instantly arrived in front of Otsutsuki Ashiki at the speed of ultimate, and punched out. Boom! There is no doubt that Namikaze Tianming's punch hit Otsutsuki Ashiki hard. Moreover, the moment Namikaze Tianming's punch hit Otsutsuki Ashiki, a powerful force exploded and covered Otsutsuki Ashiki's entire body. Crack! All the bones in Otsutsuki's body broke instantly, and the liver inside his body was also shattered. With just this one punch, Otsutsuki's chance of survival was cut off. Otsutsuki Ashiki sat on the ground helplessly, looking at Namikaze Tianming. Otsutsuki Ashiki laughed in anger. Haha, even if you destroy this device of mine now, you can't kill me. Just wait, it won't be long before I come back to kill you, and then none of you will be able to escape. Oh, you mean you can't die because you have the wedge? Namikaze Tianming raised his eyebrows and looked at Otsutsuki Ashiki with a smile. You. Hearing Namikaze Tianming actually reveal his trump card directly, Otsutsuki Ashiki was immediately shocked, but after thinking carefully, even if Namikaze Tianming knew that he could be resurrected through the wedge card in advance, what could he do? So, Otsutsuki laughed again. Haha, you're right, but so what? Can you kill my wedge? Ha 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 ha. Advertisement. For some reason, Otsutsuki suddenly burst into laughter. In his opinion, Namikaze Tianming could not do anything to him. To sum it up in one sentence, I like the way you can't stand me but can't do anything about it. However, Namikaze Tianming's facial expression did not change at all, and he did not show the expression that Otsutsuki Ashiki hoped to see. For a moment, Otsutsuki's smile froze on his face. Why don't you continue laughing? Namikaze Tianming's tone was full of sarcasm. Otsutsuki said nothing and turned his head away, not daring to look at Namikaze Tianming. For some reason, he felt a little flustered when Namikaze Tianming stared at him. Sure enough, Namikaze Tianming's next words also confirmed Otsutsuki's uneasiness. Namikaze Tianming showed a rare devilish smile on his face. Sorry, even if you have the wedge, you won't have the chance to use it. Secret Soul Technique, 9 Nether Soul Devouring. Namikaze Tianming slapped Otsutsuki Ashiki on the head, and Otsutsuki Ashiki felt a huge pain in his soul. And Otsutsuki Ashiki also became desperate at this moment. Because he felt that the wedge he had carved before actually disappeared after Namikaze Tianming's shot. In other words, Otsutsuki Ashiki's last hope of resurrection was completely cut off. Annihilation. As Namikaze Tianming's voice was heard, Otsutsuki Ashiki finally fell. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing Otsutsuki Ashiki and opening a new chapter in the story. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heavenly Emperor art fragment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for collecting all the fragments of the Heavenly Emperor secret, part 2, and successfully obtaining the second part of the Heavenly Emperor secret. Huh? There's actually an unexpected surprise. Namikaze Tianming's face lit up, and he immediately looked at Namikaze Minato and the others, pointed at the sacred tree that 10 Tails had transformed into, and ordered. I'll deal with this tree when I get back. After Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. As Namikaze Tianming disappeared, the golden shadow also dissipated, leaving behind Namikaze Minato and others who were dazed. Chapter 192 Yakushi Kabuto's Unexpected Surprise. This is the lower part of the Heavenly Emperor art. It turns out that this is what is required to break through the spiritual transformation stage. In the system space, Namikaze Tianming was holding the second part of The Secret of the Heavenly Emperor in his hands and reading it carefully. After putting away The Secret of the Heavenly Emperor, Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but smile. Now he has understood how to advance to the spirit transformation stage. Namikaze Tianming waved his hands, and 10 spirit stones of different colors appeared in his hands. They are top-grade spirit stones with 5 attributes: gold, wood, water, fire and earth. There are 2 of each attribute. Of course, these top-grade spirit stones are naturally the stock of prizes that Namikaze Tianming has won by signing in over the years. Originally, Namikaze Tianming thought that these top-grade spirit stones were useless and he even wanted to throw them away because he had gained cultivation by signing in. But after all, the reputation of top-grade spirit stones was there, so Namikaze Tianming finally kept them. Unexpectedly, they came in handy today. Namikaze Tianming sat cross-legged, holding 5 top-grade spirit stones in each hand. 5 elements 8 trigrams formation. As Namikaze Tianming's voice sounded, a Tai Chi yin-yang fish pattern slowly emerged under Namikaze Tianming's body. Namikaze Tianming slowly opened his eyes, exerted force with both hands, and the 10 top-grade spirit stones in his hands flew out and stood in various places according to the 5 elements. At the same time, each top-grade spirit stone began to emit light, emitting colorful rays of light, and eventually formed 2 pentagram patterns, one large and one small. And Namikaze Tianming himself is right in the middle of this pentagram pattern. 8 trigrams of the 5 elements, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. In my name, I borrow your spirit and the power of the 5 elements and bring them into my body. Rise. As Namikaze Tianming gave the order, 5 torrents of spiritual energy of different colors gushed out from the 5 attribute top-grade spiritual stones at the tips of the pentagram, rushing madly into Namikaze Tianming's body. Namikaze Tianming also carefully guided the madly influx of the 5 elements spiritual energy and slowly injected it into the nascent soul in his body, which was like a baby. Just like that, the 5 elements of spiritual energy continued to pour in, and Namikaze Tianming did not relax for a moment. When the 5 elements of spiritual energy reached a critical point, Namikaze Tianming shouted again. 5 elements Yuanying. Divide. Advertisement immediately afterwards, Namikaze Tianming's nascent soul suddenly burst out with a brilliant colorful light, and the next moment, Namikaze Tianming's nascent soul suddenly split into 5 nascent souls of different colors, corresponding to gold, wood, water, fire, and earth respectively. I never thought I could succeed in just one try. Seeing the 5 elements Yuanying taking shape, Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but smile with joy. Because as long as the 5 elements nascent soul is formed, the next step of advancing to the divine transformation will be much easier. Taking a look at the dimly glowing top-grade spirit stones at the sharp corners of the pentagram, Namikaze Tianming knew that the spiritual energy inside the top-grade spirit stones had been absorbed by him. But the consumption of these 5 elements nascent souls is indeed huge. Fortunately, we still have enough in stock. After Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, 10 5 attribute top-grade spirit stones appeared out of thin air in his hand. When the 10 5 attribute top-grade spirit stones on the pentagram were exhausted and shattered, Namikaze Tianming made a move at the same time and filled them with new 5 attribute top-grade spirit stones. Now all Namikaze Tianming has to do is to replace the top-grade spirit stones in time, and then wait until the 5 elements of the nascent soul are fully developed, and then he can proceed to the next step, but this will be a long waiting process. At the same time, in a wood somewhere in the ninja world, a young man of about 17 or 18 was running in the woods, and behind him, there were several masked ninjas following closely. Don't even think about escaping. Several masked ninjas attacked almost at the same time. In an instant, dozens of shurikens shot out and headed straight for the young ninja. Ah! There was a clanging sound of metal, but 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. The young ninja was no match after all. In an instant, 5 or 6 shurikens hit the young ninja's hands and feet. The young ninja screamed and fell from the tree. The target person has been dealt with. Let's go back and report to the adults as soon as possible. After confirming that the young ninja was silent, the ninjas were about to leave when they heard an angry voice behind them. Hey, isn't it too easy for you to just leave like this? Several masked ninjas were stunned and turned around quickly, but the scene they saw scared them all. The young ninja who had just died was now standing up straight with his eyes wide open, then slowly floating in the air. The young ninja at this time had completely changed his appearance. On the right side of his face, there were inexplicably several black marks, and these black marks were now emitting a faint blue light. Advertisement moreover, the eyes of this young ninja are actually Rinnegan. Run! The masked ninjas were suddenly horrified. They didn't know who shouted this, and they started crawling back. Humph! You're looking for death. The young ninja just sneered, then stretched out his hand and grabbed into the air. In an instant, several black sticks accurately hit the hearts of these people. With just one move, these masked ninjas were killed. But at the same time, the young ninja suddenly fell to the ground from midair. Damn it, I can't use my chakra. You really deserve to die. If you hadn't killed my weapon, I wouldn't have forcibly resurrected and killed you. Damn it, this wedge isn't even mature yet, and that move just now actually consumed all my chakra. I'm afraid I have to find a place to recuperate for a decade or so. Otsutsuki style, you actually dared to attack me by surprise. Luckily I carved a wedge in advance. Sooner or later I will make you suffer, and that human, I didn't expect him to be so strong. I'll remember it. That's right, this young ninja is none other than Otsutsuki Tsukishiki, who was resurrected using the wedge. At this time, Otsutsuki Yushiki was filled with resentment. However, at this moment, a man with 2 horns on his head, pale skin, irregular white scales on his body, and wearing a pair of glasses appeared right in front of him. Oh, I was just wondering how to find someone with a Sharingan. I didn't expect to run into him here when I was chasing a peeping Tom. God is really helping me. And this man is none other than Yakushi Kabuto, who has achieved Sage Mode. Because his secret base was accidentally discovered by a young ninja, Yakushi Kabuto sent several of his men to hunt him down, which is the scene just now. Yakushi Kabuto, who was worried, thought it would be safer to take action himself, so he showed up here and saw Otsutsuki Tsukishiki falling from midair. Chapter 193. Advancement to the God Transformation Stage. Where did you come from, you lowly creature? Get out of here. Otsutsuki Tsukishiki glanced at Yakushi Kabuto, without giving him any face, and directly scolded him. If I'm not mistaken, you should be unable to resist now, right? In that case, then just be my test subject, snake shadow lurking hand. Yakushi Kabuto snorted coldly, stretched out his hand, and instantly transformed into a giant white snake that rolled up Otsutsuki Tsukishiki. Otsutsuki Yushiki tried to break free angrily, but he had no strength at all now, and he couldn't even use the power of the Rinnegan. Now Otsutsuki Yushiki is like a lamb to be slaughtered. In abasement, Black Zetsu looked at the Otsutsuki moon style brought back by Yakushi Kabuto in surprise. Master Do, where did you capture this person? This person is an unexpected surprise. Originally, we just wanted to deal with the person who was spying on our secret base, but we didn't expect that this person actually possesses the Rinnegan. Yakushi Kabuto chuckled. Rinnegan was a key part of their plan, but they didn't expect it to appear in front of them in this form. Indeed, now that we have the Rinnegan, there is no need for us to go to the Akatsuki anymore. Black Zetsu nodded. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Originally, they were still planning on how to get the Rinnegan from Pain of the Akatsuki organization. Now, after searching for it for a long time, they finally got it without any effort. And according to the latest intelligence, although the Kara organization did not cause any damage to Konoha village, a sacred tree has inexplicably appeared. This also saves us the effort of capturing the tailed beasts. Black Zetsu's eyes flickered, and he lowered his head and continued. Well, let me practice well in the next period of time. After all, I have to prepare well before I can summon such an important person. Yakushi Kabuto chuckled, his eyes filled with uncontrollable excitement. Ha 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 ha, no one would have thought that the Fourth Ninja World War would be started by the two of us. Then, Master Yakushi Kabuto, you will be the king of the new ninja world. Black Zetsu complimented. Haha, I don't care about the king or anything like that. I just want to see what the new world you mentioned looks like. Advertisement, is it really that beautiful? Yakushi Kabuto waved his hand. For Yakushi Kabuto, he really had no intention of dominating the world. Hey, Infinite Tsukuyomi, I won't let you down. Black Zetsu lowered his head, but a strange smile appeared on his face. He had been planning this plan for so many years, but he didn't expect that it would go so smoothly due to some strange combination of circumstances. Haha, I hope so. I'll go into seclusion first. I'll trouble you to prepare the materials needed for impure world reincarnation. After Yakushi Kabuto finished speaking, he disappeared. What he had to do now was to prepare himself to have enough natural energy to enter sage mode. Leave it to me with confidence. Black Zetsu's hoarse voice sounded. After all, he had been preparing for this ninja world war for so many years. In system space, it will be complete soon. Namikaze Tianming muttered to himself as he watched the five elements' nascent soul whose five elements spiritual energy was gradually becoming complete. However, the ninjas of the Wind Country, led by Gaara, must go back early to reorganize Sunagakure. The five elements are complete, and the five spirits become empty. Namikaze Tianming roared again, and the five nascent souls that had become transparent suddenly broke into transparent fragments. Now, like the sound of bubbles bursting, the bottleneck that had troubled Namikaze Tianming for a long time finally disappeared, and Namikaze Tianming finally advanced to the God transformation stage. Surprisingly, the ones standing on the final stage were Rock Lee and Uzumaki Naruto. The five attributes of the nascent soul gradually expanded. When the nascent soul expanded to ultimate, the five attributes of the nascent soul gradually became transparent. Namikaze Tianming's eyes suddenly reflected light and he quickly closed his eyes and concentrated. It seems that I need to stay in seclusion for a while longer. They set up a barrier at the competition venue where the sacred tree was to prevent invasion. At first, several of them chose to stay and take turns guarding it. Furthermore, the combat prowess displayed by these two was actually at the level of elite Jonin, which was truly astonishing. Advertisement. Namikaze Tianming, who was originally sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. A ray of light flashed in his eyes, and Namikaze Tianming's aura suddenly rose at this moment. There were many more mysteries in his mind that could only be mastered after advancing to the spirit transformation stage. As for the third Tsuchikage Onoki, the fourth Raikage, and the fifth Mizukage Terumi, they were worried that the sacred tree would mutate again. However, after guarding it for about a month and still seeing no changes, only a few Anbu members were left to secretly watch the defensive barrier. Huh? What happened? Did the cultivation I accumulated before actually explode? Finally, it's done. Especially this kid Rock Lee, who has learned the true skills from Might Guy and is also able to master the 8 inner gates proficiently. After the Chunin exams, all the major nations set out for their villages except for the 4th Raikage, 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, and 5th Mizukage Terumi. The former Chunin exam competition venue has become a forbidden area due to some special reasons. I saw those transparent nascent soul fragments began to rotate continuously, and finally slowly condensed at the location of the original nascent soul. This was the 5 elements nascent soul that was about to merge into Namikaze Tianming's soul. On a dark and windy night, Anbu members were patrolling as planned. Suddenly, Namikaze Tianming's expression changed. He didn't expect that the cultivation he had gained by signing in before would burst out at this moment and continuously flow into his dantian. And Namikaze Tianming is still rising, but in the end, Uzumaki Naruto was slightly better and won first place in the actual combat competition. They didn't notice anything at all. No, they couldn't see what was going on inside the barrier either. I saw a head popping out from an open space in the barrier. After careful observation, it burrowed back into the ground and disappeared. Among them, The ninjas from the Land of Wind returned to the village urgently because their fourth Kazekage Rasa was found dead in Sanagakure. In other words, the fourth Kazekage who appeared in Konoha village was a fake, although he was already dead. Spirit and soul. Condense. Without destruction, there is no construction, broken and united. While Namikaze Tianming was in seclusion improving his skills, changes were quietly taking place in Konoha village. As Namikaze Tianming shouted, the 5 nascent souls in Namikaze Tianming's body gradually began to change. When the soul is condensed, it means you have truly entered the realm of spiritual transformation. Although his tone was annoyed, the joy on Namikaze Tianming's face betrayed him. After all, isn't it great to improve your cultivation? As for the original Chunin examination, it was continued at another competition venue. Chapter 194 Impure World Reincarnation, Solution Konoha Village. A bright moon is hanging high in the sky, an open space within the new restricted area of Konoha Village. A figure suddenly emerged from the ground, and on both sides of him were 2 people, but one of them was tied up and unable to move. This figure was none other than Black Zetsu, and on either side of him were, of course, Yakushi Kabuto and the captured Otsutsuki Tsukishiki. The information is correct. There is indeed a fully grown sacred tree here. Black Zetsu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he carefully examined the sacred tree planted by Otsutsuki Ashiki. The corners of Otsutsuki Yushiki's eyes kept twitching. At this time, he didn't know that Otsutsuki Ashiki was dead, but he could feel it. Otsutsuki definitely fed his own physical body to 10 tails, otherwise, this 10 tails wouldn't have been able to grow into a sacred tree so quickly. Otsutsuki Ashiki, that be **************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************But he did not dare to say anything more. After all, he was just a piece of meat on someone else's chopping board. Without further ado, the next step should be the first link of our great plan. Yakushi Kabuto's expression was indifferent, but he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. After Yakushi Kabuto finished speaking, he clasped his hands together and sat cross-legged. After a long while, Yakushi Kabuto opened his eyes again, but this time there was a layer of eyeshadow on his eyes. And this is Yakushi Kabuto's sage mode. This is the result of my careful preparation for so long, the summoning technique. There was a flash of fanaticism in Yakushi Kabuto's eyes, and then he formed seals with his hands and slapped the ground. Boom! After the ground trembled for a while, a coffin slowly rose from the ground and finally appeared in front of everyone. Crack! Boom! Suddenly, a powerful force blew the lid of the coffin off. The aftermath of the impact also left a small gully on the ground in front of the coffin. After dodging the shock wave from the coffin, Yakushi Kabuto and Black Zetsu looked at each other, and then looked at the coffin with excitement. Not long after, a sturdy man with long black hair, wearing a black tight combat suit with red layered armor on the outside, slowly walked out. Advertisement, and this person is none other than Uchiha Madara, who was Impure World reincarnation by Yakushi Kabuto. As soon as Uchiha Madara walked out of the coffin, he said dissatisfiedly, "Didn't I tell you guys not to bother me until the time is right?" Apparently, Uchiha Madara is still upset about being beaten up by Namikaze Tianming the last time he was summoned. "Hey, Master Uchiha Madara, now the time has come." Black Zetsu quickly bowed and stepped forward and said, "Oh." Uchiha Madara raised his eyebrows, looked at Black Zetsu in surprise, and believed Black Zetsu's words without any doubt. After all, Uchiha Madara thought that Black Zetsu was the embodiment of Uchiha Madara's will. "That's right, Lord Uchiha Madara, please look." Black Zetsu quickly stepped forward and directed Uchiha Madara to look at the sacred tree and Otsutsuki Tsukishiki. When he first saw the sacred tree, Uchiha Madara nodded with satisfaction. This sacred tree seemed to be in very good condition, enough for him to use infinite Tsukuyomi later. However, when Uchiha Madara saw Otsutsuki Tsukishiki, he was visibly stunned and asked, "Who is this person? Where is Nagato from the Uzumaki clan, the chess piece I placed earlier?" Lord Uchiha Madara, please calm down. Due to some reasons, Uchiha Obito has fallen, and there have been changes in the Akatsuki organization. Now Nagato has defected and joined Namikaze Tianming. Black Zetsu quickly explained. "But don't worry, Lord Uchiha Madara. We have a Sharingan here too. It will definitely work." Black Zetsu quickly pulled Otsutsuki Tsukishiki over and said flatteringly. Uchiha Madara looked at Otsutsuki carefully before nodding reluctantly. "Well, there's actually a Rinnegan. This is beyond my expectation, but it's fine as long as it can be used. Please be prepared, sir." Hasn't your reincarnation already been completed? What else do you need to prepare?" Uchiha Madara was a little surprised. "Lord Uchiha Madara, we have carefully prepared some surprises for your resurrection this time." Yakushi Kabuto smiled slightly, walked up to Uchiha Madara's body, and said with a smile, "Oh, then I'll wait and see." Advertisement. After Uchiha Madara finished speaking, he closed his eyes and let Yakushi Kabuto do what he wanted. Yakushi Kabuto smiled grimly, and a carefully prepared kunai appeared in his hand. On the kunai was a talisman with unrecognizable words engraved on it. Yakushi Kabuto walked behind Uchiha Madara's body and put the talisman behind Uchiha Madara's back. A light flashed and Uchiha Madara opened his eyes again. Why does it feel a little different?" Uchiha Madara frowned. After Yakushi Kabuto placed a talisman behind him, his strength was indeed restored to the peak of his youth. However, he felt inexplicably restrained. Lord Uchiha Madara, after all, you are a legendary figure, how can I not hold back a little? Yakushi Kabuto's hands trembled slightly and he pushed up his glasses. When he thought about a character like Uchiha Madara being controlled by him like this, Yakushi Kabuto couldn't help but tremble with excitement. What? You want to control me? Uchiha Madara crossed his arms and looked at Yakushi Kabuto with interest. Haha, that's natural. What an honor it is. Yakushi Kabuto did not deny it and admitted it directly. Uchiha Madara just shook his head and sneered. Boy, have you ever seen me in my prime? No, so, boy, isn't that what I want you to do now to show your strength? Yakushi Kabuto replied calmly. Haha, kid, you are still too young and you still know too little. Let me tell you, you'd better not use Impure World Reincarnation lightly. Impure World Reincarnation, Jia. Uchiha Madara just smiled arrogantly, formed seals with his hands, slapped the ground, and released Yakushi Kabuto's control over him. How is this possible? Yakushi Kabuto looked at Uchiha Madara in disbelief. He never thought that even though he was already in sage mode and had prepared carefully for so long, Uchiha Madara could break free from his control so easily. Uchiha Madara looked at Yakushi Kabuto with disdain and said calmly. Boy, there are still too many things you haven't seen. But now, if you are willing to continue working for me, I can spare your life and not pursue the matter of you offending me. Upon hearing what Uchiha Madara said, Yakushi Kabuto immediately became careless and quickly knelt on the ground to show his loyalty. Very good, next, let me be truly resurrected. After Uchiha Madara finished speaking, he looked at Otsutsuki Tsukishiki not far away with a rebellious smile on his face. Chapter 195 Uchiha Madara Resurrection, as you command, my master. Black Zetsu walked up to Uchiha Madara and said respectfully. Then, in Yakushi Kabuto's extremely shocked gaze, Black Zetsu directly transformed into a pool of black mud, covering Otsutsuki Yushiki's body. At the same time, Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Tsukishiki possessed by Black Zetsu formed seals in sync. Rinne Tensai technique, they both shouted at the same time. In an instant, countless blue flame-like light spots emanated from the body of Otsutsuki Yushiki. These blue light spots continued to pour into Uchiha Madara's body. As white smoke emerged, the cracks on Uchiha Madara's body continued to repair, and the dust of Impure World Reincarnation was flying everywhere. Is this Uchiha Madara, the legendary ninja, about to reappear in the world? Yakushi Kabuto looked at the scene in front of him, not daring to breathe. He could only stare with eyes wide open, muttering to himself in his heart. After a while, Uchiha Madara's body returned to its original state before death. No, to be precise, Uchiha Madara has completely released the Impure World Reincarnation state and is completely resurrected. Because of the resurrection, Uchiha Madara's eyes also disappeared like mud peeling off the wall. However, Uchiha Madara, who lost both eyes, was not at all panicked. At this time, Black Zetsu had already separated from Otsutsuki Tsukishiki's body, leaving Otsutsuki Tsukishiki lying on the ground, dying. How dare you, you bastards, how dare you! Otsutsuki Tsukishiki never imagined that one day he would become a tool to resurrect others. But no matter how angry Otsutsuki Tsukishiki was, it was of no avail. After using the Rinne Tensai technique to resurrect Uchiha Madara, Otsutsuki Tsukishiki was already doomed to die. Haha, are you very angry? Unfortunately, as an ant, you have no right to be angry. Uchiha Madara had an indifferent expression. He did not have the slightest sympathy or gratitude towards Otsutsuki, his savior. But you should feel honored, because you resurrected me, Uchiha Madara. Besides, I need to borrow something from you now. After Uchiha Madara finished speaking, he turned into a phantom and flashed past Otsutsuki Tsukishiki's body. Advertisement, my eyes, Otsutsuki Tsukishiki screamed immediately and became even more angry. He had never heard of the name Uchiha Madara before and never expected that he would fall to this point today because of him. When Uchiha Madara reappeared, his eyes were no longer empty, but turned into a pair of Rinnegan. You bastards! I curse you! Otsutsuki used all his strength to say some cruel words, but before he could finish his words, Otsutsuki's head tilted and he died completely. Poor Otsutsuki Tsukishiki, even after his death, Uchiha Madara deprived him of his last bit of usefulness, the Rinnegan. However, no one present felt sorry for Otsutsuki's death. Their attention was attracted by Uchiha Madara at this moment. Ha ha ha, a body like this is more realistic. This Rinnegan, this kind of eye power, is worthy of me, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara opened his arms and looked his body up and down with satisfaction. This sense of solidity with a physical body is really great. Congratulations, master, for your new life. Black Zetsu was quick-witted and immediately knelt down in front of Uchiha Madara, congratulating him repeatedly. Congratulations, Master Uchiha Madara, for your rebirth. Yakushi Kabuto was also a smart man. He immediately knelt down to congratulate and show his loyalty. Ha 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 ha, everyone get up. Today's rebirth was already within my expectations. What I need to do now is to announce to everyone in the ninja world that I, Uchiha Madara, am back today. Uchiha Madara could not hide his joy on his face. What he wanted to do most now was to tell the world that he, Uchiha Madara, was back. After Uchiha Madara finished speaking, his aura surged throughout his body, chakra continued to emerge, and his powerful momentum rushed straight into the sky. Uchiha Madara's move scared Yakushi Kabuto and Black Zetsu so much that they quickly spoke out to stop him. Lord Uchiha Madara, please calm down. This is the heart of Konoha village. In addition to the Hokage of Konoha village, the Raikage of Cloud Shinobi village, the Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, and the Mizukage of Kirigakure are all here. We should be careful. Once our White Zetsu army and Impure World Reincarnation army have assembled, it won't be too late for us to take action. Advertisement. Hearing what Yakushi Kabuto said, Uchiha Madara not only did not stop, but stared at Yakushi Kabuto coldly. Why, are you questioning my ability? Even if the 5 Kage gather together, what can they do to me? A mere grain of sand cannot defeat me. Following Uchiha Madara's cold snort, Yakushi Kabuto lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Uchiha Madara. Master Uchiha Madara, in addition to the 4 cages, there is another most troublesome existence in Konoha village. That is Namikaze Minato's younger brother, Namikaze Tianming. This person's strength should not be underestimated. However, Yakushi Kabuto still expressed his concerns. Among so many people, the one he was most afraid of was Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming? Then I must meet him. I must avenge the last time I shot him? As soon as Yakushi Kabuto mentioned Namikaze Tianming, Uchiha Madara became even more excited. After all, apart from Senju Hashirama, Namikaze Tianming was the second person who made him lose face over the years. Now that he has been reborn and his strength has returned to its peak, Uchiha Madara is looking forward to the battle with Namikaze Tianming. Ha 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 ha, let's warm up now, full form Susanoo. Uchiha Madara was seen laughing crazily, totally ignoring the dissuasion of Yakushi Kabuto and Black Zetsu, and directly used the complete form of Susanoo. A blue shadow of a war god wearing armor, holding 2 swords, with wings on his back and a body as huge as a mountain appeared on Uchiha Madara's body. When the complete form of Susanoo appeared, Yakushi Kabuto and Black Zetsu retreated in fear. Uchiha Madara looked up at the barrier above, a disdainful smile on his face. Uchiha 2 sword style, break it. At Uchiha Madara's command, the complete form of Susanoo swung the 2 swords in the air, and 2 crescent-shaped sword beams shot out from the blades of the 2 swords. Boom! 2 blue sword beams instantly hit the barrier. After a loud bang, the barrier began to tremble violently, and several cracks appeared on the barrier. Call out! Call out! 2 more blue sword beams flew out rapidly and hit the crack again. There was a sound like breaking glass, and the barrier on the new forbidden land of Konoha village was shattered. Chapter 196 Hoki's Uchiha Madara Konoha village, outside newly established restricted area, the former Chunin examination site, several masked Anbu members were patrolling diligently. Suddenly, a powerful force wave came from the forbidden area, and the ground began to shake. Bang! With a crisp sound, the barrier that protected the forbidden area and prevented foreign invasion was shattered in an instant. The patrolling Anbu members couldn't help but look at each other. Obviously, something big happened in the forbidden area. Hurry up, we have to report to the 4th Hokage right away, there is something unusual in the forbidden area. The leading team leader frowned. At this moment, a large blue hand suddenly rushed out from the forbidden area and grabbed several patrol members with lightning speed. Puff! Blood splattered as several Anbu members were caught by Uchiha Madara Susanoo's big hands, dying. Only one Anbu member was left, falling to the ground, watching the scene in front of him with trepidation. Hurry up, report to the 4th cage. Holding Susanoo's big hand, the patrol captain used up his last bit of strength and shouted to the Anbu members on the ground. Soon, the patrol captain was dead. The Anbu member on the ground was still standing there in a daze, not moving. You go die too. The giant blue hand slapped the surviving Anbu member on the ground without hesitation. Bang! Body replacement technique. You're lucky, but it doesn't matter. The more people you notify, the more people I'll kill. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the half piece of wood on the ground, it was obvious that the Anbu member had escaped, but Uchiha Madara didn't care at all and instead burst into laughter. Somewhere in Konoha village, 6 Paths figures are rushing towards the newly established forbidden area. The 6 Paths figures are none other than 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, 4th Raikage Ai, 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei, Hitaki Kakashi, and Might Guy. There's someone in front. It's the member on duty in the forbidden area tonight? As the leader of the route, Hitaki Kakashi recognized at a glance the embarrassed figure in front who was running towards them quickly. Advertisement, 4th Hokage, something bad has happened to the forbidden area. The barrier has been broken and the enemy is invading. The patrol team member who successfully escaped using the body replacement technique, when he saw Namikaze Minato and the others, he ran to Namikaze Minato and the others like crazy. After reporting the situation one by one, the patrol team member fainted. Time is urgent, we have no choice but to leave him here first. But today is a good day, why don't we have a competition to see who can reach the forbidden area first? Namikaze Minato's eyes narrowed and he spoke in a deep voice. Good, 5 different voices responded in unison. As soon as the words fell, the 6 Paths figure rushed out at high speed. Among them, a yellow figure stood out particularly, and this person was Namikaze Minato. This was something that everyone expected, after all, the name of Yellow Flash was there. But surprisingly, the ones following closely behind were Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy. Next is 4th Reikage and 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. As for 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei, she is the slowest. Even though they didn't catch up with 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, they were happy to be on the same line with Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy and the others. At least this way, it wasn't so embarrassing. Although Yakushi Kabuto and Black Zetsu were a little nervous, they pretended to be calm and stood on the left and right behind Uchiha Madara. 3rd Tsuchikage, are you willing to let us be suppressed by a few juniors of Konoha like this? Even though so many years have passed, Onoki still recognizes Uchiha Madara immediately when he sees her. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki looked at Uchiha Madara angrily. Although many years had passed, when Onoki thought about it now, he still felt uncontrollable anger. Oh, I remember now, it was you, little brat. He still remembered that when he was young, he followed his master, the 2nd Tsuchikage, to Konoha for diplomacy, but he never expected to meet Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara not only rejected Konoha's proposal to form an alliance with Iwagakure, but also injured 2nd Tsuchikage Miu and young Onoki. You are Uchiha Madara? You're resurrected? Uchiha Madara, you stopped my master and I outside of Konoha village and severely injured us. I will always remember this grudge. Swish. Advertisement. Hey, after waiting for so long, someone finally came. They all looked seriously at the man sitting on the stone, because this man exuded a dangerous aura from head to toe. Looking at the appearance of Uchiha Madara, the memories hidden deep in Onokina's mind came flooding back. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki's eyes rarely showed a passionate look at this moment, and he patted 4th Reikage with his hand, and the speed of the two suddenly increased. I never thought that a little brat like you could become the 3rd Tsuchikage of Iwagakure. It seems that the current ninja world has become so bad. When Onoki said this, Namikaze Minato, Hitaki Kakashi and others present all looked at Uchiha Madara in shock. Oh, I didn't expect that someone could recognize me now, huh? Why'd I feel like you look familiar? Just when everyone was confused, the 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki pointed at Uchiha Madara and stammered. Finally, the 4th Reikage couldn't help but speak. Oink. Uchiha Madara sat on a large rock, looking at the figures falling in front of him. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Uchiha Madara glanced at 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki with some surprise. Especially Namikaze Minato, Hitaki Kakashi, and Might Guy, the name Uchiha Madara is really well known to them. 3rd Tsuchikage, what did you say? He is Uchiha Madara. What's going on? Isn't he dead? However, at this moment, no one was in the mood to discuss with the 4th Reikage who was faster or slower. 4th Hokage, you are still the fastest as expected. As soon as they arrived at the forbidden area, the 4th Reikage couldn't help but praise it. Uchiha Madara glanced at Onoki, his tone full of disdain. Except 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei, of course. Well, I don't want to embarrass myself, Earth style, light and heavy rock technique. Could it be that it is the same as that Otsutsuki, coming from outer space? However, among the 6 people who just arrived, except for the 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, all of them looked confused. Why did they have no impression of this hockey man in front of them? At this moment, 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei was rolling her eyes with her beautiful eyes. She was almost being swept to death by these grown men. Chapter 197 Fierce Battle. Uchiha Madara, I don't care why you were resurrected. People like you were just relics of the old times. You don't belong here. Before 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki could say anything, the hot-tempered 4th Reikage jumped out instead, pointing at Uchiha Madara and angrily yelled. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at the 4th Reikage who jumped out, and slowly spoke. Do you want to dance? After saying this, Uchiha Madara turned his head and continued. Have you ever seen me in my prime? Then please show us your peak strength, Lord Uchiha Madara. Yakushi Kabuto's eyes lit up behind him and he quickly flattered him. Although he was not sure, it had come to this point, so he still chose to believe in Uchiha Madara's strength. Haha, from now on you just watch carefully and learn well. Uchiha Madara folded his arms and said in a very domineering tone with no doubt in his voice. It's simply too outrageous. Then let me see how powerful the legendary Uchiha Madara is. Lightning Style Chakra Mode, the strongest lightning style armor. The 4th Reikage roared, and lightning style chakra instantly spread all over his body like armor, and the 4th Reikage's hair all stood up because of the lightning style chakra. Instant body technique. The 4th Reikage appeared in front of Uchiha Madara in an instant like a flash of blue lightning. Lateral bolt of pain. The 4th Reikage focused the lightning style on his hands, turning his palms into swords, and slashed directly at Uchiha Madara. Advertisement. Interesting. The corners of Uchiha Madara's mouth rose slightly, and the Susanoo ribs transformed by chakra instantly wrapped around Uchiha Madara, blocking the attack of the 4th Reikage. Boom. Just as the ribs formed by Susanoo blocked the 4th Reikage's attack, a Susanoo arm suddenly appeared on the right side of Uchiha Madara and smashed into the 4th Reikage. Susanoo's power was so strong that even with the protection of the lightning-style armor, she could not resist it. She transformed into a blue lightning again, dodged the attack, and returned to the crowd. You guys should come together, it's just the right time to warm me up. Fire style. Extinguish the fire. A blue lightning and a yellow lightning instantly appeared behind Uchiha Madara. The speed was so fast that even Uchiha Madara couldn't see it clearly. Among them, Yakushi Kabuto and Black Zetsu used several instant body techniques in unison and hid in a safe place. Uchiha Madara's first wave of attack was thus resolved by 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. Bang! Uchiha Madara laughed loudly, clapped his hands, and suddenly a huge great fireball like a meteorite spurted out of his mouth and hit Namikaze Minato and the others. Brush! The water ball instantly enveloped the huge great fireball spit out by Uchiha Madara, and as the water vapor spread, the fireball finally died down. Wind style, Rasen Shuriken. Water style, Water Array Pillar. Bang! It is the second form of Uchiha Madara Susanoo. Bang! Uchiha Madara and Yakushi Kabuto and Black Zetsu behind him also quickly used the flickering technique to dodge the lightning water dragon bomb's attack. A blue skeleton figure as tall as a mountain, holding 4 blue swords, broke through the overwhelming acid and soared into the sky. Advertisement Uchiha Madara actually released the Susanoo state directly, stretched out a hand calmly, and smiled evilly. Seeing Uchiha Madara dodge the lightning water dragon bomb several times, Terumi Mei frowned and clasped her hands together. HMPH, time to test the power of the Rinnegan. Be careful, Uchiha Madara is definitely not that easy to defeat. Just after the water dragon swallowed Uchiha Madara, the corrosive acid instantly followed and directly covered the thunderwater dragon. In an instant, countless corrosive and sticky yellow acids gushed out from the ground like a tsunami, sweeping towards Uchiha Madara like a wave. 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei seized the opportunity, and lightning water dragon bomb opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Uchiha Madara. Lava style, lava technique. 4th Raikage took the opportunity to kick Uchiha Madara away. At the same time, 4th Raikage came to the front again, nodded in tacit understanding with 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei, and shouted at the same time. The two of them exerted their strength at the same time, and a water dragon mixed with thunder and lightning instantly pounced on Uchiha Madara. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato used a spiral shuriken to directly smash Uchiha Madara's Susanoo's ribs. Boom! Before Namikaze Minato and the others could breathe a sigh of relief, the 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki loudly reminded them. Lightning water dragon bomb, sealing technique, suction seal. Lava style, lava technique, guillotine drop. 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei used a flash technique to flash in front of everyone and spit out a meteorite-like waterball from his mouth to meet the fireball. Sure enough, as soon as Onoki finished speaking, an angry roar came from the acid. Upon seeing Uchiha Madara, 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei reacted quickly and directly controlled the yellow acid on the ground to pounce on Uchiha Madara again. Chapter 198I. Uchiha Madara, would like to call you the strongest. Sealing technique, suction seal. Uchiha Madara shouted, and an Uzumaki-like black hole appeared in the palm of his outstretched right hand, which actually absorbed all the acid released by 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. And this ability is the charm of Rinnegan, universal pull. Uchiha Madara simply reached out and grabbed the 4th Raikage, and the 4th Raikage began to float uncontrollably and flew towards Uchiha Madara. Lateral bolt of pain. Chop! 4th Raikage did not panic, but used this force to concentrate lightning style highly on his palm, hoping to take this opportunity to launch an attack. However, Uchiha Madara had already seen through the 4th Raikage's intentions. When the 4th Raikage was only 2 meters away from him, the Rinnegan ability was activated again. Shinra Tensai. Before the 4th Raikage could launch his attack, he felt a powerful impact that sent him flying backwards. Fortunately, the 3rd Tsuchikage was quick-witted and rescued the 4th Raikage. You are too weak. I don't want to waste time with you. Let's end this quickly. Multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, 30 Uchiha Madara shadow clones surrounded the 4 cages, Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy and the others. What's more important is that each of these shadow clone can actually use Susanoo, which means that they are surrounded by 5 Susanoos respectively. Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy looked at each other and nodded. It seemed that they had to take action now. Lightning Style 9 Dragons Transmigration, Advertisement. 8 Inner Gates, 7th Gate, Gate of Shock, Open. Thunder flashed and roared continuously, and 9 Thunder Dragons roared out from Hitaki Kakashi's hands. In an instant, they were biting and fighting with Uchiha Madara's Susanoo clone. Might Guy also transformed into a blue lightning, shuttling between the blue Susanoo clones, but wherever Might Guy went, some part of the blue Susanoo clone would shatter. Bang! Bang! As the 2 Susanoo clones collapsed, Might Guy transformed into a blue stream of light and kicked Uchiha Madara in midair. A blue skeleton arm suddenly appeared and blocked Might Guy's flying kick. However, as Might Guy flipped backwards, the blue skeleton arm shattered. Yo, Uchiha Madara, I never thought that I, Might Guy, would be able to fight you in my lifetime. It's really worth my life. I can already feel the surging blood in my body, that is my surging youth. Might Guy stared straight at Uchiha Madara, his eyes sparkling with excitement, grinning and striking his classic pose. Although Might Guy has fought against masters like Otsutsuki Ashiki before, Uchiha Madara still makes Might Guy more excited. After all, the name Uchiha Madara is something I've heard since I was a child. Oh, blue steam? It's something, but it's not good enough for me. Uchiha Madara looked at the man with thick eyebrows in front of him who was in a strange pose with some surprise. He looked to be only in his 20s, but he could actually open the 7th gate from the 8 inner gates. He could be said to be a genius. Of course I know that I can't do anything to you just by going to the 7th gate. So, advertisement Might Guy's mouth corners slightly raised, his hands crossed, like a warrior about to start running. 8 inner gates, the 8th gate, the death gate, open. Following Might Guy's angry roar, the surrounding blue steam instantly turned into red blood steam, and the powerful momentum set off several hurricanes that swept in all directions. A tyrannical aura rose into the sky. Might Guy's eyes were wide open, his red hair fluttered upwards, and his domineering aura was overwhelming, like a god or demon. Okay, such powerful chakra, bushy-browed boy, you have the approval of me, Uchiha Madara. Today, just let me have a good time, ha 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 ha. Seeing Might Guy suddenly opening the 8 inner gates Death Gate, Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly widened, but there was no panic in his eyes, only excitement. Finally, a decent opponent appeared. Product. The aura of Might Guy exploded once again, and the continuously gushing blood steam slowly condensed into a giant blood-red dragon as if it were real above Might Guy. The powerful aura stirred up a cloud of dust, and even Namikaze Minato and the others who were besieged by Susanoo's clones couldn't help but stop and watch. Might Guy took a step forward, and the space around him began to distort. Might Guy ran faster and faster, and was even able to walk in the air. Night Guy. Might Guy's first move is a killing move. Seeing such power, Uchiha Madara finally took it seriously, especially when he felt the strong aura of Might Guy. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Such powerful chakra, such strong physical skills, rarely seen in life. In terms of taijutsu, no one I've fought against has ever been better than you. I, Uchiha Madara, would like to call you the strongest. Chapter 199 Night Guy Duet, Full Form Susanoo. Looking at the Might Guy coming at him aggressively, Uchiha Madara directly summoned the perfect form of Susanoo. The complete form of Susanoo was seen holding 2 sharp blades and slashing directly at the Might Guy who was kicking towards her. However, the moment the double swords of the perfect form Susanoo touched Might Guy, they were shattered by Might Guy's powerful strength. Not only that, after Might Guy kicked the 2 swords into pieces, he continued his offensive and kicked Uchiha Madara's complete form Susanoo in the chest with an extremely sharp kick. Crack. There was almost no hindrance, and the defense of the complete form of Susanoo was directly shattered. Although it had not yet hit Uchiha Madara, the fierce impact force had already caused Uchiha Madara's chest to feel pain. Instant body technique. Uchiha Madara's expression changed. He was no longer as calm as before. He quickly used the body transmission technique to distance himself from Might Guy, his wings flapping continuously, and he flew directly into the sky. However, the next scene made Uchiha Madara drop his jaw. Might Guy didn't stop at all. He jumped up and ran directly in the air. Step on the void. Even in the void, Might Guy's speed did not decrease at all. Might Guy's eyes were full of excitement. According to what he had said before, if he opened the 8th gate, he would almost certainly die. But after practicing the immortal golden body technique, this trouble was eliminated. The last time he used Night Guy to deal with Otsutsuki, Might Guy was just exhausted and unconscious. And after the last battle, Might Guy's immortal golden body technique has made another breakthrough, and now, he can do Night Guy again. Might Guy once again transformed into a phantom and suddenly appeared behind Uchiha Madara. Night Guy Duet. Might Guy kicked again, and this time his momentum was even more ferocious than before. Advertisement. Wherever Might Guy goes, not only does the space become distorted, but you can even see space cracks appearing from time to time. Uchiha Madara heard the movement behind him and made a judgment in the next second. The wings behind him immediately flapped towards Might Guy. Under normal circumstances, with the sharpness of the wings on the back of Uchiha Madara, even a mountain would be cut into a flat surface by Uchiha Madara's wings. Apparently, Uchiha Madara had not learned the lesson he had just learned. Bang! With a loud bang, both wings behind Uchiha Madara's complete form Susanoo broke. The scene just now was repeated. Might Guy passed through the wings and kicked through Susanoo's defense. A muffled sound. Wow! Uchiha Madara, who was kicked in the back, spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground like a meteorite. Bang! A huge deep pit with thick smoke rising up. At this time, Might Guy was finally unable to maintain the state of opening the death door, and his whole body fell straight to the ground. Fortunately, Hitaki Kakashi was quick-witted and caught the falling Might Guy in one fell swoop. However, this time Might Guy did not fall into a coma like last time, and he was able to stay awake. Seeing that Might Guy was okay, Namikaze Minato, the 4th Raikage, and the 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki were all relieved. As for Uchiha Madara's Susanoo clones, they were also destroyed one by one by Onoki's dust release, limit separation technique. After confirming that Might Guy was alright, everyone looked in the direction of Uchiha Madara. Advertisement. The smoke just dissipated at this time, and everyone could see Uchiha Madara's condition clearly. Uchiha Madara was lying on the ground in a big letter shape. The armor on his upper body had been completely shattered, revealing Uchiha Madara's upper body. There was a bloody hole as big as a fist on Uchiha Madara's waist. Obviously, this bloody hole was caused by Might Guy's kick. Wait, that face on Uchiha Madara's chest is first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Suddenly, everyone discovered the secret hidden in Uchiha Madara's chest. It turns out that Uchiha Madara actually transplanted the cells of first Hokage Senju Hashirama into his own body. Oh no! Uchiha Madara's wound is healing, we have to kill him now. Onoki saw at once that the bloody hole on Uchiha Madara's waist was shrinking visibly. When everyone heard this, their expressions suddenly changed. It was obvious that everyone realized the seriousness of the problem. Wind style, Rasen Shuriken. Lightning style, Raikiri. Lightning Water Dragon Bomb, Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique. The four Kage and Hitaki Kakashi were preparing to use the ninjutsu Uchiha Madara, but at this moment, two figures suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The two figures were none other than Yakushi Kabuto and Black Zetsu, who had been hiding aside and waiting for their chance to strike. It was naturally impossible for Namikaze Minato and the others to easily kill Uchiha Madara, who they had worked so hard to resurrect. Yakushi Kabuto and Black Zetsu looked at each other in tacit understanding, turned their heads and made hand seals at the same time, slapped the ground, and shouted. Summoning Technique. In an instant, the earth shook. Chapter 200. Fierce Battle. Kakashi vs Uchiha Madara. Summoning Technique. As Yakushi Kabuto and Black Zetsu shouted at the same time, the ground shook instantly. All of a sudden, dozens of coffins slowly emerged from the ground. This is Reanimation Jutsu. As soon as he saw the coffins lying in a row, Namikaze Minato frowned. Of course he knew what kind of ninjutsu this was. Oh no, I don't know what kind of difficult characters they will reincarnate into. Third Tsuchikage Onoki also said with the same concern that the enemies summoned by Impure World reincarnation can only be defeated and then sealed, otherwise they will be very difficult characters. If the one summoned is a Kage-level warrior, it will be even more difficult. Not only will it be difficult to defeat him, but he may even be injured or even killed by such a warrior. Bang! 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 Almost at the same time, dozens of coffin lids were opened, and one person, after another with white smoke coming out of their bodies, slowly walked out of the coffins. This. Second Tsuchikage, third Raikage, second Mizukage, former Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Hanzo of the Salamander, the Gold and Silver Brothers, the former 7 ninja swordsmen. The names of famous ninjas popped out from the mouths of Namikaze Minato and others. Brush, swish, swish. These once famous ninjas reappeared in the world. The moment they opened their eyes and completed the Impure World reincarnation, they were controlled by Yakushi Kabuto and rushed towards Namikaze Minato and the others without any hesitation. In an instant, the sounds of fighting rang out, and various ninjutsu bloomed like fireworks. Just as Yakushi Kabuto and Black Zetsu were watching the battle with excitement, Uchiha Madara stood behind them without knowing when. At this time, Uchiha Madara's upper body was naked, and the face of Senju Hashirama on his chest was also clearly visible. The most surprising thing was Uchiha Madara's abdomen. There was clearly a fist-sized blood hole just now, but now it is completely invisible, as if there had never been an injury. It has to be said that although Yakushi Kabuto and Black Zetsu summoned many once famous ninjas, the four Kages and Hitaki Kakashi were able to deal with the siege with ease. Advertisement. In addition, after several major battles, the cooperation between the four major shadows has become more and more tacit. As for Hitaki Kakashi, there is even less need to worry. Once Susanoo is activated, not many people can get close to it. In addition, with the special effect of the double Kamui, Hitaki Kakashi is the safest one. However, Might Guy is now exhausted and unable to fight, so he is taken by Hitaki Kakashi and protected by Susanoo. Uchiha Madara looked at Hitaki Kakashi with some surprise, because the current Hitaki Kakashi was using the second form of Susanoo. Brush. Uchiha Madara came directly in front of Hitaki Kakashi and also activated the second form of Susanoo, keeping himself at the same height as Hitaki Kakashi. Hey, kid in front, which line of my Uchiha clan are you descended from? Your pupil power has been well developed. Hearing Uchiha Madara's question, Hitaki Kakashi was visibly stunned. I'm not from your Uchiha clan, my name is Hitaki Kakashi. You are Hitaki Kakashi? I see, your Sharingan is from Uchiha Obito, right? I was wondering why it looked familiar. But you are not from our Uchiha clan, but you were able to develop the Sharingan to this extent. I admire you very much. As long as you submit to me, I can teach you the trick to unlock the complete form of Susanoo. What do you think? Uchiha Madara then noticed that Hitaki Kakashi's Sharingan was the same Sharingan that Uchiha Obito had. However, Uchiha Madara was still excited and wanted to recruit Hitaki Kakashi. However, Hitaki Kakashi did not reply. Instead, he stretched out his hand, opened a door in the void, and stuffed Might Guy directly into it. Then the door to the void closed again. After doing all this, Hitaki Kakashi looked at Uchiha Madara calmly and spoke slowly with an unwavering tone. Excuse me, Uchiha Madara, but I will not submit to anyone except Teacher Tianming. Namikaze Tianming again. In that case, I will kill you first, then I will kill Namikaze Tianming. Full form Susanoo. Uchiha Madara directly summoned the complete form of Susanoo, which was majestic, and looked at Hitaki Kakashi coldly. However, Hitaki Kakashi just smiled and said in a low voice. Sorry, perfect Susanoo, I can do that too. Advertisement. Full form Susanoo. In an instant, a complete Susanoo also appeared in front of Uchiha Madara. How is that possible? You are obviously not from our Uchiha clan. How could you activate the perfect form of Susanoo? Looking at the sudden appearance of the complete form of Susanoo, Uchiha Madara was almost dumbfounded. This really broke his cognition. Uchiha Madara, times have changed, and it's normal for things to happen that you can't understand. A dead person like you shouldn't be here. Hitaki Kakashi controlled the complete form of Susanoo and raised his hand, pointing directly at Uchiha Madara. Ha 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 ha, it's just a little perfect Susanoo. When it comes to controlling perfect Susanoo, I'm your ancestor. Today I will show you what the gap is. Uchiha Madara laughed in anger, and in his heart he had already sentenced Hitaki Kakashi to death. Uchiha Madara flapped its wings and flew straight into the sky. Don't even think about running, Hitaki Kakashi was not afraid at all, and also flapped his wings behind him and followed. In just a moment, two complete Susanoo forms of the god of war, as tall as mountains, began fighting in the air. The four long swords slashed wildly in the air, and in just a moment, they had already fought dozens of rounds. Sparks flew in the air, just like fireworks. For a moment, Uchiha Madara was surprised to find that he could not do anything to Hitaki Kakashi. Moreover, the man in front of him, Hitaki Kakashi, was not inferior to him in mastering the complete form of Susanoo. Yasaka's Magatama. Uchiha Madara took a step back and created some space, then threw several Magatama with the same pattern as the Uchiha Madara Mangekyo Sharingan to Hitaki Kakashi. Don't underestimate these Tomo. Their power is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Kamui Shuriken. Hitaki Kakashi was not afraid at all, and also threw out several large shurikens, corresponding to the Yasaka Magatama thrown by Uchiha Madara. Apparently, he wanted to stop Uchiha Madara's attack. Chapter 201 The Flower Tree World arrives. Huh, you think shuriken can stop my Magatama? You're still too young. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but raise a sarcastic smile at the corner of his mouth. Although Hitaki Kakashi has good talent, he is still too naive. Sure enough, the huge shurikens thrown by Hitaki Kakashi and the Yasaka Magatama thrown by Uchiha Madara collided with each other and were shattered in a moment. This is exactly as Uchiha Madara predicted, but it's not entirely correct. Because at the moment the shuriken exploded, a space Uzumaki would appear at the original position of the shuriken and directly swallow the Yasaka Magatama. And this scene kept repeating itself, and soon, the Yasaka Magatama released by Uchiha Madara was dissolved by Hitaki Kakashi. However, Hitaki Kakashi would not stop just like that. He turned into a phantom and appeared in front of Uchiha Madara in the blink of an eye. Susanoo. Kamui Reikari. I saw a black lightning appear on the right hand of the perfect form of Susanoo controlled by Hitaki Kakashi, and it struck directly towards the perfect form of Susanoo of Uchiha Madara. Although the speed of the perfect Susanoo controlled by Uchiha Madara is not slow, the speed of Hitaki Kakashi's perfect Susanoo is too fast, so in comparison, Uchiha Madara's perfect Susanoo seems a bit clumsy. Uchiha Madara didn't even have time to dodge and was hit. The moment Hitaki Kakashi's Susanoo, Kamui Reikari, touched Uchiha Madara's complete form Susanoo, black lightning spread throughout his body. There was a sound like breaking glass. Without any resistance, Uchiha Madara's complete form Susanoo was shattered directly. The Uzumaki hurricane formed by black lightning directly enveloped Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, who was at the center, felt as if he was being cut into pieces by 1,000 knives, with every part of his body being scratched and hurting. Sealing technique, suction seal, can't absorb it? Uchiha Madara was shocked. He never expected that with the backup of the three phases sacred technique, even if the Rinnegan's ability was heaven-defying, it would not be able to absorb the Kamui Reikari released by Hitaki Kakashi. Fortunately, this black lightning hurricane did not last long and dissipated, because whether it was the activation of the complete form of Susanoo or Susanoo Kamui Reikari, too much chakra was consumed. To be on the safe side, Hitaki Kakashi still has some reservations. Advertisement: the hurricane dissipated, leaving only Uchiha Madara covered in blood. And with the healing power of first Hokage Senju Hashirama's cells, the wounds on Uchiha Madara's body healed in a short while, but the pain was real. Hitaki Kakashi, you succeeded in irritating me. Uchiha Madara was obviously a little uneasy at this time. He never thought that he would suffer two big losses in such a short period of time. One was the man with thick eyebrows just now, and the other time is this white-haired boy Hitaki Kakashi. Uchiha Madara, you should have left the stage of history long ago. Hitaki Kakashi was seen controlling the complete form of Susanoo, holding the sword in his left hand, and slashing directly at Uchiha Madara. Wood style, the tree world is coming. Uchiha Madara was not panicked at all. He clapped his hands and shouted. In an instant, countless strong trees sprang out from the ground, like vines, and directly entangled the limbs of the complete form of Susanoo. Not only that, countless trees continued to grow on the ground. In just a blink of an eye, this place became a sea of trees. No, this place has turned into a forest. Roar. Hitaki Kakashi struggled to break free, but was surprised to find that the trees were too resilient and he could not break free for a while. Uchiha Madara smiled as he watched Hitaki Kakashi struggling in the trees, thinking to himself. Hashirama, this is how you trapped me. If I can see you again, I will definitely tell you that your ninjutsu is really useful, ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to be so tenacious. I'll add fuel to the fire? Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow when he noticed that Hitaki Kakashi was showing signs of trying to break free. Wood style. Mu long technique. Uchiha Madara clapped his hands again, and a huge wooden dragon formed directly near Hitaki Kakashi. Wooden dragon entangled. Advertisement, Mu, with a dragon roar, the wooden dragon pounced directly at Hitaki Kakashi's complete form Susanoo, and then tightly entangled Susanoo. Huh? This wood dragon is absorbing my chakra? Hitaki Kakashi, who was at the center of the complete Susanoo, naturally discovered this. Haha, absorbing my chakra. If it was in the past, I'm afraid I would really lose here. Unfortunately, I am no longer the same now. The three-phase sacred law operate at full power. Hitaki Kakashi was not in a hurry, his heart full of gratitude towards Namikaze Tianming. He then sat cross-legged and directly practiced the three-phase holy method. Countless chakras rushed towards Hitaki Kakashi frantically, and were finally transformed into Hitaki Kakashi's own chakra. And the speed at which the wood dragon absorbs chakra is not even half of the amount of chakra that Hitaki Kakashi obtains through training. In other words, even if Hitaki Kakashi just practices like this and lets the wood dragon devour chakra, Hitaki Kakashi will only become stronger. How is it possible? Why is there no sign of his chakra decreasing? And it's even increasing. Soon, Uchiha Madara discovered something was wrong and quickly activated the Rinnegan, and then saw an unbelievable scene. After being devoured by the wood dragon, Hitaki Kakashi's complete form Susanoo not only did not disintegrate, but his own chakra even became more and more. Hitaki Kakashi, you really shocked me, what a shame, what a shame. Uchiha Madara shook his head regretfully. If he could submit to such a person, he would surely become an admiral under him, and his plan of infinite Tsukuyomi could also be realized ahead of schedule. Wood style, the flower and tree world is coming. A fierce look flashed across Uchiha Madara's eyes, since he is unwilling to surrender, then destroy him completely. Uchiha Madara clapped his hands and shouted again, and the trees that had just grown began to grow wildly again. The difference from just now was that this time there were a few more very large, bright red flowers, growing against the wind. As the flowers grew, countless tiny pollen particles slowly floated out from the flowers and spread in all directions. In the complete form of Susanoo, Hitaki Kakashi suddenly felt dizzy, his eyes blurred, and he almost fell to the ground. Chapter 202 I call you. Do you dare to answer? What's going on? I feel weak all over. In the end, Hitaki Kakashi couldn't hold on and fainted. The complete form of Susanoo also collapsed at the moment Hitaki Kakashi fainted. Hitaki Kakashi, who fell from midair, was caught by the branches below and was unable to move. Except for Hitaki Kakashi, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, 4th Raikage and 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei all did the same, collapsing to the ground helplessly. In addition to them, there were thousands of people lying densely on the ground. Without exception, these were Konoha village ninjas who came to reinforce. Among them are 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uzumaki Kushina, Tsunade and other masters of Konoha village. This phenomenon is naturally caused by the pollens floating in the air. These pollens are poisonous. Once people absorb these pollens, they will feel weak all over and faint. No, I can't just give up like this. Just when everyone was in despair, Onoki stood up unsteadily, even though his condition was already very bad at this time. Dust escape, limit. As Onoki chanted, a transparent cube barrier slowly appeared in his hand. But just when Onoki was ready to risk his life and fight to the death, a figure mysteriously appeared behind Onoki and patted 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki on the shoulder. Old man, you have done your best, leave the rest to me. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki was stunned, and slowly turned around to see the smiling face of Namikaze Tianming. Under his armpits was the originally tied Hitaki Kakashi. Tianming. Tianming boy, you finally came out? 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki was really surprised and happy. As for Namikaze Tianming, Onoki had no doubt at all. Namikaze Tianming only appeared now, which must be because something important happened before. Well, old man, you take a rest first. Namikaze Tianming smiled slightly and comforted. Namikaze Tianming himself didn't expect that while he was in seclusion, the entire Konoha was almost wiped out. Also, what's up with this living Uchiha Madara? Namikaze Tianming's terrifying divine consciousness at the god transformation stage suddenly surged out from his body and directly enveloped the entire Konoha village. However, when Namikaze Tianming saw the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Yushiki lying not far from the sacred tree, he understood everything. Advertisement. It seems that the unlucky Otsutsuki Tsukishiki did not die at the hands of Otsutsuki Ashiki, and was successfully reincarnated through the wedge engraved in advance. However, he was really unlucky as he met Yakushi Kabuto in Sage Mode, and was then used as a tool to resurrect Uchiha Madara. But it's okay this way, luckily it's not Nagato's Rinnegan that was used. This should be the first Hokage Senju Hashirama's ninjutsu flower tree world advent today. Namikaze Tianming murmured, and then his eyes turned cold. The Emperor's territory, the heaven and earth are cleared. As Namikaze Tianming finished his words, all the Konoha village ninjas who had fainted everywhere disappeared almost at the same time. It turned out that these people were taken into the system space by Namikaze Tianming. After Namikaze Tianming advanced to the spiritual transformation stage, he no longer needed their approval if he wanted to recruit people into the system space. In front of them, there were 5 figures slowly taking shape. After a while, the 5 people successfully reunited. They were the 2nd Tsuchikage, the 2nd Raikage, the 2nd Mizukage, and the Gold and Silver brothers. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but smile as he looked at Namikaze Tianming in the center. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Wherever the hurricane passed, everything on the ground was turned into powder, whether it was the trees and flowers summoned by Uchiha Madara, or the rocks that originally existed on the ground, without exception. Although these people were just destroyed by Namikaze Tianming, because this was a deliberate cohesion by Yakushi Kabuto and Black Zetsu, these 5 people cohesively compared to the other people of Impure World reincarnation. Jinzhou placed the amber bottle beside him and shouted at Namikaze Tianming, an evil smile appearing on his face. It's just a low-quality imitation, and you want to buy me? The brothers Jin and Yin smiled at each other, looking as if their evil plan had succeeded. Jin Zhao shook his head. He thought that such an unexpected situation must have occurred because the amber bottle had not been used for a long time. Namikaze Tianming, if I call you to yell, will you dare to answer? Even the small impure world reincarnation forces summoned by Yushi Kabuto and Black Zetsu were not spared. Then, an invisible and powerful force was seen sweeping in all directions like a hurricane, with Namikaze Tianming as the center. What's your name, kid? Advertisement? Namikaze Tianming, if I call you, will you answer? After Uchiha Madara finished speaking, he used the instant body technique to run to the side of the sacred tree and stroke the trunk of the sacred tree as if he was stroking a work of art. However, the next scene shocked the Gold and Silver brothers. Jin Zhao raised his eyebrows and shouted to Namikaze Tianming, with a look of joy unconsciously between his brows. The fish is about to take the bait. Namikaze Tianming was still standing there, as if he was not affected at all, as steady as a rock. Then Jin Zhao directly opened the cap of the amber bottle, and in an instant, a huge suction force directly locked onto Namikaze Tianming. Impossible! Impossible! Yakushi Kabuto and Black Zetsu looked at each other, nodded, and then they closed their eyes. My name is Namikaze Tianming. How are you? Although Namikaze Tianming didn't know why imitations of immortal artifacts such as the golden rope and the amber bottle appeared in the Hokage world, although these imitations were just low-level spiritual artifacts. In the very center above the sacred tree, there is a red rinnegan, which is particularly eye-catching. Namikaze Tianming, you finally showed up. Namikaze Tianming smiled slightly, not afraid at all. So he shouted again without giving up. If Uchiha Madara hadn't reacted quickly and directly carried Yakushi Kabuto and Black Zetsu out of the range of Namikaze Tianming's move, Yakushi Kabuto and Black Zetsu would probably have died on the spot. Namikaze Tianming glanced at Jin Zhao with disdain. He naturally knew what Jin Zhao was planning, but he looked down upon imitations like the amber bottle. As soon as the Gold and Silver brothers recovered, they pointed at Namikaze Tianming and shouted. Hey, kid, you're making a sneak attack. This will embarrass us brothers. Then you're dead. Yakushi Kabuto, Black Zetsu, you guys should pester Namikaze Tianming first, give me some time. Namikaze Tianming crossed his arms, full of disdain. Grandpa is here. What can I do if I agree to your request? Chapter 203. Easy solution. Grandpa is here. Namikaze Tianming put his hands on his hips and laughed wildly, but soon his face turned cold. Grip of Hades. Namikaze Tianming reached out to the void in front of him, and a huge hand as if from hell suddenly emerged from the ground and grabbed the Gold and Silver brothers and the amber bottle. Burst. Namikaze Tianming just used a little force and the imitation amber bottle shattered directly. Bang. Bang. Huh? It's shadow clone technique? I didn't expect you two brothers to react so quickly. Namikaze Tianming was a little surprised. It seemed that he was still a little careless, but it didn't matter. If it didn't work once, he would try it twice. Then, Namikaze Tianming looked at the Gold and Silver brothers who were breathing heavily and had completed their transformation into tailed beasts. Decide it for me. Namikaze Tianming just pointed forward casually, and two long transparent magic ropes flew out from Namikaze Tianming's fingertips. In just a moment, they tied up the Gold and Silver brothers. Even though the Gold and Silver brothers had transformed into tailed beasts and their strength had greatly increased, they still could not escape the two long ropes of magic power controlled by Namikaze Tianming. There is no way, the gap in strength is there. 9 Nether Soul Devourer. Namikaze Tianming didn't waste any time and directly launched a soul attack on the Gold and Silver brothers. The physical bodies of these ninjas who were involved in the impure world reincarnation were destroyed and can be reunited. But if the soul is destroyed, it cannot be condensed again. Moreover, these Gold and Silver brothers were originally pure villains, and they were completely eliminated, so Namikaze Tianming had no psychological burden. Come on, everyone, don't just stand there. Seeing that the Gold and Silver brothers were so easily restrained by Namikaze Tianming in their tailed beast forms, Yakushi Kabuto became anxious and quickly ordered 2nd Tsuchikage, 2nd Raikage, and 2nd Mizukage to launch an attack. However, just as Yakushi Kabuto finished his words, before the 3 second-generation cage-level warriors could launch their attacks, the Gold and Silver brothers had already fallen to their knees helplessly, unable to get up again. Because the souls of the Gold and Silver brothers had been completely annihilated by Namikaze Tianming's attack, and even reincarnation was impossible. Advertisement seeing the Gold and Silver brothers fall, these second-generation cage-level warriors actually did not feel any waves in their hearts, but they were unwilling to be controlled by Yakushi Kabuto. But there is no point in being unwilling, as they are not yet strong enough to break free from the constraints of impure world reincarnation. They can only follow Yakushi Kabuto's orders and continue to launch attacks. Water style. Water cannon technique sweeping. Lightning style. Ipponkante. Dust release. Original world separation technique. The 3 cage-level warriors launched an attack at the same time, but before they could form the seal, they found that Namikaze Tianming had disappeared and they had lost their target. Brush. 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 Before they could react, they felt a finger tapping their chest, and their whole body seemed to be frozen, unable to move. It turns out that the soul is bound in this body by the spell. That's easy to deal with? Old men, let me help you get rid of it. Soul secret technique, unbinding. Namikaze Tianming stretched out his hand and grabbed the talismans that bound the 3 cage-level powerhouses. Then Namikaze Tianming squeezed it hard and the talisman dissipated. As the spell dissipated, the 3 second-generation cage-level warriors were finally freed from the impure world reincarnation's body. Thank you, young man. The young are indeed formidable. The 3 second-generation cage-level warriors looked at Namikaze Tianming with admiration, and after praising him for a few words, they smiled at each other and floated to where they should go. All the grudges of the past are no longer important. Now, it's your turn. Namikaze Tianming looked at Yakushi Kabuto, who was standing beside him with a panicked look on his face, and smiled. However, in Yakushi Kabuto's eyes, Namikaze Tianming's smile was no different from that of a devil. As for Black Zetsu, he had already realized that the situation was not good and ran away. Don't underestimate me, I have learned Sage Mode. Although he was panicked, seeing the disdain on Namikaze Tianming's face, Yakushi Kabuto couldn't help but get angry and shouted angrily, driven by his self-esteem. Advertisement, shut up. How dare you call yourself an immortal? How ridiculous. Namikaze Tianming mocked mercilessly. Ahole, you are so arrogant. Sage Art by G Technique. Yakushi Kabuto directly launched the magic, and the magic chakra continued to gather towards his throat. Then he spit out with force, and a lifelike dragon emitting red light emerged from Yakushi Kabuto's mouth. The red dragon was holding a black round bead in its front paw. The black round bead was suspended in the air, spinning madly, and the red dragon followed closely behind, spinning and swimming along with the black round bead. Immediately afterwards, the red dragon was seen drilling into the black round bead, and the black round bead exploded violently at this moment, emitting strong light and a harsh sound. Namikaze Tianming just stood there, allowing the bright light and harsh sounds to hit him. After feeling it for a while, Namikaze Tianming knew that these strong lights and harsh sounds could hinder the opponent's vision and hearing, causing great pain to the opponent's hearing and body. At the same time, air vibrations are used to paralyze the opponent's senses, making the opponent feel numb in the bones and blocking the opponent's actions. If it was against a strong person below the cage level, Yakushi Kabuto's move might have a miraculous effect, but for Namikaze Tianming, it was nothing but showing off one's skills in front of an expert. Namikaze Tianming just waved his hand, and all the bright lights and harsh sounds disappeared. How is that possible? Yakushi Kabuto looked at Namikaze Tianming in shock. He could guess that this move would definitely not be able to subdue Namikaze Tianming directly, but he never expected that Namikaze Tianming could break his magic so easily. Today I'll show you what sonic power is, Tiger Roar and Dragon Roar. As soon as Namikaze Tianming opened his mouth, the sounds of tiger roars and dragon roars came out of Namikaze Tianming's mouth and continued to spread around. Ah! The devilish sound entered his ears, and Yakushi Kabuto tried desperately to cover his ears, but still could not block it. He could only roll on the ground with his head covered in agony. After a while, he collapsed to the ground with blood coming out of all his 7 orifices. Yakushi Kabuto, a cage-level warrior in Sage Mode, died from Namikaze Tianming's sonic power without any resistance. What a waste! Uchiha Madara looked coldly at the dead Yakushi Kabuto. Since Namikaze Tianming's sonic power was directly aimed at Yakushi Kabuto, Uchiha Madara did not feel the power of this sonic power. 6 paths 10 tails Ju Yin. Uchiha Madara simply slapped the sacred tree with his right hand, and the power of the tailed beasts contained in the sacred tree was absorbed into his body. And Uchiha Madara's appearance and body also changed as the power of the tailed beast continued to flow in. Chapter 204. Another battle with Uchiha Madara. As Uchiha Madara completely absorbed the power of the tailed beasts within the sacred tree, Uchiha Madara finally became 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha Madara's appearance has also changed drastically. After becoming 10 Tails Jinchuriki, Uchiha Madara's flowing, thick black hair turned white, and he wore an object similar to a forehead protector on his forehead. The clothes have also changed. At this time, Uchiha Madara is wearing a white robe, matched with black pants and long boots. 6 dark red magatama are visible at the collar, and the collar is also dark red. There are 9 truth-seeking balls floating behind Uchiha Madara, holding 6 paths staffs. This shape looks especially like the original Sage of 6 Paths. Is this the power of the Sage of 6 Paths? It is truly extraordinary. Uchiha Madara felt the powerful force in his body and couldn't help but close his eyes in enjoyment. Now there were many mysteries inexplicably appearing in his mind, and he was constantly digesting the extra information in his mind. Uchiha Madara's body unconsciously began to slowly rise and float in the air. Space compression. However, just when Uchiha Madara closed his eyes in ecstasy, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Uchiha Madara and punched Uchiha Madara in the face. The speed was so fast that even Uchiha Madara couldn't see clearly with his eyes open, let alone with his eyes closed. Bang! Uchiha Madara was knocked heavily to the ground. With a loud bang, another spider web-like deep pit appeared on the ground. Namikaze Tianming, you be ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************œux Namikaze Tianming, who had a playful look on his face, he couldn't help but get angry and even said something that shocked Namikaze Tianming. Uchiha Madara, are you a student of Master Ma? Namikaze Tianming widened his eyes and looked at Uchiha Madara in shock, but his expression was a little subtle. What Master Horse or Master Donkey? I, Uchiha Madara, do not know you. If you attack me by surprise, you will have to pay the price. Uchiha Madara looked at Namikaze Tianming viciously with a cold tone, and had already sentenced Namikaze Tianming to death in his heart. A sneak attack. If you still dare to close your eyes, even though you are older, I don't mind teaching you another lesson. It's just that this lesson may be a bit embarrassing. Namikaze Tianming chuckled, the sarcasm in his smile was self-evident. Advertisement, boy. Do you think you can definitely beat me just because you defeated my impure world reincarnation body last time? Boy, have you ever seen me in my prime? What Uchiha Madara cares most about Namikaze Tianming is that he was beaten by Namikaze Tianming the last time he was summoned by Orochimaru impure world reincarnation. What about the heyday? Namikaze Tianming rolled his eyes at Uchiha Madara. Why did this guy always talk about his heyday? A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Are you ready for the next dance? Uchiha Madara didn't care what Namikaze Tianming said, he still looked at Namikaze Tianming with cold eyes. He was humiliated last time, this time, he must get back at him. Huh? You want to dance? Are you asking for mercy? Namikaze Tianming didn't care what Uchiha Madara said at all and continued to tease him boldly. There was no other way, this was the confidence he gained after advancing to the spirit transformation stage. How can I repair it? I won't argue with you, prepare to die. Sage Art. Storm Release Light Fang. Uchiha Madara was so angry that he launched an attack directly. Lasers shot out of his mouth like bullets and rushed towards Namikaze Tianming, who was looking at him from the opposite side with an indifferent look on his face. However, just as the lasers were about to hit Namikaze Tianming suddenly disappeared. These densely packed lasers lost their target in an instant and all hit a wall far away opposite Uchiha Madara. And the wall collapsed instantly without any delay. Puff! Before Uchiha Madara could react, Namikaze Tianming came behind Uchiha Madara again and kicked him with a simple kick. Uchiha Madara spat out a mouthful of blood and flew forward a long distance uncontrollably. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara has now mastered flying in the air, and he quickly stabilized his body so as not to crash into the ground again in an embarrassing manner. However, because he had transplanted the cells of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, his body had already begun to repair itself without the need for seals. In addition, after Uchiha Madara became 10 Tails Jinchuriki, he also possessed powerful recovery abilities and vitality. Advertisement: the original injuries were almost healed in a short time. Namikaze Tianming, I'm going to be serious this time. Sage Art. Yin Dun Lei Pai. Uchiha Madara stretched out his hands forward, and purple lightning-like branches surged out from his hands. I saw the purple lightning growing wildly in the shape of branches. After a while, it seemed to have grown into 2 towering trees, covering the sky and the sun. This was done intentionally by Uchiha Madara, because Namikaze Tianming was too fast and difficult to defend against. So Uchiha Madara wanted to use these purple lightnings to block Namikaze Tianming's attack route, so that Namikaze Tianming would not be able to use his speed advantage to surprise attack him. Looking at the overwhelming purple lightning, Namikaze Tianming had no intention of dodging. Tisk tisk tisk, you know, 9 dragons swallowing thunder is the simplified version I gave to Kakashi. 9 heavens thunder method, 9 dragon devouring thunder. Namikaze Tianming stretched out his hands, and 9 golden dragons flew out from behind Namikaze Tianming. Moo! Once the 9 golden dragons flew out, their bodies grew wildly. In a short while, they were hundreds of meters long and looked very majestic. When these golden dragons opened their mouths at the same time, it was as if there was a huge uzumaki in their mouths. The huge suction force directly sucked the purple lightning over. Huh? How is this possible? What kind of escape method is this? Uchiha Madara's face changed drastically. He could feel the chakra in his body decreasing madly, and he quickly cut off the connection between the purple lightning and himself. Even though as 10 Tails Jinchuriki, the chakra in his body could even be said to be endless, he was still afraid. After all, the feeling of being sucked dry was not good. However, what shocked Uchiha Madara even more was that Yin Release and Storm Release were already the highest level of release, far superior to the 5 Elements release, but why could this person resist it so easily? Moreover, he couldn't even figure out the nature of this person's escape method. If Namikaze Tianming knew what Uchiha Madara was thinking at this moment, he would probably be very angry. This is not a way of escaping, it is a method of cultivating immortality. Chapter 205. The Reappearance of the Incarnation of the Emperor. Grip of Hades. Just as Uchiha Madara was stunned, Namikaze Tianming grabbed at the void. A giant blood-red hand suddenly appeared from the void under Uchiha Madara and grabbed Uchiha Madara in its hand. However, Uchiha Madara's reaction was still extremely fast. The moment he was caught, the truth-seeking ball behind him and the 6-pad staff in his hand instantly combined to form a black sphere, protecting Uchiha Madara inside. However, although Uchiha Madara was protected inside, he was not feeling well. When the giant red hand squeezed hard, Uchiha Madara felt that the truth-seeking ball was almost unable to defend itself. He himself was squeezed inside and felt uncomfortable all over. If it weren't for Uchiha Madara's strong recovery ability, an ordinary person might have been squeezed into a meat patty by now. Boom! As if tired of playing with the black ball in its hand, the giant red hand threw the black ball to the ground with disgust and disappeared. And Uchiha Madara was able to come out from the protection of the truth-seeking ball. As soon as he came out, he saw Namikaze Tianming with his arms folded, looking at him with a playful expression, his mouth almost stretched to his ears. Hey, Uchiha Madara, is this what you call the heyday? Why does it feel like that's all it is? In fact, it is no wonder that Namikaze Tianming is so arrogant. Now Namikaze Tianming has broken through to the spirit transformation stage, and after absorbing the spiritual energy accumulated from the previous sign-in, Namikaze Tianming has successfully advanced to the peak of the spirit transformation stage. Although at this time Uchiha Madara had already become 10 tails Jinchuriki and his strength had reached the middle stage of Yuaning. But in front of Namikaze Tianming, Uchiha Madara was like a defenseless baby and allowed Namikaze Tianming to control him. Seeing Namikaze Tianming being so unscrupulous, Uchiha Madara finally couldn't help but explode. Uchiha Madara suddenly took a step back, putting some distance between himself and Namikaze Tianming, while running and forming hand seals. Ah! Forbidden technique, Tengai Shinsei. Sage art. Storm release flowing light. After Uchiha Madara roared, the sky and the earth seemed to suddenly darken. Namikaze Tianming looked up and saw that suddenly, in the air, there appeared a huge round meteorite that blocked out the sky. Namikaze Tianming made a rough estimate and found that the diameter of this meteorite was at least 5 kilometers. Moreover, Namikaze Tianming's spiritual sense could see clearly that behind the meteorite, there was a stream of light flying at a very high speed. It was this stream of light that was increasing the speed of the meteorite's fall. Advertisement. What's even more terrifying is that behind this meteorite, there is actually a larger meteorite following, and this second meteorite is at least 4 times the size of the first one. If these two meteorites really fall, the entire Konoha village will probably be razed to the ground. Moreover, there were 2 meteorites together. If I didn't have the divine sense to discover that they were 2 meteorites, if it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid he would really be doomed. But the good news is that according to the speed of this meteorite, it should take another 20 minutes for it to land completely. With Namikaze Tianming's speed, it is very easy to dodge. This time, I want to see what you can do. There was a flash of madness in Uchiha Madara's eyes. If these 2 meteorites fell, even he would not be able to escape. But he was gambling on his own recovery ability and vitality as 10 tails Jinchuriki. Even if he was hit by this meteorite, he would be able to survive. Nothing special. Namikaze Tianming glanced at Uchiha Madara and said lightly. However, the disdain in Namikaze Tianming's eyes deeply hurt Uchiha Madara. He felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. Anger had taken over his brain, and veins popped out on his forehead. From birth to now, he has always been the only one who looks at others with this look. No one dares to look at him, Uchiha Madara, with this look. Truth-seeking ball Yasaka no Magatama. The 9 truth-seeking balls behind Uchiha Madara, under Uchiha Madara's control, actually turned into the shape of Uchiha Madara Mangekyo Sharingan. Following Uchiha Madara's order, 9 truth-seeking ball versions of Yasaka Magatama instantly flew out from behind Uchiha Madara and headed straight for Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming only took a glance and determined that this truth-seeking ball could not be taken head-on, even though his physical strength was able to withstand it. But, Namikaze Tianming, he is afraid of pain. 7-star sword, come out. With a low groan, a long sword suddenly appeared in Namikaze Tianming's hand. The sword was 3 feet and 2 inches long and 3 fingers wide, with golden lines clearly visible on one side of the sword. The other side of the sword is engraved with the pattern of the Big Dipper. Just one look at it makes you feel like you are in the starry sky. On the red hilt of the sword, a red silk ribbon over an inch long fluttered. The 7-star sword is a magical weapon that Namikaze Tianming obtained after signing in for many years. Advertisement. Sword control technique. Namikaze Tianming threw the 7-star sword into the air, and suddenly 1 became 3, 3 became 9. The 9 long swords flashed with sharp sword edges, whistling towards the Yasaka Magatama thrown by Uchiha Madara. After throwing out the 7-star sword, Namikaze Tianming didn't even look at it again. There was no doubt that the 7-star sword defeated the truth-seeking ball. If Namikaze Tianming had even looked at it, it would have been disrespectful to the magical 7-star sword. Namikaze Tianming looked up at the sky and murmured. Now, it's the turn of these 2 big rocks, however, it does take some effort. Heavenly Emperor art. The incarnation of the Heavenly Emperor is here. This was the second time Namikaze Tianming had used the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven, but now that he was at the peak of the spirit transformation stage, Namikaze Tianming seemed more calm and composed. Suddenly, a golden helmet-shaped shadow appeared around Namikaze Tianming. As Namikaze Tianming jumped up, the figure under the helmet began to condense. Finally, it transformed into a majestic shadow of the Emperor of Heaven, who was 100 feet tall and wearing golden armor. Even Uchiha Madara's complete form Susanoo would be instantly reduced to nothingness in front of this Heavenly Emperor's phantom. And, Namikaze Tianming sat on the head of the Emperor's phantom, controlling everything. The palm can hold up the stars. The shadow of the Emperor of Heaven walked in the air, and he stretched out his left hand, which became infinitely larger, and finally held up the first meteorite that was falling. Namikaze Tianming exerted force, and the shadow of the Emperor of Heaven suddenly burst out with an extremely powerful force, directly pushing the first meteorite upwards. Boom! In an instant, it seemed as if the heaven and earth trembled, and the 2 meteorites collided with each other. However, the shadow of the Emperor of Heaven seems to be unaffected. I can destroy the sun and the moon with my hands. Namikaze Tianming groaned again, turned his right hand into a palm, and swung it out with an extremely sharp palm, hitting the first meteorite above his head. Bang! Crack! Boom! All kinds of noisy sounds mixed together and spread from the sky to all directions. Chapter 206. Paranoid Uchiha Madara. I can destroy the sun and the moon with my hands. Namikaze Tianming's transformed shadow of the Emperor slapped the first meteorite directly with his right palm. The powerful force spread from point to surface, instantly covering the entire meteorite. Crack! A huge crack suddenly appeared in the middle of the meteorite. Not only that, with this crack as the base point, countless cracks suddenly appeared and continued to spread outward. Boom! A shocking scene appeared. The entire meteorite turned into powder. With a wave of the Emperor's hand, the countless dust disappeared. The first meteorite, solved. After taking a look at the stunned Uchiha Madara on the ground, the shadow of the Emperor transformed by Namikaze Tianming turned his attention to the second meteorite. Uchiha Madara stared at the phantom of the Emperor of Heaven in a daze. He really wanted to launch a sneak attack when Namikaze Tianming was dealing with the meteorite, but facing the phantom of the Emperor of Heaven, Uchiha Madara inexplicably felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. He doesn't dare to do anything. As for Namikaze Tianming, he simply ignored Uchiha Madara. This is the confidence of a person at the peak of the spiritual transformation stage. Namikaze Tianming followed the same method and effortlessly smashed the second meteorite, which was several times larger, into powder. The originally dark sky regained its brightness as the second meteorite disappeared. Uchiha Madara stared at Namikaze Tianming, who was floating down in the air. His eyes widened, and his body involuntarily took a few steps back. There was confusion and fear in Uchiha Madara's eyes. These were unable to describe Uchiha Madara's complicated feelings at this moment. After so many years of planning, he was finally resurrected as he wished, and his strength reached the peak of his lifetime. And after becoming 10 Tails Jinchuriki, his strength has been further improved. Originally, he thought that with his strength and since Senju Hashirama was dead, he was absolutely invincible and could realize his dreams smoothly. He could activate infinite Tsukuyomi and create the country of his dreams. But he never expected that a Namikaze Tianming would pop up out of nowhere and crush his dreams so easily. Uchiha Madara hates it. Uchiha Madara, I actually think you're pretty pitiful. After removing the incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven, Namikaze Tianming came to Uchiha Madara and looked at him with a hint of pity in his eyes. Advertisement at this moment, the 7-star sword returned to Namikaze Tianming's hands and was taken back into the system space by Namikaze Tianming. The Yusaka Magatama transformed by the truth-seeking ball had already been chopped into pieces and scattered on the ground. Pathetic. I don't know what you're talking about. Seeing the pity in Namikaze Tianming's eyes, Uchiha Madara suddenly felt a nameless fire in his heart. He, Uchiha Madara, still needed others' pity? Why? Being used as a pawn by others, and planning for half a lifetime, is actually just making wedding clothes for others. Isn't it pitiful? Namikaze Tianming folded his arms, his expression unchanged. Pawn? How is it possible? In this world, who else can use me, Uchiha Madara, as a pawn? Uchiha Madara certainly wouldn't believe it and couldn't possibly believe it. Yeah? Namikaze Tianming raised the corner of his mouth slightly, then he stretched out his hand and grabbed into the void, and the black Zetsu hiding in the dark suddenly flew uncontrollably towards the direction of Namikaze Tianming. After a while, black Zetsu was firmly grasped by Namikaze Tianming. Take a good look at this thing yourself. Is it really the product of your will? Namikaze Tianming said contemptuously, and then threw black Zetsu directly at the feet of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara looked at black Zetsu, who was looking at him with horror, and couldn't help but frown. How could the product of his will be afraid of his own body? Uchiha Madara had never doubted black Zetsu, but Namikaze Tianming's words, coupled with black Zetsu's current performance. Uchiha Madara grabbed black Zetsu's neck, his face looked a little ferocious. Who are you? Master, I am me, the embodiment of your will. I was created by you, Master. Have you forgotten? At this point, black Zetsu would naturally not admit it. The origin of Uchiha Madara, black Zetsu, is a bit complicated. You just need to know that he is the product of Otsutsuki Kaguya's will. Furthermore, the inscriptions you saw in the Uchiha clan's land were actually altered by black Zetsu. The reason he did this is simply to let you activate infinite Tsukuyomi and take the opportunity to revive Otsutsuki Kagaya. Namikaze Tianming spread his hands and casually told the black Zetsu's conspiracy. Otsutsuki Kagaya? Who is that? No, that's impossible. You want to lie to me. You don't want me to activate infinite Tsukuyomi? Advertisement. Uchiha Madara lowered his head, as if thinking about something, but Uchiha Madara soon raised his head again and said to Namikaze Tianming unwillingly. Do you think that a genjutsu, infinite Tsukuyomi, can really bring about peace? Namikaze Tianming sneered. This Uchiha Madara had obviously gone crazy and wouldn't listen to anything anyone said. Absolutely. Only by taking control of everything in the world can we avoid disputes forever. Only in this way can we build our ideal peaceful world. Uchiha Madara murmured in a low voice. He didn't want to believe that he was deceived. But why did Namikaze Tianming know about the inscription, and why did he know about his project Tsuki no Mi? All of this is constantly shaking Uchiha Madara's faith. Illusion. Do you know what illusion is? The world you create with illusion is all illusory and fake, do you understand? Namikaze Tianming rolled his eyes. This Uchiha Madara was really too extreme. It was obvious that there was no hope for him. No way, Infinite Tsukuyomi is the real way out, you can't stop me. Uchiha Madara had a ferocious look on his face. He threw Black Zetsu several meters away and spoke viciously to Namikaze Tianming. Sage Art. Yin Dun Lei Jing. Uchiha Madara suddenly jumped up, and the six-path Zen staff in his hand instantly changed into a black spear wrapped in lightning, and stabbed straight at Namikaze Tianming. At such a close distance, Uchiha Madara was betting that Namikaze Tianming wouldn't be able to react in time. However, judging from the results, Uchiha Madara lost the bet. Because Namikaze Tianming was grabbing the spear that Uchiha Madara was stabbing at him with a calm face. I gave you a chance, but you don't cherish it, so there's no need to keep you. Namikaze Tianming said coldly and kicked Uchiha Madara in the chest. Puff! Uchiha Madara spat out a mouthful of blood. Namikaze Tianming's ordinary attack actually caused Uchiha Madara to suffer heavy damage. Uchiha Madara staggered to his feet and ran towards the sacred tree, regardless of anything. Then, Uchiha Madara was seen floating slowly upwards, getting higher and higher. Uchiha Madara forcefully broke off the forehead protector, revealing the blood-red Rinnegan in the middle of his forehead. Infinite Tsukuyomi Technique. Chapter 207. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Infinite Tsukuyomi Technique. Although he already had a guess in his mind, Uchiha Madara was still unwilling to give up. He must use the Infinite Tsukuyomi Technique. Only after truly activating Infinite Tsukuyomi will he give up. I saw Uchiha Madara quietly in midair, looking up at the moon in the sky. A red light shot out from the red Rinnegan in the middle of Uchiha Madara's forehead and was reflected on the moon. The moon seemed to have completely changed its appearance at this time. At this time, the moon looked like a huge red Rinnegan. The red Rinnegan on Uchiha Madara's forehead, the red Rinnegan in the center of the sacred tree, and the red Sharingan on the moon complement each other. Suddenly, the Rinnegan on the moon also burst out with dazzling light at this moment. It's like divine light, shining on the world. The blood-red Rinnegan in the center of the sacred tree also emits an enchanting light and looks extremely strange. Puff! Uchiha Madara spat out another mouthful of blood. His already severely injured body had reached a critical point. Uchiha Madara felt a chill suddenly spread throughout his body and he could no longer hold on. Ah! Uchiha Madara suddenly screamed loudly in pain, and the sacred tree began to continuously pour out chakra, which eventually entered Uchiha Madara's body. Suddenly, piles of white unidentified objects emerged from Uchiha Madara's body and eventually covered Uchiha Madara's entire body. Uchiha Madara's appearance had completely changed. Because now Uchiha Madara has become Otsutsuki Kagaya, officially resurrected. Uchiha Madara's body was pulled out of Otsutsuki Kagaya like garbage and thrown to the ground. Uchiha Madara, whose tailed beast power had been drained away, returned to his original appearance, lying on the ground with a calm expression, but now he was dying. Mother. When Black Zetsu was strangled by Uchiha Madara, he thought his plan to rescue his mother was going to fail, and he even felt hopeless. Advertisement, however, he did not expect Uchiha Madara to be so stupid as to activate Infinite Tsukuyomi, and Uchiha Madara was seriously injured by Namikaze Tianming, making it easy for Otsutsuki Kagaya to successfully resurrect using Uchiha Madara's body. So, the moment Black Zetsu saw Otsutsuki Kagaya reappear on Earth, he stopped pretending, broke away from White Zetsu, and flew back to Otsutsuki Kagaya. The moment Otsutsuki Kagaya saw Black Zetsu, he smiled slightly and put Black Zetsu into his sleeves. It seems that I was really wrong, Hashirama, I was really wrong. Uchiha Madara murmured weakly. Having been separated from Ten Tails, he was doomed to die. Since you have verified that you have been deceived, go with peace of mind. Anyway, as long as I am here, any conspiracy will be crushed by me. Namikaze Tianming walked to Uchiha Madara, glanced at Uchiha Madara, and said in an indifferent tone. Even though I have already given him a warning, Uchiha Madara still insisted on doing what he wanted. He deserves to die. Oh, indeed, I don't belong to this era and should have left long ago. As if he was relieved, Uchiha Madara closed his eyes peacefully, quietly waiting for death to come. Namikaze Tianming was not very shocked when he saw Uchiha Madara, who had just been resurrected and was about to die again. With Uchiha Madara's paranoid personality, such an ending was already doomed. However, death may be the best destination for Uchiha Madara. Just when Namikaze Tianming was lamenting about life, in midair, there was a gaze from Otsutsuki Kaguya's sleeves, staring at Namikaze Tianming with hatred. Mom, this is the man who has been preventing me from reviving you. You must kill him. Now that he has the support of Otsutsuki Kagaya, Black Zetsu is indescribably proud, and his words are very firm. After hearing what Black Zetsu said, Otsutsuki Kagaya frowned and looked at Namikaze Tianming with dissatisfaction. However, when Otsutsuki Kagaya saw Namikaze Tianming, he was obviously stunned for a moment, and a big question mark rose in his mind. Why did this man in front of him give people such an uneasy feeling when he clearly did not have any chakra? Since there are hidden dangers, we should eliminate them as soon as possible. Otsutsuki Kaguya's eyes suddenly turned cold, and murderous intent unconsciously emerged from his eyes. Rabbit hair needle. Advertisement. Otsutsuki Kaguya's long white hair suddenly swelled up, and each strand of white hair was like a sharp silver needle, shooting towards Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming didn't even look at the attack of this scale. He just waved his hand and a magic shield appeared in front of Namikaze Tianming. The countless silver needles released by Otsutsuki Kagaya continuously hit the magic shield, making a tinkling sound and emitting countless sparks, but they could not break through Namikaze Tianming's defense. This little bit of strength is really not enough. Namikaze Tianming curled his lips in disdain and shook his head. Namikaze Tianming just waved his hand, and a powerful spiritual power wave instantly bounced the silver needles back. This? Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at the countless silver needles that bounced back in shock, but those silver needles were right in front of him. Yamahirasaka. Otsutsuki Kagaya quickly opened a space portal beside him and went straight in. Then it emerged again from a space somewhere nearby. However, when Otsutsuki Kagaya just came out of the space portal, what greeted her was a fist as big as a casserole, hitting her directly in the face. Otsutsuki Kagaya stepped back again and again, the pain on her face forced her to cover it tightly, and finally she looked at Namikaze Tianming. Her eyes were full of anger. This human had already made her suffer twice. 80 God's aerial attack. Otsutsuki Kagaya rushed forward and used a series of physical skills on Namikaze Tianming. As a member of the Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki Kagaya had an inexplicable confidence in his physical skills. However, this self-confidence gradually fell into self-doubt after the fight with Namikaze Tianming. Because every punch and kick of his would be easily blocked by Namikaze Tianming, and Namikaze Tianming seemed to be able to predict the future, any fake moves of his would be seen through by him. Otsutsuki Kagaya, who originally wanted to gain an advantage in taijutsu, was beaten up by Namikaze Tianming instead. This kind of feeling has never been experienced before, even when facing Otsutsuki Ashiki. If she hadn't eaten the chakra fruit and gained immortality, she would have been seriously injured and died after being hit so many times by Namikaze Tianming just now. Chapter 208. Otsutsuki Kaguya's Confidence, Aim no Manaka. I didn't expect to encounter such a powerful opponent just after getting rid of the seal. It really was beyond my expectation. Otsutsuki Kagaya murmured in a low voice, and then his eyes turned cold. It seems that I can only use that trick. Aim no Michu, a world of ice and snow. In just a moment, Namikaze Tianming felt the scenery in front of him flash, and he found himself in a world of ice and snow. Oh, that's a good ability. Namikaze Tianming could feel that he was now in another space. This should be equivalent to a weakened version of the 5 elements formation. With Namikaze Tianming's ability, even the genuine 5 elements formation couldn't trap him, let alone this weakened version of the Sibushang. It is very simple to return to the original space of the Hokage world. However, Namikaze Tianming still decided to play with Otsutsuki Kagaya. He is so calm, does he have similar methods? Seeing that Namikaze Tianming was not surprised at all, Otsutsuki Kagaya couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Mom, I think he is just pretending to be calm, you can't let him go. This Namikaze Tianming has repeatedly ruined my plan to revive my mother and bullied me. This person cannot be allowed to stay. However, Black Zetsu couldn't help but add fuel to the fire when it comes to the story of what he had up his sleeves, but it is true that Namikaze Tianming repeatedly sabotaged Black Zetsu's plans to revive Otsutsuki Kagaya. Well, dear boy, Mother will never let him go. Otsutsuki Kagaya looked kindly at the Black Zetsu in her sleeves. When she was sealed by her 2 sons Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Hamura, Black Zetsu became her last hope to escape the seal. However, no one expected that Black Zetsu actually did it. Now that he has been reborn, Otsutsuki Kagaya naturally obeys Black Zetsu's orders. Then please let Mom kill him right away. Black Zetsu couldn't help but reveal an evil smile on his face. Okay, don't worry, Mother, I will do it right away. Advertisement, Bloodline Net, Natural Integration. Otsutsuki Kagaya suddenly became transparent and merged into the entire world of ice and snow. It was impossible to tell where Otsutsuki Kagaya was and where the ice and snow was. Of course, this is just a visual effect. For Namikaze Tianming, wherever Otsutsuki Kagaya is hiding, he can see it clearly with his spiritual sense. However, Namikaze Tianming did not intend to expose Otsutsuki Kagaya on the spot. Namikaze Tianming wanted to experience the feeling of playing the pig and eating the tiger. What's going on? Where are the people? Why did they disappear? What's going on? Namikaze Tianming laughed secretly in his heart, but on the surface he looked around in panic. It seems that he has been sealed for too long. Even such a young boy scared me. It's been too long since I took action, so this human kid was able to catch my 80 God air attacks. I overestimated him. Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was hiding in the dark, looked at Namikaze Tianming's performance with disdain in his heart. He curled his lips secretly and found a good excuse for being beaten just now. Iceblade. After feeling that Namikaze Tianming didn't seem that strong, Otsutsuki Kagaya gave up observing and took action directly. In just a moment, more than a dozen sharp ice blades attacked Namikaze Tianming from all directions. Looking at the oncoming ice blade, Namikaze Tianming looked, panicked, and dodged desperately. Although his movements were clumsy, Namikaze Tianming was extremely lucky and managed to avoid the attack of the ice blade every time. Kikisho, how come this guy has such good luck? This scene made Otsutsuki Kagaya very angry. I'm going to block all your movements and see how you can escape. Otsutsuki Kagaya frowned slightly, but her tone was extremely cold. Absolute zero. Frozen. As soon as Otsutsuki Kagaya finished speaking, a stream of cold air instantly surrounded Namikaze Tianming. After a while, Namikaze Tianming was frozen into an ice cube. Not to mention moving, it was even difficult for him to blink. Ha ha ha, Mom, this guy has been frozen into an ice cube, I wonder where he can escape to. Mom, kill him. When Black Zetsu, who was hiding in Otsutsuki Kaguya's sleeves, saw Namikaze Tianming frozen into an ice cube, his mouth was almost grinning from ear to ear. Oh, by the way, Black Zetsu seems to have no ears. Okay, Absolute Zero, Ice Spear, advertisement. Otsutsuki Kagaya nodded, his eyes fixed, his mouth moved slightly, and suddenly hundreds of ice spears were aimed at the frozen Namikaze Tianming from all directions. Yippee! Oink oink! Hundreds of ice spears were nailed on ruthlessly. After a while, the place where Namikaze Tianming was originally located turned into an ice stone. On the ice stone, there were densely packed ice rods nailed on it, just like a large hedgehog ice sculpture. Eye roll. In order to make sure that Namikaze Tianming was dead, Otsutsuki Kagaya opened his Byakugan and stared at the hedgehog ice sculpture for a long time before nodding with relief. Because she saw that Namikaze Tianming was no longer moving inside the hedgehog ice sculpture, and there was no sign of chakra flowing in his body, Otsutsuki Kagaya confirmed that Namikaze Tianming was dead. Don't worry, kid, this human is dead and can't die anymore. Otsutsuki Kagaya said softly as he looked down at the Black Zetsu in his sleeve. Yeah, Mom is the best. Looking at the gentle Otsutsuki Kagaya, Black Zetsu burst into tears when he thought of the setbacks and sufferings he had experienced over the years in order to rescue his mother. However, just when Otsutsuki Kagaya and Black Zetsu were performing the mother-son love scene, the teasing voice of Namikaze Tianming came from the hedgehog ice sculpture. Tisk tisk tisk. Do you two have to be so cheesy? I get goosebumps all over the floor just listening to it. Disgusting? Hearing Namikaze Tianming's voice, the expressions on Otsutsuki Kagaya and Black Zetsu's faces froze at the same time. The two of them slowly looked towards the hedgehog ice sculpture, and the voice of Namikaze Tianming was heard again from inside. Hey, what are you looking at? Did I say something wrong? Especially you, Black Zetsu. You've done so many bad things that you'll go to hell sooner or later. Black Zetsu looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya, his expression puzzled. His meaning was obvious. Didn't he say that Namikaze Tianming was dead? Then who was the one who spoke? Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at Black Zetsu's inquiring eyes and couldn't help but blush. He had made a big promise in front of his son, but it seemed that this slap in the face came a little too quickly. Crack. Under the shocked gaze of Otsutsuki Kagaya and Black Zetsu, the ice poles on the hedgehog ice sculpture began to fall down one by one. Just after all these ice poles fell, dense cracks appeared on the ice stone, again. Bang. With a loud bang, ice chips flew all over the sky. After a while, Namikaze Tianming was seen standing there in the ice stone, with a relaxed look on his face. Chapter 209. Suppression everywhere. How is it possible? I just saw it clearly. There was no sign of chakra flowing inside. How could you still be alive? Looking at Namikaze Tianming, who was still alive and kicking, Otsutsuki Kagaya stared at Namikaze Tianming again and again in disbelief. I say, when have you ever seen clearly? And when have you ever seen chakra flowing in my body? Namikaze Tianming spread his hands and said jokingly, then his eyes turned cold and looked towards where Otsutsuki Kagaya was hiding. This is the feeling of being slapped in the face that I want. Namikaze Tianming silently made a, yeah, gesture in his heart. Otsutsuki Kagaya was also startled by Namikaze Tianming's sudden move, and even his breathing became faster involuntarily. Impossible, there's no way he could have found me, it was just a coincidence. Otsutsuki Kagaya secretly comforted himself in his heart. He was still very confident in the forbidden technique he mastered. Not here. Otsutsuki Kagaya breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Namikaze Tianming turn away with a puzzled look on his face and muttering something. However, the moment Namikaze Tianming turned his head, he suddenly jumped up again, turned around again at an extremely fast speed, and punched towards the position where Otsutsuki Kagaya was. Break the iceberg with your fist. Boom, puff. Otsutsuki Kagaya was stunned by Namikaze Tianming's sudden punch. He spurted out a mouthful of blood, which directly dyed the ice where Otsutsuki Kagaya was hiding red. Impossible, I don't believe it. I must have been too shocked just now and revealed a flaw. Otsutsuki Kagaya didn't want to believe it, and his thoughts shifted to a piece of stone like ice not far away. I just don't believe it. How could it be so fast? Before Otsutsuki Kagaya finished his analysis, he saw Namikaze Tianming appeared in front of him, raising his foot high and stepping down quickly. Otsutsuki Kagaya dodged quickly, but luckily she turned into an ice block and her speed was many times faster, so she managed to avoid Namikaze Tianming's attack. However, the place where she had just been was stomped into ice by Namikaze Tianming. Advertisement, Absolute Zero, Ice Spike Stab. After suffering 2 consecutive defeats, Otsutsuki Kagaya quickly launched a counterattack. One after another, ice spikes emerged from under Namikaze Tianming's feet like mushrooms after rain, trying to pierce Namikaze Tianming through. However, Namikaze Tianming's reaction was beyond Otsutsuki Kaguya's expectations. Namikaze Tianming did not dodge or evade, but calmly raised his right foot. Whenever an ice spike appeared and stabbed Namikaze Tianming, he would stomp it to pieces. The more ice spikes appeared, the faster Namikaze Tianming's speed became. Namikaze Tianming's feet were like phantoms, and soon he kicked all the ice spikes into ice chips. Then, Namikaze Tianming turned his gaze to Otsutsuki Kagaya who was hiding, and showed a devilish smile. Bang! There was another loud bang, and Namikaze Tianming kicked Otsutsuki Kagaya again. In this way, Otsutsuki Kagaya hid and Namikaze Tianming chased until ice pits appeared one after another. Only then did Otsutsuki Kagaya have to admit that his whereabouts were clearly seen by Namikaze Tianming. The elements of heaven and earth are all controlled by me, the Frost Dragon. Tisk, 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 the temperature of this magma is just right for taking a bath. Although she didn't know how Namikaze Tianming did it, it was obvious that Namikaze Tianming's eyes were just an ordinary pair of eyes. Insult, this is simply a blatant insult, Ice Dragon. Excuse me, my Ice Dragon is bigger than yours. Since you want to wash, I'll let you wash to your heart's content. Have you had enough of the trouble? Namikaze Tianming frowned and waved his hand, and the roaring purple magma suddenly stopped, returned to the bottom of the magma in despair, and never showed up again. Suddenly, the Uzumaki erupted with magma, like a tornado, and rolled towards Namikaze Tianming. This time, Otsutsuki Kagaya finally stopped hiding and dodged the Frost Dragon's attack at a very fast speed, letting the ice cubes continue to fall, looking at Namikaze Tianming viciously. If an ordinary person were to come into contact with magma of this temperature, he would probably vaporize directly. However, after the lava tornado, Namikaze Tianming still appeared intact in Otsutsuki Kaguya's sight. Advertisement: it seems that the lava tornado just now did not cause any impact on Namikaze Tianming. Moo! It flew at an extremely fast speed and in the blink of an eye it reached above the ice dragon summoned by Otsutsuki Kagaya. With a swipe of its claws, the small ice dragon was smashed to pieces. Let's boil. Is he really that powerful? Namikaze Tianming had a smile on his face and waved his hand. An ice dragon several times larger than the previous one flew out from behind Namikaze Tianming. Unfortunately, I am a shy person. If you were not here, I would definitely jump in and take a good bath. But why is this Namikaze Tianming in front of me not affected at all? Namikaze Tianming was seen pointing at the lava below and said with a look of regret, it looked like you really wanted to jump in and take a bath. Otsutsuki Kaguya's angry voice rang out, and in an instant, a lifelike ice dragon as thick as a bucket and 100 meters long emerged from the ice and rushed towards Namikaze Tianming. Lava Uzumaki. Purple magma is the magma with the highest temperature among all magmas. How can I repair it? I will never forgive you. A dragon roar like the roar of an ox was heard, and the frost dragon crashed directly into Otsutsuki Kaguya's new hiding place. As soon as Otsutsuki Kagaya raised his hand, the magma underneath began to bubble, and a wave of purple magma emerged from below and rushed towards Namikaze Tianming like a tsunami. Otsutsuki Kagaya stretched out his hands, and the magma under his feet began to rotate, getting faster, and finally formed an Uzumaki. The tornado, formed by magma, whizzed past, and Namikaze Tianming did not dodge or evade, allowing the magma tornado to wreak havoc. The lava tornado lived up to expectations and directly swallowed Namikaze Tianming. As soon as Otsutsuki Kagaya appeared, he let out a long roar towards the sky. The originally cold world full of ice and snow turned into a steaming world full of fiery red magma in the blink of an eye. Absolute Zero. Ice Dragon Bomb Technique. Otsutsuki Kagaya was so angry that she was shaking all over. Given the temperature of the magma, if she jumped in, even if she was immortal, she would not be able to escape unscathed. Aim no Michu. Lava World. Since the ice can't do anything to you, let the magma melt you. 6 NT Chapter 210. Supergravity World, 500,000 times gravity. Aim no Michu. Supergravity World. Otsutsuki Kagaya was unwilling to give up, and once again activated the power of the Rinnegan to pull Namikaze Tianming into the supergravity world. Namikaze Tianming also felt all of a sudden that the gravity of the world he was in now was obviously several times greater than the world he was in before. Namikaze Tianming could vaguely feel that there seemed to be an invisible weight on his shoulders. Neither lava nor ice can do anything to you, you can be proud of yourself. However, if I want to deal with you, I, Otsutsuki Kagaya, have plenty of ways. It seemed that because it was the first time he encountered such a tough opponent as Namikaze Tianming, Otsutsuki Kagaya spoke more often, which was unusual for him. Oh, then I'd like to see it for myself. What else do you have in mind? Namikaze Tianming raised his eyebrows, crossed his arms, and looked at the confident Otsutsuki Kagaya with interest. I believe you should also feel the unusual gravity here. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. This is a supergravity world controlled by me. That is to say, I can change the gravity here at any time, and I will not be affected in any way. Otsutsuki Kagaya had a smile on his face. After these few confrontations, Otsutsuki Kagaya had seen through that Namikaze Tianming's advantage lies in his speed. Now that Namikaze Tianming has been pulled into the supergravity world, as long as he uses supergravity to limit Namikaze Tianming's speed, he will definitely be able to gain the upper hand. Oh, really? Space compression. However, Namikaze Tianming smiled evilly, used space compression to move forward, and punched Otsutsuki Kagaya in the right cheek. How could you possibly launch a sneak attack? Otsutsuki Kagaya covered his swollen right cheek, looked at Namikaze Tianming angrily and questioned him, his whole face turned red with shame and anger. You call this a sneak attack? I attacked you right in front of you. You couldn't dodge because you reacted too slowly. Backquote. Namikaze Tianming spread his hands and said innocently. Otsutsuki Kagaya was so choked by Namikaze Tianming's words that he almost didn't know how to refute, and the anger in his heart grew even stronger. 500 times gravity. Advertisement. Otsutsuki Kagaya gritted his teeth and squeezed out these 4 words. Originally, Namikaze Tianming was only floating in the air about half a meter above the ground. The sudden increase in gravity caused Namikaze Tianming to fall directly to the ground. He felt as if he was being pressed down by a small mountain and he couldn't even move his legs. It really worked. Seeing Namikaze Tianming having a hard time moving, Otsutsuki Kagaya couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, and he finally let out the anger in his heart. My idea is right. Without speed, you are nothing. Otsutsuki Kagaya was so proud in her heart. This time, she really relied on her own brain to find the enemy's weakness. What's going on? Why do I feel like I'm carrying a mountain on my shoulders? I feel like I'm stuck in a quagmire and can't move my legs? Namikaze Tianming struggled hard with a look of terrification on his face. Ha ha ha. You can't handle this little bit of gravity? Ha ha. Stop pretending. Do you still want to fool me? Otsutsuki Kagaya snorted coldly and sneered. Although she was simple-minded, she was not so simple. It was only 500 times the gravity now. With the strength that Namikaze Tianming had just shown, it was absolutely impossible for her to be unable to move. Well, I didn't expect you to see through me. Namikaze Tianming looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya with some surprise. This naive guy actually used his brain? In that case, I won't pretend anymore. You can go die now. After Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, he stood up, swung his fist, and punched towards Otsutsuki Kagaya at a speed at least twice as slow as before. Seeing Namikaze Tianming like this, Otsutsuki Kagaya easily dodged Namikaze Tianming's punch, which confirmed his guess. For safety reasons, Otsutsuki Kagaya kept a certain distance from Namikaze Tianming. Haha, you can't hit me this time. Do you think 500 times gravity is my limit? No, it's not over yet. Feel the horror of the hypergravity world. 1,000 times the gravity. 2,000 times gravity. 5,000 times gravity. Otsutsuki Kagaya opened his arms and howled towards the sky. Advertisement in Namikaze Tianming's posture also changed with Otsutsuki Kaguya's voice. From being calm at the beginning, to standing in a horse stance and bending the body with difficulty. Crack. The ground where Namikaze Tianming's feet were standing suddenly began to show dense cracks. The expression on Namikaze Tianming's face became more and more painful, and beads of sweat the size of beans kept sliding down Namikaze Tianming's forehead. The more miserable Namikaze Tianming is, the happier Otsutsuki Kagaya is. Ha ha ha, aren't you awesome? Can't you handle this? Mata? 10,000 times the gravity, 50,000 times gravity. 100,000 times gravity, 500,000 times gravity. Accompanied by Otsutsuki Kaguya's hoarse shout, Namikaze Tianming fell down suddenly, and even the ground could not stop him. Namikaze Tianming's legs were deeply sunk into the ground, with only his upper body still on the ground. Ha ha ha, Namikaze Tianming, let's see where you can hide this time. Otsutsuki Kaguya's face was grim. She also wanted to increase the gravity again, but unfortunately, 500,000 times the gravity was already her limit. 80 God's aerial attack. Seeing that Namikaze Tianming was finally unable to move, Otsutsuki Kagaya was no longer afraid and flew away directly, trying to get back at his extraordinary physical skills. Otsutsuki Kagaya ran wildly all the way, most of the chakra in his body madly gathered towards the toe of his right leg, and finally roared, transformed into a white phantom, and kicked Namikaze Tianming who was trapped on the ground. Seeing Otsutsuki Kagaya kicking towards him, Namikaze Tianming, who already looked bad, turned even paler. He looked around, anxious like an ant on a hot pan, and was at a loss. Seeing Otsutsuki Kaguya's toes getting closer and closer, Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but reveal a look of despair on his face. Otsutsuki Kagaya and Black Zetsu, who saw all this, felt even happier. The smiles on Otsutsuki Kagaya and Black Zetsu's faces grew brighter. But soon, the smiles on their faces froze. Just when Otsutsuki Kagaya was about to kick Namikaze Tianming in the head, Namikaze Tianming grabbed Otsutsuki Kaguya's right foot. At this moment, Namikaze Tianming's face no longer showed the despair and panic just now, but only teasing. Chapter 211. Otsutsuki Kagaya is completely defeated. The force of this kick is quite good. Namikaze Tianming's 2 fingers were like iron hoops, tightly grasping Otsutsuki Kaguya's right foot, with a smile on his face. How is this possible? Let me go now. Otsutsuki Kagaya and Black Zetsu's faces turned pale, they shouted loudly, and struggled desperately, trying to break free from Namikaze Tianming's powerful hands. Hey, why are you in such a hurry? Let me show you a show first. Namikaze Tianming chuckled and stopped pretending. He grabbed Otsutsuki Kagaya with one hand and jumped out of the pit. I like this show, that is, swinging a sledgehammer. Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, and regardless of the screams and curses of Otsutsuki Kagaya and Black Zetsu, he picked up Otsutsuki Kagaya and started spinning around. 80. If Kurama saw such a strange scene, he would definitely mutter. Why does this scene look so familiar? As his entire body was covered by Namikaze Tianming's magical power, Otsutsuki Kagaya was unable to mobilize chakra for defense. After being carried around by Namikaze Tianming for more than 10 circles, Otsutsuki Kagaya felt numb and dizzy. Go! After Namikaze Tianming accelerated and spun hundreds of times, he let go and Otsutsuki Kagaya flew out, forming a perfect parabola in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. Since Namikaze Tianming's magic power remained in Otsutsuki Kaguya's body, affecting Otsutsuki Kaguya's ability to mobilize the chakra in his body, the 500,000 times gravity still acted on Otsutsuki Kagaya. So Otsutsuki Kaguya's fall was quite tragic, half of his body was gone. After the remaining mana dissipated, the chakra in Otsutsuki Kaguya's body returned to normal. Otsutsuki Kagaya, with only half of his body left, stood up directly from the ground, and the half of his body that had been lost began to recover visibly. The immortal body is so terrifying. Impossible, impossible, why can't it be unaffected? This is impossible. Advertisement. Otsutsuki Kagaya shook his dizzy head, gasped for breath, and looked at Namikaze Tianming in disbelief, who looked relaxed. She understood that she had been deceived by Namikaze Tianming again, but what shocked and angered Otsutsuki Kagaya more than being deceived was Namikaze Tianming is actually not affected by 500,000 times gravity. Could it be that 500,000 times gravity has become ineffective? Unexpectedly, Namikaze Tianming smiled and shook his head, saying, 500,000 times the gravity is not ineffective. It did have a little effect on me, but that's all. After Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, he lifted up his right foot and stomped on the ground. In an instant, hundreds of cracks appeared on the ground with Namikaze Tianming's right foot as the center. One of the cracks even spread hundreds of meters in front of Namikaze Tianming. However, Namikaze Tianming did not react at all to Otsutsuki Kaguya's provocation and continued to look at Otsutsuki Kagaya indifferently. Namikaze Tianming had a slight smile on his face. Otsutsuki Kagaya had no chance to resist at all. After a while, Otsutsuki Kagaya was knocked to the ground by Namikaze Tianming. The body is immortal, but what about the soul? Boom 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 boom. Because it was too easy for Namikaze Tianming to kill Otsutsuki Kagaya. Otsutsuki Kagaya looked straight at Namikaze Tianming and suddenly burst into laughter. Blood covered her teeth, making her look particularly creepy. How strong is he? Otsutsuki Kagaya was a little confused. Seeing this scene, Otsutsuki Kagaya couldn't help but open his mouth wide and couldn't close it for a long time. At the same time, Otsutsuki Kagaya on the ground seemed to be grabbed by the neck and lifted up. Otsutsuki Kagaya stared at Namikaze Tianming desperately. She knew that this was Namikaze Tianming's masterpiece. What kind of monster is this Namikaze Tianming? This alone was not enough to stop Otsutsuki Kagaya. With the soul attack secret technique, it is still very easy to completely wipe out Otsutsuki Kagaya. In midair, there was another set of punches and kicks. Every punch and every kick contained the magic power of Namikaze Tianming at the peak of the spirit transformation stage. Every time Otsutsuki Kagaya was hit, the magic power could penetrate into Otsutsuki Kaguya's body. Advertisement, Blood Inheritance Net, kill the gray bones together. Otsutsuki Kagaya became more and more frightened as the fight went on. His own gray bones could not touch Namikaze Tianming at all, and his 160 divine air attacks were also easily blocked by Namikaze Tianming. You think I can't kill you? Do you want to try? However, even when facing 500,000 times the gravity, Namikaze Tianming was actually fine. 160 divine airstrikes. 5 gray bones suddenly emerged from Otsutsuki Kaguya's back and stood side by side. There was also a sharp gray bone on the palm of Otsutsuki Kaguya's left and right hands. If 80 divine airstrikes is an extraordinary physical technique that combines offense and defense, then 160 divine airstrikes is a physical technique that abandons defense and is an ultimate attack, and its power is several times that of 80 divine airstrikes. Under the influence of 500,000 times gravity, Namikaze Tianming could actually keep up with his speed, or even faster. If a person is pierced by this bone, their body will gradually collapse like the impure world reincarnation, and then turn into ashes. It looks really creepy, but don't underestimate these gray bones. This move still belongs to the bloodline network, and it is also a killer skill of Otsutsuki Kagaya. The 2 ultimate killing moves, Gray Bone Kill and 160 Divine Airstrike, were enough to prove Otsutsuki Kaguya's determination to kill Namikaze Tianming. Every attack from Otsutsuki Kagaya was skillfully dodged by Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming's eyes turned cold and he stretched out his hand to grab at the empty space. Otsutsuki Kagaya spat out a mouthful of blood, and in the blood were pieces of internal organs. It was obvious that Otsutsuki Kaguya's internal organs were all shattered. Ha 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 ha, Namikaze Tianming, even if you beat me, what can it matter? I am immortal, you can't kill me, no one in this world can kill me. As soon as Otsutsuki Kaguya's mind was distracted, Namikaze Tianming took advantage of the opportunity and punched Otsutsuki Kagaya in the abdomen, causing Otsutsuki Kagaya to fly backwards. Impossible, this must be an illusion. How could I, Otsutsuki Kagaya, lose to a mortal? She naturally knew what it felt like to withstand 500,000 times the force of gravity, because she had just experienced it. If she had not relied on her immortal body, she would have died. Bang 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 bang. However, the reason why Namikaze Tianming hasn't taken any action yet is that he naturally has his own plans. And Namikaze Tianming did not let Otsutsuki Kagaya go, but followed him. Chapter 212. I still like your unruly look, please recover. Soul Secret Technique. Soul Pressure. Namikaze Tianming's expression turned cold, and soul power instantly surged out of his body, heading straight for Otsutsuki Kagaya. The black Zetsu in Otsutsuki Kaguya's sleeve killed him instantly, his soul was annihilated, and he didn't even have time to scream before he turned into a pool of mud and fell to the ground. As for Otsutsuki Kagaya, he felt an incomparably powerful spiritual pressure, and Otsutsuki Kagaya instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. It was as if countless needles were locking onto his soul, causing him endless pain. Otsutsuki Kagaya knew that if Namikaze Tianming wanted to, his soul would be destroyed by Namikaze Tianming in an instant. In other words, even if she was immortal, Namikaze Tianming could still completely wipe her out, thoroughly. Thinking of this, Otsutsuki Kagaya began to panic. While his soul was in unbearable pain, a sense of fear rose in Otsutsuki Kaguya's heart. She was really starting to get scared. Is she really going to die here? Just when Otsutsuki Kagaya fell into despair, a light bulb suddenly lit up in his mind. Namikaze Tianming clearly had the ability to kill her in seconds, but why didn't he do it yet? In other words, I am still useful to him. Thinking of this, Otsutsuki Kaguya's eyes, which had originally fallen into deathly silence, suddenly burst into a strong desire to survive. She doesn't want to die, she wants to continue living. With a plop, Otsutsuki Kagaya knelt down directly towards Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming, no, master, please forgive me, I am willing to submit to you, as long as the master spares my life, I am willing to repay you like a cow or a horse. Otsutsuki Kagaya endured the pain and begged for mercy loudly. Huh? Namikaze Tianming, who originally wanted to increase his strength, was stunned when he saw this scene. Oh my god, he surrendered already? He hadn't even fully demonstrated his masculinity yet, and he surrendered already? Isn't this too fast? What are you talking about? Namikaze Tianming dug his ears in disbelief, thinking he had heard it wrong. Master, I am willing to submit to you, even if it means being a slave or a maid. Otsutsuki Kagaya heaved a sigh of relief when he felt the powerful pressure recede like the tide. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, suppressed the discomfort in his body, and lowered his head to answer. But you weren't like this just now, didn't you want to kill me? Advertisement Namikaze Tianming raised his eyebrows with a faint smile on his face. Just now, it was because I was sealed for too long and was deceived by the B******************** D black Zetsu that I lost my mind and went against my master. Please forgive me for the offense I just committed. Otsutsuki Kagaya crawled on the ground, keeping his posture extremely low, not even daring to breathe deeply. Your attitude changes so quickly, I'm a little uncomfortable. Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but tease, although it is said that a man of insight is a wise man, but the change in Otsutsuki Kaguya's attitude was something Namikaze Tianming had not expected. Although Namikaze Tianming did intend to save Otsutsuki Kaguya's life, he did not expect Otsutsuki Kagaya to surrender on his own initiative before he even opened his mouth. Ahem, I admit that I had a bad attitude and tone just now, and I spoke too loudly. Master, please forgive me. Feeling that Namikaze Tianming's tone had softened, Otsutsuki Kagaya was overjoyed, and his desire to survive became stronger. In fact, the longer you live, the more afraid you are of death, especially for someone like Otsutsuki Kagaya, whose strength is still at its peak, who desires to live even more. But, I just accidentally killed your son Black Zetsu, don't you want to kill me to avenge him? When Namikaze Tianming said this, his spiritual sense directly enveloped Otsutsuki Kagaya. As long as she made any unusual movement, Namikaze Tianming would kill her. Black Zetsu. Master, you killed him well. This B****************** D actually encouraged me to go against you. He deserves to die. I don't have a son like him. Hearing Namikaze Tianming mention Black Zetsu, Otsutsuki Kagaya paused noticeably, but soon prostrated himself on the ground again, his tone full of disgust for Black Zetsu. For Otsutsuki Kagaya, there is no need to sacrifice himself for Black Zetsu, even though Black Zetsu is very filial. Tisk, 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 you Otsutsuki clan are indeed ruthless. Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the heartless Otsutsuki Kagaya. If Black Zetsu heard Otsutsuki Kagaya say such cruel words, he would probably be unable to rest in peace in his grave. After all, Black Zetsu has been running around for thousands of years to save Otsutsuki Kagaya. Hearing Namikaze Tianming's contemptuous voice, Otsutsuki Kagaya just lowered his head and fell silent, and no one knew what he was thinking. Okay, get up, I won't kill you. Namikaze Tianming glanced at Otsutsuki Kagaya and spoke lightly. Thank you, master, for sparing my life. Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had originally lowered his head, suddenly felt as if he had been pardoned and began to kowtow desperately. Advertisement, okay. Get up now, and don't think too much, I saved your life for a reason. Namikaze Tianming looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya calmly, with no fluctuations in his heart. Yes, master. Otsutsuki Kagaya quickly stood up and walked to Namikaze Tianming, lowering his head and listening obediently, really like a servant. Well, I'll call you Xiaoyi from now on, thank you for the name, master. From now on I will be called Xiaoyi. Otsutsuki Kagaya accepted it readily, seemingly without any reluctance. Namikaze Tianming looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya with some surprise. This guy, the role change is too fast, isn't it? Is his ability to accept so strongly? So, with a teasing heart, Namikaze Tianming looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya with a smile and teased. Xiaoyi, I still like your rebellious look just now, please recover for a while. Hearing Namikaze Tianming's teasing, Otsutsuki Kaguya's face froze for a moment and then quickly turned red. Master, you are joking. How dare Xiaoyi act so unruly in front of you? Otsutsuki Kagaya lowered his head and spoke softly. Hey, you're so boring, not fun at all. Namikaze Tianming was very disappointed, he really didn't like such a submissive Otsutsuki Kagaya. Can you hide this eye of yours? Namikaze Tianming pointed at the Rinnegan between Otsutsuki Kaguya's eyebrows. It had 3 eyes and looked creepy. Yes, master. Otsutsuki Kagaya nodded, and then closed the Rinnegan eye between his eyebrows. What was even more peculiar was that after closing the eye, not even a trace could be seen. Okay, that's the way it should be. Namikaze Tianming stared at Otsutsuki Kagaya for a while before nodding. Let's go out, there are still a few guests waiting for us to entertain. Namikaze Tianming was seen standing with his hands behind his back, a strange smile on his face, looking into the void somewhere in front of him, as if he could see something through the void. Chapter 213. Entertaining guests. Master, what does this mean? Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at Namikaze Tianming with a confused look on his face. You'll know when you get out. Namikaze Tianming did not explain, but put one hand on Otsutsuki Kaguya's shoulder, then cut through the void with one hand and pulled Otsutsuki Kagaya directly in. In Konoha village, in the newly established restricted area, a space crack suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and Namikaze Tianming and Otsutsuki Kagaya walked out of it unharmed. Otsutsuki Kagaya stared at Namikaze Tianming in a daze. It turned out that she had underestimated the strength of her master, who could easily break her aim no Miyachu. Moreover, not everyone dares to enter the space crack. Careful. Just as Otsutsuki Kagaya was stunned, the voice of Namikaze Tianming suddenly came to his ears. Then Otsutsuki Kagaya was carried back and forth by Namikaze Tianming. Boom. A giant axe emitting red light fell from the sky and smashed a large circular hole where Namikaze Tianming and Otsutsuki Kagaya had just stood. There is an enemy sneak attack. After Otsutsuki Kagaya steadied himself, he looked up suddenly and saw 3 figures standing under the sacred tree. Otsutsuki Kaguya's eyes narrowed, and the memories hidden deep in his mind began to churn wildly. The already blurred memories gradually became clearer with the appearance of these 3 figures. Otsutsuki the Ura style, Otsutsuki the Peach style, Otsutsuki the Gold style. 3 names popped out of Otsutsuki Kaguya's mouth. Yes, Otsutsuki Kagaya recognized those 3 figures. Seeing Otsutsuki Urashiki and the other 2, Otsutsuki Kagaya was stunned and remembered what Namikaze Tianming had just said. It turned out that the guests Namikaze Tianming said he wanted to entertain were the 3 of them. Otsutsuki Kagaya secretly glanced at Namikaze Tianming's handsome face, and wondered in his heart. He was clearly in his own Tenno Muture space just now, but his master could actually see the scene here. What kind of terrifying power was this? At this time, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Otsutsuki Urashiki, and Otsutsuki Kinshiki were standing beside Otsutsuki Suki's body under the sacred tree, with unfriendly looks on their faces. Especially Otsutsuki Urashiki. His face turned cold when he saw Otsutsuki Kagaya appear, because Otsutsuki Tsukishiki was Otsutsuki Urashiki's subordinate. It was Otsutsuki Urashiki who asked Otsutsuki Tsukishiki to come here first to explore the way, but he never expected that Otsutsuki Tsukishiki would die here. Advertisement, Kagaya-ji, you actually dared to betray our Otsutsuki clan, and even dared to attack and kill Otsutsuki Tsukishiki and harm your own clan. What crime should you be punished for? Otsutsuki Kinshiki took a step forward and questioned Otsutsuki Kagaya menacingly. Otsutsuki Kinshiki had the pale skin and long gray hair that were unique to the Otsutsuki clan. He also had no eyebrows and had a hard horn on his head that tilted upward to the upper left corner. This appearance is a bit similar to Otsutsuki. However, Otsutsuki Kinshiki is over 2 meters tall, of enormous size, with tree-like limbs and overwhelming strength. He has white eyes and wears white clothes that cover the right side of his face. His body is covered by a coat that drags from his back to his heels. He wears a karate uniform and gloves. It seems to give people a particularly reckless feeling. Although Namikaze Tianming and Otsutsuki Kagaya appeared at the same time just now, in their opinion, the person who has the ability to attack and kill Otsutsuki Tsukishiki can only be Otsutsuki Kagaya. As for Namikaze Tianming, he was simply ignored by them. Otsutsuki Kagaya glanced at Namikaze Tianming. In fact, she herself didn't know who killed Otsutsuki Tsukishiki. However, according to the current strength of the ninja world, perhaps only Namikaze Tianming has this strength, so Otsutsuki Kagaya also conceded that it was Namikaze Tianming who killed Otsutsuki Tsukishiki. So Otsutsuki Kagaya walked up to Namikaze Tianming, raised his head, and spoke softly. I killed Otsutsuki Tsukishiki, so what? Namikaze Tianming looked at Otsutsuki Kaguya's back with some surprise, muttering to himself. This idiot, I didn't kill Otsutsuki Tsukishiki, why are you taking the blame for it? But never mind, it's the same anyway. Well, very good, since you have admitted it, I won't waste my words. Otsutsuki Kagaya, you betrayed my people and killed your own people. According to the Elder's oral order, you will be arrested now. After you return to the tribe, the top leaders of the tribe will discuss the execution plan. If you resist, you will be killed without mercy. Otsutsuki Kaneshiki pointed at Otsutsuki Kagaya and shouted. Otsutsuki Kagaya, why don't you surrender now? What if I say no? Advertisement. Otsutsuki Kagaya sneered, obviously not taking Otsutsuki Kinshiki seriously. Thousands of years ago, Otsutsuki Kinshiki's strength was only comparable to hers. Now that she has eaten the chakra fruit and her strength has greatly increased, she naturally does not take Otsutsuki Kinshiki seriously. No, then I'll have to take your body back with me? Hearing that Otsutsuki Kagaya refused to surrender, Otsutsuki Kinshiki also sneered and murderous intent suddenly rose in his heart. Otsutsuki Kinshiki looked at Otsutsuki Momoshiki behind him, and after seeing Otsutsuki Momoshiki nod, Otsutsuki Kinshiki turned around and looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya with a cruel smile. Kachui. Otsutsuki Kinshiki stretched out his right hand, pointed his fingers upward, and condensed the chakra on his fingertips. 5 clusters of pink flames actually condensed at the fingertips. Otsutsuki Jinshiki raised his 5 fingers and then grabbed the ground fiercely. A small round pit suddenly appeared in front of Otsutsuki Jinshiki. Starting from this circular pit, a fan-shaped shockwave rushed directly towards Namikaze Tianming and Otsutsuki Kagaya. Looking at the constantly breaking ground, Namikaze Tianming and Otsutsuki Kagaya flew straight into the air. Otsutsuki Kinshiki's move completely failed. You can make this lowly creature fly. Princess Kagaya, it seems you have put a lot of thought into this lowly creature. Otsutsuki narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke in a somewhat mischievous tone. Otsutsuki Kagaya looked back at Namikaze Tianming, and seeing that Namikaze Tianming was not angry, Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at Otsutsuki Jinshiki again with a bad face, and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. You're looking for death, eye roll, rabbit hair needle. Otsutsuki Kaguya's white hair suddenly swelled up and turned into sharp silver needles, which shot towards Otsutsuki Kinshiki like drizzle. There was some pride in Otsutsuki Kaguya's eyes, and this time she opened her Byakugan in order to block Otsutsuki Jinshi's attack route and retreat. In this case, Otsutsuki Kinshiki will have to take this move head-on. However, what Otsutsuki Kagaya did not expect was that Otsutsuki Kaneshiki not only did not panic, but smiled triumphantly. Eye roll. Hollow. Chapter 214. Otsutsuki Kagaya vs Otsutsuki Gold Style. Eye roll. Hollow. Otsutsuki Kinshiki also opened his Byakugan and smiled, but he stood there motionless. However, a strange scene appeared. The rabbit hair needles penetrated Otsutsuki Jinshiki's body without any hindrance. But Otsutsuki Kinshiki was unharmed. Huh? What's going on? Can you actually hollow out your body? Otsutsuki Kagaya was also stunned when he saw this scene. Otsutsuki Kagaya had fought with Otsutsuki Kinshiki before, but at that time Otsutsuki Kinshiki obviously did not have the ability he has now. Oh, this Byakugan is interesting, it's actually similar to Kamui's? Namikaze Tianming stood behind Otsutsuki Kagaya, pinching his chin, and looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya with interest. Kagaya-hime, the last time you and I fought was thousands of years ago. You are still the same Kagaya-ji, but I, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, am no longer the same as before. Otsutsuki Jinshi smiled proudly. As we all know, the Byakugan has a 360-degree field of vision and is famous for its perspective and strong observation ability. However, after swallowing the chakra fruit, Otsutsuki Kinshiki's Byakugan awakened the ability to hollow himself. After awakening this ability, Otsutsuki Kinshiki's strength improved by leaps and bounds. There are more surprises to come. Today, I will let you see the power of the weapons I inherited from my ancestors. Heijin. I saw that at some point, a red arc-shaped ring rose up behind Otsutsuki Jinshiki. The chakra in Otsutsuki Kinshiki's body rushed madly to the red ring behind him, and then transformed into a huge axe emitting red light. Such a huge axe, in the hands of Otsutsuki Jinshiki, was as light as a toy. God expel. Otsutsuki Kinshiki was seen waving the axe he had just refined in one hand, and his body turned into a purple lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Otsutsuki Kagaya. The huge axe chopped directly towards Otsutsuki Kagaya. Eye roll. And Otsutsuki Kagaya is no pushover either. Especially after being beaten by Namikaze Tianming, the long-dormant fighting consciousness in Otsutsuki Kagaya has been awakened. So when Otsutsuki Kinshiki summoned his weapons, his Byakugan was already activated. So even if Otsutsuki Kinshiki turned into lightning, Otsutsuki Kagaya could still see his movements clearly. Advertisement. Kill the gray bones together. Otsutsuki Kagaya was no slouch either. He summoned 2 sharp gray bones from his palms and stabbed them directly at the axe. Otsutsuki Kaneshiki is no longer the same as before, so is Otsutsuki Kagaya just standing still? Bite. The sound of metal clashing and sparks flying. The gray bone and the red giant axe collided in the air, and the powerful impact force spread to all directions. Otsutsuki Kinshiki was slightly surprised. In terms of strength, could Otsutsuki Kagaya actually fight him head-on? However, Otsutsuki Kinshiki would naturally not retreat. He just held the axe handle with both hands and increased the transmission of chakra. Otsutsuki Kagaya was not to be outdone, and held the axe tightly with the gray bones in his palms. For a moment, the two of them were in a stalemate. Crack. Just when the two were in a stalemate, the axe held by Otsutsuki Kinshiki actually cracked. As soon as the crack appeared, Otsutsuki Kagaya was overjoyed, and he increased his strength, outputting chakra crazily. Finally, the red giant axe had more and more cracks, and finally broke into pieces. Otsutsuki Jinshi was frightened and quickly stepped back. Otsutsuki Kagaya took advantage of the victory and pursued, and Otsutsuki Kaguya's speed was better. After a while, Otsutsuki Kagaya caught up with Otsutsuki Kinshiki from behind, and stabbed out together with Wei Jiu. Eye roll. Hollow. The same scene as at the beginning appeared. Otsutsuki Kinshiki's body actually became ethereal. While Otsutsuki Kagaya was stunned, Otsutsuki Kinshiki quickly sped up and escaped. Explosions were heard everywhere and thick smoke rose. Otsutsuki Kaguya's joint killing of Huigu was in vain. I'm a little surprised that you didn't abandon Otsutsuki Kagaya and run away. Because of this attack, Otsutsuki Kaguya's eyes dimmed instantly, and those weapons blasted Otsutsuki Kaguya's lower body into pieces. After Otsutsuki Kinshiki finished speaking, he was about to raise his large naginata to finish off Namikaze Tianming as well. Boom, humph, you think you can compete with us just like that? Human, your master has been killed by me, advertisement. Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was already overwhelmed, was immediately panicked by Otsutsuki Kinshiki's slash. Why, do you have any last words, you ant? Otsutsuki Jinshiki was seen holding an axe in one hand and a spear in the other, and all the other weapons were suspended in the air, surrounding Otsutsuki Jinshiki. Wait. The traitor Otsutsuki Kagaya refused to surrender and has been killed by me. Namikaze Tianming pointed behind Otsutsuki Jinshi without any hurry. Otsutsuki Jinshiki took a step and flew into the air like a cannonball. Many weapons also shot out around Otsutsuki Jinshiki. Otsutsuki Kinshiki, who was able to catch his breath, used the red ring behind him to refine several weapons. Otsutsuki Kinshiki wielded the large naginata and swept it across. A strong sword energy burst out from the tip of the sword and swept towards Otsutsuki Kagaya. God expel. Otsutsuki Kinshiki once again transformed into a purple lightning and quickly came above Otsutsuki Kagaya. Just like that, he was distracted and was seized by Otsutsuki Kinshiki. All weapons were fired at Otsutsuki Kagaya. Because Otsutsuki Kaguya's defense was impeccable, these weapons were unable to do anything to Otsutsuki Kagaya for a while. First of all, I am Xiaoyi's master. Secondly, Xiaoyi is not dead yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Odachi sweeps across. Amaha Haya. Boom, Otsutsuki Jinshi joked. Otsutsuki Kagaya had no way to avoid it and was cut in half by the sword energy. Otsutsuki Kinshiki suddenly grabbed a large naginata beside him and pointed it forward. The other weapons accelerated like arrows. Without exception, all of them were aimed at Otsutsuki Kagaya. Big sword strike. With so many weapons attacking at the same time, Otsutsuki Kagaya quickly waved the gray bones in his hands to block them. Namikaze Tianming calmly stretched out a hand and interrupted Otsutsuki Jinshiki. There are large naginatas, spears, halberds, axes, sickles, and hammers. Otsutsuki Jinshi glanced at Otsutsuki Kagaya with disdain, then uttered these two sentences, and then turned his attention to Namikaze Tianming. But she has been killed by me now, so you should die with her. Otsutsuki Kinshiki raised the large naginata high above his head, and then chopped it down heavily. Chapter 215. Melee. What? Hearing Namikaze Tianming's reminder, Otsutsuki Jinshi suddenly opened his eyes wide and was about to turn back. Kinshiki, be careful. At the same time, the exclamations of Otsutsuki Urashiki and Otsutsuki Momoshiki were heard behind them. Puff. A sharp gray bone directly pierced through Otsutsuki Jinshi's chest, and Otsutsuki Jinshi's heart was directly destroyed. It all happened so fast, in such a split second that Otsutsuki Jinshiki couldn't react at all. Otsutsuki Kinshiki slowly turned around and saw the smug smile on Otsutsuki Kaguya's face. How is it possible, aren't you, already? Otsutsuki Kanashiki's eyes were full of disbelief. Huh, you thought I was dead? What a joke. Otsutsuki Kagaya sneered and mocked. Puff. Otsutsuki Kagaya pulled the ashbone out of his palm, and blood gushed out from Otsutsuki Kanashiki's chest. Ah! Otsutsuki Kinshiki screamed and fell from the air. As soon as he landed on the ground, Otsutsuki Kinshiki rolled on the ground in pain. After rolling for a while, Otsutsuki Jinshi's screams stopped abruptly, because the wound on Otsutsuki Jinshi began to turn gray and shatter, and gradually spread to the whole body. After a while, Otsutsuki Kinshiki's entire body collapsed and disappeared just like Impure World Reincarnation's body. Otsutsuki Jinshiki died without a complete body. Otsutsuki Kagaya, you are so brave. Seeing Otsutsuki Kinshiki die like this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Otsutsuki Urashiki were completely furious, especially Otsutsuki Urashiki, whose eyes were bloodshot. Otsutsuki Kinshiki's body was nowhere to be found, which meant that he had lost a chakra fruit inexplicably. How could this be tolerated? Otsutsuki Urashiki and Otsutsuki Momoshiki jumped up at the same time and came to the opposite side of Namikaze Tianming and Otsutsuki Kagaya. Otsutsuki Kagaya, tell me the truth, have you killed Otsutsuki Ashiki? Otsutsuki Urashiki frowned and questioned, advertisement. So what? Otsutsuki Kagaya spoke lightly. Kaido, since she dared to attack Otsutsuki, she had anticipated today's situation. If she was afraid, she wouldn't have done it in the first place. As expected, you attacked Otsutsuki Ashiki by surprise, fed Otsutsuki Ashiki to the sacred tree, and then devoured the chakra fruit grown by the sacred tree, which gave you your current immortal body. Otsutsuki Urashiki's eyes flickered, and he guessed what had happened almost immediately. Because only by feeding the sacred tree with the high blood of the Otsutsuki clan and swallowing the chakra fruit that grows can one gain immortality. Moreover, Otsutsuki Kaguya's lower body had just been completely destroyed by Otsutsuki Kinshiki, but he didn't die, and he recovered in such a short time, so he can only be immortal. Since you know that I am immortal, you should also know that there is no way I can go back with you. Otsutsuki Kagaya stared closely at Otsutsuki Urashiki and Otsutsuki Momoshiki. If it was a one-on-one fight, Otsutsuki Kagaya was confident that he would not lose to either of them. But if she had to fight two people alone, she really couldn't do it. HMPH, as long as you are willing to admit it, now it's not a question of whether you want to go back with us or not. We must bring you to justice. Otsutsuki Momoshiki snorted coldly, then pointed at Namikaze Tianming and said to Otsutsuki Urashiki. Urashiki, I leave this lowly creature to you. Otsutsuki Kagaya, I will capture it myself. Following Otsutsuki Momoshiki's finger and looking at Namikaze Tianming, Otsutsuki Urashiki's Baikugan instantly opened. Huh? There's not a trace of chakra in your entire body? You're even worse than an ant? Otsutsuki Urashiki was very disdainful. In his opinion, the reason why Namikaze Tianming could float in the air must be the masterpiece of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Otsutsuki Kagaya was not to be outdone and also fought back with physical skills. In a moment, the two were fighting back and forth, and it was difficult to tell who was better. After Otsutsuki Urashiki finished speaking, a fishing rod and a fish basket emitting red light appeared in his hands. Otsutsuki Momoshiki narrowed his eyes, instantly moved in front of Otsutsuki Kagaya and threw a punch. He had absolute confidence in his physical skills. So Namikaze Tianming did not take the initiative. A sense of uneasiness suddenly arose in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's heart. Sure enough, Otsutsuki Urashiki's fierce punch was caught by Namikaze Tianming's calm hand. Ha 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 ha, I never thought that I, Otsutsuki Urashiki, would one day suffer because of my carelessness. But this is the last time. This outfit looks quite weird. Advertisement. Otsutsuki Urashiki put the fish basket on his waist, then jumped up, waving the fishing rod in his hand with a big laugh. Since Namikaze Tianming didn't pay attention to the follow-up in his previous life, after all, the joke of Bibo ran. 80 God's aerial attack. Although I don't know what method you used to hide your chakra, it doesn't matter. Anyway, you will die in my hands. As for Otsutsuki Urashiki, after being kicked by Namikaze Tianming, Otsutsuki Urashiki stared at Namikaze Tianming with a vicious look while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Otsutsuki Kagaya shook his head with great regret, his face full of regret. Okay, in 10 seconds, I'll finish this lowly creature off. Otsutsuki Kagaya folded his arms and looked at Otsutsuki Momoshiki with disdain. A sneer flashed across Otsutsuki Urashiki's lips. Without any further ado, he stepped forward and punched Namikaze Tianming. Hey, in front of me, at a critical moment of life and death, you dare to be distracted? If you don't die, who will die? Namikaze Tianming kicked out with an incredibly fast kick, hitting Otsutsuki Urashiki directly in the abdomen, sending Otsutsuki Urashiki flying backwards for dozens of meters. Immediately afterwards, Otsutsuki Urashiki swung his fishing rod towards Namikaze Tianming, and instantly countless tiny fishhooks emitting red light flew towards Namikaze Tianming. You are looking for death. After a long while, he sneered and said. So although Namikaze Tianming knew about Otsutsuki Urashiki and others, he had no idea about their specific abilities. When Otsutsuki Urashiki saw this, he immediately realized that he had underestimated the human in front of him. Kagaya-heim, you're sneaking up on me, bang. Strike when the time is right. This is the truth that Otsutsuki Kagaya learned after fighting with Namikaze Tianming. However, unexpectedly, Otsutsuki Kagaya was unusually calm. Unfortunately, there is not enough time to gather the ash bones to kill you. Otherwise, that punch just now would have taken your life. Otsutsuki Momoshiki originally thought that Otsutsuki Kagaya would be in a state of panic because Otsutsuki Urashiki was going to kill Namikaze Tianming. On the other side, Otsutsuki Momoshiki also flew backwards. Otsutsuki Urashiki steadied himself, covered his swollen cheek, and looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya angrily. Bang! Chapter 216. Where's the agreed 10 seconds? Ding 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 ding. I saw countless red fishhooks 1 meter in front of Namikaze Tianming, as if they had encountered some transparent obstacles. The fishhook hit the obstacle, making a crisp sound, and then was ejected. And this transparent obstacle is naturally Namikaze Tianming's mana shield. Namikaze Tianming stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Otsutsuki Urashiki with a smile, without saying a word. However, the smugness in his eyes immediately angered Otsutsuki Urashiki. Because the smugness in Namikaze Tianming's eyes was a living mockery in Otsutsuki's eyes, as if it was telling of Otsutsuki's incompetence. How could Otsutsuki not be angry? Just a lowly creature. What are you laughing at? Don't laugh. Otsutsuki Urashiki became angry and swung the fishing rod in his hand again. A red fishhook with a fishing line flew straight towards Namikaze Tianming. Seeing that Namikaze Tianming was still the same as before and did not make any moves, Otsutsuki Urashiki could not help but reveal a sinister smile. The red fishhook did not encounter any obstacles and pierced directly into Namikaze Tianming's body. Ha 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 ha, human boy, you shouldn't be so smug. When the fishhook entered his body, Otsutsuki Urashiki burst into laughter. What can a small fishhook do to me? Namikaze Tianming smiled indifferently, pointed at the location of the fishhook on his chest and spoke calmly. Because I had just removed the monoshield and wanted to try out the power of this fishhook. However, it seems to have no power at all and is not worth mentioning. Ha ha ha, even though my fishhook can't cause any harm to you, it can hook away the chakra in your body. Although I don't know how you hide your chakra, but my fishing hook will never fail. Otsutsuki Urashiki, who felt that he had already won, explained slowly. Oh, then you can give it a try. Namikaze Tianming raised his eyebrows, then crossed his arms and said with a smile. You cunning lowly creature, you are dead. For some reason, seeing Namikaze Tianming so calm, Otsutsuki Urashiki felt a surge of uneasiness in his heart. Advertisement. Why is this lowly creature so calm? Does he have any countermeasures? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible, he is just pretending to be calm and trying to fool me. Thinking of this, Otsutsuki's eyes suddenly became fierce. Then he grabbed the fishing rod and swung it upwards hard, pulling out the fishhook that had pierced Namikaze Tianming's body. How? How is this possible? How is it possible that there is no chakra at all? Otsutsuki Urashiki, who was originally full of confidence, looked at the empty fishhook that was pulled back and couldn't help but fall into a daze. Is it true that this lowly creature has no chakra in its body? Not even a trace of chakra? Otsutsuki Urashiki slowly raised his head with a dull look towards Namikaze Tianming, and happened to see Namikaze Tianming's playful eyes. Hey, when did you get the illusion that I have chakra? Namikaze Tianming spoke calmly and said something very impressive. How do you do this without chakra? Otsutsuki Urashiki pointed at Namikaze Tianming, who was standing in the air, with a confused look on his face. Who told you that you can only be like this if you have chakra? Namikaze Tianming looked at Otsutsuki Urashiki with disdain. How can you people understand the things left by our ancestors? Cultivation, magic power, spiritual energy, these things, even if you rack your brains, you can't touch them. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible, you have to be lying to me, you can't be without chakra. That's right, I get it. You must have sealed the chakra in your own body, that's why it's like this, ha ha ha. Otsutsuki Urashiki looked like a madman, he was G his head frantically. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind and he thought of a possibility. Ignorant. Namikaze Tianming didn't bother to refute Otsutsuki's conjecture, he just rolled his eyes. Then Namikaze Tianming looked at Otsutsuki Urashiki and said with a smile. Just now I seemed to hear someone say that he would finish me off within 10 seconds, but now it seems like 10 minutes are almost up, right? Where's the agreed 10 seconds? As soon as Namikaze Tianming said this, Otsutsuki Urashiki couldn't hold back anymore, and his whole head turned red with excitement. Advertisement, you, don't be so proud. The reason you're still alive today is because I didn't take it seriously. Otsutsuki Urashiki became angry and pointed at Namikaze Tianming and argued loudly. Oh, then why don't you take a serious look at it for me? Namikaze Tianming still had that angry expression on his face, and didn't take Otsutsuki Urashiki seriously at all. You are so arrogant, I will torture you today and then kill you. Otsutsuki Urashiki's eyes widened. For thousands of years, every time he went to a planet to plant the sacred tree and collect chakra, the lower creatures he met would have eyes full of fear and despair when facing him. But today, this lowly creature actually dared to defy him and challenge his Otsutsuki Urashiki's authority. 80 God's aerial attack. As a member of the Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki Urashiki has absolute confidence in his taijutsu. With a teleportation technique, he came in front of Namikaze Tianming and attacked him. However, in Namikaze Tianming's view, Otsutsuki Urashi's attacks were just like children playing house and did not pose any threat at all. Bang! Otsutsuki Urashiki's continuous attacks not only failed to hit Namikaze Tianming, but also made himself exhausted and out of breath. Namikaze Tianming kicked Otsutsuki directly in the abdomen, but Otsutsuki dodged it by transforming into several red paper crane clones. Interesting. When Namikaze Tianming saw Otsutsuki Urashiki disappearing into 1,000 red paper cranes, his spiritual awareness instantly spread out and he captured Otsutsuki Urashiki's movements at once. Hey, why did you suddenly disappear? Namikaze Tianming just stood there, muttering to himself. In the void behind Namikaze Tianming, a space portal quietly appeared, and Otsutsuki Urashiki quietly came out. Seeing Namikaze Tianming's confused look, he felt even more proud, but when he thought of Namikaze Tianming's always smiling face, Otsutsuki Urashiki's face became gloomy. He doesn't allow others to show such a strategic attitude in front of him. Now, he finally has the chance, he must avenge this arrow. Otsutsuki's eyes flashed blue, and a black stick weapon appeared in his hand. And this black stick weapon was created by him using the yin-yang escape technique of the Rinnegan. Otsutsuki Urashiki aimed the black stick in his hand at the location of Namikaze Tianming's heart, silently and fiercely stabbed it. Chapter 217. If you can't win, don't hurt yourself. It's done. Seeing that the black stick was only 1 centimeter away from Namikaze Tianming, and Namikaze Tianming still hadn't noticed him. Otsutsuki Urashiki was delighted. However, just when the black stick was about to pierce Namikaze Tianming's heart, Namikaze Tianming suddenly disappeared. Otsutsuki Urashiki missed the target directly. Having come up empty-handed, Otsutsuki Urashiki looked around hurriedly, trying to find Namikaze Tianming, but Namikaze Tianming seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Otsutsuki Urashiki without any warning, which scared Otsutsuki Urashiki. And this figure was none other than Namikaze Tianming, who had just disappeared. Seeing Namikaze Tianming appear, Otsutsuki Urashiki raised the black stick and stabbed him again without hesitation. However, an unexpected scene appeared. Namikaze Tianming just stretched out a hand calmly and grabbed the black stick directly. Otsutsuki Urashiki was immediately shocked, because the essence of this black stick is yin-yang escape, and no one can touch it directly except their Otsutsuki clan or people with super strong strength. Otherwise, he would definitely be hurt by this black stick, but Namikaze Tianming was unharmed? Namikaze Tianming raised the corner of his mouth slightly, grabbed the black stick in one hand, clenched the other hand into a fist, and smashed it directly towards Otsutsuki Urashiki's face. Tensuba red light ball. Looking at Namikaze Tianming's fist coming at him, Otsutsuki Urashiki was not panicked. The red fishing rod hanging behind him flashed red light, and a red transparent light ball instantly enveloped Otsutsuki Urashiki. This red transparent light ball is the defensive measure created by Otsutsuki Urashiki, and it has extremely high defensive power. In Otsutsuki Urashiki's opinion, this red transparent light ball can definitely block Namikaze Tianming's punch. However, things did not go as planned. This red transparent ball of light didn't even last for 0.1 second when it hit Namikaze Tianming's fist and shattered directly. This punch hit Otsutsuki Urashiki's face hard. Bang. Otsutsuki Urashiki flew backwards and finally managed to steady himself. Otsutsuki Urashiki's face was dented by Namikaze Tianming's punch, and several of his teeth fell out. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. "Ah!" Advertisement. Otsutsuki Urashiki roared angrily, his two bloodshot eyes widened as if they were about to pop out. Because this was the first time in his history that he had suffered such a serious injury. He didn't even use time to go back. I saw that Otsutsuki Urashiki's sunken face was slowly recovering, and after a while, it returned to its original state. If it weren't for the bloodline left at the corner of Otsutsuki Urashiki's mouth, it would be impossible to tell that Otsutsuki Urashiki was injured. Healing without seals. The body's injuries can be healed automatically without any seals. This is one of the unique abilities of the Otsutsuki clan. Bang. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. Unexpectedly, Namikaze Tianming completely ignored all this, turned into a phantom, and started punching and kicking Otsutsuki Urashiki. Because Namikaze Tianming was so fast, even if Otsutsuki Urashiki activated the Rinnegan, he couldn't see Namikaze Tianming's movements clearly. Even if Otsutsuki Urashiki activated the time reversal, he would just get beaten again. Because the time reversal ability of Otsutsuki Urashiki's Rinnegan allows him to go back from the present time point to a few seconds ago. In this way, Otsutsuki Urashiki can use this ability to see through the opponent's moves and then avoid them perfectly. However, the disadvantage of this ability is that it can only reverse the time of the outside world, but cannot reverse one's own time. Moreover, the time point of going back was only a few seconds and Namikaze Tianming's speed was too fast, so Otsutsuki Urashiki was unable to make corresponding countermeasures. So he could only be treated like a punching bag by Namikaze Tianming and beaten up without any ability to fight back. Heavenly feet hurt. Namikaze Tianming jumped up, raised his right leg high, and smashed it hard on Otsutsuki Urashiki's head. Bang! Otsutsuki Urashiki was knocked to the ground by the kick, his body straight as a nail, his entire body, nailed, into the ground, leaving only his head exposed. No, Otsutsuki Urashiki's head was also retracted into his body by Namikaze Tianming's kick. If it were an ordinary person, with such injuries, they would have died long ago, but the Otsutsuki clan's tenacious vitality and the unique healing skills made them a bit difficult to deal with. But after a while, Otsutsuki Urashiki's head drilled out of his body and everything recovered. Rinnegan, pressure. Advertisement. As Otsutsuki Urashiki roared, a powerful airflow suddenly burst out from Otsutsuki Urashiki's body, directly cutting the ground. And Otsutsuki Urashiki was able to escape and jumped out of the ground. Yes, with your ability, you can compete with Xiaoqiang. Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but give a thumbs up when he saw Otsutsuki Urashiki emerge from the ground alive and kicking after a short while. Wow, this is totally the cockroach from Immune to Death. However, in Namikaze Tianming's opinion, Otsutsuki Urashiki's strength is indeed about the same as that of Xiaoqiang. Although Otsutsuki Urashiki didn't know what the Xiaoqiang that Namikaze Tianming mentioned was, he knew that it was definitely not a good thing. It seems that I was careless this time, you forced me to do this. Otsutsuki Urashiki seemed to be crazy. He grabbed the red basket at his waist and poured it into his mouth. A large amount of chakra balls were swallowed by Otsutsuki Urashiki in one gulp. Not only that, Otsutsuki Urashiki actually smashed out his own right eye. FK. What are you doing? Even if you can't win, you don't need to hurt yourself. Seeing this scene, Namikaze Tianming was dumbfounded. Is this guy crazy? Otsutsuki Urashiki seemed not to have heard Namikaze Tianming's words. Instead, he opened his mouth wide, stuffed the eyeball he had just dug out into his mouth, and started chewing. What the hell? What kind of operation is this? Upper right quadrant circular arc DO. Namikaze Tianming's jaw dropped in surprise. However, after Otsutsuki Urashiki swallowed the eyeball, he closed his other eye. At the same time, a powerful aura suddenly burst out from Otsutsuki Urashiki's body, and this aura was growing rapidly. In other words, Otsutsuki Urashiki's strength is also increasing rapidly. Not only that, even Otsutsuki Urashiki's body began to change. Oh my god, am I going to turn into a birdman? Looking at the changes in Otsutsuki Urashiki in front of him, Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Chapter 218. Otsutsuki Urashiki, easily killed. In fact, it's no wonder that Namikaze Tianming made a fuss, because Otsutsuki Urashiki has completely changed his appearance now. After Otsutsuki Urashiki swallowed the red fish basket in his own Rinnegan, his original Byakai turned golden, and an additional golden Rinnegan opened in the center of his forehead. There are also many black horizontal stripes on Otsutsuki Urashiki's face, a bit like the wedges on Otsutsuki Ashiki's face before, and huge horns like bird wings grow on his head. Even Otsutsuki's feet turned into black claws shaped like bird's feet, and his arms turned into a pair of wings that fluttered in the air. With such appearance, it is no wonder that Namikaze Tianming calls him Birdman. What a fuss. Low-level creatures are low-level creatures. This is my strongest form. You can die now. After successfully transforming, feeling the surge of power in his body, Otsutsuki Urashiki regained his confidence. This time, he would definitely be able to defeat this lowly creature. Rinnegan Golden Stream. Otsutsuki Urashiki flapped his wings continuously, and chakra continued to flow towards the golden Rinnegan in the center of Otsutsuki Urashiki's forehead, and that golden Rinnegan was also constantly emitting light. Call out. A ruler-sized golden beam of light instantly shot out from the golden Rinnegan at the center of Otsutsuki Urashiki's forehead, targeting Namikaze Tianming. The speed is so fast that it has surpassed the speed of light. In Otsutsuki Urashiki's opinion, this time, it is absolutely a sure win. If Namikaze Tianming is hit, even if he doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. Unfortunately, the facts surprised Otsutsuki Urashiki. The golden light was fast, but Namikaze Tianming was even faster. The moment the golden light shot out, Namikaze Tianming disappeared. Bloody. The golden light missed and hit the earth wall behind Namikaze Tianming, exploding instantly. A large circular hole with a diameter of about 2 meters was blown out in the thick earth wall. However, Namikaze Tianming did not give Otsutsuki Urashiki too much time to be surprised. At the moment the explosion ended, Namikaze Tianming's voice came from behind Otsutsuki Urashiki. Crescent Moon Sky Rush. Otsutsuki Urashiki turned around and saw a golden crescent-shaped blade light coming towards him. Humph, old man Ben ate it. Advertisement. Otsutsuki Urashiki was not at all panicked when he saw the incoming golden crescent-shaped blade light, and even had a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. Chakra. Devour. Otsutsuki Urashiki did not dodge or evade, but opened his mouth calmly. In Otsutsuki Urashiki's mouth, an Uzumaki instantly appeared, as if trying to swallow the golden crescent-shaped blade light. That's right, this is one of the abilities of Otsutsuki Urashiki's new form, which allows him to devour the enemy's chakra, even if it's an ninjutsu. Unfortunately, facing Namikaze Tianming, Otsutsuki Urashiki made a wrong calculation, because this golden crescent-shaped blade light did not contain any chakra. Puff. The sound of a sharp blade entering the body was heard, and the golden crescent-shaped blade light had no hindrance and directly cut Otsutsuki Urashiki into 2 halves. Otsutsuki Urashiki's eyes were full of disbelief. He couldn't understand why his ability suddenly became ineffective. However, Otsutsuki Urashiki couldn't figure it out at all, because he was already dead. Flutter. Otsutsuki Urashiki, who was split into 2 halves, fell directly from the air, his eyes still wide open, as if he died with his eyes open. After killing Otsutsuki Urashiki, Namikaze Tianming left without even looking at him. But what Namikaze Tianming didn't notice was that the place where Otsutsuki Urashiki fell was less than 50 meters away from the dying Uchiha Madara. On the other side of the battlefield, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Momoshiki were fighting fiercely. Bang! After each of them emitted a ball of light and collided with each other, they quickly distanced themselves from each other. Otsutsuki Kagaya even spat out a mouthful of blood, but Otsutsuki Momoshiki was not hurt at all. Otsutsuki Kagaya was breathing heavily and staring at Otsutsuki Momoshiki nervously. If she hadn't been protected by her immortal body, she would have died several times by now. At this tense moment, Namikaze Tianming suddenly appeared next to Otsutsuki Kagaya. Master, you win. Seeing Namikaze Tianming suddenly appear next to her, Otsutsuki Kagaya was delighted. If Namikaze Tianming didn't show up, she was afraid she would not be able to hold on any longer. Although she thought Namikaze Tianming could beat Otsutsuki Urashiki, she didn't expect to win so quickly, but fortunately. Advertisement and Otsutsuki Momoshiki naturally noticed Namikaze Tianming, who suddenly appeared and stood with his hands behind his back. Otsutsuki Momoshiki searched around quickly, and soon he saw Otsutsuki Urashiki, who was split in half. Then he looked at Namikaze Tianming, who was unharmed at all. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's pupils suddenly contracted, and he looked at Namikaze Tianming in disbelief. He knew Otsutsuki's strength, but how long had it been since Otsutsuki was killed by this human? And this human was still unscathed? When did lower creatures become so powerful? Well, you've worked hard. Just step aside and I'll take care of this guy. Namikaze Tianming nodded indifferently, then pointed at Otsutsuki Momoshiki and spoke casually, not taking Otsutsuki Momoshiki seriously at all. I don't know why, but when I felt the contempt in Namikaze Tianming's tone, a surge of blood rushed to my head, and the anger instantly overwhelmed Otsutsuki Momoshiki's reason. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Otsutsuki Momoshiki stretched out his right hand, and the red Rinnegan in the palm of his hand flashed red, and a fire dragon emitting red light emerged from it. Moo! A dragon roar as loud as an ox or a tiger was heard, and the red fire dragon opened its mouth fiercely and rushed towards Namikaze Tianming. However, Namikaze Tianming didn't even look at the fire dragon. He just stretched out his hand and waved it lightly, and a knife-like blade light shot out. Bang! The blade light burst out from the red fire dragon's tail, and the red fire dragon paused for a moment. Next, everyone saw that the red fire dragon, which was so aggressive just now, actually disappeared just like that. Call out. Space compression. Just as Otsutsuki Momoshiki was shocked, Namikaze Tianming compressed space and came in front of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, throwing a punch at a speed faster than the speed of light. Puff! Otsutsuki Momoshiki didn't even see the movement clearly, and was hit hard by the punch. The powerful impact force directly shattered Otsutsuki Momoshiki's internal organs, and Otsutsuki Momoshiki flew backwards like a cannonball. Bloody! Otsutsuki Urashiki crashed into the earth wall, and that corner of the earth wall collapsed instantly, burying Otsutsuki Momoshiki inside. Chapter 219. Second Evolution of Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Boom! There was a huge explosion where Otsutsuki Momoshiki was buried, and the surrounding area instantly turned into ruins. The bricks that were originally covering Otsutsuki Momoshiki were all turned into powder. In the midst of smoke and dust, Otsutsuki Momoshiki stood there motionless, staring at Namikaze Tianming in midair, his teeth almost broken. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who originally wore aristocratic clothing, high-heeled wooden clogs, and a feather robe, now looks completely different. His clothes were ragged, and there was no trace of his aristocratic elegance. The instigator of all this was Namikaze Tianming in midair. However, after the confrontation just now, Otsutsuki Momoshiki also realized that there is still a certain gap between his current state and that of Namikaze Tianming. If I want to defeat this low-level creature, I have to use those. Otsutsuki Momoshiki felt very unwilling. He never thought that one day his collection would be wasted because of an inferior creature. How can I fix it? At this point, this is the only way. Yamahirasaka. Otsutsuki Momoshiki let out a low roar, and a space portal appeared out of thin air on the right-hand side. Otsutsuki Momoshiki simply reached in and took out a peach-shaped meatball with blood on it from the space portal. After taking out the meatball, Otsutsuki Momoshiki stuffed it into his mouth without hesitation and gobbled it up voraciously. Hey, do you Otsutsuki people all have the habit of eating raw meat? One eats his own eyes, and the other eats such a big ball of raw meat. Ah, how disgusting. Namikaze Tianming, who saw this scene, pointed at Otsutsuki Momoshiki with disgust and said to Otsutsuki Kagaya. Master, you must be careful. Seeing that Namikaze Tianming did not take Otsutsuki Momoshiki seriously, Otsutsuki Kagaya quickly reminded him. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, what he just ate should be his spare chakra fruit. After eating the chakra fruit, Otsutsuki Momoshiki will evolve into a completely new form and his strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Advertisement, Master, don't underestimate him. Namikaze Tianming scratched his head, looked at Otsutsuki Momoshiki who was gnawing on the meatball, then looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya, pointed at Otsutsuki Urashiki who was split in half, and spoke with a half smile. A completely new form? Like that Birdman? It doesn't seem that great? Otsutsuki Kagaya. Well, it seems that Namikaze Tianming really has the ability to say such things. Boom. After eating all the meatballs, a powerful airflow swept from Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who was already very powerful, now had his aura raised to several levels. And now Otsutsuki Momoshiki's image has changed again. At this time, Otsutsuki's hair became particularly long, and the whole hair floated up. This hairstyle looks like a living, golden lion king. Kagaya-hime, shut up, I'm not you. Otsutsuki Momoshiki retracted his fist and shouted. Good. 3 times in satisfaction. It was obvious that he was very satisfied with his current strength. After swallowing the chakra fruit, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's aura rose again, and the powerful aura rushed straight into the sky. The aftermath of the aura actually caused a tornado hurricane to form around Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body. As Otsutsuki Kagaya opened his mouth, Otsutsuki Momoshiki became even angrier, and his eyes were almost popping out of his head with anger. Yamahirasaka. And this fruit is the mature chakra fruit that Otsutsuki Momoshiki obtained after planting the sacred tree on other planets and waiting for thousands of years. And somehow, his clothes returned to their original state, but now Otsutsuki Momoshiki's appearance was really not elegant enough. Then Otsutsuki Momoshiki took several steps back imperceptibly. Seeing that Namikaze Tianming and the others had no intention of stopping him, Otsutsuki Momoshiki couldn't help but smile. After the transformation was successful, Otsutsuki Urashiki immediately pointed at Otsutsuki Kagaya and cursed loudly. Now the skin on Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body has turned black and yellow, If I have to describe it, it's like Jugo who has been completely cursed. With just one punch in the air, Otsutsuki Momoshiki actually injured Otsutsuki Kagaya. And you, a lower creature, you will never understand the unique evolutionary method of my Otsutsuki clan. A fist-shaped air cannon actually hit Otsutsuki Kagaya directly, and the powerful impact force made Otsutsuki Kagaya in the air retreat repeatedly. Advertisement, Momoshiki, they say that a man who knows the times is a hero. I think you should surrender as soon as possible. If you do so, maybe the master will spare your life. Otsutsuki Momoshiki shifted his gaze to Namikaze Tianming, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. The Rinnegan on Otsutsuki Momoshiki's forehead is still golden, but the Rinnegan in his palm has turned purple gold. After hesitating for a moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki swallowed the chakra fruit in one gulp. After cursing, Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked at Namikaze Tianming again, the hatred in his eyes not diminishing in the slightest. Moreover, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes changed from Byakuyan to a pair of golden Rinnegan, and even the two Rinnegan in his palms turned golden. The wind was howling violently, and it took a long time before it stopped. So, in your current form, how can you possibly be a match for my master? Lowlife, it's your turn, Momoshiki, don't blame me for not reminding you. Urashiki also evolved to a new form just like you, but he was still killed instantly by my master, right? Good, 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 puff, Otsutsuki Kagaya kept talking. In my eyes, you are nothing more than an ant. With my strength, how could I possibly surrender to such an inferior creature? What a joke. At this time, Otsutsuki Momoshiki finally evolved again, and his body changed again. Otsutsuki Momoshiki opened the jade box and took out a glowing fruit. Otsutsuki Momoshiki activated the space portal again and took out a jade box from it. After completely transforming, Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya with contempt and threw a punch directly into the air. Before Namikaze Tianming could say anything, Otsutsuki Kagaya pointed at Otsutsuki Momoshiki and loudly urged him to surrender. After Namikaze Tianming exchanged a glance with Otsutsuki Kagaya, he turned his attention to the jade box in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's hand. Otsutsuki Kagaya, you are a traitor and a disgrace to our Otsutsuki clan. You actually accepted a lower creature as your master. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who was originally aggressive, felt a pang in his heart and his expression changed after hearing what Otsutsuki Kagaya said. Chapter 220. Crushing, Yin-Yang Escape, Binding of Chaotic Lion's Hair. As soon as Otsutsuki Momoshiki finished speaking, her thick and fluffy hair quickly turned black and long, reaching straight for Namikaze Tianming. Isn't this the random lion hair technique? Namikaze Tianming tilted his head. How come this Otsutsuki Momoshiki's move is exactly the same as Jiraiya's? However, Namikaze Tianming did not dodge and just let Otsutsuki Momoshiki's hair entangle his hands and feet. Seeing Namikaze Tianming being so arrogant, Otsutsuki Momoshiki laughed out loud. You are indeed a low-level creature. How can you understand the abilities of my Otsutsuki clan? You think this is a low-level ninjutsu from your inferior world? You think you can easily untie the restraints? You are totally wrong. This is Yin-Yang Escape? Yin-Yang Escape. That's it. Namikaze Tianming looked calm. Lowlife, I will let you taste my power. These two simple words immediately aroused Otsutsuki Momoshiki's boundless anger. 360 divine airstrikes. In an instant, Otsutsuki Momoshiki rushed straight towards Namikaze Tianming. In front of him, countless fist shadows were densely packed. Broken. Namikaze Tianming, whose hands and feet were bound, raised his head slightly and uttered a word calmly. Then, an extremely powerful force surged out of Namikaze Tianming's body, and the long black hair that originally bound Namikaze Tianming shattered instantly. Seeing Namikaze Tianming break free from the restraints so easily, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body stiffened visibly. Wasn't this slap in the face coming too quickly? But now the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. Otsutsuki Momoshiki moves faster and his fists become more and more dense. Tai Chi. A little effort can move a lot. As soon as they started fighting, Otsutsuki Momoshiki was shocked because no matter how fast or powerful his fists were, Namikaze Tianming can handle it easily, and even Otsutsuki Momoshiki feels like he is being led by the nose. Advertisement: the longer the fight lasted, the more flustered Otsutsuki Momoshiki became, because although Namikaze Tianming's movements seemed slow, every time he made a move, he was able to accurately block Otsutsuki Momoshiki's attack. Gradually, Otsutsuki Momoshiki felt as if he was stuck in a quagmire. His hands and feet became heavier and heavier, and his movements became slower and slower. Empty spiritual power top. Namikaze Tianming looked calm. He pushed away Otsutsuki's fist with one hand and elbowed him sideways. Puff! Otsutsuki Momoshiki couldn't resist and flew back spitting blood. With great difficulty, Otsutsuki Momoshiki managed to steady himself and wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. If it weren't for the Otsutsuki clan's unique healing technique that could quickly heal their injuries, Otsutsuki Momoshiki would have lost his ability to fight after that attack just now. Otsutsuki Momoshiki stared at Namikaze Tianming fiercely. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he was indeed crushed by Namikaze Tianming in terms of physical skills. Gao Wangshan Lingzhen. Even Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was near Namikaze Tianming, couldn't help but frown and cover his ears uncomfortably when he heard the chirping. The golden Rinnegan was seen flashing with an ochre-colored light. Next to Otsutsuki Momoshiki, 6 monsters with dragon heads and snake bodies as big as mountains suddenly appeared out of thin air and kept shaking their bodies. Yamahirasaka. As soon as these 6 monsters with dragon heads and snake bodies appeared, they pounced directly at the golden-winged rock without fear of death. Or, he could blend these absorbed ninjutsu and chakra into his own technique. That is, the Gao Wangshan Lingzhen that Otsutsuki Momoshiki is now releasing. The golden-winged rock flapped its wings, grabbed with its sharp claws, and pecked with its sharp beak. The 3 monsters with dragon heads and snake bodies collapsed in an instant. A huge spark appeared in the sky, and the aftermath of the explosion continued to spread in all directions. The powerful force was so strong that even a cage-level strongman could not withstand it. The Rinnegan in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's right hand can absorb the enemy's chakra and ninjutsu, or it can be said to be directly seized, and Otsutsuki Momoshiki can also rely on these chakras to restore his own state. With a loud bang, Galwangshan Lingzhen exploded directly, and a mushroom cloud slowly rose. But this was also within Otsutsuki Momoshiki's expectations. Otsutsuki Momoshiki was just buying time for himself to escape. The surface of this sphere is covered with a fiery red light. Even if he possesses the ability of the unparalleled healing technique, it will probably take a lot of time to recover. Advertisement in this move is the unique ability of Otsutsuki Momoshiki's Rinnegan. Eagle strikes the sky. However, the essence of these 6 monsters with dragon heads and snake bodies is just Earth style. How can they possibly be a match for the golden-winged rock transformed by magic power? Just when the Garuda had wiped out the 6 dragon-headed snake-bodied monsters, the space portal behind Otsutsuki Momoshiki had grown to half the size of a human. Otsutsuki Momoshiki raised his left hand, the golden Rinnegan in the palm of his left hand flashed, and a black ball slowly took shape. After Gao Huangshan Lingzun was completely formed, Otsutsuki Momoshiki threw it out without hesitation. The black ball expanded rapidly and soon became a large sphere with a diameter of about 2 meters. As for the ability of Otsutsuki Momoshiki's left-hand Rinnegan, it is to enhance the power of the ninjutsu he originally seized and then release it. Boom! Namikaze Tianming waved his hand, and a golden-winged pung bird formed by magic power instantly flew out from behind Namikaze Tianming. Soon, all 6 monsters with dragon heads and snake bodies were destroyed. Once the injury is caused, it will definitely be a very serious injury. Earth style. Inukai Kenmei. However, it was obvious that Namikaze Tianming and Otsutsuki Kagaya on the opposite side would definitely not give him this time. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's expression changed. He could feel the terrifying energy contained in the golden rock's body, which could cause him great harm. Shuttled through the void, the golden-winged rock swooped down, and its sharp claws slammed into Gao Wangshan Lingzhen. Fortunately, the explosion occurred high in the sky and did not cause any innocent casualties. In panic, Otsutsuki Momoshiki quickly stretched out his left hand and shouted. Then the golden-winged rock was seen rushing out from the fireball bathed in flames and pounced towards Otsutsuki Momoshiki with great momentum. The huge sphere came towards Namikaze Tianming with a sound of breaking through the air and twisting the void. The golden-winged rock cried out, and powerful sound waves instantly swept around like a storm. Otsutsuki Momoshiki narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't expect that Gao Wangshan Lingzhen could be cracked by Namikaze Tianming like this. Just as Otsutsuki Momoshiki was considering what move to use next, a familiar cry came from the fireball in the air. Chapter 221. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, all the cards revealed. The Garuda was approaching quickly, and the space portal behind Otsutsuki Momoshiki was getting bigger and bigger. Just as Otsutsuki Momoshiki was about to step into the space portal to avoid the attack of the golden-winged pung bird, a faint voice came. Space blockade. Bang. Ouch. The space portal that had been opened disappeared in the blink of an eye, and Otsutsuki Momoshiki screamed in pain as if he had hit a transparent wall. Only then did he realize that he was still standing there. Instant body technique. Seeing that the golden-winged rock was about to attack him, Otsutsuki Momoshiki had no time to think about why the space portal failed to open. He quickly used several teleportation techniques to create a certain distance between them again. However, the golden-winged rock was still chasing him closely, and its speed seemed to be no slower than his. Yamahirasaka. Otsutsuki Momoshiki summoned the space portal again, but strangely, there was no response this time. Yamahirasaka. How is it possible? After trying several times, summoning the space portal failed each time. Otsutsuki Momoshiki rarely felt the urge to curse. I'll fight you. After many failures, Otsutsuki Momoshiki had no choice but to give up the strategy of using the space portal to avoid attacks. At this point, the only option left for him is to confront it head-on. Shinra Tensai. Otsutsuki Momoshiki stretched out both hands, roared, and the 2 golden Rinnegan in the palms of his hands continued to emit strange light. A powerful force was generated from these 2 golden Rinnegan, which blocked the golden-winged rock 2 meters away. How is it possible? Why can't Shinra Tensai bounce it away? Otsutsuki Momoshiki gritted his teeth and looked at the Garuda in disbelief, because at this time the Garuda was flapping its wings vigorously, as if it was about to break through the obstacle created by Shinra Tensai at any time. Just preventing the Garuda from moving forward had already cost Otsutsuki Momoshiki a lot of energy. Advertisement. What's more, Namikaze Tianming is watching closely. Time and space are frozen. The golden rinnegan in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's hand was emitting light again, and even the golden rinnegan on his forehead was also emitting golden light. A powerful force instantly enveloped the Garuda. At the same time, the golden winged rock, which had originally tried hard to break through, seemed to be frozen in the air and could not move. After a long time, the golden winged rock, without its magic power, finally disappeared. Phew, it's finally done. Otsutsuki Momoshiki couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Just this move had consumed most of his chakra. Originally, he also wanted to use time and space freezing to freeze Namikaze Tianming and the others, but later he found that just freezing the golden-winged pung bird had almost consumed all his energy. How could he spare any time to deal with Namikaze Tianming? Fortunately, Namikaze Tianming just stayed in the air watching the show. Otsutsuki Momoshiki reached into his arms, took out a few red balls the size of pigeon eggs and swallowed them directly. The moment he swallowed the red pill, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who was originally weak, recovered to his peak state in a short time. Lowlife, you will pay the price for your arrogance this time. Otsutsuki Momoshiki was secretly indignant in his heart that Namikaze Tianming did not take action just now, although he did feel relieved. But this also shows that Namikaze Tianming is looking down on him. How could they tolerate being despised by an inferior creature? As a proud Otsutsuki clan, how could they allow an inferior creature to insult them? It turned out that just the sword light from the Emperor's phantom was enough to split the huge body of Yuan Yan into two. A huge wound slowly appeared on its abdomen. With loud bangs, the huge body of Sarian instantly turned into a pile of rubble, and Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who was hiding in Sarian, reappeared in everyone's sight. The Emperor arrives, breaking the sky. Namikaze Tianming instantly appeared in front of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, and the sword light at his fingertips directly penetrated the golden rinnegan on Otsutsuki Momoshiki's forehead and came out from the back of his head. 7-star sword. It was so fast that it was unbelievable, and the sword light instantly passed through Yuan Yan's body. Yuan Yan slapped his chest angrily, howled to the sky, and then ran towards Namikaze Tianming in the void with murderous intent. How is it possible that I would die at the hands of an inferior creature? Advertisement. There was disbelief in Yuan Yan's eyes, and he slowly lowered his head. Otsutsuki Momoshiki was seen rising slowly until he reached the forehead of Saru Iwa. Otsutsuki Kagaya stepped back and merged into this Saru Iwa. Roar. The 7-star sword was summoned again, but this time its size became infinitely larger and was held tightly in the hand of the Emperor's phantom. Ape rock. The surface of this figure was completely covered with lava, and hot steam was constantly emitting from it. Namikaze Tianming pointed in the air, and the shadow of the Emperor of Heaven instantly descended and wrapped around Namikaze Tianming's entire body. Call out. Namikaze Tianming curled his lips in disdain. This thing that Otsutsuki Momoshiki transformed into was really ugly. Then, Namikaze Tianming was seen turning his finger into a sword, and a sharp sword light appeared at the fingertips of Namikaze Tianming. And this monkey rock is also Otsutsuki Momoshiki's final resort. It is the ultimate trick condensed from Otsutsuki Momoshiki's entire body's chakra. Oh, driving a Gundam again? But I have to say, your Gundam is really ugly? Looking at the attacking Otsutsuki Momoshiki, the Emperor's phantom had only indifference in his eyes. Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked around blankly. He never expected that the Sawiwa he summoned had not even displayed its strength before it was killed instantly by Namikaze Tianming's sword. Yuan Yan's body, which was originally flying at him, suddenly froze and stopped in the air. Let me show you what a real Gundam is, bang. The incarnation of the Emperor of Heaven, Lin. Not only that, cracks continued to extend upward from the broken part of the belly of Ape Rock. Otsutsuki Momoshiki had confused eyes and muttered to himself, as if he was unwilling to believe that he had lost like this. This figure is as tall as several mountains, and its tallness is enough to rival the complete form of Susanoo. Although the size is similar to the complete form of Susanoo, in terms of strength, this Yuan Yan is still superior. Space compression. Otsutsuki Momoshiki clapped his hands and shouted loudly, and a figure rose from the ground behind him. After destroying Yuan Yan, with one move, Namikaze Tianming directly took back the shadow of the Emperor of Heaven. The shadow of the Emperor of Heaven held the 7-star sword in his hand and swung it out. In an instant, a sword light shot out from the tip of the sword. Chapter 222. Surrender, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's bargaining chip? Kikasho, you lowly creature, just wait for me, it won't be long before I come back to kill you again. Otsutsuki Momoshiki knew that his original body would definitely not be able to save his life. He was going to die anyway, so he might as well just curse. Hey, why does this conversation sound familiar? Oh, I remember now, it seems that Otsutsuki Ashiki who died in my hands a while ago also said this. You mean you still have the wedge to be reborn, right? Namikaze Tianming raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but smile. To Otsutsuki Momoshiki, such a smile seemed like that of a devil. When Otsutsuki Momoshiki saw Namikaze Tianming's smile, he felt an inexplicable chill and uneasiness in his heart. Could this person also kill his wedge clone? Impossible, his wedge clone is on another planet. This low-level creature, even if he has great ability, can't find it, right? Thinking of this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki felt relieved and a fearless look appeared on his face. Yes, I never thought that a lowly creature like you could know the secret of our Otsutsuki clan. It must be Kagaya-ji who told you, right? But what does it matter if you know? What can you do to me? Seeing Otsutsuki Momoshiki's fearless look, Namikaze Tianming naturally knew what Otsutsuki Momoshiki was thinking. Therefore, Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but smile and shook his head. Tisk tisk tisk, I can see that you are very confident. Unfortunately, blind confidence is not a good thing. You are so ignorant, it's very easy to kill you. Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked straight at Namikaze Tianming. In his opinion, Namikaze Tianming was just bluffing. Then let me see it for myself, because his head was pierced by the sword from Namikaze Tianming's fingertips. Otsutsuki Momoshiki was already very weak, his hands and feet could no longer move. The only part he could still move was his mouth. Then I'll let you see it for yourself. Namikaze Tianming didn't waste any words. He twisted the sword in his hand, and the powerful spiritual power instantly enveloped Otsutsuki Momoshiki. At this moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki felt the terror of Namikaze Tianming, and an inexplicable chill rose in his heart. Advertisement just at that moment, Otsutsuki Momoshiki felt that his entire soul was locked by Namikaze Tianming, and even the wedge he had carved on the vessel in advance was also locked. At this time, Otsutsuki Momoshiki realized a serious problem. This low-level creature in front of him seemed to be able to completely kill him. A look of panic finally appeared on Otsutsuki Momoshiki's face. Low. No, master, I am willing to surrender, can you spare my life? At the moment when Otsutsuki Momoshiki expressed his surrender, Otsutsuki Kagaya beside Namikaze Tianming was shocked and stared at Otsutsuki Momoshiki with a strange expression. Otsutsuki Momoshiki is a member of the Otsutsuki clan with a high bloodline. In simple terms, he is a noble within the Otsutsuki clan. How could he surrender so easily? Are you still the proud Otsutsuki noble? Where is your perseverance? Where is the glory of the Otsutsuki clan? Just abandon it like that? As for Otsutsuki Kagaya, she was originally a low-level bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan, and was treated as a slave by the Otsutsuki nobles. The glory of the Otsutsuki clan? Sorry, it has nothing to do with me. Otsutsuki Kagaya quickly looked at Namikaze Tianming, and saw that Namikaze Tianming still had a half-smile on his face, and he couldn't tell what Namikaze Tianming was thinking. Surrender. Tell me, what use are you to me? Namikaze Tianming tilted his head and smiled. Hearing Namikaze Tianming's question, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes suddenly lit up. Master, as long as you spare my life, I will obey you. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. But, everything you just said seems to be something that Otsutsuki Kagaya can do, so what use do I have for you? Namikaze Tianming pinched his chin with a strange look on his face. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's expression froze. Already weak, he quickly forced himself to wake up, his brain working frantically. Master. I am stronger than Princess Kagaya. I can protect you and become your most loyal fighter. Hearing Otsutsuki Momoshiki say this, Otsutsuki Kagaya became a little anxious. If Otsutsuki Momoshiki really surrendered, wouldn't it threaten her position? Although he thought so, Otsutsuki Kagaya did not dare to speak and could only wait for Namikaze Tianming's decision. Namikaze Tianming curled his lips and looked at Otsutsuki Momoshiki with disdain. Advertisement? Protect me? Are you strong? Do I need your protection? Look at your current state first. Are you qualified to say this? Hearing Namikaze Tianming say this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki suddenly felt a rush of blood to his head, and he even wanted to kill someone. You damned lowly creature, sooner or later, I will tear you into pieces, extract your soul, and torture you every day. A hint of resentment rose in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes, but he quickly hid it. At this point, he could only try his best to save his own life. Otsutsuki's eyes rolled around, and finally, a resolute look appeared on his face, as if he had made a very important decision. Master, I just overestimated my own abilities, please forgive me. If the master can spare my life, I can teach you the longevity secrets of my Otsutsuki clan. Only the elites of our Otsutsuki clan can possess such secrets. As long as the master can refine it, he can live forever. Even if he doesn't succeed, his lifespan will be greatly increased. Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes flickered. He knew that these low-level creatures could only live for 100 years at most. Immortality was definitely a fatal temptation for them. Humph, lower creatures are lower creatures. They are not like us, the noble Otsutsuki clan, whose lifespan is easily thousands or tens of thousands of years. Otsutsuki Momoshiki lowered her eyes, not wanting Namikaze Tianming to see what she was thinking. Master, you must not trust him. This time, Otsutsuki Kagaya was really panicked. Otsutsuki Kagaya was not sure whether what Otsutsuki Momoshiki said was true. But she knew that the temptation of immortality was fatal. Although it is just a possibility, Namikaze Tianming is likely to give it a try for the sake of this possibility. Namikaze Tianming glanced at Otsutsuki Kagaya with an indifferent look and said coldly. Stand back. I will decide how to handle this myself. Yes, master, please forgive me, I was the one who spoke too much. Otsutsuki Kagaya quickly lowered his head and stepped aside. Namikaze Tianming then looked back at the delighted Otsutsuki Momoshiki and spoke in a lukewarm tone. So, anything else? Chapter 223. Otsutsuki's Peach-style fall, Uchiha Madara's resurrection. Master, this is already my biggest secret. Otsutsuki Momoshiki looked at Namikaze Tianming with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. This was his biggest bargaining chip. He didn't believe that this lowly creature wouldn't be tempted. As the saying goes, a real man can bend and stretch. As long as this lowly creature takes the bait, he can endure the humiliation and wait for the Otsutsuki clan's army to arrive, and then he can turn the tables. By then, why worry about not being able to torture this inferior creature to death? Otsutsuki Momoshiki has already had a wonderful expectation in his heart. However, the scene that Otsutsuki Momoshiki expected did not happen. Namikaze Tianming looked down upon Otsutsuki Momoshiki. That's it? The secret of immortality? Then you'd better go to hell? The secret of immortality? Are people in this world qualified to talk about immortality? Who knows what kind of evil secret this so-called secret of immortality is? What secret of immortality can compare to my own, Heavenly Emperor's secret? Therefore, Otsutsuki Momoshiki's biggest bargaining chip, in Namikaze Tianming's opinion, is not attractive at all. After Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, his aura suddenly changed, filled with murderous intent, and he was about to kill Otsutsuki Momoshiki completely. Low-level creature, the elite troops of my Otsutsuki clan are already heading here. If you dare to kill me, you will all die when my Otsutsuki clan's troops arrive. If you don't kill me, I can even say a few good words for you and let you live a little longer. Now that it has come to this, Otsutsuki Momoshiki no longer hides his feelings and starts cursing. If soft tactics don't work, then he's going to use hard tactics. What? The elite troops of the Otsutsuki clan. Otsutsuki Kaguya's face changed drastically. Otsutsuki Kagaya knew how terrifying the Otsutsuki clan's elite troops were. On the other hand, Namikaze Tianming was even more dismissive when hearing Otsutsuki Momoshiki's threats. Ha ha ha, I'm afraid your only use is to reveal this information to me before you die. But what about the elite troops of the Otsutsuki clan? Just go there with peace of mind, they will catch up with you soon. Namikaze Tianming looked indifferent. Advertisement Otsutsuki Momoshiki really didn't know what to say now, there was only despair and anger in his eyes. Stop talking nonsense. Secret soul technique, 9 nether soul devouring. As soon as Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, Otsutsuki Momoshiki suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his soul felt as if it had fallen into the abyss, as if 10,000 ants were gnawing at his soul. Even the wedges he engraved on the instruments of other planets were eaten one by one and disappeared. And this is exactly Otsutsuki Momoshiki's only hope to be resurrected, but this hope has been shattered. The light in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's eyes became increasingly dim, and finally, like a light gone out, it completely lost its luster. Otsutsuki Momoshiki finally fell completely. Namikaze Tianming looked at Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body with disgust and kicked him to the ground. Master, it won't be long before the elite troops of the Otsutsuki clan arrive here, so we should prepare in advance. Otsutsuki Kagaya flew to Namikaze Tianming and said worriedly. Xiaoyi, how much do you know about the elite troops of the Otsutsuki clan? Namikaze Tianming looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya and asked slowly. Master, I will not hide it from you. The powerful strength of our Otsutsuki clan members is innate. They do not need to practice like you. Even our youngest baby has the strength of a Jonin of this planet. We can also use the wedge to reincarnate and revive. The purpose of our Otsutsuki clan is to travel among countless alien planets. The mission is to plant sacred trees on alien planets, devour all life, and harvest the fruits of the sacred trees in order to enhance one's own strength. This elite force of the Otsutsuki clan is dispatched only when a member of our clan is blocked on an alien planet and fails in planting the sacred tree multiple times. The leader of the Otsutsuki clan's elite forces is composed of 10 elite members of the Otsutsuki clan, and each member's strength is no less than that of Otsutsuki Momoshiki. And each of the 100-man troops they command has a strength of more than cage-level members. Otsutsuki Kagaya explained, feeling worried. Although Namikaze Tianming is very powerful, he probably wouldn't be a match for 10 enemies of Otsutsuki Momoshiki's level at once, right? Moreover, there are thousands of troops above cage level, how can we resist them? Well, it's time for them to improve their strength. Advertisement Namikaze Tianming nodded. The news about Otsutsuki Momoshiki was most likely true. Combined with the information he got from Otsutsuki Kagaya, Namikaze Tianming also had some ideas about how to deal with the situation. The enemy is very strong, then it's very simple, isn't it just a matter of improving the strength of the people on our side? However, in this case, his plan to unify the ninja world would have to be brought forward, and he would have to use some violent means. Xiaoyi, you can also take advantage of this period to improve your strength. Master, if I want to improve my strength, it's actually very simple. Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body underground, and a hint of desire rose in his eyes. The desire in Otsutsuki Kaguya's eyes was naturally seen by Namikaze Tianming. Oh shit, are they going to eat Otsutsuki Momoshiki's corpse alive? Namikaze Tianming couldn't help feeling sick when he thought of the crazy behaviors of Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Otsutsuki Urashiki, and Otsutsuki Ashiki. There was also something inexplicable about the look in Namikaze Tianming's eyes when he looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya. Master, you misunderstood, we don't eat it directly. Otsutsuki Kagaya naturally saw Namikaze Tianming's look and quickly defended himself. Okay, do whatever you want, I don't care. Namikaze Tianming said, and then turned his head away. But at this moment, an extremely powerful aura rose into the sky not far away. Namikaze Tianming looked over and saw that Uchiha Madara, who was originally dying, had now been revived with full health. Moreover, his current appearance has become similar to that in 6 pads mode, but the strength he displays now is several levels stronger than before. Now Uchiha Madara's strength is probably only slightly weaker than Otsutsuki Momoshiki, which is equivalent to the late nascent soul stage. The original body of Otsutsuki Urashiki had disappeared, leaving only his clothes neatly placed there. Seeing this scene, Namikaze Tianming and Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at each other and naturally knew what had happened. In other words, during the battle at Namikaze Tianming, Uchiha Madara quietly transformed Otsutsuki Urashiki's body into a chakra fruit and devoured it. Just like the Otsutsuki clan. Chapter 224. Uchiha Madara's Awakening. Boom. The airflow that originally surrounded Uchiha Madara in midair suddenly dispersed in all directions, and Uchiha Madara, who had originally closed his eyes, also opened his eyes at this moment. It turns out that there is such a level of power in this world. Uchiha Madara felt the growing power in his body, muttering to himself, not knowing what he was thinking about. Then, Uchiha Madara looked at Namikaze Tianming fiercely, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he disappeared on the spot. When Uchiha Madara appeared again, it was in front of Namikaze Tianming. He punched Namikaze Tianming with all his strength. The power of one punch changed the sky and the earth, the void twisted, and even space cracks appeared from time to time. However, even with such a terrifyingly powerful punch, Namikaze Tianming remained calm. He stretched out a hand calmly and directly grabbed the punch thrown by Uchiha Madara. As a result, Uchiha Madara's punch could no longer advance, and all the strange phenomena came to a halt. Uchiha Madara, how dare you do anything bad to your master? Otsutsuki Kagaya on the side quickly scolded that Uchiha Madara's strength has greatly increased now, and even he, Otsutsuki Kagaya, may not be able to defeat Uchiha Madara easily. Uchiha Madara just glanced at Otsutsuki Kagaya and ignored him. He looked at Namikaze Tianming, retracted his fist, and said calmly. As I expected, even if my strength improves a lot, I am still no match for you. So, what do you think now? Namikaze Tianming also withdrew his hand and smiled at Kaido. Now Uchiha Madara has been reborn. As long as he doesn't cause trouble for Namikaze Tianming will not kill him. Uchiha Madara slowly raised his head and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. After coming back from the dead this time, I have indeed figured out a lot of things. I was really wrong before. Illusions are just illusions after all, they cannot bring true peace. Namikaze Tianming looked at Uchiha Madara with some surprise. This guy was not as stubborn as before, it was quite unexpected. So what are you going to do next? Namikaze Tianming was a little curious. In the future, I want to follow you. Advertisement. Uchiha Madara looked at Namikaze Tianming, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes again, and said seriously. Huh? Following me? Why? Namikaze Tianming staggered, he never expected that Uchiha Madara would say such a thing. There is always someone better than you. I now know that I was too narrow-minded before. Whether it's you or the Otsutsuki clan, you've made me understand this truth deeply. Also, I have a hunch that only by following you can I truly see what the real world is like. Uchiha Madara said with a firm tone, not seeming to be joking at all. I can only say, good, you have good taste. After being stunned for a while, Namikaze Tianming suddenly patted Uchiha Madara on the shoulder and gave Uchiha Madara a thumbs up. This guy is so discerning that he can actually see that I am different from others. It's not bad to let him stay. Besides, the elite troops of the Otsutsuki clan will be invading soon, so it wouldn't be a bad thing to have an extra high-end combat force. Uchiha Madara was startled by Namikaze Tianming's sudden move, but when he heard that Namikaze Tianming agreed to his request, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but smile. Since you are going to follow me from now on, your current strength is still not enough. You need to improve it as soon as possible. Namikaze Tianming pinched his chin, thought for a while, then pointed at Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body and said. But luckily, there is a ready-made one there. You and Xiaoyi will divide this Otsutsuki Momoshiki and improve your strength. Since Uchiha Madara is able to devour Otsutsuki Urashiki, he should not be opposed to this way of improving his strength. Moreover, the chakra contained in Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body is too much for Otsutsuki Kagaya to swallow by himself, so 2 people would be just right. Thank you very much, Mr. Tianming, Master. Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at each other and quickly thanked Namikaze Tianming. After getting Namikaze Tianming's consent, Otsutsuki Kagaya ran towards Otsutsuki Momoshiki happily, preparing to refine Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body into a pill. That is, the chakra fruit, to enhance his strength. Uchiha Madara looked at Otsutsuki Kaguya's back, narrowed his eyes, then walked to Namikaze Tianming and whispered. Mr. Tianming, there is something I want to say, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. Namikaze Tianming rolled his eyes at Uchiha Madara. Just say what you want to say. I hate it when people dither like this. Advertisement, forehead. Uchiha Madara was stunned for a moment. He did not expect Namikaze Tianming to speak so directly. Actually, I don't know how Otsutsuki Kagaya surrendered to Mr. Tianming, but I always feel that I'm afraid she has other ideas. Oh, Namikaze Tianming was very surprised. Mr. Tianming, I just expressed my thoughts. If you think I am trying to sow discord, just pretend I never said anything. Uchiha Madara lowered his head quickly. After all, he had just expressed his intention to follow Namikaze Tianming. If we really talk about seniority, he is still a little lower than Otsutsuki Kagaya. Namikaze Tianming smiled and waved his hand, saying, No, you're right, Xiao Yi has other intentions, I naturally know that. However, since I still can use her, I'll just turn a blind eye to it. As long as she doesn't go too far, I can still keep her in the future. After hearing what Namikaze Tianming said, Uchiha Madara suddenly realized. It turns out that you have already noticed it, in that case, I won't say more. Haha, little Madara, any conspiracy or trick is bullshit in front of absolute strength, understand? Namikaze Tianming stood with his hands behind his back, then patted Uchiha Madara on the shoulder and said, very cool. Hearing Namikaze Tianming addressing him, Uchiha Madara staggered and nearly fell to the ground. Although Namikaze Tianming was stronger than him, he was much older than him in terms of age. Uchiha Madara was really at a loss for words when he heard the name Little Madara. But Uchiha Madara did not refute. After all, Namikaze Tianming's strength is there. You have the bigger fist, so you have the final say. Sir, you are right. Uchiha Madara has learned a lot. Namikaze Tianming nodded with satisfaction. Well, that's pretty good, this kid is teachable. Just as the two were talking, a burst of light suddenly burst out where Otsutsuki Kagaya was, and Otsutsuki Momoshiki's body disappeared. In the palm of Otsutsuki Kaguya's hand, 2 blood red pills appeared. Well, it's getting late, you and little Yoruichi should take the pills to improve your strength. Namikaze Tianming reminded at the right time. Chapter 225, Nine Tails reappears. At this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya had just finished refining the elixir and walked over. Otsutsuki Kagaya very tactfully spread out his palms, revealing the famous pills he had just refined, 2 in total, each the size of a fist. Just right, 1 for each person, Namikaze Tianming nodded. Afterwards, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara, under the gaze of Namikaze Tianming, each took a pill and started chewing it directly, then began to practice sitting cross-legged on the spot. Namikaze Tianming saw that the situation with the two of them could not be resolved in a short time, so he simply waved his hand and put the two of them into the system space. Namikaze Tianming also released Onoki, Terumi Mei and others who had been detained earlier. Have all the enemies been eliminated? As soon as Onoki came out, he looked around nervously, trying to find any trace of the enemy. Not only Onoki, but Terumi Mei, Namikaze Minato and the 4th Raikage are the same. However, when they saw Namikaze Tianming was safe and sound, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher, have you dealt with Uchiha Madara? Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy also asked hurriedly. Looking at such a tragic scene, they knew how fierce the battle was. However, they could never have imagined that during the time they stayed in the Namikaze Tianming system space. Namikaze Tianming not only killed Yakushi Kabuto, but also encountered Otsutsuki Urashiki, Otsutsuki Momoshiki. And they just thought that the enemy was the resurrected Uchiha Madara. You don't need to worry about Uchiha Madara, I've already taken care of it. Namikaze Tianming nodded and said lightly, that's great. I believe that with your ability, Tianming, you can handle even Uchiha Madara. Onoki sighed while stroking his long beard, earning nods of agreement from several people present. However, I have bad news and good news to tell you all. Namikaze Tianming smiled slightly, and even had some evil thoughts. Teacher, of course you should hear the bad news first. Before anyone else spoke, Might Guy couldn't resist his curiosity and spoke first. Advertisement, do you remember the Otsutsuki style? Namikaze Tianming looked at everyone calmly, of course I remember. Everyone nodded quickly, still vividly remembering how perverted Otsutsuki was. Thinking of Otsutsuki Ashiki, Onoki, the 4th Raikage, and Terumi Mei looked towards Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy. If it weren't for the appearance of people like Otsutsuki Ashiki, they probably wouldn't have known that there were such terrifying people like Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy in Konoha village. Of course, the most perverted one is actually Namikaze Tianming. Well, just remember it, according to reliable information, in the near future, a pair of elite units from the Otsutsuki clan will invade the ninja world. And each of the 10 leaders of this elite force is as powerful as Otsutsuki Ashiki. Moreover, even the 1,000 members under their command have strengths above cage level. Hearing Namikaze Tianming say this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. They naturally would not doubt that Namikaze Tianming was lying. What should I do? Compared to the other cage level warriors, 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei was obviously younger, and for a moment, he was at a loss. TNND, I will rush back to Cloud Shinobi Village right now and gather all the Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas to fight these invaders to the death. The impatient 4th Raikage's eyes immediately widened and he roared angrily. 4th Raikage, wait for me. I happen to have the same idea, let's go together. The 3rd Tsuchikage, Onoki, also grabbed the 4th Raikage and said with an indignant look on his face. After listening to Namikaze Tianming's explanation, they also knew that Otsutsuki was actually from an alien planet. How can we tolerate foreign invasion? 4th Raikage, 3rd Tsuchikage, don't worry. I think since Tianming has told us, he must have a plan in mind. Why don't we calm down and listen to what Tianming has to say? On the other hand, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato was calmer and immediately thought that Namikaze Tianming should have a countermeasure. Brother still understands me better. This is the good news I just mentioned. Advertisement: even if the Otsutsuki elite troops invade, it doesn't matter, I will take action. And this time, we won't wait for them to come. Instead, I'll take the initiative to find them and strangle them in the cradle. Namikaze Tianming smiled, as if he was talking about something particularly simple. But Namikaze Tianming's words really scared Terumi Mei and the others, and they hurriedly stopped him. You don't have to stop me, since I dare to go, I am fully confident. The only thing that worries me is you. Namikaze Tianming scratched his cheek and said meaningfully. The 3rd Tsuchikage and the 4th Raikage couldn't help but blush after hearing Namikaze Tianming's words, but they couldn't refute it. Although I took the initiative to find them this time, I'm also afraid that some of them might slip through the net and cause trouble for you. So, I hope you can all work together to relieve me of my worries. Namikaze Tianming looked at Onoki and the others, except for the dead Rasa. The bosses of the major ninja villages were also here, which could save him a lot of trouble. Finally, under Namikaze Tianming's persuasion, 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, 4th Raikage and 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei all agreed to Namikaze Tianming's plan and prepared to gather all the ninjas and meet at Konoha village in a week. As for the Akatsuki organization, following Namikaze Tianming's message, they all put down their work and rushed to Konoha village. Not long after many ninjas gathered in Konoha village, there was a sudden thunder explosion in the sky. The weather, which was originally sunny, suddenly became dark. Dark clouds continued to gather in the sky above Konoha village. The clouds grew larger and larger, and one could even see lightning flashing through the clouds. All the ninjas looked up at the dark clouds, wondering what on earth was happening. Suddenly, a fiery red figure appeared in the air. Everyone was shocked when they saw this figure appear. She Nine Tails. Oh my god, this Nine Tails has been gone for so long, I thought it was gone. What is going on? Could it be that this Nine Tails is here to destroy Konoha? No, didn't you see that Nine Tails was looking at that dark cloud with a serious expression? Shit, you can see Nine Tails' expression? For a moment, everyone was talking about it, and without exception, they were all discussing the sudden appearance of Nine Tails. Chapter 226. Nine Tails' Transfiguration. Boom. The thunder that had been brewing for a long time finally fell. The target of this thunder was obviously Nine Tails in midair. Nine Tails didn't dodge or evade, allowing the lightning to hit him. Wow, is this the transformation calamity that the master mentioned? It feels just so, Once I survive the transformation tribulation, I will be able to reach the level of Old Man Six Paths. I'd like to see who in this world can stop me, ha 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 ha. After successfully blocking the first heavenly calamity, Kurama shouted triumphantly in midair. And what Kurama said was naturally heard clearly by all the ninjas below. Ninjas from all sides were so shocked by Kurama's words that their jaws dropped to the ground. Nine Tails was already scary enough. Even though they didn't quite understand what the transformation calamity Nine Tails was talking about was and why they had to be struck by lightning, it didn't stop them from knowing that after this time, Nine Tails would become even more powerful. No, we must stop Nine Tails. If he gets stronger, it will be a disaster for us. In the crowd, a middle-aged ninja whose family was killed by Nine Tails pointed at Nine Tails in the sky and shouted loudly. There is strength in numbers. Now that all of us ninjas have gathered together and worked together, we can definitely stop Nine Tails. The words of the middle-aged ninja were instantly recognized by some people. That's great, everyone work together and let's kill these Nine Tails together. Let's charge together. The middle-aged ninja was seen shouting slogans and was about to kill Nine Tails who was undergoing the tribulation. However, the next scene left the middle-aged ninja dumbfounded. The ninjas who had just responded to him, seeing that the middle-aged ninja was actually going to take real action, instead shrank back and no one responded. What's more, some even looked at the middle-aged ninja with disdain. I'm not that stupid. Who would want to do something that would lead to their own death? That's not it. I can't bear the power of that lightning alone. Why would you kill Nine Tails? Do you think you have a long way to go? Advertisement, yeah, only a fool would go there. Even the Hokage of Konoha village hasn't shown up yet, why are we in such a hurry? All of a sudden, the situation below became a mess again. The middle-aged ninja stood there in a daze. This reversal came too fast, like a tornado, and he didn't have time to dodge. After considering for a long time, the middle-aged ninja finally chose to retreat into the crowd. Obviously, if he was alone, he didn't have the courage to provoke Nine Tails. At this moment, on a high platform somewhere, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, 4th Raikage, and 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei all appeared there, pointing at Nine Tails in the air and chatting and laughing. Look over there, isn't it our 4th Raikage-sama? Where? Oh, I see, our 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki-sama is there too. I saw it too. There are also 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. The four shadows have gathered. Are these four masters going to attack Nine Tails together? This formation is truly unique. No, look carefully, these adults all look relaxed, and they don't seem to have any intention of taking action. What should we do? If Nine Tails gets angry, won't we be dead? You coward, even if the sky falls, we have people above to hold it up. The 4 adults are still here. What do we have to be afraid of? Yes, yes, yes. I was almost scared to death. Let's just watch the show. Seeing the sudden appearance of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and others, the ninjas in the audience became excited again. On the podium, 4th Raikage and 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato nodded to each other. Then I saw 4th Raikage walk to the edge of the platform, his voice like a bell. My fellow ninja brothers, don't panic. Nine Tails has been subdued by a rare master in the ninja world in Konoha village. He won't cause any harm to you. Now is the critical moment for Nine Tails to improve their strength. Everyone can watch the tribulation ceremony without worry. After all, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you do it this once, you may never see it again. After hearing the message from 4th Raikage, all the ninjas present breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Nine Tails could not threaten them, everything would be fine. Just like that, the ninjas from various countries who were suddenly summoned to Konoha village began to become spectators one by one. At this moment, the second thunder that had been brewing for a long time finally fell. Boom. Advertisement. Crack. The second heavenly thunder was surprisingly much bigger than the first one. If the first heavenly thunder was as thick as an arm, then the second heavenly thunder was only as thick as a thigh. Nine Tails also did not dodge or evade, and just endured the baptism of the second thunderbolt. Nine Tails' heavenly fox technique was running like crazy, and the wounds originally caused by the second heavenly thunder also quickly disappeared with the running of Nine Tails' heavenly fox technique. Although Nine Tails itself has the ability to heal itself, it takes relatively longer. On a rooftop somewhere below, Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy were looking at Nine Tails in midair with excitement. After being with Nine Tails for such a long time, Nine Tails' strength is finally going to have a major breakthrough, and Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy are both happy for it. Kakashi, how many more thunderbolts are there in this transformation catastrophe? There are 6 paths of thunder in total. Now it's the second one. I estimate that with 4 more paths, Nine Tails will be able to transform successfully. Hitaki Kakashi replied calmly. As for why he knew that, it was naturally because Namikaze Tianming told him. Why, Guy, are you still worried that Nine Tails will fail in his tribulation? No, 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 Nine Tails can't fail the transformation tribulation. Might Guy shook his head like a rattle, with excitement in his eyes, and explained. I was just thinking, now that Nine Tails is finally going to become a human, I'm kind of looking forward to it. After all, it is really unheard of that animals turn into humans. If Teacher Tianming hadn't told me, I wouldn't have believed it even if you beat me to death. Hitaki Kakashi nodded in agreement. Indeed, if Teacher Tianming hadn't said it, I wouldn't have believed it. I can only say that with Teacher Tianming, everything is possible. I can only say that we know too little about Teacher Tianming's abilities. Even now, Hitaki Kakashi still feels surprised. Hitaki Kakashi looked up and muttered to Nine Tails. Now, I'm kind of looking forward to what Nine Tails will look like when he becomes a human. Chapter 227. Nine Tails transforms, shocking everyone. When Nine Tails successfully transforms, I will definitely have a passionate, youthful and exciting match with him. Then, I will take him to the hot spring bath. Might Guy couldn't help but be fascinated. Hitaki Kakashi looked at Might Guy speechlessly, and said to himself, even if you want to, you need Nine Tails' consent. Boom. The third bolt of lightning arrived as expected, striking Nine Tails to pieces, leaving them burned on the outside and tender on the inside. Hiss, is this the third thunderbolt? It really is something. But I can still withstand it, ha 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 ha. Using Nine Tails' heavenly fox technique once again and with the help of his healing ability, Nine Tails once again safely passed through the third heavenly thunder. After Nine Tails passed the third thunderbolt, the black thunderclouds in the sky began to move again. Thunderclouds were roaring in from all directions, constantly merging into the thunderclouds that had formed before. I saw that the thunderclouds were getting bigger and bigger, as if covering the sky and the sun. Boom. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket suddenly fell. Nine Tails went straight at him, just like before, without any defense. Boom boom boom. In an instant, countless thunderbolts struck Nine Tails, and wounds appeared on his body one after another. Nine Tails grimaced in pain, but fortunately he managed to get through the fourth thunder safely. Just when everyone thought that this fifth thunder would be like the previous ones, giving Nine Tails a break before descending again. Without any warning, the fifth heavenly thunder fell instantly. Moreover, this time the thunder from the sky instantly hollowed out the thunderclouds. Everyone was staring at this scene in amazement, because what was falling this time was not a bolt of lightning from the sky. This is clearly a sea of thunder. The densely packed, fifth heavenly thunder, composed of countless lightning bolts directly submerged Nine Tails' huge body. The sky, which had been dark, became bright again because of this flash of lightning. Advertisement: Nine Tails was in a sea of thunder. The light of lightning was so dazzling that people could not see clearly what was going on inside. After the lightning dissipated, everyone could see the situation inside clearly. The dark clouds have dispersed, so this transformation calamity should be over, right? Some of the bolder ninjas asked first. It should be over. Someone nodded and answered. What happened? Nine Tails was here just now, how come he disappeared all of a sudden? Suddenly, someone screamed, attracting everyone's attention. The audience below rubbed their eyes in disbelief. No, it's not gone, it's Nine Tails. Look carefully, isn't there a dark shadow over there? I think that must be Nine Tails. Am I seeing things? How can this be Nine Tails? It's clearly a person. Wait, did Nine Tails turn into a person? How is that possible? I must be seeing things. Everyone couldn't see Nine Tails' current situation clearly because Nine Tails was surrounded by a fog and they could only vaguely see a figure. Tisk tisk tisk, although I was already surprised enough when I heard from Tianming that Nine Tails could transform into a human. Now that I have seen it with my own eyes, I know how shocking it is. In the stands, third Tsuchikage Onoki stroked his beard with a look of emotion on his face. Next, it's time to watch Tianming's performance. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, would you believe that the fourth Raikage and the third Tsuchikage agreed with Tianming's idea of unifying the ninja world? Third Tsuchikage Onoki also agreed with a smile, and then, as if he had thought of something, he looked expectant. Ha 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 ha, the fourth Hokage is absolutely right. If it weren't for Tianming, I really wouldn't have agreed to this proposal. At this moment, Namikaze Minato suddenly pointed at a certain void and said excitedly. Lord Onoki, you are obviously just like me, wanting to practice the training method that Namikaze Tianming gave us. Namikaze Minato looked at Terumi Mei with a look of relief, thinking that Terumi Mei was worthy of being his brother's girlfriend, always worrying about his brother's safety. Yes, now that I have seen it with my own eyes, I know that what he said is true. Don't worry, Terumi Mei-sama. I believe Tianming will have his own way. Advertisement, alright, two seniors, stop bickering. When it comes to cultivation, Onoki can't help but stroke his beard with pride, because among the three people who received martial arts instruction from Namikaze Tianming, he is the only one who has already stepped into the threshold of cultivation. Namikaze Minato on the side also spoke up. Fourth Hokage, do you think Tianming can really make them agree to the idea of unifying the ninja world? Looking at the two people bickering, Namikaze Minato and Terumi Mei on the side couldn't help but laugh. Haha, in fact, if you didn't see it with your own eyes, I'm afraid no one would believe such an absurd thing. Although our skills are different, we all have the same goal. If you don't understand something, you can come and ask me. I will tell you everything I know. Ha 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 ha, that's right. I am indeed envious of the magical skills that Tianming gave me. Don't make it sound so nice, we are all the same kind of people. Then, Onoki looked at the fourth Raikage again. Seeing Terumi Mei still frowning, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but joke. The fourth Raikage crossed his arms and turned his head away stubbornly. But I believe that with Tianming's ability, he might be able to create a world without war. In fact, when Namikaze Tianming first told them that Nine Tails was going to transform into a human form, the fourth Raikage actually didn't believe it. I just don't want to make it public. Even though Onoki claimed to be knowledgeable, he had to admire him today. Fifth Mizukage Terumi Mei said as he looked at the people below with some concern. Look everyone, Tianming is making a move. Humph, old man, how could I, the fourth Raikage, not be able to comprehend it? Terumi Mei acted as a peacemaker. At this time, the fourth Raikage Eye also opened his eyes wide in shock, although his eyes have always been so wide. How's it going? Fourth Raikage, have you comprehended the technique that Tianming taught you? Time is tight now, so we should hurry up and practice, otherwise when the Otsutsuki clan's elite troops arrive, we will become the ones who hold them back. Now that I have only just begun to understand the technique, I can already feel the changes in my strength. This technique is truly incomparably magical. Onoki stroked his beard happily and did not deny it. After all, who wouldn't want a magical technique that could improve not only his strength but also his lifespan? The fourth Raikage glared and snorted. Chapter 228. I'm only here to inform you, not to ask for your opinion. Everyone looked in the direction Namikaze Minato's finger pointed, and saw that the void near the fog where Nine Tails was originally located suddenly twisted, and a void portal appeared there. What is this? Below, many people were looking at the portal in the void in confusion, because they had never seen it before and were just curious. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a relatively high-level spacetime ninjutsu, but I really don't know what it is. However, some people with more discerning eyes could see that this was a spacetime ninjutsu. Just as everyone was discussing and holding their own opinions, a foot stepped out of the void portal. Then, a middle-aged man with white hair, a white forehead protector on his forehead, a white robe, black pants and boots, and 9 truth-seeking balls behind him walked out. Behind him, there was a woman who was dressed similarly to him, but with twin horns on her head and a golden rinnegan on her forehead. The man and woman were Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya. Uchiha Madara took a step forward, looked at the many ninjas on the ground, folded his arms, and spoke calmly. I, Uchiha Madara, the one following me is Otsutsuki Kagaya. Uchiha Madara's words were like a cannonball hitting the sea, causing 1,000 waves. The ninjas were immediately excited, especially those from Konoha village. Uchiha Madara. Isn't this the ancestor of our Uchiha clan? How did he appear here? This person doesn't look like Uchiha Madara at all. No, even though the clothes have changed, the appearance and outline can still be distinguished. The members of the Uchiha clan couldn't help but stop and stand on tiptoe, wanting to get a glimpse of Uchiha Madara's style. Uchiha Madara, they're very familiar with this name, as he is on par with first Hokage Senju Hashirama. As for the ninjas from other major countries, their faces changed drastically. After all, Uchiha Madara's reputation for being vicious was not false. Advertisement, but wasn't Uchiha Madara dead? Why is he here? Could it be that this is a fake? This question popped up in the minds of all ninjas. What's going on? Why is it Uchiha Madara who came out? Didn't Tianming say that he had been dealt with? And who is the woman behind him? And looking at their attire, it is exactly the same as the Otsutsuki-style attire from before. Mr. Tianming has a reason for wanting to protect them. You don't need to say anything. Hey, who the hell are you? Uchiha Madara? You've been dead for decades, and you're pretending to be someone like him? And you want to join a unified country? Are you dreaming? Listening to this disembodied voice and not being able to see Namikaze Tianming himself, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki could only look at each other in bewilderment. Just when the four giants on the podium were at a loss, a voice suddenly sounded in their minds, and the owner of this voice was Namikaze Tianming, who had not yet appeared. After saying that, Uchiha Madara smiled, looked at everyone, and spoke again. Shit, now I remember, isn't this Namikaze Tianming the younger brother of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato? The elite forces of the Otsutsuki clan are about to invade the ninja world. For the sake of peace in the ninja world, our master, Namikaze Tianming, wants to build a unified country to resist the invasion of the Otsutsuki clan. We need your participation. After Uchiha Madara, who was standing in the void, introduced himself, he went straight to the point without any further ado. Some ninjas, on the other hand, paid attention to the key points in Uchiha Madara's words. But the difference from before was that their hearts, which had been hanging in the air, now relaxed as if a huge stone had been settled. Similarly, there were also a large number of ninjas who expressed great disdain for Uchiha Madara's words. After Uchiha Madara finished speaking, he still folded his arms and looked coldly at the ninjas from various countries below without saying a word. It shouldn't be possible. Tianming was able to defeat Otsutsuki in one move, which shows how terrifying his strength is. Some young ninjas started cursing directly. They had no impression of how powerful Uchiha Madara was, so naturally they were not afraid. That's right. You want us to join some country without explaining anything clearly? You're dreaming, right? And the Otsutsuki clan is invading the ninja world? Isn't that funny? Advertisement. It is not up to you to join or not. Uchiha Madara actually calls this guy named Namikaze Tianming his master? Although Uchiha Madara also felt that this group of people was hopeless, they were still ninjas from his own ninja world after all, so Uchiha Madara glanced at Otsutsuki Kagaya. He even pointed at Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya and talked and laughed with them. Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at the ninjas from various countries below who were talking and having different expressions and felt very disdainful. On the high platform, 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki's face changed drastically when he saw Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya suddenly appear from the void portal, and he looked a little surprised and doubtful. Namikaze Tianming. Why'd I seem to have heard this name somewhere before? 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei instantly thought of a terrible possibility and quickly covered her mouth, shaking her head. Even Namikaze Minato, who was always sunny and cheerful, was silent at this moment, staring closely at Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya standing in the air, and no one knew what he was thinking. However, the ninjas from various countries below had different expressions, and everyone had his own ideas. Don't panic, everyone. I arranged for Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya to appear. They're my people now, so don't worry. I have introduced myself. We're here today for only one purpose. Wait, this Uchiha Madara just said he has an owner? His name seems to be Namikaze Tianming. Who the hell is this? How can he be a nameless person? What? Mr. Tianming didn't come out. Could it be that Tianming was harmed by them? On the contrary, 4th Raikage thinks that Namikaze Tianming will be fine. Could this be the elite force of the Otsutsuki clan? As soon as this was said, it was instantly recognized by most people. For a moment, everyone's attention was instantly shifted. The elite force of the Otsutsuki clan. What is that? Sorry, I haven't heard of it. I am here today to inform you, not to seek your opinion. Shit, Namikaze Tianming is Namikaze Minato's younger brother. Does that mean Konoha is behind all this? Konoha wants to dominate the ninja world? What a bunch of stupid low-level creatures. They are about to die, but they are acting like nothing happened. I don't know why the master wants to save them. Chapter 229. Convince others with virtue and reason. What? We have to join even if we don't want to? Are you forcing us? Immediately, more than a dozen ninjas jumped out to express their opposition. Uchiha Madara's expression suddenly turned cold, and he looked at those who took the lead in opposing it with indifference. Why, you all want to dance? What's all this dancing and nonsense? You're nothing but an imposter. Uchiha Madara is dead. I'm not afraid of you. One of the ninjas, under the shove of his companions, stiffened his neck and forcefully refuted. Humph, you are so short-sighted. Uchiha Madara snorted disdainfully, then stretched out his right hand and grabbed at the void. The ninja who had just spoken suddenly felt as if something had grabbed his collar. Uchiha Madara just raised his right hand, and the ninja on the ground was lifted up directly. Help! What the hell is going on here? Help! I need to breathe. No. The young ninja struggled and waved his hands, trying to break free from the control, but no matter how he moved, it was of no use. The feeling of suffocation even became more and more severe. He was about to faint. Snap! Uchiha Madara threw the man directly to the ground, and his companions who had just pushed him were so scared that they hesitated and did not even dare to help the ninja up. In fact, it is not their fault that they don't dare. After all, This young ninja is at the Jonin level. Although he has just been promoted, he is still a Jonin. Even the strong ones, at the level of Jonin, were powerless against Uchiha Madara, let alone the fact that they were just mere Chunin. Who else wants to dance? This time, I won't hold back. Uchiha Madara's tone was extremely indifferent, as if in his eyes, a life was not a problem at all. But it is true. After all, which ninja in this world has never had the blood of enemies on his hands? After hearing Uchiha Madara's murderous words, everyone looked at each other, hesitating to move forward. They did not want to join the new country that Uchiha Madara mentioned, but they were afraid that if they spoke out, their lives would be in danger. Humph, we just don't want to join. There are so many of us here, I don't believe you can kill them all. Advertisement. After confirming with his companions several times, one of the middle-aged ninjas finally plucked up the courage, took a step forward, and shouted loudly at Uchiha Madara in midair. Yeah? Do you think I don't dare? Or do you think I don't have the ability? Uchiha Madara's extremely calm tone made people feel the boundless murderous intent. As soon as Uchiha Madara finished speaking, the expressions of those who had just stood up against Uchiha Madara changed at the same time. Because they suddenly felt an extremely strong pressure directly pressing on them. Plop. Without exception, all those who had just spoken out in opposition could not withstand the pressure and fell to their knees. Snap. Not only that, what's even more exaggerated is that those who spoke out against it were directly pressed to the ground. Uchiha Madara looked at those people with extreme disgust. If Namikaze Tianming had not told him not to kill people indiscriminately, all these people would have died just now. At this moment, a voice sounded in everyone's ears. Madara, didn't I tell you to control your temper, not to act rashly, and not to kill people casually? The source of this sound is high in the sky above. Everyone looked up quickly and saw a young man who looked similar to Namikaze Minato. He was smiling, with his hands behind his back and slowly falling down. And this person is Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming stopped beside Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya, then patted Uchiha Madara on the shoulder to signal him to stop. Uchiha Madara then reluctantly released the pressure on those who held opposing opinions. The people who were originally unable to stand up due to being pressed down suddenly felt as if they had been pardoned, and they quickly climbed up from the ground one by one. Madara, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you need to work on your temper. Don't get angry easily, and don't kill people casually, do you understand? Namikaze Tianming lectured Uchiha Madara meaningfully, while Uchiha Madara lowered his head without any words of rebuttal. When we do things, we must be patient. There will definitely be people who oppose us. At this time, we need to convince them with virtue and reason. Advertisement. As soon as Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, the opponents who had regained their freedom started to commit suicide again. One of the ninjas jumped up instantly, pointed at Namikaze Tianming and started to curse. Who do you think you are? You want to build a country? I think you are dreaming. I'm telling you, I absolutely won't agree to this. Even if your whole family kneels down before me, I won't join in. Just give up on this idea. Namikaze Tianming, who was originally teaching Uchiha Madara a lesson with a smile, suddenly changed his expression when he heard this, and then disappeared right under everyone's eyes. Puff. The sound of a sharp blade entering the body was heard, and everyone saw Namikaze Tianming appear in front of the ninja who had just opposed. And the long sword in Namikaze Tianming's hand, at some point, actually pierced through the ninja directly. When Uchiha Madara saw this scene, he was dumbfounded. What the hell, didn't you say not to kill? When everyone saw the ninja being killed, they panicked, but there were still some brave ones who asked. Hey, you just said that, have you forgotten it so quickly? What about your promise to convince people with virtue and reason? I didn't say anything wrong, and I didn't do anything wrong. Isn't this just convincing people with virtue? Namikaze Tianming happily drew out the sword and showed it to everyone. Only then did everyone see clearly that the two sides of the sword in Namikaze Tianming's hand were engraved with the words virtue and reason, respectively. Good man, so you were waiting here. Is this how you convince people with virtue and reason? However, it seems that there is nothing wrong with what they said. This is indeed convincing people with virtue and convincing people with reason. Uchiha Madara's jaw dropped to the ground. Wow, it turns out this is possible? Madara, see, if you can do something, try not to be long-winded. Namikaze Tianming put the sword away and said to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. After killing the ninja who led the opposition, the voices of opposition suddenly became much less, and it could even be said that they all chose to shut up tacitly. Namikaze Tianming walked in front of everyone, still with a harmless smile on his face. I'll say it again. Those who are willing to join can not only receive our protection and survive, but can even obtain cultivation techniques and improve their strength. Chapter 230. Master, I am your Kurama. With the previous example of killing the chicken to scare the monkey, the voices of opposition disappeared completely. Let me ask again, is there anyone who wants to object? Namikaze Tianming smiled and asked again. Just like before, no one dared to say a word, for fear that as soon as they opened their mouths, they would be stabbed to death by Namikaze Tianming, who would then smile and say something about winning people over with virtue. Namikaze Tianming naturally knew that these people were not convinced in their hearts, but he didn't care, because in his opinion, as long as these people joined, they would definitely be attracted by the conditions he offered. It was just like a martial arts novel he had read in his previous life. The country he had established now was the Night Island, and these numerous ninjas were the knights who were forced to go to the island. They felt afraid because they lacked knowledge about the Night Island. But after they actually got to the island, they discovered the benefits of Shake Island, and were attracted by the exquisite martial arts on Shake Island. In the end, they were reluctant to leave the island. The attractive martial arts in Namikaze Tianming's Shake Island are the various immortal cultivation techniques that he has obtained after signing in for so many years. Now these ninjas certainly don't know the benefits of these skills, but once they start practicing and their strength improves, it will be out of control. Just like what happened to 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki and others a while ago, Namikaze Tianming merely told them that he was going to unify the ninja world, and then gave 3 different cultivation techniques to these 3 people respectively. Not long after, they expressed their unconditional support for all of Namikaze Tianming's actions. Because these skills have overturned their cognition, cultivating immortality, and achieving longevity, they have never been heard of before. Coupled with the news of the impending invasion by the Otsutsuki clan, they must have known that Namikaze Tianming had not lied to them. Therefore, they are willing to support Namikaze Tianming's plan to establish a unified country, enhance the strength of the ninjas in this world, and then have Otsutsuki Kagaya fight against the enemy's invasion. Although this technique cannot give them the ability to fight against the Otsutsuki clan all at once, it is still very obvious that it can greatly increase their strength in the short term. In the long run, they can definitely have the strength to defeat the Otsutsuki clan. Namikaze Tianming slowly rose into the air and said to the people below, "Since you all remain silent, I will assume that you have acquiesced. From today on, the Immortal Kingdom is officially established. I will lead everyone to start the era of cultivating immortals. All members of my Immortal Kingdom will have the opportunity to become immortals in the future." Namikaze Tianming had a smile on his face. Although his voice was not loud, everyone below could hear it clearly, as if Namikaze Tianming was speaking in their ears. Advertisement: cultivate immortals, become immortals, become immortals. But soon Namikaze Tianming found something wrong, because the voice just now made Namikaze Tianming feel very unfamiliar. Namikaze Tianming widened his eyes in surprise. It was certain that he had never seen this beauty before. Everyone was shouting at the top of their lungs, fearing that they would be liberated by Namikaze Tianming's conquering people with virtue. Although they didn't know what cultivation was, they all knew that they just had to shout along. Then, Namikaze Tianming turned around and saw a stunning beauty with long orange hair, seductive eyes and a white dress standing behind him with a smile on her face. Very good. Next, everyone here who wants to join my fairyland only needs to register at the new playground in Konoha village. So, after Namikaze Tianming gave the order, the many ninjas below ran towards the new playground as fast as they could, wishing they had a few more legs. Don't yell. When did I become your master? I don't have that kind of sexual interest, don't say that. After all, this is a thankless task, and for Namikaze Tianming, he really doesn't care about money or other material things. Sure, once you miss it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. If you have no vision, you will pay the price. I saw 9 orange fox tails emerging from under the woman's white dress. So, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and register. Okay, now you can all go to the new playground in Konoha village and start registration. Therefore, the discount offered by Namikaze Tianming is only valid for today. After today, even if you join the Immortal Kingdom, if you want to obtain the immortal cultivation techniques, you must pay a certain price. Namikaze Tianming quickly waved his hands. Oh my god, what would happen if Tsunade and the others heard this? Just as Namikaze Tianming was standing in midair looking at this thriving scene and nodding continuously, a gentle voice suddenly sounded behind him. Advertisement: Master, I am 9 Tails. I don't know who shouted this, but others immediately followed suit. For a moment, the place was filled with noise and it seemed like an unprecedented event. Seeing so many people registering so enthusiastically, Namikaze Tianming nodded with satisfaction. He believed that everyone in the Akatsuki organization should be able to take on the important task of registration. No, who are you? Namikaze Tianming was really dumbfounded this time, with an expression of disbelief. He looked at the stunning beauty in front of him who called herself 9 Tails, and then looked at the place where 9 Tails had just transcended the tribulation. The fog there had dissipated, and there was indeed no trace of 9 Tails. Why are you talking about them? Anyone who registers to join the Immortal Kingdom now can get a set of immortal cultivation techniques for free. This offer is only available today. Seeing that Namikaze Tianming really didn't recognize her, this stunning beauty became even more unhappy. She stamped her feet and said coquettishly. Namikaze Tianming announced the precautions with a smile, thinking in his heart that Namikaze Tianming actually didn't care about their life or death. This is also some punishment for those who hesitate and do not want to join the fairyland. Huh? You're 9 Tails? Master, I also want to join the Immortal Kingdom, is that okay? Don't even think about sneaking away. I have a list of who's here today. If I find out that anyone sneaks away without registering, I'll give your whole family a virtue-based punishment. Although Namikaze Tianming said this with a smile, the chill in his words made everyone present shiver uncontrollably. When Namikaze Tianming heard that someone wanted to join the Immortal Kingdom, he agreed without thinking. This stunning beauty lowered her eyes, looking as if she was about to cry. Yes, Master, I am your Kurama. Master, don't you recognize me? Chapter 231. Shocked. 9 Tails, oh my god, you really are 9 Tails. Namikaze Tianming's eyes widened as he looked in disbelief at the animal-eared girl with 9 tails in front of him. He was completely dumbfounded. Yes, master, you finally recognize me? Seeing that Namikaze Tianming finally recognized him, 9 tails was so happy that his eyes curved into moon shape with his cheeks flushed, looking very cute. Wait, 9 tails, you're not a man? Looking at the charming animal-eared girl in front of him, Namikaze Tianming quickly shook his head, thought of 9 tails' rough voice, and asked. Master, I am originally the chakra of heaven and earth. I have no gender, and there is no distinction between men and women. Looking at the puzzled Namikaze Tianming, 9 tails smiled and explained. Then why has your voice become so gentle? Namikaze Tianming secretly swallowed his saliva, pointed at 9 tails and continued to ask. Master, are you talking about this sound? In an instant, 9 tails' voice suddenly became that rough sound again. Yes, that's the sound. Namikaze Tianming had his head down, but when he heard the familiar Kurama's voice, he quickly raised his head, slapped his thigh and smiled. But when he saw the appearance of the animal-eared girl in front of him, Namikaze Tianming's smile froze on his face. My goodness, using the body of a girl with animal ears to make such a rough sound, it's too incongruous. Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but fall into silence. Master, if you don't like my current appearance, I can change back, I can become a man. Seeing Namikaze Tianming's expression, 9 tails panicked and quickly said that he could change back to a man's appearance. This? Forget it, ahem, you're fine like this. 9 tails wanted to change into a man's appearance, but Namikaze Tianming quickly stopped him. Although I don't want to admit it, 9 tails' current cat-eared girl looks pretty good. Thank you, master, If this is the case, it means that the master really likes his new look. 9 tails was delighted once again, but his voice was still Kurama's rough voice. Advertisement, that voice, you should change it too. Seeing 9 tails actually using the animal-eared girl's body to make Kurama's rough voice again, Namikaze Tianming got goosebumps all over the floor and was scared. Oh, okay master, I can use any sound as long as you like. 9 tails quickly changed his voice back to the mature lady's voice. Well, that's right, now, hearing this sound, he felt comfortable all over. Namikaze Tianming finally found the reason why he felt uncomfortable just now. A girl with animal ears and a rough male voice, no. Girl with animal ears and mature voice, okay, actually, it's nothing. Namikaze Tianming is just speaking from his heart and respecting the personal wishes of his subordinates. He doesn't like girls with animal ears. I am a gentleman, as long as the master likes it. 9 tails couldn't help but smile. 9 tails, since you've changed your appearance, let's forget about the masculine name Kurama. Let's give you a new name. Namikaze Tianming looked 9 tails up and down, pinching his chin, thinking. Master, are you going to give me a name? That's great. 9 tails' eyes lit up and he almost jumped up with joy. Namikaze Tianming nodded. Oh, got it, from now on, you can be called Xiaoju. After thinking for a long time, Namikaze Tianming slapped his thigh and said excitedly to 9 tails. 9 tails. 9 tails was speechless. My goodness, this is the crappy name you came up with after thinking for so long, Little 9. Why'd I feel that Little Tail is better than Little 9? Although 9 tails was very dissatisfied with the name chosen by Namikaze Tianming, a poor namer, he did not dare to refute Namikaze Tianming. Why, you don't like this name? Namikaze Tianming raised his eyebrows and looked at 9 tails thoughtfully. Advertisement, no, the master gave me a name, so of course I like it. 9 tails quickly shook his head and waved his hands to deny it. Are you kidding me? Do you want to die if you dare to question your master? Well, that's good, as long as you like it. It's settled then, from now on, you will be called Xiaoju. Namikaze Tianming made the final decision in an extremely domineering manner. Thank you for the name, master. 9 tails felt miserable, but what else could he do since he had to deal with such a master? Well, now that you have transformed, it is much easier for you to move around. I will take you to meet some old friends first, and then go to the new playground to see how the registration of new people is going. Namikaze Tianming said with a smile that now that 9 tails has transformed, it is no longer as big as a house as before, making it inconvenient to go anywhere, so he can take her around. As for the big guy 3 tails, let's wait until it transforms. If 3 tails knew what Namikaze Tianming was thinking at this moment, he would definitely hug Namikaze Tianming's thighs and burst into tears. It also wanted to go out for a walk with its master. As for the size issue, it can be shrunk, however, 3 tails obviously wouldn't know this. As for 9 tails, she had happily followed Namikaze Tianming to the platform where the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and other giants were. As for Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya, they had already followed the ninjas as they swarmed towards the new playground to register. When 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and the others learned that the cute-looking animal-eared girl following Namikaze Tianming was actually the notorious 9 tails, they were all dumbfounded. For example, Namikaze Minato, he had fought against 9 tails and he had experienced how fierce 9 tails was. As for 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, 4th Reikage, and 5th Mizukage Jirumi Mei, although there is no record of them fighting against 9 tails, how could they not know about 9 tails' vicious reputation? Under normal circumstances, they would probably go into battle mode the moment they saw 9 tails. But Ninetales' harmless and even cute appearance made it difficult for Onoki, Ai and the others to fight. However, when 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei learned that this animal-eared girl could always follow Namikaze Tianming, she looked at Ninetales with extremely complicated eyes. I don't know whether it's jealousy, envy, or hostility. Afterwards, they went together to the new playground of Konoha to watch the thriving scene of ninjas from various countries joining the Fairy Kingdom. As for the Sanagakure ninjas who were leaderless and did not appear in Konoha village, a few days later, before even the new Kazekage was chosen, they announced their joining of the Immortal Kingdom under the leadership of the Sanagakure top leaders. Naturally, Namikaze Tianming also gave Sanagakure, who was so considerate, an extra 2 days of registration discount. At this point, Namikaze Tianming's mission to unify the ninja world has finally been completed by more than half. Chapter 232. The beginning of the era of immortal cultivation. In the first year of the immortal calendar, the Immortal Kingdom was officially established, with Konoha as its capital. Since the representative ninja villages of the former 4 major countries, namely Sanagakure of the Wind Country, Cloud Shinobi Village of the Lightning Country, Iwagakure of the Earth Country, and Kirigakure of the Water Country, all surrendered and became vassal states of the Immortal Country. Without waiting for the Immortal Kingdom's large army to come and sweep the area, other small countries and small hidden villages also surrendered their cities and pledged their allegiance. At this point, Namikaze Tianming finally completed the task of unifying the ninja world. In the same year, Namikaze Minato ascended the throne and became Emperor Hayate the Great. You read that right. The one who ascended the throne was Namikaze Minato. As for Namikaze Tianming, he had no such worldly desires. Degree, mainly because he was lazy and didn't like dealing with government affairs. Of course, Namikaze Minato's ascension to the throne was naturally the result of Namikaze Tianming's behind-the-scenes instigation. Under Namikaze Minato, there are naturally the 4 kings of the 4 kingdoms of wind, earth, water, and thunder, namely Reikage, Tsuchikage Onoki, Mizukage Terumi Mei, and Kazekage Gaara. A Kazekage who is less than 10 years old, you are envious. As for former 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy, Killer Bee and other masters with super cage level strength, they are naturally the elders of the Immortal Kingdom, and each holds important positions in some important departments. As for Namikaze Tianming, he does not have any title, but everyone in the Fairyland knows that this ordinary man is actually the real boss of the Fairyland. Namikaze Tianming divided the skills he obtained by signing in into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D, according to their difficulty, and made a copy of each level and placed it in the newly built skills storage pavilion in the Fairyland. The citizens of the Immortal Kingdom can enter the Tibetan Power Pavilion and pay a certain price to exchange for these skills. A revolution is taking place in full swing in the ninja world, setting off one training craze after another. As for why the skills in the Kagong Pavilion are so popular, it is naturally because these skills can improve their strength. For example, a pair of classmates, originally as ninjas, both of them were about the same level as Chunin, and their strength was equal to each other. But one of the ninjas gritted his teeth and spent half his life savings to exchange for the lowest level D-level martial arts at the Konoha village's martial arts storage pavilion. Unexpectedly, he only practiced for a week. The strength of this ninja obviously crushed the other ninja who had not practiced any martial arts. The ninja who was crushed naturally understood the reason for his loss. He quickly sold all his belongings and went to the Kung Fu Pavilion in Konoha village to exchange for a set of Kung Fu and began to practice it. Advertisement. I completely forgot how I mocked that ninja for exchanging his savings for martial arts. As the saying goes, truth cannot be hidden, and Namikaze Tianming and the others did not try to hide anything, so the speed at which the practice method spread in the ninja world was really too fast. There is no need for Namikaze Tianming to promote it personally. Those who were once particularly resistant and opposed have now become living signs. But now, cage level and super cage level masters are no longer the top ones, no matter which village they are in. 4th Reikage's eyes lit up. If we are to be precise, we could even call him Otsutsuki Madara. In the past, cage level masters and super shadow masters were among the best in every ninja village. In a ninja village, there were probably no more than 5 people with such strength. In this regard, Namikaze Tianming could only say that it was all because of the Otsutsuki clan's broken physique. Cage level strong. Around the middle stage of Jinden. It has been a long time since I last saw Namikaze Tianming. Now seeing Namikaze Tianming again, Terumi Mei's mouth corners couldn't help but rise up. As the central country, Konoha village is naturally not bad. During these 5 years, the entire ninja world has undergone earth-shaking changes. Namikaze Tianming spoke slowly. After all, relying on the Otsutsuki clan's unique ability to refine chakra pills, Uchiha Madara can devour chakra pills to increase his strength just like the Otsutsuki clan. Super Shadow Master. Around the peak of the Golden Core. Realm matching settings. Because they already have strength beyond cage level, and after practicing the techniques, they only refined the rich chakra in their bodies, so they were able to advance so quickly. The situation in other ninja villages is similar, and basically 1 or 2 6-pads level strongmen are born. In a conference room somewhere, Namikaze Tianming, Namikaze Minato, 4th Reikage, 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei, and the new 5th Kazekage Gaara were sitting in a conference room. Advertisement. Mr. Tianming, did you call us here this time? Is there anything you want to tell us? In fact, With Namikaze Minato's talent and the fact that he had practiced the kamikaze technique at an early age, he should have been promoted to the 6 pads level earlier. However, after ascending the throne, Namikaze Minato had been handling government affairs, so it took him so long to break through to the 6 pads level. Especially Hokage Kakashi and Might Guy, the 2 direct disciples of Namikaze Tianming, are the 2 strongest people besides Namikaze Tianming. 6 pads level strongman. Around the middle stage of nascent soul. Elite Jonin. Around the peak of foundation building. Before I knew it, 5 years had passed. The capital of the fairy kingdom, Konoha village. As for Hokage Kakashi, Might Guy, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi and others who have followed Namikaze Tianming for a long time, they are naturally not included, because with their strength, they have already moved towards a deeper realm. Yeah, is there anything good today? As for Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya, strictly speaking, they are no longer members of the ninja world. Therefore, based on the current strength, even if the top powers of the other 4 countries join forces, they may not be a match for the top powers of Konoha. Take Cloud Shinobi Village for example. Previously the only Super Cage level strongmen in Cloud Shinobi Village were probably 4th Raikage and Killer Bee. But now, 4th Raikage and Killer Bee have both advanced to the level of 6 pads level powerhouses. Although Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya also wanted to practice the skills given by Namikaze Tianming, without exception, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara were unable to practice the skills given by Namikaze Tianming. Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya were disappointed, so they could only look forward to shining again and improving their own strength in the future on the land of the Otsutsuki clan. No, everyone here, do you remember what I said 5 years ago? After all, even that little brat Uzumaki Naruto was already at the peak of Super Shadow, with 1 foot already at the 6 pads level. Uchiha Madara had also long since been assimilated into the abilities of the Otsutsuki clan, and he possessed basically all of the abilities of the Otsutsuki clan. The new immortal Emperor Namikaze Minato, Empress Uzumaki Kushina, Tsunade, Jiraiya, former 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others naturally became new 6 pads level powerhouses. Chapter 233. Conquer the Otsutsuki clan. Tianming boy, of course I remember that you wanted to unify the ninja world because you got accurate information that the Otsutsuki clan was going to invade our ninja world. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki immediately thought of the reason why the fairy kingdom was established in the first place. So that's what you were talking about, I remember it now. The 4th Raikage slapped his head and remembered the key. At the beginning, everyone was worried that the elite troops of the Otsutsuki clan would invade soon. So they all held their breath and practiced hard. But as time went on, everyone was immersed in the wonderful feeling of having made significant progress in their abilities and instead forgot about the crisis. By the way, Mr. Tianming, did you summon us today because the elite troops of the Otsutsuki clan have arrived? Terumi Mei's face changed and she asked quickly. Although Terumi Mei now has the strength of 6 pads level, it is precisely because of this that Terumi Mei knows the horror of the Otsutsuki clan. I also know more clearly how great a contribution Namikaze Tianming made in unifying the ninja world and passing on the training methods to everyone in the ninja world. You know, 5 years ago, there was hardly any 6 pads level strongman in the ninja world, except for the monsters like Namikaze Tianming and his 2 disciples. If they really faced an invasion by the Otsutsuki clan elites at that time, it could almost be said that they would be at their mercy without any room for resistance. Even if we use all the strength of the ninja world to deal with these invaders, it will probably be of no avail. But now, in just 5 short years, the entire ninja world has undergone earth-shaking changes. Even if Namikaze Tianming is not in the ninja world now, if the ninja world encounters an invasion by the Otsutsuki clan, it will still be able to cope with it with the current strength of the ninja world. By then, the elite troops of the Otsutsuki clan will be the fish on the chopping board. Although everyone's ideas are exaggerated, the actual situation is indeed basically the same. However, Namikaze Tianming shook his head to express his denial. So far, there has been no news regarding any members of the Otsutsuki clan. Oh, I thought they were coming to see it. Terumi Mei was obviously a little disappointed as well. Mr. Tianming, you said, the Otsutsuki clan won't come, right? The news we got at the beginning was that it would arrive soon, but now 5 years have passed and there is no news at all. Advertisement 4th Raikage frowned and said with concern. I don't know, maybe a few years. From the Otsutsuki's point of view, it's just a short while. Namikaze Tianming smiled helplessly and shook his head. Mr. Tianming, if the Otsutsuki clan doesn't come for a long time, what do you think we should do? Terumi Mei asked. It's simple, if the mountain doesn't come to me, I will go to it. Namikaze Tianming grinned and spoke without thinking. Terumi Mei was a little confused, and so were the others. Okay, I'll explain then. Since we don't know when the elites of the Otsutsuki clan will arrive, in that case, I will take the initiative to attack. Looking at the confused faces of the crowd, Namikaze Tianming had to speak more bluntly. Well, Tianming is right. Since they won't come, we can go find them ourselves, eliminate them, and get rid of the trouble. At this moment, Namikaze Minato, who was sitting on the main seat, spoke. Today's Namikaze Minato already possesses the dignity that an emperor should have. Your Majesty is right. Then we will go back and gather the elites of our fairyland. Then we will go out together to defeat the Otsutsuki clan. 4th Raikage nodded in agreement. Your Majesty, I will also set off immediately to gather the elites of Iwagakure and go to war together. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki also quickly expressed his opinion. As for 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei and 5th Kazekage Gaara, they naturally also actively supported it. Just as everyone was discussing how to conquer the Otsutsuki clan, Namikaze Tianming, who had been silent for a long time, spoke. Excuse me for interrupting. Perhaps I didn't express myself clearly just now. What I meant is that for this operation, Uchiha Madara, Otsutsuki Kagaya, and I are the only 3 people who will go. As for you, you should stay here and practice hard, and strive to achieve a greater breakthrough first. Advertisement, no, Tianming boy, it's too dangerous for you to go like this. As soon as Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, he was opposed by everyone. Well, I knew you would object, but I have a few questions I want to ask everyone. Namikaze Tianming was not in a hurry either, he smiled and spoke slowly. Excuse me. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't know why, but he always felt a little uneasy. He didn't know what tricks this kid Namikaze Tianming would play. Okay then, since you're going to conquer the Otsutsuki clan, then may I ask, where is the Otsutsuki clan's base? Namikaze Tianming asked leisurely. Terumi Mei. Isn't there Otsutsuki Kagaya? With her leading the way, we'll definitely find it. Namikaze Tianming. Even if Otsutsuki Kagaya leads the way, are you sure that Otsutsuki Kagaya will not deliberately lead us the wrong way? Terumi Mei. How is this possible? Hasn't she surrendered? How is this impossible? Although Otsutsuki Kagaya has surrendered to me, who knows what she is up to? Think about it yourself. We don't even know where the Otsutsuki clan's base is, but we rashly lead a large army out. What if Otsutsuki Kagaya deliberately leads us the wrong way? Also, even if Otsutsuki Kagaya has bad intentions, take us to find the Otsutsuki clan. I won't talk about the elite troops, but is it true that the Otsutsuki clan only has that one elite unit? What is their highest strength? Are large forces there? Are we sure we are not sending ourselves to die? Namikaze Tianming listed many possibilities at once. Seeing everyone's dazed looks, Namikaze Tianming knew that they should have an idea in their minds. So, I will go alone this time. If I encounter the Otsutsuki clan's troops, I can handle them by myself if possible. Besides, if even I am not your opponent, how can you be your opponent? Namikaze Tianming spread his hands, somewhat helpless. Namikaze Tianming, our strength now is much different than it was 5 years ago, aren't you underestimating us? 4th Raikage I was a little unhappy, after all, his strength has greatly improved now. Oh, really? Seeing that you are very confident as the 4th Raikage, let's see how much your strength has improved. Namikaze Tianming looked at the 4th Raikage coldly, and his aura suddenly exploded. Chapter 234. Why is the gap between people so big? Then give it a try. The 4th Raikage's eyes widened in anger, and he refused to be outdone, his aura bursting out violently. Boom. 2 extremely powerful forces collided in an instant. In this small meeting room, a huge bombing sound was heard. The table between the crowds suddenly exploded and turned into sawdust in an instant. Several giants present hurriedly used the spiritual energy shield to protect themselves and retreated repeatedly to avoid being affected by the aftermath of the battle. But this conference room was not so lucky. The cabinets and documents around were all shaken by the aftermath of the battle and fell to the ground. In just a blink of an eye, the originally tidy meeting room turned into a ruin. Oh, what's going on? Namikaze Minato looked at the scene in front of him and didn't know what to say for a moment. Well, why don't you guys go somewhere else? My small conference room can't handle it. Namikaze Minato saw the 2 men preparing to fight again, and quickly spoke out to stop them, pointing upwards. The place that Namikaze Minato was talking about was a venue opened up in the sky after several of their giants broke through the 6 paths level. And this venue is a place where their 6 paths level strongmen use it to practice and fight. After all, even if 6 paths level strongmen are just sparring, their power should not be underestimated. If we are not careful, the whole village may become a ruin. Just like in the meeting room just now, 4th Raikage and Namikaze Tianming were restrained, and the meeting room became a miserable scene. What if a serious fight breaks out, although there is a ninja who is good at wood style and can rebuild his home? But after all, there is only one of them. What if he dies of exhaustion from rebuilding his home with such high intensity? Besides, no one wants their family to suddenly suffer a disaster. So, after much thought, they moved the venue for their competition to high altitude. This way you can avoid a lot of trouble. Good. Advertisement. The 4th Raikage and Namikaze Tianming nodded in unison. Then, the 2 of them disappeared and left the meeting room. The other 4 shadows could only nod upon seeing this, and also disappeared in the blink of an eye, following suit. As soon as the 4 arrived at the void battlefield, they saw 2 people in a standoff. The 2 of them just sat there, motionless, staring at each other quietly. But in the end, the 4th Raikage was impatient and couldn't bear it any longer, so he launched the first attack. Lightning style, Thunder God's armor. The lightning chakra in the 4th Raikage's body continued to surge out, wrapping around the 4th Raikage's entire body, slowly forming the shape of a piece of armor, protecting the 4th Raikage inside. There were even countless lightning chakras constantly overflowing, making it look as if there was an ocean of thunder surrounding the 4th Raikage. At this moment, the 4th Raikage's eyes were wide open and his hair stood up. And this is the 4th Raikage's famous ninjutsu, the evolution of the strongest lightning style armor. Even though the fourth Raikage still have chakra in their bodies, the power is incomparable. Take the previous battle against the Otsutsuki clan, for example. The fourth Raikage's move would definitely be absorbed by one of the abilities of the Otsutsuki clan's Rinnegan, and it could even be used against the other party. But it's different now. With the skills bestowed by Namikaze Tianming, this ability of the Otsutsuki clan has disappeared. The fourth Raikage knew how powerful Namikaze Tianming was, so the first thing he did was to use his famous ninjutsu. Lightning style, Thunder Dragon. The fourth Raikage just clapped his hands, and the thunder surrounding him instantly moved forward, slowly forming a long dragon of lightning. Go ahead and tear him apart. There was another explosion, followed by a roar of lightning and a crackling of thunder. Go ahead, Xiao Lei, beat him up. The fourth Raikage wanted to cry but had no tears. How could the gap between people be so huge? He himself is very clear about his own strength, and there is a certain gap between him and Namikaze Tianming. The fourth Raikage gave an order and the Thunder Dragon seemed to come alive, howling towards the sky. Then Namikaze Tianming was seen calmly stretching out his right hand, and the Thunder Dragon arrived in an instant, and Namikaze Tianming's right hand was against the Thunder Dragon's head. Boom! Lightning style, double fists through the sun. Advertisement, but the fourth Raikage wasn't in much better condition, he was knocked back more than 10 meters. But after just this one fight, the fourth Raikage felt that the gap between himself and Namikaze Tianming was not just a little bit. Namikaze Tianming said as he patted Thunder Dragon's head and pointed at the fourth Raikage. The originally ferocious Thunder Dragon suddenly became docile the moment it touched Namikaze Tianming, just like a puppy, and even rubbed Namikaze Tianming's right hand. When everyone saw the performance of the Thunder Dragon, their eyes dropped to the ground and they were numb. What was going on? Originally, he thought that after he was promoted to a 6 paths level expert, the gap between him and Namikaze Tianming would be smaller. However, the fourth Raikage's reaction speed was still very fast. He was distracted for a moment and then brought himself back to reality. You're going to use what I taught you against me. You're going to suffer a great loss. The fourth Raikage did not dodge either, and his chakra instantly gathered in his fists. At this time, the traitor, Lei Long had already arrived in front of fourth Raikage Eye, and it was too late to dodge. The fourth Raikage managed to steady himself with great difficulty, and looked towards Namikaze Tianming with a somewhat depressed expression and flickering eyes. Then they pushed out together and collided with the Thunder Dragon. It's clearly just a few 100 million. He doesn't have the ability to create a living being out of thin air. It let out a roar that sounded like a cow but wasn't a cow's. Then it rushed away, aiming directly at Namikaze Tianming. The fourth Raikage was stunned when he saw that the Thunder Dragon he sent out seemed to have life. Namikaze Tianming stroked the Thunder Dragon gently and smiled secretly in his heart. With his spiritual sense, it was too easy for him to control this Thunder Dragon. How is this possible? However, the next scene shocked everyone present. How can this Thunder Dragon be alive? Especially when seeing Namikaze Tianming touching the head of the Thunder Dragon, such a warm scene gave goosebumps to everyone present, because it was so weird. This Thunder Dragon turned around in an instant like an obedient dog and pounced on the fourth Raikage with its fangs and claws bared. Namikaze Tianming raised the corners of his mouth and spoke slowly. The Thunder Dragon was instantly defeated by the 2 punches from fourth Raikage and fell apart. However, Namikaze Tianming would not tell anyone how he did it. Upper right quadrant circular arc DO, are you acting like a spoiled child? Chapter 235, The Desperate Namikaze Tianming, 1 against 4. I lost. The fourth Raikage was very straightforward and just threw up his hands in admission of defeat. Why, you're giving up so quickly, you don't want to fight anymore. Namikaze Tianming raised an eyebrow and looked at the fourth Raikage in surprise. This warmonger actually stopped fighting so soon? The fourth Raikage naturally understood Namikaze Tianming's look, so he rolled his eyes. He said unhappily, although I like fighting, I don't like being abused, especially when there is absolutely no hope. Ahem, fourth Raikage, I noticed a good thing about you. Namikaze Tianming said with a smile. Oh, advantages? What are they? The fourth Raikage's eyes lit up. In his entire life, he had never heard anyone tell him that he had any merits. Ahem, that. You are quite honest and self-aware. Looking at the fourth Raikage's expectant look, Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but tease. Fourth Raikage. Sure enough, there is nothing good to say about Namikaze Tianming. Alas, I don't know when I can catch up with your strength. As if thinking of the gap between the two of them, the fourth Raikage sighed. Well, fourth Raikage, you don't have to be too sad. In terms of cultivation, you will never be able to catch up with me in this lifetime. Namikaze Tianming stepped forward and patted the fourth Raikage on the shoulder, comforting him. After all, I have the system to rely on. If I am surpassed, wouldn't I lose face? The fourth Raikage looked up at Namikaze Tianming and opened his mouth, but no words came out. He suddenly wanted to beat up Namikaze Tianming, but he was no match for him. What should he do? Fourth Raikage, you don't have to be embarrassed. After all, there's nothing you can do about something like talent. Advertisement. Besides, you should also feel balanced. After all, no one here can be my opponent. Namikaze Tianming continued to comfort, completely unaware of the looks from 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, and Terumi Mei. I saw 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki and Namikaze Minato looking at each other, and they all had the same idea in their minds. They all wanted to beat up Namikaze Tianming. Why does this Namikaze Tianming seem a bit annoying? We can't beat him alone, so how can we beat him together? Forget it, forget it. It's better to have less trouble than more. There's no need to make a big fuss. Just when everyone shook their heads and were ready to give up the idea, they heard Namikaze Tianming continue. Of course, even if you all come together, you are still no match for me. So, you really don't need to be so depressed. Namikaze Tianming put his hands behind his back, feeling somewhat proud. After all, for a person with such high emotional intelligence, it shouldn't be easy for him to comfort someone. As if not noticing at all, 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, Immortal Gale Emperor, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, and 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei quietly came up behind Namikaze Tianming. After the three of them nodded, they spread out, including the 4th Raikage, and surrounded Namikaze Tianming in 4 different positions, east, south, west, and north. Get started. I don't know who shouted this, but the 4th Raikage retreated again and again. Lightning style, thunderbolt. This time, there was a thundercloud filled with lightning in the sky above Namikaze Tianming. It seemed as if there were countless thunder dragons swimming inside. Drop. The 4th Raikage once again gave the order, and instantly hundreds of thunder dragons emerged from the thunderclouds and pounced on Namikaze Tianming. Hundreds of thunder dragons are coming with great force, and the sky and the earth are changing color. Scorch style. Light wheel gale black arrow 0 style. Namikaze Minato, the first emperor of the Immortal Kingdom, the 4th Hokage, and Namikaze Tianming's older brother, took the lead. Namikaze Minato was seen using a wind-style Rasengan in his left hand and an arrow condensed from black flames in his right hand. The two combined instantly shot out like an accelerated rocket. At the same time, 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki and others also used their own special skills. Advertisement, dust release, limit annihilation technique. The 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki put his hands together, and when he slowly opened his palms, a cone-shaped transparent barrier with an aura of destruction instantly appeared and headed straight for Namikaze Tianming. Lava style. Melting river. 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei would naturally not show any mercy, because she knew something about Namikaze Tianming's strength. As soon as Terumi Mei opened his mouth, a yellow river composed of highly acidic mucus gushed out. The target is directly aimed at Namikaze Tianming. As for the new 5th Kage Gaara, although his strength has reached the Super Kage level. However, he is still not qualified to participate in the battles between 6 Paths level warriors. But Gaara's eyes were fixed on where Namikaze Tianming was. He cherished this opportunity very much. If he could comprehend something from the fight between strong men above the 6 Paths level, it would definitely benefit him a lot. Why isn't Mr. Tianming moving? Is he going to take on the 4th Hokage and his men's attacks? Gaara, who was watching the fight from the side, was secretly worried about Namikaze Tianming, fearing that Namikaze Tianming would get hurt because of carelessness. In fact, with Namikaze Tianming's ability, he naturally saw Namikaze Minato and the others going around behind him. As the 4th Raikage stepped back, the corners of Namikaze Tianming's mouth also rose. Seeing that the attacks of the 4 people were about to reach him, Namikaze Tianming raised his hand, and instantly a spherical shield appeared from top to bottom and from left to right, protecting Namikaze Tianming tightly. The laws of heaven and earth, the great way of yin and yang, infinite rotation. Rays of light continuously flowed on the surface of the spiritual power shield created by Namikaze Tianming. At this time, the attack of the 4 giants had arrived, but the expected grand scene did not happen. The 4 different attacks, no matter their size or range, all turned into 4 streams of light the moment they hit the spiritual power shield, and kept rotating on the surface of the spiritual power shield. But there were so many streams of light that after just looking at it for a while, I couldn't tell which ones were the 4 attacks. It was like a stone sinking into the ocean, without making any sound. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, 4th Hokage Raikage I, 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei, and 5th Kage Gaara, all 5 of them were dumbfounded. How can we fight with this spiritual shield? Give it back to you. Inside the aura shield, Namikaze Tianming laughed loudly, his whole body shaking. 4 streams of light instantly flew out from the surface of the aura shield, flying towards the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and the other 4 people. Chapter 236. Namikaze Tianming's counterattack. 4 streams of light flew out from the surface of the protective shield surrounding Namikaze Tianming, targeting the 3 people including 3rd Tsuchikage. After these 4 streams of light flew for a distance towards 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki and others, their appearance also changed. These 4 streams of light were actually the attacks just launched by 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki and his 4 companions. However, now that it has been returned to them by Namikaze Tianming, the target has changed. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato faced 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki's dust release, limit annihilation technique. Wind god technique, clear wind protects the body. Namikaze Minato just sang, and a breeze suddenly rose out of nowhere in the void, circling around Namikaze Minato like a coiled dragon. It was like an iron barrel, protecting Namikaze Minato inside. Bloody. The conical transparent barrier collided with the Qingfeng shield with a loud bang. The Qingfeng shield only shook for a moment, and the conical barrier dissipated. After cancelling the dust release released by the 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, Namikaze Minato smiled and cancelled the breeze shield. His gratitude towards Namikaze Tianming grew even deeper, even though his younger brother had been very low-key before Nine Tails attacked Konoha. But since then, his younger brother has shown his true strength and has been a great help to his family. It can be said that the three members of their family have all benefited from Namikaze Tianming. And Namikaze Minato himself was saved by Namikaze Tianming, who taught him the secret techniques of cultivation. Now, because Namikaze Tianming stood behind him, he was able to become the first emperor of this fairyland so smoothly. But Namikaze Minato also knew that all of this was actually given to him by his younger brother. What he has to do is to protect this foundation for his younger brother. Just as Namikaze Minato's thoughts were drifting away, opposite him, 4th Raikage was on high alert, because the attack he was facing had also arrived. 4th Raikage faced 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato's Scorch style, Nimbus Gale Black Arrow 0. Because the Scorch style released by the 4th Hokage, Nimbus Gale Black Arrow 0, has changes in both wind and fire attributes. The speed of this arrow is extremely fast, and the burning effect it brings is also extremely terrifying. Advertisement: it can be seen at just one glance that the void is distorted wherever this incident passes. But for 4th Raikage, no matter how powerful the attack launched by Namikaze Minato was, he could not retreat. In his dictionary, that's tough, lightning style, double fists through the sun. The 4th Raikage used the same trick again, lightning style chakra instantly attached to his fists, and blasted towards the arrow. Boom! The arrow exploded, and the powerful energy wave directly shattered the void. Countless space cracks continued to appear, and then slowly healed. The power of the energy wave generated by this powerful collision was so obvious that even the 4th Raikage covered his entire body with chakra in time. He used the armor formed by chakra to resist the impact of the energy wave, but was also knocked several meters away by the energy wave. Even the lightning-style armor on 4th Raikage was shattered and disappeared, but fortunately 4th Raikage had thick skin and was not greatly affected. Compared to the difficulties faced by 4th Raikage, 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki seemed much more relaxed. Because 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki was facing 4th Raikage's lightning style, Thunderous. So, 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki directly summoned 4 rock giants around himself. There is actually a large earthen slab on top of the 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki's head. It can be said that this defense is quite comprehensive. These thunder dragons wandered around the rock giant for a while before they rushed towards it. In an instant, countless thunder dragons fell from the sky, but fortunately they were all blocked by the earth wall summoned by the 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. The several thunder dragons around them were wrestling with those rock giants. Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique. 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 Advertisement: after performing Dust Release 14 times in a row, the 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki was able to defeat all the wandering thunder dragons. However, even after using Dust Release many times, the 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki still had his hands behind his back with a calm look on his face. After practicing the technique given by Namikaze Tianming, 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki discovered that not only his chakra became extremely strong, but he also experienced rejuvenation. Although not much, for 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki's age, he can feel even the slightest change. Like 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, 3rd Tsuchikage, after finishing the battle, set his sights on the middle Namikaze Tianming. Because he also knew that all of this was because of Namikaze Tianming, a man who looked so young. Compared to the relaxed 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei blushed with shyness. I don't know whether Namikaze Tianming did it intentionally or unintentionally, but she was actually facing her own lava style, melting the river. Looking at the yellow river formed by the strong acid mucus rushing towards him, 5th Mizukage Zhao Miming was not panicked at all. If it were in the past, even if I were to face my own lava style, I would probably have to work hard. However, after practicing the skills specially given to him by Namikaze Tianming, 5th Mizukage's strength has greatly improved, and he has also comprehended new secret techniques. Secret Technique, Transformation. Secret Technique, Devour. Terumi Mei clapped her hands calmly, opened her mouth and sucked hard, and an uzumaki like a black hole formed at the mouth of 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. When the river of yellow acid approached the uzumaki near 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei's mouth, it turned into lines of chakra and poured into the uzumaki. But from the looks of it, it looked like the acidic mucus was being directly swallowed up by 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. Is this how Mr. Tianming takes care of me? 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei glanced at Namikaze Tianming and quickly lowered her head even lower. Everyone, don't worry, it's my turn to perform. Namikaze Tianming just used his spiritual sense to sweep and understood the movements of the 4th Hokage and the others, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Although 4th Tsuchikage Onoki and others have made great progress in recent years, how could his Namikaze Tianming's progress be slower than theirs? Chapter 237, The Terror of the Domain, Emperor's Domain. Namikaze Tianming opened and closed his eyes, and suddenly an invisible energy quickly spread out in all directions with Namikaze Tianming as the center. The bodies of the three people, including 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki and 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, suddenly stopped. In just a moment, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and the others clearly felt that they were stuck in a quagmire. No matter what movement he made, it seemed as if he was being held back by something. Just when everyone was confused, Namikaze Tianming's calm voice came to their ears. Emperor's domain. Pressure. As soon as he finished speaking, Namikaze Minato and the others, whose mobility was already impaired, suddenly felt as if they were being pressed down by a mountain, unable to move. Not only that, this hill became heavier and heavier, and the four people felt more and more uncomfortable, with beads of sweat the size of beans constantly sliding down their foreheads. The fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato and the fourth Hokage, the four of them, all looked like little old men, bending over, looking at each other from a distance. On everyone's face, there was only a bitter smile and helplessness. They are now unable to move at all, like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Just based on this point, the four of them have already lost together. And it was a miserable defeat, the kind that left no hope in sight. Tianming boy, we admit defeat, so just retract your magical powers. Ouch, my old waist can't take it anymore. Third Tsuchikage Onoki held up his old waist that had finally been healed by Namikaze Tianming, and complained bitterly. He didn't want his old waist to suffer the same mistake again just a few years after it healed. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. He has now gotten used to the condition of his waist. If it goes back to its previous state, wouldn't that be the end of his life? We all give up. Fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, fourth Hokage, and fifth Mizukage Terumi Mei all raised the white flag at the same time. Advertisement. Emperor's domain. Collect. Seeing the four people admit defeat, Namikaze Tianming smiled and put away the Emperor's domain. As soon as the Heavenly Emperor's domain was lifted, third Tsuchikage Onoki and the others suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Several people were like children, moving their bodies and looking at each other with a smile. For some reason, they had a feeling that being able to move their bodies as freely as they did now was truly a blessing. Namikaze Tianming looked at these people with a smile and did not interrupt them. After a long while, the four of them looked at Namikaze Tianming. Tianming boy, what was that move you just made? Why do we seem to be trapped by something and can't move at all? Among the four people, only the third Tsuchikage Onoki was older and thicker skinned, so he asked Namikaze Tianming directly. Haha, old man, the move I just used is called domain. As long as I am within this domain, I am the master of this domain. In short, within the domain, I am invincible. Namikaze Tianming explained with a smile. What? If that's the case, then wouldn't you be invincible? There's no way you can crack this realm? Sure. According to the ninja world, it means that one must be 2 levels higher than a 6 paths level warrior. Hearing Namikaze Tianming say this, the four of them changed color. Namikaze Tianming continued to practice until he reached the peak of the void refining stage. The key point was that Namikaze Tianming could feel that the spiritual energy in his body was particularly pure and his foundation was also very solid. Invincibility, that's only relative. Hearing Namikaze Tianming say this, everyone's face changed. As for Namikaze Tianming, yes, in these 5 years, Namikaze Tianming has successfully broken through to the void refining stage. If Namikaze Tianming knew what they were thinking, he would probably burst out laughing. Are you kidding? That's the system. With such a super plugin, it's hard to slow it down. If the domain cannot be cracked, then it would be too buggy. If everyone cultivates a domain, wouldn't everyone be invincible? Everyone suddenly realized what was going on, but they still praised this field, and one could even say that their envy was visible to the naked eye. Because Namikaze Tianming's talent is so good, his realm breakthrough is like drinking water, rising rapidly. Advertisement. What? 2 more realms? Namikaze Tianming shook his head and explained. And it was the same as when he broke through to the spirit transformation stage. As soon as he broke through to the void refining stage, a large amount of spiritual energy emerged in his body for him to absorb and refine. But the subsequent training will depend entirely on themselves, so you can imagine how difficult it will be. Are you serious? That's not the case. If my enemy is at the same level as me and he has also cultivated a domain, he can offset some of the effects of the domain. So, in addition to gratitude, they are more envious of Namikaze Tianming. Although their lifespans have been greatly increased after practicing the immortal cultivation techniques, it would still take hundreds of years to cross 2 major realms. But now that such a good thing has happened to him, Namikaze Tianming can only say, the more the better. Well, Tianming boy, now that we have all practiced the skills you gave us, does that mean that we will all have the opportunity to comprehend this realm in the future? Everyone is looking forward to it. Namikaze Tianming nodded and did not deny it. When everyone heard Namikaze Tianming's affirmative answer, they were immediately overjoyed. Then what level do we need to cultivate to be able to possess this realm? Fortunately, this phenomenon happened to him, otherwise, Namikaze Tianming would have cursed God for being unfair. Well, if you follow the cultivation level of the technique I gave you, you have to reach the void refining stage. Although they broke through to the 6 paths level, which is equivalent to the nascent soul stage, in just 5 years, that was only possible because of their previous accumulation and rich foundation. After thinking for a while, Namikaze Tianming spoke up and said that when he first passed the cultivation method to third Tsuchikage Onoki and the others, Namikaze Tianming had explained to them the realm of cultivation. Moreover, if the enemy's realm is higher than mine, then the influence of its domain will be greater than my domain. So, invincibility is only relative. In particular, the higher the realm, the more difficult it will be to improve their strength later on. I see. But even if that's the case, this field is already very impressive. After hesitating for a long time, 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki rubbed his hands, looked at Namikaze Tianming expectantly and asked. Naturally, everyone trusted Namikaze Tianming unconditionally, so they practiced the skills taught by Namikaze Tianming with peace of mind. Chapter 238. One thing is enough. Everyone, rest assured. As long as you concentrate on your training, with your talent, you will be able to comprehend the realm in 1,000 years at the latest. That is a sure thing. Namikaze Tianming said cheerfully. In fact, he himself didn't know how long 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki and the others would need to practice to reach 2 higher realms. But Namikaze Tianming was a kind-hearted person, so he comforted her, and he also thought that 1,000 years was a conservative estimate. Although Namikaze Tianming was very happy, 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki and 4th Hokage were stunned when they heard the word, 1,000 years. Even the first emperor of the Immortal Kingdom, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, was equally stunned. 1,000 years, you know, at their current age, even the oldest among them, 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, is less than 1/10 of this 1,000 years. Why? You guys don't have confidence. Looking at the people with different expressions, Namikaze Tianming raised his eyebrows and asked. It's not that I don't have confidence, but I suddenly feel that this 1,000 years is still too far away from us. Namikaze Minato said to Namikaze Tianming with a wry smile on his face. He didn't know why Namikaze Tianming could say such words as, 1,000 years, so calmly, and even look relaxed. It's too small, you guys are too small-minded. Since you have all practiced the techniques I gave you, you should open up your horizons and take a long-term view. Now that you have cultivated to the 6 paths level, your lifespan is at least 5,000 years. Can't you cultivate beyond this realm? Namikaze Tianming rolled his eyes at everyone. What was going on? It had come to this stage, so how could they still look at the problem with the same perspective as before? However, Namikaze Tianming's words did make Onoki and the others suddenly realize that they were still limited by their previous perspectives. But the main reason was that the skills that Namikaze Tianming gave them were simply too shocking. By improving your realm, you can increase your lifespan. This would have been unthinkable in the past. After all, no matter how strong they are, as powerful as the Sage of 6 Paths, First Hokage Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara, they will eventually turn into dust, right? But Uchiha Madara is an exception, his resurrection experience is too tortuous. Advertisement rare in the world. Therefore, everyone's gratitude to Namikaze Tianming is unparalleled. Especially Namikaze Minato, his eyes were full of pride when he looked at Namikaze Tianming. Although he didn't know where Namikaze Tianming got these magical and mysterious skills. But Namikaze Minato would not ask, because he was already very happy that Namikaze Tianming taught him the skills. After figuring out the key to the problem, 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, 4th Hokage and 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei looked at each other and smiled in relief. Yes, they are no longer what they were in the past. Mr. Tianming, I will definitely be able to comprehend the domain in the future. 5th Kazekage Gaara finished watching the fight and flew forward as well, saying with a determined look on his face. Although watching the game this time did not make a big improvement in his strength, Namikaze Tianming's words just now helped him to open up his horizons. Since becoming the 5th Kazekage, Gaara no longer gets angry as easily as he did when he was younger, nor does he seek his mother's protection everywhere. Today, he seems to be more responsible, not to mention, he has become good friends with his former rival, Uzumaki Naruto, the son of Namikaze Minato. Although, this good friend was initiated by Uzumaki Naruto, Gaara also cherishes him very much. Of course, Gaara, with your talent, it will be no problem for you to rise a few levels. Namikaze Tianming was also generous with his praise. Thank you Mr. Tianming for teaching me the technique. At this moment, 5th Kazekage Gaara bent down and bowed deeply. When 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki and 4th Hokage saw Gaara perform such a grand ceremony, they were stunned for a moment and then felt a burning pain on their cheeks. In terms of being human, they are not even as good as a teenage boy, 5th Kazekage Gaara. They received so many favors from Namikaze Tianming, but they never said a word of thanks to Namikaze Tianming from beginning to end. I am so ashamed that I am even worse than a child. Advertisement, Tianming boy, you have taken great care of me over the years. I would like to express my gratitude to you. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki said with a guilty look on his face, and was about to bow to Namikaze Tianming. And the 4th Hokage, the 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei, and even the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, followed the 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki and were about to bow in thanks. But he found that his whole body seemed to be supported by an invisible force and he could not bow down. And 5th Kazekage Gaara, who had been bent over before, was also lifted up by the same power. Everyone, just bow. It's just a small matter, why do you have to be so polite? I didn't teach you the skills for you to do this? Namikaze Tianming smiled helplessly, fearing that they would suddenly stand in a row and sing him something. Listen to me, thank you. If that were the case, he would probably really thank. Tianming boy, it may be a small matter to you, but to all of us in the ninja world, it is a major event that can change our lives. We would be unworthy if we didn't thank you in person. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki stood up and continued to say that the more Namikaze Tianming was unwilling to accept everyone's thanks, the taller Namikaze Tianming's image would become in 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki's heart. Well, if you must thank me, then promise me one thing. Namikaze Tianming glanced at the few people and said meaningfully. Haha, Tianming boy, don't just say one thing, even if it's 10 things, I, Onoki, will definitely agree to you. When 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki and the others heard that Namikaze Tianming wanted them to do something, their eyes suddenly lit up. It would be great if they could do something for Namikaze Tianming. Not only 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, but even 4th Raikage and 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei also nodded their heads frantically. Haha, quality is more important than quantity, I just need you to promise one thing. Namikaze Tianming was also smiling. Well, tell me, what's going on? 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki and the others couldn't wait any longer. The 5 of them stood in a row and looked at Namikaze Tianming in unison. It's very simple, you can do it easily. Chapter 239. Ready to set off. What I want you to do is to protect the fairyland and maintain peace in the fairyland during or after my absence. Namikaze Tianming smiled and said that now, as long as the people in front of him could work together, the war might really be eliminated. Of course, there are still small-scale disputes, but these have little impact. Hearing Namikaze Tianming's request, 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki and 4th Raikage looked at each other and suddenly burst into laughter. They originally thought that something big would happen to Namikaze Tianming, but they didn't expect it to be this. It's not that this matter is difficult, but that it is too simple. Especially for those who have experienced war, now that they have lived through a few years of peace, they're even more unwilling to see war again. Especially now that they still have martial arts skills in their hands and don't have enough time to practice, how can they be willing to provoke a war? Tianming boy, even if you don't tell me, I will do this. We must protect this rare peace now. Among the few people, Onoki, the oldest, has experienced the most battles, big and small, and naturally knows the pain that war brings. Now that Namikaze Tianming is able to build such a peaceful country with his abilities, how could Onoki not support him? Namikaze Tianming looked at 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki with some surprise, because in Namikaze Tianming's impression, wars had occurred between Konoha village and Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi village, and both sides suffered casualties. I thought these people were all war fanatics, but I didn't expect that they were unexpectedly peace lovers. Not only 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, but even 4th Raikage also expressed their opinions. Tianming, don't worry, we have all experienced war and know how cruel it is. Such peace is so rare nowadays, we will naturally protect it all. The immortal emperor, Gale Emperor Namikaze Minato, also nodded in response with a smile. Humph, whoever dares to destroy the peace of my fairyland, let him taste the power of my iron fist first. 4th Raikage clenched his fists and his eyes widened, as if he was ready to smash any ignorant guy into a meat patty at any time. Tianming boy, what you said is nothing, how about you make one more request? 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki continued. Advertisement. Everyone nodded, agreeing with the words of 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki. Forehead, but apart from this, I really don't have anything else to tell you to do. Namikaze Tianming was stunned for a moment, scratched his head and laughed. If I have to say something, it's that you must practice well and don't fall behind. I will check on you when I come back. After thinking for a long time, Namikaze Tianming finally made a request that was not really a request. Okay, I'll make sure to complete the task. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki and the others didn't say much, they were all deeply moved. It was obvious that they were the ones who benefited from the practice, but Namikaze Tianming still cared about them so much. Well, in that case, I have nothing to say. I will be leaving for the planet where the Otsutsuki clan lives in a moment, and you can go back and practice with peace of mind. If Terumi Mei were to follow her brother, it would be too obvious and that would be inappropriate. Among them, 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei looked at Namikaze Tianming pitifully. She didn't expect that Namikaze Tianming would be away for so long. Namikaze Minato thought secretly in his mind, constantly calculating how he could help the young couple. I don't know how long I'll be gone this time, but I estimate that it will take 3 to 5 years at the shortest. If it's longer, I have no idea. That long? Namikaze Tianming is extremely confident. After Namikaze Minato finished speaking, he went straight up to Namikaze Tianming and gave him a bear hug, then patted Namikaze Tianming on the shoulder and quickly stepped back to make room for the others. This time, Namikaze Tianming only planned to bring Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara with him. Namikaze Tianming tilted his head and thought for a moment, because according to what Otsutsuki Kagaya said, the number of the Otsutsuki clan was very large, and they controlled the entire alien planet. However, at this time, Namikaze Minato naturally noticed the expression of 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei, and then revealed an expression that said, as expected. I'm afraid this will take some time. As for Hitaki Kakashi and Might Guy, of course we keep them around just in case. Advertisement. Namikaze Minato thought so, and then he looked at Namikaze Tianming. Everyone, I'm ready to go. If you don't have anything to do, go back first. Namikaze Minato couldn't believe it, he thought it would only take 10 days or half a month. Not only Namikaze Minato was so surprised, in fact even 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki and others were looking at Namikaze Tianming in surprise. Brother, since you're going to be gone for so long, why don't you say goodbye to us? At this moment, Namikaze Minato stepped forward, grabbed his brother, and asked. Namikaze Minato chuckled, and made his plans as he wished. The sound of his calculations could be heard clearly from 800 miles away. Alas, it seems that I, as the older brother, have to help my younger siblings. However, when it came to Terumi Mei, Namikaze Tianming's body visibly stiffened for a moment, but fortunately Namikaze Tianming reacted very quickly and stopped immediately. Namikaze Minato, who saw this scene, could only hold his forehead with his hand. Well, all his hard work was really wasted. Namikaze Tianming nodded. Forget it, at this point, we can only settle for the second best and create some private space for this young couple. Third Tsuchikage Onoki and the others naturally followed suit. They stood in a row and gave Namikaze Tianming a big hug one by one. Namikaze Tianming also returned a big hug. Namikaze Minato looked at Namikaze Tianming with dismay, muttering in his heart. Tianming, you must take good care of yourself during this expedition. The Otsutsuki clan is too strong. If you need assistance, we will also support you Kurama as soon as possible. I'll go first. It's true. It's really hard for my brother and sister-in-law to be separated for so many years. Seeing Namikaze Tianming's outstretched hands then retracted, Terumi Mei couldn't hide the disappointment in her eyes. Because in Namikaze Minato's opinion, the look in 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei's eyes when she looked at Namikaze Tianming was full of reluctance. Even though that was the truth. Don't worry, no one can hurt me. In addition, the god of the Otsutsuki clan mentioned by Otsutsuki Kagaya seems to be extremely powerful. Tianming, how long do you plan to stay with the Otsutsuki clan this time? Chapter 240. Farewell and Journey. Alas, it seems that I, as the older brother, have to help my younger siblings. Namikaze Minato sighed inwardly, then looked at Namikaze Tianming and said. Tianming, you're going to be away for such a long time this time, is there anything you want to tell Terumi Mei? Now that Namikaze Minato is the first emperor of the Immortal Kingdom, he doesn't need to be so polite when mentioning 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. Plus, since Terumi Mei is their recognized sister-in-law, Namikaze Minato's tone is more casual. Confess? I should have confessed everything I should have confessed? Namikaze Tianming tilted his head, a look of question marks on his face. Think about it again. What we just talked about were all official matters. I was referring to personal matters. Don't you have anything to say? For example, about 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei? Namikaze Minato was standing aside, and seeing Namikaze Tianming's performance, he became even more anxious. Therefore, Namikaze Minato didn't even notice the strange looks from 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki and the others. 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei blushed even more. What's wrong with this 4th Hokage? Is he trying to pair him up with Namikaze Tianming? It seems like this is a clear trend. When thinking of this, 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei's heartbeat accelerated wildly. What if it really came true? Well, I just thought about it and I do have some personal matters that I need to discuss. Namikaze Tianming looked at Namikaze Minato helplessly. He didn't know why, but he always felt that his elder brother was a little weird today. Could it be that he couldn't bear to leave his younger brother, so he used this method to make himself stay here longer? If that's the case, then Namikaze Minato's abnormality might be explained. If Namikaze Minato knew what Namikaze Tianming was thinking at this moment, he would probably give Namikaze Tianming a big slap. This guy is so strong, why is he so slow in emotions? It's like a boy who has never been in a relationship. What if Terumi Mei can't stand this idiot and runs away? The only family member whose relationship status is still unclear is Namikaze Tianming. If it were a few years later, Naruto would probably have a child, and he would be able to call him grandpa. With this thought in mind, Namikaze Minato just stared at Namikaze Tianming. Namikaze Tianming took a step forward and walked in front of 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei with a serious look on his face. Terumi Mei was so nervous that she couldn't help swallowing her saliva, and she was also secretly looking forward to it. What would Namikaze Tianming say to her? Will you say that you will get married when you come back after leaving this time? Terumi Mei is at the golden age for marriage. If she doesn't get married, she will become yesterday's flower. Especially now that I have practiced, my lifespan has greatly increased. Terumi Mei. I have a few things I want to ask of you. After hesitating for a while, Namikaze Tianming spoke. Mr. Tianming, you say? Terumi Mei's face turned visibly red, and there was a hint of excitement and anticipation in her eyes. This time I'm going to fight the Otsutsuki clan, so it will take quite a while. Please go back and tell Lady Tsunade and the others that she has worked hard to teach Naruto. The same goes for Naruto. You must practice hard and not be proud. There is no end to practice. Well, that's about it. Namikaze Tianming really racked his brains to come up with these reasonably polite words. If Namikaze Minato knew what Namikaze Tianming was thinking at this moment, he would definitely kick him. What a rationale. Okay, I will definitely pass it on. Terumi Mei couldn't hide the disappointment in her eyes, but she still agreed with a smile. And after Namikaze Tianming said those words, Namikaze Minato almost stumbled and fell from the void. My goodness, this guy is really hopeless. Namikaze Minato shook his head helplessly. He really tried his best, but there was really nothing he could do about Namikaze Tianming. Well, thank you for your help. I will definitely thank you when I come back. Namikaze Tianming smiled and looked at 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. Then I look forward to that day. I wish Mr. Tianming all the best in his expedition to the Otsutsuki clan and a speedy return. Terumi Mei looked sincere. Everyone, I'll be leaving first. Namikaze Tianming looked at everyone and bowed. Take care of yourself. Advertisement 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, 4th Tsuchikage Onoki, 4th Reikage, 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei, and 5th Kasuke Gaara also cupped their hands at the same time, with solemn expressions. After Namikaze Tianming nodded, his mind moved and a message was transmitted. A void portal appeared behind Namikaze Tianming, and two figures walked out of the void portal. They were Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya. After Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya came out, the void portal slowly closed again. Master, Mr. Tianming. As soon as Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya appeared, they bowed to Namikaze Tianming without even looking at 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and the others. Well, have you decided on the route and location? Namikaze Tianming nodded and asked. Master, everything is ready, just waiting for your order. Otsutsuki Kaguya's eyes flickered and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. Uchiha Madara folded his arms, and although he didn't show any expression, he was also looking forward to it in his heart. It was a whole new world, and he was about to set foot in it. Okay, let's go. At Namikaze Tianming's command, Otsutsuki Kagaya waved his hand, and a portal reappeared in the void. It was Yomi Hirasaka, one of the Rinnegan abilities unique to the Otsutsuki clan. After the void portal appeared, Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya went in without any hesitation and disappeared from everyone's sight. Before entering the portal, Namikaze Tianming paused noticeably. After hesitating for a while, Namikaze Tianming turned around and looked at the people behind him. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Namikaze Tianming. Everyone, take care. Namikaze Tianming smiled brightly. Mr. Tianming, have a nice trip. Everyone bowed and shouted loudly. Hey, the atmosphere doesn't need to be so solemn. Maybe I can go into seclusion for a few years and then come back. Also, next time I come back, I will definitely test you all again. Whoever has the least tonic should be prepared to accept my punishment, ha 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 ha. After Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, he went straight into the void portal and disappeared. Ha ha ha, what Tianming said is right. Let's go back and practice first. I don't want to be punished by Tianming. 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki laughed loudly and then flew away. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and 4th Reikage also smiled at each other and followed. Yes, they also need to practice well, otherwise it would be bad if their cultivation level fell too far behind. After everyone disappeared, the void returned to its tranquility, as if no one had ever been there. I don't know how long it took, but the scene changed, and somewhere in another mysterious void, a void portal quietly appeared. In this void portal, 3 figures slowly walked out. They were Namikaze Tianming, Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya who were on their way. Namikaze Tianming withdrew his consciousness, frowned, looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya, and asked. Xiaoyi, is this the nth time you have used Yomi Hirasaka since you set out? Master, this is the 100th time. Otsutsuki Kagaya whispered Kaido, confused in her heart. Why did Namikaze Tianming suddenly ask her this? Could it be that he saw that she was leading them on the journey and it was too hard, so he wanted to comfort her? However, the following conversation shattered Otsutsuki Kaguya's fantasy. Xiaoyi, what's the distance between Yomi and Hirasaka this time? Namikaze Tianming was seen looking at Otsutsuki Kagaya with a half smile on his face, which looked a little strange. Reporting to the master, the distance Yomiuri Hirasaka moves at one time is 1,000 kilometers. Otsutsuki Kagaya lowered his head and answered with a somewhat smug expression on his face. This Yomi Hirasaka is a unique ability of their Otsutsuki clan. Moreover, the moving distance is very far. It only takes a few seconds for others to travel a whole day. Namikaze Tianming must have been too surprised, so he asked, right? 1,000 kilometers. In that case, how long will it take us to reach your Otsutsuki clan's base? Namikaze Tianming's eyes widened in surprise. Master, it will probably take another year. Otsutsuki Kagaya still kept his head down and listened attentively, but he was secretly proud in his heart. If Namikaze Tianming and the others were left to travel on their own, it would probably take at least 10 years before they arrived. It's only 1,000 kilometers, Xiaoyi, you're still too slow. Advertisement Namikaze Tianming raised his eyebrows and said with a look of disgust. Yes, master. Too slow. Otsutsuki Kagaya was just about to be humble, but after hearing Namikaze Tianming's words clearly, Otsutsuki Kagaya was dumbfounded and thought he had heard it wrong. Not only Otsutsuki Kagaya was dumbfounded, but even Uchiha Madara, who was silent on the side, was also stunned, because in Uchiha Madara's opinion, this speed was already extremely fast. Although Uchiha Madara now possesses the abilities of the Otsutsuki clan and Yomi Hirasaka can use them, there is still a huge gap compared to Otsutsuki Kagaya. Yes, it's too slow. It takes a year to travel all the way here. Wouldn't it take even longer to travel further? Namikaze Tianming frowned, looking disgusted. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Uchiha Madara. Wow, he actually complains that it's too slow. Master, do you have any better idea? Although Otsutsuki Kagaya still had a respectful look on her face, she was actually quite unconvinced in her heart. Although Namikaze Tianming's strength could crush her, Otsutsuki Kagaya felt that Huang Quan was more functional than Ryosaka, and she was still better than him. A better way? Namikaze Tianming raised his eyebrows and looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya with a smile, and naturally saw through Otsutsuki Kaguya's little thoughts. It seems that she is very unconvinced. Since you are not convinced, I will convince you with facts. Haha, of course, I will take you on your journey from now on. Namikaze Tianming smiled slightly and said calmly. Ah, master, could you also use Yomi Hirasaka? Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at Namikaze Tianming in surprise. She remembered that Namikaze Tianming seemed to have abilities similar to Yomi Hirasaka. Uchiha Madara also looked at Namikaze Tianming with some expectation in his eyes. What kind of abilities will Namikaze Tianming show? No need, it's just pure magical power. As soon as Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, he placed his hands on the shoulders of Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya respectively. At the same time, a spherical spiritual power shield instantly enveloped the three of them. Mr. Tianming, what is this? Do we need this for our journey? Uchiha Madara pointed at the spiritual shield with a puzzled look on his face. This is my spiritual power shield. If we hurry on our way later, the speed will be too fast and I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it. Namikaze Tianming explained with a smile. Mr. Tianming, although you are stronger, we are not that weak, right? With our physical strength, there's no way we can't handle it. Uchiha Madara frowned and said unhappily, Oh, you think you can handle it? Xiaoyi, do you think so too? Namikaze Tianming looked at Uchiha Madara, then at Otsutsuki Kagaya, and found that she was still keeping her head down and keeping silent. Her meaning seemed very clear. Okay, then I'll remove the spiritual power shield. Namikaze Tianming raised his eyebrows, and without trying to persuade them, he directly cancelled the spiritual power shield. Okay, let's go. Great Void Shift. Namikaze Tianming grabbed Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya, turned into a beam of light, and disappeared into the void in an instant, leaving no trace. However, a few seconds later, a stream of light suddenly appeared in the void tens of thousands of miles away, then paused in the void and turned into three human figures. These three figures were none other than Namikaze Tianming, Uchiha Madara, and Otsutsuki Kagaya. However, the images of the three people now, except for Namikaze Tianming, the other two, are very different from before. At this time, Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kaguya's hairstyles were surprisingly the same, both of them looked like barbs, falling backwards. Moreover, the two of them were now in tattered clothes, with holes everywhere that looked like they were cut by a knife, and through the holes, one could still see the skin underneath. If they were not both the flesh and blood of the Otsutsuki clan with the ability to heal themselves, they would probably be bleeding profusely now. Uchiha Madara was fine, after all, as a grown man, it was no big deal if he was seen. On the other hand, Otsutsuki Kaguya's body was covered with holes, and a glimpse of spring light could be seen through these holes. Although Namikaze Tianming and Uchiha Madara both looked straight ahead and had no intention of peeping at the spring scenery, Otsutsuki Kagaya still blushed. Chapter 241. Entertaining Guests? Otsutsuki Kagaya is now very embarrassed. Although she gave birth to two sons, Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Rain Village, she has never had S***X. As for why Otsutsuki Kagaya was able to give birth to two sons without any sexual experience, the story begins on the day Otsutsuki Kagaya arrived in the ninja world. It is said that in ancient times, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Otsutsuki Ishiki were partners, but they were actually superiors and subordinates. Otsutsuki Kagaya was the subordinate and was to be sacrificed as a living sacrifice. Although Otsutsuki Kagaya can be resurrected by relying on the wedge carved in advance, Otsutsuki Kagaya is unwilling to experience death once, and it will also take Otsutsuki Kagaya a lot of time to regain his peak strength before his death. So, Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was unwilling to be a living sacrifice, took advantage of Otsutsuki Ishiki's unpreparedness to launch a sneak attack and seriously injured Otsutsuki Ishiki. So, Otsutsuki Kagaya sacrificed Otsutsuki Ishiki as a living sacrifice to 10 tails, but Otsutsuki Ishiki managed to escape with half of his body, so in the end only half of Otsutsuki Ishiki's body was sacrificed. Although Otsutsuki Ishiki managed to escape with serious injuries, the sacred tree still grew chakra fruits, and Otsutsuki Kagaya also gained even more powerful strength by swallowing the fruits of the sacred tree. Later, Otsutsuki Ishiki pacified the troubled times by utilizing the powerful strength gained from swallowing the chakra fruit, that is, the power of the bloodline network, and was revered as the goddess of the rabbit. With the blessings and prayers of the people, Otsutsuki Kagaya gave birth to two children. His eldest son was the ancestor of the ninja world, sage of 6 paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, and his second son was Otsutsuki Hamura. Because Otsutsuki Kagaya attacked Otsutsuki Ishiki and embezzled the chakra fruit of the sacred tree, he betrayed the Otsutsuki clan. Just in case, Otsutsuki Kagaya wants to activate Infinite Tsukuyomi and create an army of white Zetsu to resist the Otsutsuki clan's enforcers who may be sent by the Otsutsuki clan. However, Otsutsuki Kaguya's idea was opposed by Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Hamura. Disagreements arose among the mother and her two children, and eventually a war broke out. Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Hamura teamed up to seal Otsutsuki Kagaya. It was not until many years later that Otsutsuki Kagaya was resurrected and finally surrendered to Namikaze Tianming. So, Otsutsuki Kagaya is actually still a virgin? Whether physically or not, maybe psychologically, it should be. So it's not without reason that Otsutsuki Kagaya is so shy now. Ahem, Xiaoyi, you should go to your own space and change your clothes first. And Uchiha Madara, you too, change your clothes, they are so tattered, it would really damage our image if we meet someone from the Otsutsuki clan. Seeing the awkward silence in the atmosphere, Namikaze Tianming quickly put on a stern face and gave the order as if he saw nothing. After a long while, Namikaze Tianming looked at Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had changed their clothes, with satisfaction and nodded. Let's continue on our journey. Do you still need the spiritual shield? Namikaze Tianming smiled meaningfully. Spiritual power shield, then we still have to use it. Uchiha Madara turned his face away and replied with a mumble. What about you, Xiaoyi? Do you want the spiritual power shield or not? Seeing that Uchiha Madara finally gave in, Namikaze Tianming couldn't help but laugh, then looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya and continued asking. Yes, Otsutsuki Kaguya's originally blushing face turned even redder. She lowered her head and made a sound as small as a mosquito. Okay, I'll listen to you, spiritual shield, up. After Namikaze Tianming laughed, he stopped teasing the two and directly summoned out the spiritual power shield to protect the three of them. Although Namikaze Tianming's void teleport speed is indeed fast enough, which is several times faster than Otsutsuki Kaguya's Yamahirasaka, the power of the strong wind formed by the high speed during the advancement should not be underestimated. Although Namikaze Tianming practiced both magic and body, and was wearing immortal level clothes, he was not afraid of these strong winds. But Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya are different. Although their bodies are indeed strong, they are still too tender in front of Namikaze Tianming and the naturally formed strong winds. Therefore, the spiritual power shield is still necessary. Is this spiritual shield protecting their lives? No, it protects their dignity. Because although the gale is strong, it is not fatal. Great Void Shift. Namikaze Tianming grabbed Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya again and crossed the void. After a while, they were tens of thousands of kilometers away. Advertisement with the protection of the spiritual power shield, Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya had the opportunity to feel how fast Namikaze Tianming was. Originally, according to Otsutsuki Kaguya's speed, it would take another year to reach the Otsutsuki clan's usual residence, and this did not include the time to rest and restore chakra. However, at Namikaze Tianming's current speed, he might be able to arrive within a month. At this moment, Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya finally realized why Namikaze Tianming disliked Otsutsuki Kaguya's speed so much. If they had this fast speed, no, even if they had 1/5 of this speed, they would probably think Otsutsuki Kagaya was too slow. Moreover, they had to admit that Namikaze Tianming really crushed them in all aspects. This is the real difference in strength. Call out. Swoosh. Namikaze Tianming grabbed Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya and turned them into a stream of light, constantly shuttling through the void. Even though there are many beautiful planets around them to admire, the three people on their way are not in the mood to appreciate them. When the three of them had been traveling for several days, Namikaze Tianming, who had originally captured Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya, suddenly smiled and stopped. Master, your chakra is exhausted, do you need to rest? Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at Namikaze Tianming curiously. Originally, Otsutsuki Kagaya saw that Namikaze Tianming had traveled for several days without stopping once to restore his chakra. When Otsutsuki Kagaya was still marveling at the terrifying amount of Namikaze Tianming's chakra, Namikaze Tianming suddenly stopped, and it was obvious that they had not yet reached the Otsutsuki clan's residence. What was Namikaze Tianming going to do? Could it be that chakra is gone? A big question mark involuntarily appeared in the heads of Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya. Master, what are you doing? After hesitating for a while, Otsutsuki Kagaya finally asked. Let's stop here for a moment. We have guests coming, and we need to entertain them properly. Namikaze Tianming did not keep a secret, but the expression on his face was really intriguing. What, we're entertaining guests again? Hearing Namikaze Tianming say this, Otsutsuki Kagaya raised his eyebrows. Why do these words sound so familiar? Yes, they need to be entertained. Namikaze Tianming had a smile on his face, which looked very strange. Otsutsuki Kagaya stared at Namikaze Tianming's smiling face, constantly recalling the past. By the way, the last time Guofeng Tianming said he wanted to entertain guests, it was exactly when Otsutsuki Kagaya had just said goodbye to Namikaze Tianming, and at that time, the ones who were entertained were Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Otsutsuki Kaneshiki, and Otsutsuki Urashiki. Now Namikaze Tianming suddenly said such inexplicable words, there must be some other meaning behind it. So, Otsutsuki Kagaya closed his eyes and felt the chakra suddenly surge out and spread around. However, Otsutsuki Kaguya's perception chakra had spread outward, at least hundreds of miles, but still no trace of anyone was seen. However, after all, having learned from previous experience, Otsutsuki Kagaya did not dare to question Namikaze Tianming again. Instead, he asked very humbly. Master, where is this guest? Why can't I see him? Although Uchiha Madara was equally curious, he did not dare to question it at all. He just quietly hugged his arms and waited for the answer to be revealed. Haha, these guests are thousands of miles away, so you naturally can't see them. Namikaze Tianming smiled, inadvertently showing off the terrifying range of his spiritual sense. Tens of thousands of miles away. Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara both widened their eyes in surprise, looked at each other, and then looked at Namikaze Tianming again, full of disbelief. Well, tens of thousands of miles. They also use Yamahirasaka to travel, and the landing point has been decided. Let's go there in advance and prepare for the welcome. After saying that, Namikaze Tianming grabbed Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara again, smiled, and the spiritual power shield appeared again. Immediately afterwards, the three people were seen turning into a stream of light and disappeared in an instant. Somewhere in the quiet void in the distance, Namikaze Tianming, Uchiha Madara, and Otsutsuki Kagaya suddenly appeared. Advertisement: after cancelling the spiritual shield, Namikaze Tianming and Uchiha Madara Otsutsuki Kagaya stayed in this void. About 5 meters in front of the three people, a void portal was slowly taking shape. It should take about 15 seconds for it to be truly formed. Xiaoyi, Uchiha Madara, the guests will arrive in 10 seconds, we must prepare wine and food for them, let them drink a pot of wine. Namikaze Tianming had a smile on his face, but his hands did not stop. Hundreds of golden swords flew out from Namikaze Tianming's back in an instant and circled above Namikaze Tianming. Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya, who were originally confused, finally understood what Namikaze Tianming meant by entertaining guests after seeing his attitude. The two of them quickly jumped to the sides, each keeping a sufficient distance between them. Let's kill the Greybone Spear together. Fortunately, the Otsutsuki clan members in front helped to resist the attack of Namikaze Tianming and the other three, so the other Otsutsuki clan members had a chance to catch their breath. You can even hear them talking about how they plan to destroy a planet to plant the sacred tree, and how they plan to keep humans in captivity. Prepare. In just a blink of an eye, more than a dozen Uchiha clan members were killed or injured. The smile in Namikaze Tianming's eyes became even wider. This feeling of waiting for something to happen is really good. The two spears were pointing at the void portal that was gradually taking shape on the opposite side, emitting a faint light. Namikaze Tianming and his men had stabilized themselves and did not continue to attack. After all, as an appetizer, Namikaze Tianming was already very satisfied with the previous attack. Taking advantage of the gaps in the attack, other members of the Otsutsuki clan filed out from the void teleporters like crazy. Hey, who are you? Why are you intercepting us here? What do you want to do? Faintly, one can still see the distorted void near the Yasukani no Magatama transformed by the truth-seeking ball. Under Uchiha Madara's control, the spherical truth-seeking ball slowly transformed into the shape of the Uchiha Madara Mangekyo Sharingan and began to spin rapidly in the air. A member of the Otsutsuki clan who looked like a leader stood out from the crowd and questioned in a stern voice. Because several attacks came at once, the defenseless Otsutsuki clan soldiers had no time to dodge. Truth-seeking ball. Yasukani no Magatama. At the same time, the void portal was finally formed. This void portal was huge enough to accommodate about 100 people in and out. As Uchiha Madara's cold voice sounded, several truth-seeking balls behind him instantly flew in front of Uchiha Madara. Otsutsuki Kagaya stretched out his hands forward, and two black and gray spears emerged from his hands. A cold light flashed at the tip of the spears, which was enough to show how sharp the two spears were. Moreover, all of the Otsutsuki clan members are super cage level in strength, and only a few members have reached the level of half-step 6 paths powerhouses. Puff. Then, as soon as these Otsutsuki clan members took a step out of the void portal, their faces changed drastically. The clothes they wore were exactly the same as those of the Otsutsuki tribe members that Namikaze Tianming had seen before. It was much simpler in Uchiha Madara. The Yasukani no Magatama transformed by the truth-seeking ball exploded instantly when it came into contact with a member of the Otsutsuki clan. Ah! There were loud explosions, the sound of swords piercing bodies, and people screaming. At the same time, Uchiha Madara on the other side also had a blank expression on his face, looking at the void portal in front of him with indifference. At the same time, the two ash bone quality spears and the Yasukani no Magatama transformed from the truth-seeking ball in front of Uchiha Madara were also launched at the same time. And this golden sword was the work of Namikaze Tianming. It seems like these three people are really going to kill me. Okay, someone will be here soon, listen to my orders. Soon, about 100 people were seen slowly emerging from the void portal, talking and laughing. Among the hundreds of Otsutsuki clan ninjas, more than 10 had been turned into hedgehogs by the golden sword. Boom. Similarly, the killing gray bone spear launched by Otsutsuki Kagaya also pierced the members of the Otsutsuki clan into a candied haws. Namikaze Tianming's eyes lit up, the order was issued instantly, and the golden sword hovering above his head also flew out instantly. 1, 2, 3. Here we go. Attack. Chapter 242. The Otsutsuki clan's vanguard? Otsutsuki Kagaya. Is that you? The Otsutsuki clan leader who asked the question immediately saw Namikaze Tianming, Otsutsuki Kagaya and the other two. The moment the leader saw Otsutsuki Kagaya, he recognized him, because Otsutsuki Kagaya was one of the targets of their mission. However, Otsutsuki Kagaya just glanced coldly at the leader opposite her and did not answer, because she did not recognize this leader. Obviously, this leader should have taken the position after she left the Otsutsuki clan. Otsutsuki Kagaya flew to Namikaze Tianming, shook his head and whispered. Master, I don't know this person. Namikaze Tianming just nodded indifferently after hearing this. However, the leader-like man could hear Otsutsuki Kaguya's voice clearly. It was normal that Otsutsuki Kagaya didn't know him. After all, when Otsutsuki Kagaya went to alien planets to plant sacred trees and collect chakra fruits, he was still an unknown person. I never thought you, Otsutsuki Kagaya, would accept a lowly creature as your master. You have brought shame upon our Otsutsuki clan. The leader's face was as cold as frosty, and his eyes were full of disdain when he looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya. Then, the leader proudly raised his head and looked at Namikaze Tianming with his big nose. Listen carefully, low-level creature. I am the captain of the 6th Squadron, one of the 10 most elite troops of the Otsutsuki clan Otsutsuki Bashiki. I am under the order of our clan's supreme elder to go to the alien planet and bring Otsutsuki Kagaya to justice. After Otsutsuki finished speaking, he pointed at Namikaze Tianming with contempt and said, Now that I, Otsutsuki Bashi, have come in person, Otsutsuki Kagaya, the lower creatures, and that unknown person, I advise you to surrender immediately to avoid physical pain. Oh, you said you were the elite of the Otsutsuki clan? Namikaze Tianming was not surprised at all. It turned out that the Otsutsuki clan had always had the habit of looking down on others. Of course. Now that you've heard my name, Otsutsuki, why are you still trying to struggle? Otsutsuki crossed his arms in a domineering manner, with an indescribable look of pride on his face. He could already foresee the scene of Otsutsuki Kagaya and the two men kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. However, the next scene made Otsutsuki and the troops behind him all stunned. Namikaze Tianming looked indifferent, pointing at Otsutsuki with a look of disdain. You think you're the elite of the Otsutsuki clan? Sorry, I'm fighting against the elite. It's not that Namikaze Tianming looks down on Otsutsuki Bashiki, he's just a vanguard team leader. In terms of strength, he's not even as good as Otsutsuki or Ashiki. Low life, what a presumptuous tone. I, Otsutsuki Bashi, am not a wimp like Otsutsuki Kagaya, who actually called you master. This is an unforgivable crime. Come on, guys. Except for Otsutsuki Kagaya, the lives of others will be cut down. Otsutsuki never imagined that one day he would be looked down upon by an inferior student and be so angry that he was fuming. Tisk, 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 it seems like you haven't learned your lesson. Have you forgotten how these Otsutsuki clan members on the ground died? Namikaze Tianming shook his head, feeling very helpless. Are they so eager to die? It's just a sneak attack when we were caught off guard while teleporting. Every failure makes us wiser. This time, we are all out. Your sneak attack has failed. Otsutsuki just casually glanced at the 20 or 30 corpses on the ground and didn't take it seriously. As a warrior of the Otsutsuki clan, you must be prepared to die at any time. Oh, really, Emperor's domain? Namikaze Tianming smiled slightly and did not give Otsutsuki and the others any chance. The Emperor of Heaven's domain instantly spread out and enveloped Otsutsuki and the others. When Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya felt the aura emanating from Namikaze Tianming, their expressions suddenly changed. They had naturally experienced the power of Namikaze Tianming's domain. After all, when Namikaze Tianming first came out of his field, he looked for these two to do experiments. Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya were tortured to death by Namikaze Tianming, especially Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya, who could be said to be immortal, so Namikaze Tianming did not hold back at all. Advertisement therefore, both Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara were still afraid of the power of the domain. So, Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya both looked towards Otsutsuki Hayashiki at the same time, as if they could already see the tragic future of Otsutsuki Hayashiki. You are playing tricks on me. You are a lowly creature, and you dare to yell at me. You can go to hell now. Otsutsuki pointed at Namikaze Tianming angrily. He naturally felt the look that Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya gave him, which were the looks of a pitiful person. These two people actually felt sorry for Otsutsuki Bashi. How is this possible? Behind Otsutsuki Bashiki, there is a red device that is exactly the same as the one on the back of Otsutsuki Jinshiki. Otsutsuki easily picked up the huge axe transformed from the tool behind him. Then Otsutsuki raised the huge red axe with one hand and pointed it at Namikaze Tianming with an extremely arrogant attitude, not paying any attention to the seriousness of the problem. Emperor's domain. Pressure. A golden light flashed in Namikaze Tianming's eyes, and a terrifying pressure instantly burst out from Namikaze Tianming's body, like a hurricane, instantly passing between Otsutsuki Bashi and those Otsutsuki clan members. Otsutsuki Bashi and other members of the Otsutsuki clan changed color instantly, because they found that just in the past moment, they were unable to move. It was as if countless small mountains were pressing down on them at the same time. In just a short moment, their legs began to tremble because they could not bear the pressure. Whether it is Otsutsuki Bashiki or other members, there are no exceptions. Get down! Namikaze Tianming shouted, and Otsutsuki Bashiki and the members of the Otsutsuki clan finally couldn't stand the pressure anymore and were forced to the ground without any ability to resist. Is this what you call an elite vanguard force? With this little strength, you still want to come to the ninja world to cause trouble? Are you in a hurry to die? Namikaze Tianming spoke indifferently, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Otsutsuki lay on the ground with a look of humiliation on his face. He could tell that the man in front of him didn't take them seriously at all. How can it be repaired? Otsutsuki wanted to punch the ground in humiliation, but found that he didn't even have the qualifications to raise his fist to punch the ground. This discovery finally caused deep fear to appear in Otsutsuki's eyes. He seemed to understand why Otsutsuki Kagaya and the man who seemed to be a member of the Otsutsuki clan would submit to this lower creature. The mere presence of his aura and pressure was enough to make all the members of their vanguard team fall to the ground. With such strength, perhaps only the patriarch of the Otsutsuki clan could do it, right? The more he understood Namikaze Tianming's strength, the more fear Otsutsuki felt. He has now begun to regret why he volunteered to take on the exploration mission as the captain of the vanguard force. But there is no medicine for regret in this world. Soul Secret Technique, 9 Nether Soul Devouring. Namikaze Tianming opened his eyes, and his spiritual awareness instantly spread out, like millions of needles, piercing directly into the minds of all members of the Otsutsuki clan's vanguard troops. The Otsutsuki clan's vanguard force, numbering nearly 100 people, didn't even have time to utter a scream before their eyes lost their spirit. All the vanguards died. Namikaze Tianming closed his eyes after killing the vanguard members of the Otsutsuki clan. After removing all the miscellaneous information, I slowly digested the useful information obtained from the souls of these pioneers. Just as Otsutsuki Momoshiki said, the Otsutsuki clan does have a large number of elite troops heading to the ninja world. However, this is all because Otsutsuki Urashiki, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Tsukishiki have not yet returned to the Otsutsuki clan. Moreover, the 4 of them did not pass any useful information to the Otsutsuki clan. Only Otsutsuki Momoshiki passed on a message before he died. There were only 2 words on that message: danger. When the high-ranking members of the Otsutsuki clan learned of this information, they became furious. In their opinion, it must be Otsutsuki Kagaya or Otsutsuki Ashiki who betrayed the Otsutsuki clan. He took all the chakra fruits obtained from planting the sacred tree, greatly increased his strength, and then ambushed Otsutsuki Momoshiki and the other 3. Therefore, the Otsutsuki high-ranking officials dispatched the Otsutsuki clan's law enforcement force, which was the 10 elite troops, to capture Otsutsuki Ashiki and Otsutsuki Kagaya. Advertisement in this elite force, just as Otsutsuki Kagaya said, has 10 elite forces. The leader of each elite force is an elite member of the Otsutsuki clan, and their strength is at least at the 6 paths level. In other words, they are at the same level as Otsutsuki Momoshiki and his friends. As for the members of the elite forces, each of them must be a cage level or super cage level member of the Otsutsuki clan. Now these 10 elite teams, more than 1,000 people, are rushing towards the ninja world in a mighty manner. The vanguard team led by Otsutsuki was composed of members selected from the 10 elite forces, and was used to explore the way. However, Otsutsuki never expected that just by exploring the way, he would actually kill the entire vanguard team, hundreds of tribesmen, including himself. Master, what's going on? Seeing Namikaze Tianming open his eyes, Otsutsuki Kagaya hurried forward and asked. Well, it's similar to the information we got before. The elite troops of the Otsutsuki clan are on their way here. Namikaze Tianming smiled slightly and said calmly. Upon hearing that the elite troops of the Otsutsuki clan were heading here, Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly lit up. Does that mean the enemy will arrive here soon and he can fight right away? Master, what should we do next? Avoid them and reduce direct conflicts. Unlike the belligerent Uchiha Madara, Otsutsuki Kagaya kept his head down and spoke his mind. Although she knew that Namikaze Tianming would definitely not like what she said. However, the main force of the Otsutsuki clan's elite forces is composed of thousands of Otsutsuki clan members and should not be underestimated. The best plan for now is to avoid a head-on conflict with the main force of the elite forces. Instead, you can hide in the dark, capture lone members, and slowly eliminate the core strength of the main force. Wait until the right time to engage in direct conflict with the main force. This way, you will be almost certain to win. Just when Otsutsuki Kagaya was secretly calculating in his heart, Namikaze Tianming glanced at Otsutsuki Kagaya and asked lightly. Xiaoyi, have you forgotten our purpose this time? Master, please forgive me, I am just a stupid servant. Aren't we here this time to resist the elite troops sent by the Otsutsuki clan and prevent them from invading the fairyland? Otsutsuki Kagaya asked back with some confusion. Xiaoyi, what you said is right, but also wrong. Namikaze Tianming smiled and stretched out a finger and shook it. Please let me know, Master. Otsutsuki Kagaya lowered his head even lower, seemingly ready to be punished by Namikaze Tianming. Our goal this time is to help the Immortal Kingdom clear the obstacles ahead. Namikaze Tianming was not angry either, but put his hands behind his back, looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and continued to speak. Now the ninja world is at peace, and among the alien planets near the Immortal Kingdom, only the Otsutsuki clan poses the greatest threat to the Immortal Kingdom. If I were still here, it would be easy to deal with, after all, I would help. But if one day, I leave here for some personal reasons, it would be hard to say what will happen. Even though the strength of the ninja world has been greatly improved, it is still difficult to resist the Otsutsuki clan or other enemies who want to invade the fairyland. Therefore, our next task is to wipe out the Otsutsuki clan in one fell swoop. In this way, the ninja realm, or the Immortal Kingdom, will have enough time to truly grow up. Namikaze Tianming's words shocked Otsutsuki Kagaya so much that his eyes widened. Was he going to wipe out the entire Otsutsuki clan? Is this possible? After all, there are many people in the Otsutsuki clan who are stronger than her. Especially the patriarch of the mysterious Otsutsuki clan, whose strength is even more powerful. No one has even seen his true strength, because those who have seen it are all dead. No matter how powerful Namikaze Tianming is, can he be a match for the Otsutsuki clan leader? Otsutsuki Kagaya was very confused. However, after hearing Namikaze Tianming's plan, Uchiha Madara's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, Xiaoyi, do you understand what I want to do now? As if seeing through Otsutsuki Kaguya's thoughts, Namikaze Tianming looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya with a smile and continued to ask. Chapter 243. Namikaze Tianming's Purpose. Reporting to the master, I understand. Otsutsuki Kagaya lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. The three of them prepared a delicious dish for the upcoming elite troops of the Otsutsuki clan. Multiple shadow clone technique. Master, I am willing to follow you forever. Oh, you only have one chance, there is no chance to regret. After Namikaze Tianming finished giving the order for the battle plan, he just glanced at Otsutsuki Kagaya casually and said nothing more. After watching Namikaze Tianming and Uchiha Madara use multiple shadow clone techniques, Otsutsuki Kagaya understood how this jutsu should be used. Master, it is my honor to follow you. I will not regret it. Namikaze Tianming stretched out his hand into the air, and a red jade-like object floated out from Otsutsuki's clothes. After all, after devouring the souls of Otsutsuki Bashi and hundreds of other Otsutsuki members, Namikaze Tianming already knew the route to the Otsutsuki clan's base camp. This is one of the methods used by members of the Otsutsuki clan's elite forces to convey information. Advertisement. Multiple shadow clone technique. In just a moment, Namikaze Tianming and Uchiha Madara each summoned 9 shadow clones, and stood in front of the 10 void portals, ready to go. Namikaze Tianming looked calm and said something that made Otsutsuki Kagaya extremely troubled. Sure enough, after Namikaze Tianming, Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya waited patiently for 3 days. A space fluctuation was heard in the void in front of them. In fact, what Namikaze Tianming said was true. If Otsutsuki Kagaya wanted to leave now, he would not stop her. Namikaze Tianming looked at Uchiha Madara and asked with a smile. In that case, let's just wait here. However, the next time I meet Otsutsuki Kagaya, it will probably be the day of Otsutsuki Kaguya's death. But after struggling for a while, Otsutsuki Kagaya finally raised his head, looked at Namikaze Tianming and said with a smile. Uchiha Madara's tone is calm, but his words are easily moving. Now that you know my thoughts, what are your plans now? Do you still want to follow me? Namikaze Tianming held the jade, muttered something in a low voice, and then threw it into the air. In an instant, a piece of information rushed out from the jade, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared in a certain direction. Advertisement, Mr. Tianming, I think I have explained it very clearly. No matter what you do, even if you want to expose the sky, I will follow you and do my best. Otsutsuki Kagaya bowed again and spoke respectfully. After delivering the message, Namikaze Tianming ordered Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya to prepare. So, Otsutsuki Kagaya followed suit and summoned 9 clones, including herself, and stood in front of the 10 void portals. Namikaze Tianming and Uchiha Madara looked at each other and nodded in tacit understanding. Namikaze Tianming looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya with some surprise. However, this time, there were as many as 10 void portals of the same size. Uchiha Madara, what about you? Otsutsuki Kagaya lowered his head, hesitating and struggling in his heart for a long time, because Namikaze Tianming's words were so tempting. After devouring Otsutsuki's soul, these techniques became no longer difficult for Namikaze Tianming. If you want to leave, I can let you go. Namikaze Tianming and Uchiha Madara said it out loud at the same time. We just prepared it, and we'll do it later. Chapter 244, Old Tricks Again. The three of them used the same trick again, and the scene almost exactly the same as before appeared again. However, the scale this time is obviously much larger than before. Let's kill the Greybone Spear together. The 10 Otsutsuki Kagaya made the same movements. Each of the Otsutsuki Kagaya had 2 black-gray spears coming out of his hands. All of a sudden, dozens of sharp gray bones were aimed at the 10 void portals. At the same time, the Uchiha Madara on the other side did the same thing. 10 identical Uchiha Madara took the same posture, with sharp eyes, clapped their hands, and shouted in unison. Truth-seeking ball. Yasukani no Magatama. As Uchiha Madara's cold voice rang out, the same scene as before reappeared, and several truth-seeking balls behind him instantly flew in front of Uchiha Madara. The spherical truth-seeking ball, under Uchiha Madara's control, slowly transformed into the shape of the Uchiha Madara Mangekyo Sharingan and spun rapidly in the air. All of a sudden, all kinds of flashes, the sky is full of flowers. Seeing this scene, Namikaze Tianming nodded with satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, thousands of golden spiritual swords were aimed at the 10 void portals. Namikaze Tianming's spiritual sense radiated, and as he saw the 10 elite troops of the Otsutsuki clan simultaneously step into the void portal at the other end, Namikaze Tianming could not help but smile slightly. This time, the fish that was caught was a really big one. On your marks, get set. Fire! As the 10 void portals were completely opened, hundreds of Otsutsuki clan members stepped out of each void portal in an orderly manner. However, as soon as they stepped out of the void portal, the faces of these Otsutsuki clan troops changed drastically. Because what greeted them was the gift carefully prepared by Namikaze Tianming, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara. What's going on? Kill the gray bones together. Oh no, there's an ambush, defend quickly, defend. Seeing the sudden attack, the elite members of the Otsutsuki clan, who were caught off guard, couldn't help but panic. Advertisement, don't panic, focus on defense. An extremely majestic roar rang out from the crowd, and the originally noisy Otsutsuki clan elite troops quieted down. After all, these were elite troops, and their reactions were extremely quick. They immediately used their own life-saving methods and began to defend. All of a sudden, all kinds of colorful shields emitting colorful light appeared in front of the Otsutsuki clan's elite troops, resisting the incoming attack. Boom. Crack. Boom. The Huigu and Yasukani no Magatama collided with these shields, and countless violent collision sounds burst out in an instant. Although the offensive of Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara was fierce, the elite troops of the Otsutsuki clan were numerous and powerful after all. If one defensive shield was broken, a second shield would take over. For a moment, the attacks of Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara were unable to break through their defense. Haha, with just this little attack, you think you can break through the defense of our Otsutsuki clan's most elite troops? Is this Otsutsuki Kagaya? And that one? Looks like he's from our Otsutsuki clan. Why haven't I seen him before? Could he be a descendant of Otsutsuki Kagaya? How dare they, just the two of them, attack us? It seems that this great animal society has really betrayed our tribe. There seem to be more than two people here. The others are shadow clone, so why aren't there two people? Hey, why is there another low-level creature? What the hell? What is hovering over this lowly creature? After fending off the first wave of attacks from Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara, these elite members of the Otsutsuki clan relaxed a lot and began to talk. Looking at the relaxed Otsutsuki clan's elite troops, Namikaze Tianming's mouth curled up slightly. It seemed that years of invincibility had made the Otsutsuki clan members lose their sense of awe. Before I figured out the situation, I already started to slack off. 10,000 swords returned to their origin, fast. Advertisement. Namikaze Tianming opened his eyes, put his fingers together and pointed forward. In an instant, thousands of golden lightsabers rushed towards the thousands of Otsutsuki clan members. However, when the Otsutsuki clan members saw Namikaze Tianming's attack, they were shocked by the magnificent scene, but that was all. After a while, the members of the Otsutsuki clan showed a mocking smile. How could the attack of an inferior creature, which was flashy and impractical, compete with their defense? However, their smiles froze on their faces, because those defensive barriers or shields that they were so proud of shattered the moment they touched Namikaze Tianming's golden sword. He couldn't even block Namikaze Tianming's golden sword for a second. Puff. Crack. Just like cutting melons or tofu, the defensive means were broken, facing the overwhelming attack. The elite troops of the Otsutsuki clan also panicked at this moment. Although all members of their Otsutsuki clan have the nearly invincible ability of Muji healing, they also rely on this ability to conquer all over the world and have never been defeated. However, the healing ability of this Muji is different for each member. Some are strong and some are weak. Moreover, if the enemy's attack is too strong and causes you to die directly, even if you have the seal-free healing skill, it will be of no use. Run away. Don't gather in groups. No one knew who shouted this, but these elite troops of the Otsutsuki clan scattered like birds and beasts, one after another fleeing in all directions at a high speed. However, Namikaze Tianming's golden sword seemed to have a navigation system. Even if the members of the Otsutsuki clan fled in all directions, the golden sword still followed them. Even those members of the Otsutsuki clan who were only concerned with running away and not paying attention to their backs were pierced through the body by the approaching golden sword. The powerful force caused the member's body to shatter from the wound and turn into powder, and the wound continued to spread. After a while, the Otsutsuki clan member was completely turned into powder. The wedge they had carved elsewhere was found and destroyed by Namikaze Tianming's spiritual power, making it impossible for him to be resurrected. Such a scene not only happened to this Otsutsuki clan member. In just a few minutes, more than 200 members of the Otsutsuki clan were completely killed by Namikaze Tianming's golden sword. There were more than 300 members of the Otsutsuki clan who had lost limbs and were seriously injured and could no longer fight. In other words, this wave of attacks by Namikaze Tianming almost wiped out nearly half of the elite troops of the Otsutsuki clan. Chapter 245. The 10 leaders take action. Namikaze Tianming folded his arms, looked at the scene in front of him, and nodded with satisfaction. After he was promoted to the Void Transformation Realm, his strength had indeed been greatly improved. With just a casual attack, less than 1/10 of his strength, he surpassed a 6 paths level warrior. Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya also looked at Namikaze Tianming in shock. They could feel that the power of those golden swords was obviously stronger than the previous attack. However, the last time they were dealing with only a few hundred members of the Otsutsuki clan, so this level of attack was indeed not necessary. Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Especially Otsutsuki Kagaya. She originally thought that after she had devoted herself to hard training during this period of time and her strength had greatly improved, the gap between her and Namikaze Tianming would narrow. But now it seems that the gap has become even bigger. And this time when following Namikaze Tianming to fight, Otsutsuki Kagaya actually has his own little thoughts. With Namikaze Tianming's strength, if he followed him into battle, he would definitely have the ability to kill the Otsutsuki clan members he encountered in the early stages. And she, Otsutsuki Kagaya, could naturally follow behind Namikaze Tianming and take advantage of any leaks, just like this time. Those Otsutsuki clan members who were killed by Namikaze Tianming, except for those who were unlucky, didn't even leave their bodies. For those members of the Otsutsuki clan who still have intact bodies or are incomplete, Otsutsuki Kagaya can completely refine them into chakra fruits, and then devour them to enhance his strength. Although these members are not as strong as himself, the chakra fruits they refine are of average effect, and the swallowing effect will weaken with the amount swallowed, but it can ultimately improve his strength. After all, every member of these elite forces is at least a cage-level warrior, and some are even at the early 6 pads level. But now, with the strength shown by Namikaze Tianming, even if he devoured these hundreds of members of the Otsutsuki clan's elite forces, he would probably not be a match for Namikaze Tianming. Unless, if Namikaze Tianming can kill the leaders of these 10 elite troops and devour all the leaders of these 10 troops, his strength can be further improved. In this case, maybe there will be a chance for him to compete with Namikaze Tianming. Advertisement thus, Otsutsuki Kaguya's burning gaze turned to the leaders of the 10 elite troops who were still staying in the void portals among the 10 portals. They are Otsutsuki Asuna, Otsutsuki Flower Style, Otsutsuki Night Style, Otsutsuki Child Style, Otsutsuki No Style, Otsutsuki Red Style, Otsutsuki Zero Style, Otsutsuki Deer Style, Otsutsuki Clear Style and Otsutsuki Poison Style. These 10 people are none other than the leaders of the 10 elite troops, 6 paths top-level warriors. In terms of strength, they are comparable to Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara after their powers have greatly increased. At this time, the 10 leaders were in the void portal, their eyes wide open, watching the scene of the Otsutsuki clan's elite troops being defeated, and their hearts were filled with extreme resentment. Now they understood that they must have fallen into the trap of the handsome black-haired man in front of them. As for the 100 members of the vanguard force, they were probably in great danger. But what they could not accept the most was that they had more than 1,000 elite troops of the Otsutsuki clan here. How could they be killed without a single piece of armor left by an unknown lower-level creature and have to flee in panic? You know, any member of their Otsutsuki clan is a powerful figure on the alien planet. 2 of them can be invincible in the world, and then they can plant the sacred tree and harvest the chakra fruit. But now, there are thousands of such strong men, but they are still easily defeated by the man in front of them. Let's go together. In the void portal, the leaders of the 10 elite troops reached a consensus tacitly, nodded, and took off into the air together without any nonsense. The 10 leaders took out their weapons one after another and rushed towards Namikaze Tianming who was standing in the air. Seeing the calm expression on Namikaze Tianming's face, the leader of the 10 elite troops became even more angry. Chakra continued to be poured into the weapons in his hands. For a moment, colorful clouds filled the sky, and various lights continued to appear, illuminating the dim void into daytime. Master, be careful. Otsutsuki Kagaya saw that Namikaze Tianming was still motionless, and worried that Namikaze Tianming was being too arrogant, so he quickly reminded him. Advertisement: if Namikaze Tianming was killed because of carelessness, with the strength of Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara, they might not be a match for these 10 leaders. By then, Otsutsuki Kagaya would have to live a life of running around and fleeing. Of course, the greater possibility was that neither she nor Uchiha Madara would die here. Although it is said that Otsutsuki Kagaya possesses immortality, that is only relative. In the face of absolutely powerful strength, her immortality is just a decoration. For example, Namikaze Tianming, who is far away in the sky but close at hand, in front of him, Otsutsuki Kagaya is not immortal. And in the Otsutsuki Kagaya clan, there are 3 strong men who are at the peak level of 6 paths, or what the Otsutsuki clan calls god-level strong men. They are the great elder Otsutsuki Aoshiki, the second elder Otsutsuki Jingshiki, and the patriarch of the Otsutsuki clan Otsutsuki Sorashiki. Although Otsutsuki Kagaya is now a 6 paths peak level warrior, and only 1 level away from being a god level warrior, the difference in strength is huge. If one wants to advance to become a god level strongman, one must continuously swallow chakra fruits, and at least thousands of these chakra fruits are needed. Because of this, the Otsutsuki clan has only produced 3 god level strongmen over the years. Alternatively, the physical body of a god-level strong man could be refined into a chakra fruit and then consumed. However, the physical body of a god-level strong man was extremely powerful, and it would take a very long time to completely digest this power. Even so, the second method is obviously not as reliable as the first one. After all, how could a god-level strong man be so easy to kill? Otsutsuki Kaguya's eyes flickered. Her mind was in a mess, all kinds of thoughts turned around in her mind, and she also understood that only by following Namikaze Tianming would her path to becoming a god-level strong woman have a slight possibility. Therefore, Otsutsuki Kagaya loudly reminded Namikaze Tianming that if Namikaze Tianming died, her plan would be ruined. However, as soon as Otsutsuki Kagaya finished speaking, he was stunned. Because the next scene is so terrifying. Chapter 246. Self-attack, the most deadly. Emperor's domain. Fixed. Namikaze Tianming was not in a hurry and slowly uttered the word fixed. The 10 leaders who had already attacked Namikaze Tianming suddenly stiffened and were fixed in the void, unable to move. The 10 leaders were all horrified, because they were now completely out of control of their entire body, and the only part that could move was probably their eyes. The 10 leaders looked at the calm and composed man in front of them, and couldn't help but feel a sense of fear in their hearts. We've just started fighting and you've already lost? Although their collective defeat made them lose face, they were not panicked. In their opinion, even if they were defeated, their lives would not be in danger. After all, they are all geniuses among the geniuses of the immortal Otsutsuki clan, second only to the 3 God-level, powerful beings of the clan leader. No one knew what means this low-level creature in front of them had used to control them. But this low-level creature definitely borrowed some external power and could never possess God-level power. From ancient times to the present, only their great Otsutsuki clan can produce God-level strongmen. This is their pride as the geniuses of the Otsutsuki clan. Thinking of this, the restless hearts of the 10 leaders gradually calmed down, and there was a hint of sarcasm in their eyes when they looked at Namikaze Tianming. Let this low-level creature be proud for a while now, and when the God-level strongman in the tribe takes action, this kid will surely be killed without a complete body. The 10 leaders all wanted to grin at the same time, but they sadly found that they couldn't open their mouths at all. As a result, the eyes of the 10 leaders suddenly became full of resentment, and they cursed Vice Admiral Namikaze Tianming countless times in their hearts. Namikaze Tianming naturally also saw the changes in emotions in the eyes of these 10 people. Although he didn't know what they were thinking specifically, he could still guess their general thoughts. Therefore, Namikaze Tianming just sneered and looked at the 10 leaders who were suspended in the air in front of him. Then, Namikaze Tianming launched a series of backward kicks at the faces of these 10 leaders. In an instant, the 10 leaders with bruised faces and noses flew backwards one after another. Advertisement at the same time, a transparent spiritual wall rose out of thin air in the distant void. Bloody, puff. The 10 leaders crashed into the spiritual city wall and felt as if they had been hit hard, as if all the bones in their bodies were shattered and their internal organs were churning wildly in their bodies. The 10 leaders suddenly felt a sweetness in their throats and spat out a large amount of blood. Even in the blood of some leaders, fragments of internal organs could be seen. The remaining members of the Otsutsuki clan's elite forces also looked at Namikaze Tianming in shock. They had not expected that such an ordinary kick from Namikaze Tianming could have such great power. If it weren't for the Otsutsuki clan's unique strong bodies and immortality, these 10 leaders would probably be wiped out by Namikaze Tianming's kick. The Otsutsuki clan members looked at Namikaze Tianming with increasing fear. What's more, they are also unable to move now. Although they have the ability of unlimited healing, they are not immortal. If Namikaze Tianming's kick hit them, they would probably be turned into powder and reduced to ashes at any time. Thinking of this scene, the remaining members of the Otsutsuki clan's elite force couldn't help but feel weak in the knees. They all understood that this time, they had really hit a wall. They were once invincible, but now they finally suffered their first defeat. The source of this defeat was just a low-level creature from an alien planet. I guess no member of the Otsutsuki clan would believe it if they told it to others. However, Namikaze Tianming ignored these small fry that were no more than the early stage of 6 paths. Namikaze Tianming looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara and said calmly. Xiaoyi, Madara, these people are now in your care. How much you can improve your strength depends on you. When Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara heard what Namikaze Tianming said, they couldn't help but look at each other, and then they were overjoyed. Namikaze Tianming's meaning was very clear. Immediately, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara showed crazy looks on their faces. With so many Otsutsuki clan members, how many chakra fruits can be refined? Advertisement, kill. Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara nodded, and without hesitation, transformed into a phantom, shuttling among the remaining Otsutsuki clan members. Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara showed no mercy and fought with all their might. No, they were slaughtering the remaining members of the Otsutsuki clan. The elite troops of the Otsutsuki clan could not help but reveal a look of despair as they watched the frantic slaughter of Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara. For a moment, there were screams. Blood splattered everywhere and broken limbs flew everywhere. It was unknown how long it had passed before Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara appeared in front of Namikaze Tianming, holding chakra fruits as tall as a hill. Master, Mr. Tianming, except for the 10 leaders, all the chakra fruits are here. Although Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara are reluctant, they still have to offer the chakra fruit to Namikaze Tianming. As for how much Namikaze Tianming will give them, that is up to fate. After all, the chakra fruit, in their opinion, is an extremely precious treasure. At the beginning, 1 or 2 Namikaze Tianming might not look down on it and were willing to let the 2 of them absorb it. But now there are too many chakra fruits. Therefore, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara reached a consensus tacitly and presented their most valued chakra fruit to Namikaze Tianming. However, when he saw Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara bringing the chakra fruit to him, Namikaze Tianming waved his hands in disdain and backed away repeatedly, preventing Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara from getting close. Are you kidding? In Namikaze Tianming's opinion, what's the difference between these so-called chakra fruits and human flesh? Moreover, the so-called chakra is just a low-level, weakened version of spiritual energy. How could I possibly appreciate it? Take it, divide it among yourselves. Why are you giving it to me? Seeing Namikaze Tianming's look of disgust, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara couldn't help but be stunned. Namikaze Tianming actually didn't want such a precious treasure? But on second thought, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara were moved. This master, sir, must be pretending to be disgusted in order to help them improve their strength. Such great kindness moved even people like Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara who were emotionally indifferent. Chapter 247. The 10 leaders are appointed after storing the chakra fruit into their own Rinnegan space. Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha calmed down their excitement before looking at the 10 remaining leaders of the Otsutsuki clan's elite force. The chakra fruit, refined with these 10 leaders as materials, is a real treasure. After getting permission from Namikaze Tianming, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara smiled at each other, and in the horrified eyes of the 10 leaders, they rushed forward. Ultimate Truth-Seeking Ball. Otsutsuki Kagaya looked solemn, and a huge sphere appeared in front of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Truth-Seeking Ball. Kusagi Sword. Uchiha Madara was not to be outdone. The truth-seeking ball behind him flew in front of Uchiha Madara and merged into the shape of a long sword. Smash! P*******K. The two of them showed no mercy and killed the 10 leaders. The 10 leaders also looked at Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara with horror. They were already injured and couldn't help but reveal a look of despair. Boom! Crack! Puff! For a moment, there were continuous explosions and screams. However, even so, it took a long time before Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara were out of breath and reluctantly stopped their attack. Then, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara looked at Namikaze Tianming with some shame and lowered their heads. There is no other reason, because both Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara, although they were able to temporarily inflict heavy damage on these 10 leaders, they were unable to kill them completely. Because these 10 leaders, like Otsutsuki Kagaya, are immortal. Ha 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 ha. Princess Kagaya, you never expected that, did you? The 10 of us are all immortal. Otherwise, why do you think we can be the leaders of the most powerful elite force of our Otsutsuki clan? Advertisement. The 10 leaders, who were originally panicked by being Tianming by Namikaze, finally calmed down after confirming that Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara did not have the ability to kill them. There was also a person who had always been arrogant and domineering who suddenly felt that he could speak, and hurriedly spoke out a mocking remark, especially when he saw the expressions on Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara's faces. He laughed even more happily. Go to hell. Being mocked by the 10 leaders in front of Namikaze Tianming, Otsutsuki Kagaya immediately became furious and smashed the leader's head. However, after a while, the leader's head miraculously recovered. Although Uchiha Madara's expression remained unchanged, the anger in his eyes betrayed him. Obviously, facing the ridicule and provocation of these 10 leaders, neither Otsutsuki Kagaya nor Uchiha Madara could do anything. Looking at Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya, who lowered their heads, Namikaze Tianming could only shake his head helplessly. It seems that I have to take action myself in the end. I can't let these Otsutsuki people continue to be so arrogant. Because those who cultivate immortality are the coolest. Then, Namikaze Tianming looked at the 10 leaders who were laughing with a cold look. The leader who was originally laughing suddenly felt a chill covering his whole body. Then he saw Namikaze Tianming's half-smiley face and shivered with fright, and his laughter stopped abruptly. They seemed to have forgotten that the seemingly harmless killer was still watching them closely. Sure enough, under the horrified gazes of the 10 leaders, Namikaze Tianming smiled and slowly took a step forward. Don't you think it's a little early to laugh? As soon as Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. He slowly stretched out a hand and then clenched it. Soul Secret Technique, 9 Nether Soul Devouring. The 10 leaders' eyes suddenly widened and a look of disbelief appeared on their faces. His eyes were filled with resentment, then gradually lost their color and became dull. Then his neck tilted and he fell silent. The actions of the 10 leaders were surprisingly consistent. In this situation, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They were frightened by Namikaze Tianming. Advertisement. Although Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara knew that Namikaze Tianming had a mysterious way of killing, and had experienced it personally, they were not as shocked as watching the 10 leaders being killed in an instant this time. Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara couldn't help but secretly rejoice that Namikaze Tianming was not their enemy now. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and do it. We are almost at the base camp of the Otsutsuki clan. You must hurry and become stronger. Namikaze Tianming said unhappily after taking a look at the stunned Uchiha Madara and the others. Huh? Oh. Okay. Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara came to their senses and hurried to the corpses of the 10 leaders and began to refine the chakra fruit. However, this time, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara did not seem as happy as before. The two of them had flickering eyes, and no one knew what they were thinking. If they continue like this, they will be of no use to Namikaze Tianming. Will they be disliked then? However, Namikaze Tianming did not care what they thought, but gave them enough time to refine the chakra fruit. After more than a month of refining, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara finally refined most of the chakra fruit, and their strength increased greatly. Today, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara are only one step away from becoming the god-level powerhouses of the Otsutsuki clan. Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara can now be called demigod-level powerhouses. After Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara came out of seclusion, they were about to express their gratitude to Namikaze Tianming, but before they could say anything, they were picked up by Namikaze Tianming one by one and disappeared into the void. Namikaze Tianming didn't waste any time and took the two of them directly to the hinterland base camp of the Otsutsuki clan based on the information he had obtained from the souls of these so-called elite troops of the Otsutsuki clan. The Otsutsuki clan's headquarters, the central area. Above the magnificent palace, in the void, 3 figures appeared out of nowhere. 2 men and 1 woman, and the man and woman next to them, all wore the clothes of the Otsutsuki clan and had the characteristics of the Otsutsuki clan. This man and woman are Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara. The handsome guy between Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara is naturally our male protagonist, Namikaze Tianming. Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara looked at Namikaze Tianming at the same time. After getting Namikaze Tianming's nod in confirmation, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara turned their heads involuntarily and looked at the most magnificent palace in the middle below. The two couldn't help but swallow their saliva and were a little nervous, because what they were about to do next was so exciting. Chapter 248 3 God-tier masters appear. Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara were seen on top of the palace of the Otsutsuki clan's headquarters. They took a deep breath and took a step forward. Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara cleared their throats at the same time, then shouted into the void. Otsutsuki Kangshiki, Otsutsuki Jingshiki, Otsutsuki Kongshiki, you 3 old fools, don't hide in there and don't come out, I know you were at home. If you have the guts, come out and die. 2 sound waves suddenly spread out in all directions like a huge bell. Bold. Where did this desperate fellow come from? How dare he come to our shrine to cause trouble? Arrogant B**************************** D. Die quickly. The various Otsutsuki people who were originally in the shrine suddenly changed their expressions when they heard the voices of Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara. Some were practicing magic, some were refining chakra fruits. All the members of the Otsutsuki clan stopped what they were doing and walked out of the house. As soon as they walked out of the house, they saw Namikaze Tianming, Uchiha Madara, and Otsutsuki Kagaya in midair. All the Otsutsuki clan members became furious when they saw Namikaze Tianming and his group. You evil thief in the sky, why don't you come down quickly? Is my palace of the gods the place where you fly? Come down quickly. How dare you disrespect my Kamui? The underground Otsutsuki clan members were so angry that they started cursing. Xiao Yi, what's wrong with these people? Why are they so excited? It seems like I killed their entire family? Although I did come here to kill their entire family? Namikaze Tianming raised his eyebrows and asked Otsutsuki Kagaya with interest. Reporting to the master, this is actually a ban issued by our Otsutsuki clan leader Otsutsuki Sorashiki, because this is where the 3rd god-tier powerhouses and the core members of the Otsutsuki clan live. Except for the 3rd god-tier masters, no one can fly in the void above the temple. Anyone who violates this prohibition will be punished for disrespecting Kamui and will be killed without mercy. Otsutsuki Kagaya bowed his head, respectful to Kaido. Namikaze Tianming curled his lips in disdain and sneered after hearing this. Tisk, I see. I didn't expect that such an obviously problematic ban would have so many idiots supporting you, the Otsutsuki clan. Advertisement. Namikaze Tianming did not hide anything when he spoke, so everything Namikaze Tianming said was heard clearly by the members of the Otsutsuki clan below. Presumptuous. You who defy Kamui and my noble Otsutsuki clan must be put to death. Yes, the 2 people beside him are definitely traitors to my Otsutsuki clan. They must also die. Their crimes are even more serious. All members of the Otsutsuki clan, listen up, execute the traitors without mercy. Someone in the crowd shouted this out loudly, and it was instantly agreed by all the Otsutsuki clan members. Then, all kinds of weapons and techniques were fired from the crowd below, overwhelming towards Namikaze Tianming and the other 2. Xiao Yi, just watch quietly from the sidelines, I will take action. However, facing such a powerful attack, Namikaze Tianming just curled his lips. With Namikaze Tianming's order, Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara, who originally wanted to take action, immediately stopped and stood obediently beside Namikaze Tianming. Certainly, Namikaze Tianming waved his hand calmly, and those tens of thousands of attacks suddenly stopped in midair, unable to advance even a little bit. Broken. Namikaze Tianming raised his eyes slightly and spoke calmly, and then he saw that tens of thousands of attacks, whether weapons or spells, were all turned into dust. All the members of the Otsutsuki clan underground were staring at the scene in front of them in amazement, unable to speak. Everyone was stunned. They had never imagined that such a horrifying scene would appear before them. Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara looked at the dazed crowd below and nodded secretly in their hearts. I understand how you feel. Everyone, get down. Namikaze Tianming's calm yet majestic voice sounded again. Suddenly, an unprecedented powerful pressure spread from around Namikaze Tianming. The faces of all the Otsutsuki clan members suddenly turned ugly. They fell to the ground without any resistance. Thousands of core members of the Otsutsuki clan present were all lying on the ground, unable to move. Hey, the 3 of you hiding in the dark, why don't you come out? Advertisement. This is the so-called god-level strongman of the Otsutsuki clan. He is timid and nothing. Namikaze Tianming stood with his hands behind his back, and his voice came out slowly. Namikaze Tianming had already discovered the so-called 3rd god-tier strongman of the Otsutsuki clan. However, this so-called god-level strongman disappointed Namikaze Tianming greatly. He hid in the dark and peeked secretly, without any demeanor of a god-level strongman. Ha ha ha, I never thought that low-level creatures could actually give birth to a being like you, capable of suppressing most of the elites of my race. This is beyond my expectations. Not long after Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, not far away from Namikaze Tianming, waves of space fluctuations suddenly came from the void above the shrine. 3 void portals slowly took shape, and the old voice just now came from the middle void portal. When the members of the Otsutsuki clan who were lying on the ground heard this voice, they were overjoyed. At the same time, 3 old men with white hair and beards and wearing white robes appeared in front of the 3 void portals. The middle-aged man in the middle is Otsutsuki Sorashiki, the head of the Otsutsuki clan. The 2 older-looking people beside him were the Otsutsuki clan's great elder Otsutsuki Soshiki and the second elder Otsutsuki Jingshiki. As soon as Otsutsuki Sorashiki appeared, he saw Namikaze Tianming with a look of disdain on his face, and Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara beside him. Immediately, Otsutsuki's brows furrowed, and his expression became cold. Otsutsuki Kagaya, what is your crime? Hearing Otsutsuki Sora's questioning, Otsutsuki Kagaya couldn't help but shudder. His fear of Otsutsuki Sora was deep in his bones. Back in the ninja world, Otsutsuki Kagaya dared to launch a sneak attack on Otsutsuki Ashiki because it was impossible for Otsutsuki Kagaya to personally or let the other 2 god-tier strongmen take action just for a clan member. Apart from these 3 people, Otsutsuki Kagaya was confident that even if she couldn't defeat them, she could still escape unscathed. Noisy. Namikaze Tianming glanced at the shivering Otsutsuki Kagaya, waved his hand, and an invisible force enveloped Otsutsuki Kagaya. The pressure that Otsutsuki Sora exerted on Otsutsuki Kagaya suddenly disappeared. Thank you, Master. After recovering, Otsutsuki Kagaya realized that it was Namikaze Tianming who saved her, and she quickly bowed to express her gratitude. Namikaze Tianming simply hummed lightly and looked at the 3 Otsutsuki Kongshi. Chapter 249 The Final Battle, Finale. Master, Uchiha Madara and I have already discussed it. We will each hold down the first and second elders, and you can deal with the clan leader without worry. Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at Uchiha Madara, and after seeing Uchiha Madara nodded solemnly, Otsutsuki Kagaya took a deep breath, walked behind Namikaze Tianming, and said respectfully. Namikaze Tianming frowned, turned to look at Otsutsuki Kagaya, and said unhappily. Xiaoyi, have you forgotten what I said so quickly? Otsutsuki Kagaya looked confused, obviously not understanding what Namikaze Tianming meant. I asked you to watch quietly from the sidelines, and I didn't ask you to take any action, do you understand? What are you joining in the fun for? Namikaze Tianming rolled his eyes and scolded softly in annoyance. This time, not only Otsutsuki Kagaya, but even Uchiha Madara was confused. What does this mean? What? Everyone, stand back. I want to fight 3 of them. Namikaze Tianming waved his hands impatiently, and Otsutsuki Kagaya and Uchiha Madara flew backwards more than 10 meters uncontrollably, then slowly landed. Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya looked at Namikaze Tianming in astonishment. They didn't expect that Namikaze Tianming was so strong and wanted to 1-volt 3. Otsutsuki Kagaya originally wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Uchiha Madara. Namikaze Tianming always keeps his word, and since he doesn't allow him to intervene, he might as well just watch the fight from the sidelines. Unlike Otsutsuki Kagaya, the second elder Otsutsuki Jingshiki on the opposite side instantly became furious when he heard Namikaze Tianming say that he wanted to fight 1 against 3. He had never seen such an arrogant lower creature. How dare you, you idiot! How dare you come and make trouble in my Otsutsuki clan? I will tear you apart. After Otsutsuki Jingshi finished cursing, he suddenly attacked and stretched out his hand to grab at the void. Suddenly, a huge hand dozens of meters long appeared out of thin air and grabbed Namikaze Tianming directly. Oh, I almost forgot, the Heavenly Emperor's domain doesn't apply to you. Seeing the big hand suddenly appear, Namikaze Tianming was not flustered. With a wave of his hand, the big hand was instantly shattered into nothingness. The Emperor's domain. I am the only one who reigns supreme. Advertisement. As soon as Namikaze Tianming finished speaking, a huge golden shadow of the Emperor of Heaven slowly rose from behind Namikaze Tianming. The moment the golden shadow of the Emperor appeared, a pressure that was countless times more powerful than before instantly enveloped Otsutsuki, Kongshi and the other 2. Surrounded by such a powerful pressure, Otsutsuki, Kongshi and the other 2 suddenly became dazed. Originally, when Namikaze Tianming used his domain to suppress all members of the Otsutsuki clan, Otsutsuki, Sorashiki and the other 3 were also there. They had all experienced the power of Namikaze Tianming's field, and they all admitted that it was indeed ridiculously strong. However, although they cannot use it, they are god-level powerful beings after all, and this field does not have much impact on them. Originally they thought that this was Namikaze Tianming's strongest strength, but they never expected that Namikaze Tianming could burst out with even more powerful power. Otsutsuki and the other 2 were shocked to find that this powerful force made their hearts palpitate for the first time in a long time. Moreover, they found that their movements were also restricted. Although they were not as miserable as the Otsutsuki clan members who were lying on the ground, their ability to move was probably restricted to about 1/5. However, for strong men of their level, even if their ability to move is restricted by 1/10, it would be fatal. Soul-eating ghost hand. They wanted to dodge, but their feet seemed to be rooted and they couldn't move. My dears, I'm back. As soon as the 3 of them recovered, they launched an attack directly. In an instant, 3 weapons of different shapes shot out from the mouths of the 3 Otsutsuki Kongshi. From the twisted cracks in the void, one can see the powerful force of these 3 attacks. Namikaze Tianming is looking forward to the next story in the New World story. Namikaze Tianming was a little stunned. He didn't expect that he would have to go to New World so soon. However, even such a powerful attack method could not arouse the slightest interest of Namikaze Tianming. But fortunately, there are still 100 years, which is enough. Namikaze Tianming smiled contemptuously, stretched out his hand and gently grabbed, and a huge dark hand appeared out of thin air below, so fast that Otsutsuki Sora and the others, who were already suppressed, could not react at all. He was caught directly by the big hand released by Namikaze Tianming. Finally, Namikaze Tianming came to a conclusion, not worth mentioning. Advertisement, be quiet. Poor Otsutsuki Sorashiki, Otsutsuki Kangshiki and Otsutsuki Jingshiki, 3 god-tier powerhouses, became dead souls under Namikaze Tianming's new moves. The 3 of them didn't even have time to let out a scream before they were crushed to pieces by the giant hand, with blood and flesh scattering all over the ground. The book is finished, however, Namikaze Tianming knew that these 3 would not die so easily. After all, even Otsutsuki Kagaya and the 10 great leaders were immortal, so how could this god-level strongman not have one? After Namikaze Tianming finished his instructions, he disappeared without caring what Otsutsuki Kagaya and the others said. Namikaze Tianming waved his hand calmly, and a golden crescent-shaped blade energy shot out from Namikaze Tianming's fingertips, directly cutting off the attacks of Otsutsuki Kangxi and the other 2. Because the 2 golden lights just now were not only extremely powerful, but also came with mental attacks. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the trial of the Hokage Ninja World. You are about to go to a more advanced world. The countdown to the opening of the new trial world is 100 years. For some reason, they always felt that this golden light seemed to threaten their lives. This move is also Namikaze Tianming's strongest move after he was promoted to the void refining stage, which can cause both mental and physical damage. There's something like this. Sure enough, after a while, the meat foam scattered on the ground began to move, and then continued to condense, and finally condensed into the shape of Otsutsuki and the other 2 just now. Because Namikaze Tianming now knows all the details of Otsutsuki Sora and the other 2. Boom. So Namikaze Tianming still stared coldly at the meat scraps on the ground. Xiaoyi, Uchiha Madara, Otsutsuki Sorashiki and the others have been killed by me. They're completely destroyed. I will leave this place to you guys. 2 golden lights directly blasted the 3 Otsutsuki Kangxi into ashes. Both body and soul are destroyed. The Otsutsuki clan leader Otsutsuki Kangshiki, the first elder Otsutsuki Kangshiki, and the second elder Otsutsuki Jingshi all looked at the 2 golden lights in horror. The shadow of the emperor behind Namikaze Tianming suddenly opened his eyes, which had been tightly closed, and 2 golden lights shot out from the eyes. Namikaze Tianming pointed downwards, and suddenly an even more powerful pressure erupted. Therefore, Namikaze Tianming no longer had the same playful mentality as before, he just wanted to make a quick decision. In the void, Namikaze Tianming had a smile on his face. After spending a happy 100 years with his relatives here, as well as Tsunade, Terumi Mei and others, he could leave.